Chapter 1. In a modest residential building in H City. Tap, tap, tap. Drink. You win. The bold words flashed on the computer screen as the individual seated before it removed the headset from his head and casually tossed it onto the desk, leaning back in his chair. He closed his eyes, reaching for a pack of cigarettes on the table, igniting one and taking a deep drag. Phew! He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, producing a sound akin to a groan indeed. A post-game, smoke surpasses the joys of life itself. With the cigarette dangling from his lips, he carelessly clicked the mouse, causing an 85 level, fully equipped Epic Sky armor character to appear on the screen, bearing the ID. Bufu Quanzong, he was none other than Xiao Haishin, renowned as the #1 berserker in the national server in the blink of an eye. The cigarette was finished elegantly. He flicked the butt into the ashtray and lit another. Once more directing his gaze to the screen, I've played enough berserker for now, I've heard the next version will buff the Azura? Are they elevating this secondary class to the primary tier? Perhaps I should try playing Azura? Xiao Haishin mused, leisurely blowing smoke rings, then directly clicked on the system interface, confirming his character selection, and returned to the character selection screen, where stood a lavish golden dog beside a pitifully under-equipped character. Class: Azura level, 25 ID Bond. Upon seeing this ID, Xiao Haishin raised an eyebrow. This was the name of one of the 4 legendary weapon masters he had encountered in the background story of the Arad continent. He clicked to confirm his choice and entered the interface. Welcome back. The sweet voice of Celia greeted him. Xiao Haishin pondered that it truly should say welcome back, as this account was essentially the same as the character he had built with Bufu Quanzong now. The berserker was exalted, while this Azura languished at level 25, devoid of even a basic outfit. Truly pitiful. I might as well claim the return gift package, Xiao Haishin thought, opening his mailbox beneath the return gift package. Another email awaited him. This email did not appear to be from another player. Even a seasoned veteran like Xiao Haishin had never seen anything like it before. What new event had emerged? Why had he not noticed it? Intrigued, he clicked to open the email. However, upon doing so, the cursor suddenly vanished, and a progress bar appeared over the email content, stating character binding in progress. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Haishin. Could this be an account theft? He had invested at least 20 to 30,000 yuan into this account. If it were truly stolen, he would incur a substantial loss. Anxiously, he moved the mouse, but remained absent. Frustrated, he slammed the mouse down, exclaiming, of all times, why is the mouse malfunctioning now? What bad luck! It was evident that he despised this feeling of losing control, and his anger simmered. Watching the progress bar crawl slowly, Xiao Haishin felt increasingly anxious. He had no idea why the cursor had vanished so abruptly or the origin of this mysterious email. He waited, enduring, until the progress bar reached its ending. The progress bar completed, and the message transformed to character and account binding successful. Just as Xiao Haishin steeled himself to investigate further, the progress bar turned red, and the words shifted to in the process of transmigration. Xiao Haishin sprang to his feet. What the hell? Transmigration? That ominous feeling intensified, prompting him to step back. At that moment, a surge of electricity leaped from the computer tower, striking him between the brows, and he collapsed, lifeless. More accurately, he had indeed transmigrated. The following morning, H City's daily news feature headline: Local otaku dies suddenly at home while playing computer games, calls for moderation in gaming and valuing health. Waves lapped at the shore. The sky was a brilliant blue, and occasionally a few seabirds soared overhead, calling out. What a breathtaking scene! Were it not for the presence of a withered corpse on the beach, sunlight warmed his body, and he awakened, murmuring, "Ah, how warm!" He lazily rubbed his chest and opened his eyes. Hey, I distinctly felt the sunlight. Why is it dark instead? Where's the sunlight? As Xiao Haishin pondered this, memories of the preceding events flooded back. Damn, where am I? Wasn't I at home? What's with the sounds of waves and seabirds? Have the seabirds evolved to roam freely even at night? Suddenly, a realization struck him, recalled the 3 words he had seen before losing consciousness. In the process of transmigration, he froze, standing still for a full minute. Damn, 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 damn. The island echoed with his anguished cries. Chiu Haixing screamed for what felt like an eternity. It must be said that this was indeed a cathartic release gradually. He accepted the reality of his transmigration and the tragic state of his blindness, however. The thought of never again beholding the beauty of countless women brought him to tears. He deeply regretted not binding with his berserker character. Having instead assumed this meager Azura account with another bout of lamentation, he reflected that his madness was not entirely irrational. Had he bound with the berserker, at least he would still possess functional eyesight, albeit afflicted with red-eye disease, which was far preferable to blindness. He gingerly touched his somewhat painful left arm, only to encounter the sinewy tendons and sharp nails that reminded him of the cursed left arm of a demon sword master. Feeling a surge of strength emanating from his left hand, he clenched his fist fiercely and stood upright. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it, even if I return. It'll still be a struggling otaku. Why not harness the power of the demon sword master to dominate this realm? He laughed heartily. Just as Chiu Haixing was on the verge of being swept away by elation, the harsh reality struck him once more. Where the hell is this? Now blind, he was utterly incapable of discerning his surroundings. Yet it was only now that he thought to question his location, and there was no one to answer. In the blink of an eye, Chiu Haixing had been in this world for over half a month. The reason he had not succumbed to starvation was due to his fortunate activation of the DNF system. He discovered that when he opened the system interface, he could see items, which brought him immense joy after being blind for over half a month. In truth, Chiu Haixing had fared relatively well during this time. He had built a small hut by the seaside, with the floor covered in tattered leather. Each day, he feasted on strawberries and dark bread, sipping from red and blue bottles. Those familiar with DNF would recognize that he was draped in the fur of cane, the silver-white hide tailored into a stylish coat, quite the fashionable ensemble. This was largely thanks to his laziness in selling materials while playing this character. Otherwise, he would have truly been left to subsist on the wind for the past half-month. His backpack still contained 1,000,000 gold coins, a remnant from his main account that he had forgotten about. Otherwise, he could not have retained it until now. In this world, gold coins were as valuable as actual gold. Yet in this desolate place, they were of little use if given the choice. Chiu Haixing would prefer to exchange them for food. In addition to activating his backpack, he had also unlocked the skill system. However, for reasons unknown, he could only utilize passive skills such as Leap, Mind's Eye, and Danger Sense. Yet it was precisely these skills that allowed him to move about like a normal person. Unfortunately, despite allocating SP points, the skills remained grayed out, a frustrating situation for a character already at level 25. Each day, he gazed out at the vast ocean with his vacant eyes, longing to escape this place. As the supply of strawberries dwindled, meanwhile, at sea, a sailboat's mast displayed a pirate flag resembling a cow's bone. "Captain, we've spotted an island ahead." The captain pulled out a telescope, glanced, and then retrieved a map from his pocket, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Crew, we've arrived. Full speed ahead. Let's go ashore and seek treasure. Hurrah!" A chorus of over a dozen pirates responded boisterously. "Captain, we've arrived." As the vessel approached the shore, Captain York leapt from the captain's quarters, arms outstretched, shouting, "Crew, our destination is here. What should we do now? Dance? Sing?" York bellowed, "What are we? We are free pirates." "Ha ha ha." Just then, a scruffy man with an explosive hairstyle emerged from the cabin, grinning mischievously as he drew his violin. "Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho." The pirates below joined in, singing along to Brooks' rhythm. Raise a toast with Bink Sake, facing the wind and rain. Under the clear sky, my beloved flag waves high. Together we gaze toward the horizon. How I long for the sight of birds soaring in the sky, chasing the sunset, leaving the familiar harbor. The fondest memory is my hometown, singing a melodious song. How unforgettable is childhood, a frail body filled with dreams. A true man can roam the ends of the earth. Raise a toast with Bink Sake, friends by my side. On the sea, it's you and me, chasing hope. Waves accompany me into dreams. The ship is home, a safe harbor. The fluttering skull flag gives me strength to open a new chapter of the era. The sound of drums echoes across the land and sea. Even in the face of the fiercest storms, we advance boldly, without hesitation. A man should live life to the fullest in this manner. Yo ho ho ho, 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 yo ho ho ho. Hey race to the fine wine of Binks, offered at the midnight gathering of one. In drunken revelry, I reminisce about days gone by, always by my side like the radiant moonlight, casting its glow upon the sea. Another splendid evening unfolds. Hey race to the fine wine of Binks, as the music begins to play once more. Casting aside all worries, let us sing the song of the sea together. What does distance matter? What the hardships and setbacks? We have our drink, we have our friends, and we shall celebrate until dawn. Yo ho ho ho, 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 yo ho ho ho. Not far from the shore, Chiu Haisheng still slumbers under the sun. Awakened by the sounds that reach his ears, he sits up, propping his head with his hand. What's all the noise? How annoying. He shakes his head. Hey, is someone there? Someone is coming. Ha ha. Chiu Haisheng suddenly leaps to his feet and rushes towards the source of the sound. Yo ho ho. Captain, there's someone running towards our ship. Brooke pokes York, who pulls his head out from a barrel and gazes in the direction Brooke points. What? Really? Crew, we have a guest. York shouts, and the singing pirates pause to see the wildly approaching Chiu Haisheng. York plants a foot on the ship's edge and calls down to him. Hey kid, what brings you here? Chiu Haisheng looks up with vacant eyes, a smile spreading across his face, which York notices. Lack of focus. What's your name, kid? Chiu Haisheng replies, Barn. My ship encountered a disaster, and am the only survivor, adrift on this deserted island. Can you help me? Barn's face is filled with hope. York nods, about to agree, when Brooke interjects, but we are pirates, aren't you afraid? Barn's smile instantly freezes pirates. He exclaims, turning his body with a gasp. He bolts away. Forget what I said. Pretend you didn't see me and let me go. Barn shouts as he runs, thinking how unfortunate he is after a fortnight of wild living. He finally encounters people, yet they are ruthless pirates. Hey, Brooke, look at you. York calls, leaping off the ship to chase after Barn. Don't be scared, Barn. We're not bad people. But Barn pays no heed, continuing to flee. However, his child's body cannot outrun York, a grown man, and soon enough, Barn is caught under York's arm. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The crew aboard the ship erupts in laughter at the commotion. York places a hand on Barn's small shoulder and says, Barn, we of the Rumbar pirates are all seekers of freedom. Our ship is filled with musicians. Barn pauses, momentarily stunned. Rumbar pirates? Why does that sound so familiar? Didn't he just mention someone named Brooke? No way. Am I in the world of the Pirate King? York, how are you still alive? Barn blurts out, causing the crew to exchange bewildered glances. What kind of child curses someone upon meeting them? Barn quickly senses the awkward atmosphere and tries to smooth it over. I'm so sorry. I heard sailors from my old ship say you had died, and I mourned you for quite some time. It's wonderful to see you alive. Please, you must save me. Barn bows deeply, his sincerity hard to refuse, yet within he muses, oh dear, I've arrived too early, 50 years too early. Roger's whereabouts are still unknown, let alone when he became the Pirate King. By the time Luffy sets sail, he'll be in my 50s or 60s. What fun will that be? York chuckles at Barn's words, and the crew joins in laughter. Easing the earlier tension, York pats Barn on the head, saying, don't worry, kid, come along with us. Where do you want to go? It hurts. He must be retaliating for my earlier curse. How petty. Barn thinks while saying, Captain York, my family perished in that shipwreck. I have nowhere else to go. Just let me stay on your ship. He then clings to York's leg, wiping his nose and tears, causing a large bead of sweat to trickle down York's face. All right, kid, let go of me, York says, pushing Barn away and raising his arm to shout, crew, we have a new friend. What shall we do? Sing, dance. Ha! Then what are we waiting for? Hello. Barn, having been invigorated by his recent bout of singlehood, quickly immersed himself in the lively atmosphere, singing exuberantly. In the captain's quarters, Brooke and York were sipping their drinks while gazing out the window, where they could see Barn's diminutive figure. What are your thoughts, York? Brooke inquired. What? York set down his glass and turned his attention to Brooke. Interrupting Brooke, he remarked, I sensed an aura akin to that of the devil fruits, though it appears to be something more like a curse rather than a fruit's ability. Brooke, unable to maintain his composure, gasped. Are you suggesting he has encountered a genuine devil? Yerk chuckled, who can say, and resumed his gaze out the window. Following Yerk's line of sight, Brooke beheld Barn, who was laughing heartily. At that moment, a drunken pirate stumbled and fell nearby, sending a cup soaring into the air, directly above Barn's head. Just as Brooke thought disaster was imminent, Barn stepped forward and deftly avoided the descending cup. Goodness, be careful, Barn admonished. Brooke stood in astonishment, pointing at him, then looking at York. How is this possible? His eyes, however, reflected York's increasingly amused expression. What a remarkable lad, York said with a smile. Brooke? Huh? Brooke turned to York. I leave him in your care, Brooke. What? Barn was snoring amidst a pile of people on the deck. The previous night, the entire crew had celebrated fervently, all but Barn, who, having forgotten he was still a child, had indulged excessively and was now suffering the consequences. Still unconscious from his binge. Rise and shine. The peculiar way of awakening could only be attributed to Brooke, prompting Barn to spring up in alarm, adopting a defensive stance. The other crew members rose lazily, exchanging casual greetings, clearly accustomed to the routine. A particularly muscular bald man with a small mustache stood up and shouted at Brooke, Brooke, you really startled Barn. Look at him. Ignoring Barn's reluctant expression, he pulled the boy into a bear hug, causing Barn to scream, Let go of me, you hulking brute. You pervert. The man, grinning widely, tightened his grip further. Stop it. You'll suffocate me. This man was Blonde, the combat captain of the Rumbar pirates. Haha, Blonde. Let him go. He looks like he is about to pass out. Yerk's voice accompanied his laughter. Upon recognizing it was the captain's command, Blonde released Barn, who now regarded York as if he were an angel, never having perceived the older man as so endearing. Lads, do you remember why we came to this island? York bellowed. Treasure. The crew erupted with enthusiasm. Indeed. Haha. Now let us set forth. Barn, stay close to Brooke. He will look after you. Oh, TCH. Brooke pouted reluctantly, while Barn, upon hearing of the treasure hunt, instantly sobered up. It would be quite the misfortune to embark on a pirate adventure without seeking treasure. He felt a deep yearning for it. In the island's forest, Barn perched on Brooke's back as they meandered onward. Barn, have you ever seen a real devil? Barn was perplexed by the question. Why was it asked in such a manner? He responded. Captain York sensed an aura reminiscent of a devil's cabinet emanating from your left arm, yet it is not a power derived from a devil fruit. He believes it to be a curse imposed by a demon upon you, which leads me to surmise that you have encountered a genuine demon. In Barn's mind, a tempest of thoughts swirled as he grappled with the perplexity of how to explain the appearance of his cursed left hand in this world of pirates. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, a pillow was presented to him. Yerk-san, you truly are a good soul. Barn, why so silent? Brooke turned to gaze into Barn's vacant eyes. It seemed Barn sensed the scrutiny and quickly averted his gaze. Brooke murmured to himself, indeed. One must concede that Barn's acting prowess was nothing short of cinematic excellence. He tightened his grip around Brooke's neck, tears glistening in his unfocused gaze, and spoke in a husky, somber tone. Indeed, when I was but a child, a fire consumed my yard, and I was taken by a demon named Kazan, who claimed to be the demon of waves. At that time, he was feeble. He declared that he did not wish for others to wield his power, advising me, though the eye may not perceive objects, it can sense all. Thus, those who rely solely on sight are foolish. Abandon the light and cultivate without cease. Even darkness shall eventually become a friend. Standing in the vast, pitch-black void and upon the trembling earth, I sought to understand myself and my surroundings. The one whom my sword points to is gripped by unending fear. Then, I beheld the gaze I had forsaken. The boundless dark sky is expansive, countless eyes suspended, observing all from the very beginning. Come, gaze upon me, O eye of waves. An unblinking eye, comprehend the essence of my waves. With that, he drew his sharp nails across his left chest, revealing a fruit-like object adorned with mysterious spirals. He seized Barn's left hand and forcefully thrust it into his own heart. A searing pain coursed through Barn's left hand, causing him to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself blind, and his left hand transformed into this grotesque form. From that moment, the villagers regarded him as a monster, save for his parents, who cared for him without hesitation. Yet now, alas, they are no more. Thus, Barn, through a blend of truth and fabrication, deceived Brooke, even moving himself to shed a few tears, gazing at Brooke and sobbing, Brooke, you don't see us as monsters, do you? With a sigh, Brooke gently patted Barn's head full. Barn relished his success in deceiving Brooke, silently celebrating his triumph. After a prolonged silence, Brooke inquired, How can you sense us when you cannot see? Ah, I call it the heart's eye. I can not only sense the presence of others, but also perceive the approach of danger and hostility. It is precisely because I felt no malice from you that I dared to approach. Listening to Barnes' response, Brooke nodded occasionally. Then why do you still want me to carry you instead of walking on your own? I can sense people's auras, yet I still cannot see the path. Besides, walking by myself would be tiring, wouldn't it? Barnes pouted in protest. You, get down and walk by yourself. Just as Brooke was about to dislodge Barnes from his back, he caught sight of Barnes' glistening, pleading eyes. Brooke-san, you truly find me bothersome. With a resigned sigh, Brooke abandoned the notion of making Barnes descend, muttering through gritted teeth. You little imp. Upon hearing this, Barnes internally applauded himself 32 times. As they continued on, Brooke gradually lowered his guard around Barnes. Observing Brooke's cheerful demeanor, Barnes thought to himself, this is the true Brooke, a fine fellow indeed. Barnes, ahead lies a cave. It must be the treasure's location. Huh. Who would have thought we would find it first? Let us go. Barnes, let us explore. Brooke exclaimed joyfully. Upon entering the cave, even someone as seasoned as Brooke could not suppress a gulp of awe. The ground was strewn with gold, nearly blinding him. Brooke, put me down. Upon hearing Brooke's voice, Barnes was overcome with curiosity and struggled to escape. Once released, Brooke immediately began filling bags with gold. Barnes too began frolicking, but with each step, he seemed to diminish the piles of gold, evidently stashing them in his own pack. After a short while, Barnes, clutching a sword, called out Brooke's name. I'm over here. Brooke replied, yet his task of collecting gold remained uninterrupted. Barnes rushed towards Brooke, only to trip over a box. Ouch. That hurts. Brooke halted his gold-gathering efforts and approached Barnes, assisting him to his feet. Barnes, still clutching the sword, kicked away the box that had tripped him. Brooke peered into the box, gasping in astonishment. Barnes quickly inquired, what's inside? Brooke, swallowing hard, pointed at the box. Two devil fruits, he stammered, his voice trembling. Upon discovering that the box which had just tripped him contained 2 devil fruits, Barnes was overwhelmed with joy. Thinking to himself that the fall was indeed worth it, he nudged Brooke and exclaimed, Hey Brooke, look, we've found 2 devil fruits, one for each of us. Barnes' excitement was palpable. Brooke, embracing Barnes' shoulders, responded with exhilaration, We are truly fortunate. From the shape of these 2 devil fruits, they appear to be of the paramecia type. One for each of us. Aha. Brooke was equally thrilled, for in this world, even the weakest zoan-type fruit could bestow extraordinary power upon its consumer, let alone these 2 superior paramecia fruits. The devil fruits symbolized power, and power represented everything. Their luck was undeniable. Here, Barnes, this is for you, Brooke said, handing over a fruit that Barnes had long desired. Although he could not see it, he gently caressed the intricate patterns on its surface. Inhaling deeply, he remarked, It actually smells quite pleasant, not at all like the foul odor described in the comics. As Brooke stowed the devil fruits away, he noticed Barnes' expression, which was lost in daydreams of future grandeur while clutching the fruit. Brooke's gaze fell upon a dagger that Barnes had been holding, and an icy chill surged through him, causing him to shudder. Barnes, where did you acquire that dagger? Brooke's question jolted Barnes back to reality. I kicked it earlier. It gave me an unusual sensation, so I picked it up, he replied honestly. Show it to me. Brooke commanded, his tone icy. Barnes, feeling bewildered, complied and handed the dagger to Brooke. As Brooke grasped the hilt, that chilling sensation washed over him again. He drew the blade and marveled at the eerie crimson flames engraved upon its surface, muttering, What a cursed blade. Although Barnes could not see the strange patterns on the dagger, he could sense its extraordinary nature, especially with the ominous energy emanating from his left hand. Brooke's words quickened his heartbeats. After examining the blade closely, Brooke waved it lightly over the box that had contained the devil fruits, and the solid copper box split apart effortlessly. Brooke's throat tightened as he spoke. Brooke, is this dagger powerful? Barnes inquired eagerly. That is the 2nd generation of the cursed blade, Kichigai, Brooke replied coolly, sheathing the dagger with deliberate slowness. Huh? Barnes was momentarily stunned. He had certainly heard of the legendary Kichigai, a cursed blade renowned for its power, which had once been cleaved into 3 pieces by a legendary swordsman. The fragments were later reforged into the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd generations of Kichigai. The 1st generation was said to be in the possession of the elders, while the 3rd was rumored to remain in Logetown. It seemed he had found the 2nd generation just before it was lost. Barnes, he turned to Brooke, who had squatted down and placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly, You must not wield this dagger. Why not? Barnes was taken aback, thinking, I stumbled upon this magnificent blade, one of the few in existence, and you're telling me not to use it? Barn, this is a cursed blade, a portentous weapon. Brooke's voice was grave. Many renowned individuals have met their demise by wielding this dagger, for it is known to turn against its master. Barn was warned by Brooke's words, realizing that Brooke genuinely cared for him. He felt grateful, yet Barn was inherently proud. In his previous life, his determination had led him to achieve the rank of the top berserker in the national server. This tenacity remained within him. He recalled a scene from One Piece, where Zoro threw the sword Inma into the sky, betting his sword hand to conquer it, and ultimately he succeeded. The excitement of that moment made Barn's heart race. He resolutely made a decision. Brooke, hand me the sword. Brooke was taken aback by Barn's rare assertiveness and handed over the sword. As Barn slowly drew it from its sheath, he noticed Brooke's throat move slightly. I have altered the fate of being forgotten that you once endured. Now, I shall conquer you and use your blade to carve our names into legend. Inma, let us see whose aura is stronger, yours or my fortune. As Barn completely unsheathed the sword, he suddenly tossed it into the air while extending his cursed left hand beneath its descent. Barn, are you insane? Your arm could be severed. Ignoring Brooke's exclamation, Barn closed his eyes. The cave fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Inma cutting through the air. As the blade brushed against Barn's arm, Brooke instinctively covered his mouth, trembling in fear. With a swift motion, Inma embedded itself into the stone floor, striking with its back. Brooke broke into a cold sweat, exhaling heavily as he sank to the ground, still reeling from the earlier shock, unable to articulate a word. Barn bent down to retrieve Inma, caressing its blade before turning to Brooke, his eyes momentarily flashing with brilliance despite their earlier defeat. Then, a joyous laughter erupted from him. Aha! Look, Brooke, I have conquered it. A fleeting red glow shimmered on Inma's blade, acknowledging Barn as its master. Slowly rising, Brooke observed the ecstatic Barn, who was brandishing the sword with childlike glee, reveling in his triumph. Yet, the earlier thrill still haunted Brooke, making him break into a cold sweat once more. What immense power resided within this small frame? Barn was genuinely elated. He mused that such a rare opportunity to traverse worlds, a feat achieved by only a fraction of the 6 billion people on this planet, was a stroke of fortune that rivaled even Zoro's. Inma, I shall ensure your brilliance is never dimmed. Simultaneously, Barn joyfully discovered that since acquiring Inma, his personal attributes had significantly increased, with the weapon slot on his interface now displaying Inma's form. Most gratifying was the transformation of his previously grayed-out skill slot into a vibrant yellow, indicating its newfound usability. He finally comprehended that wielding a weapon was essential to unleash his skills. Brooke carried Barn back along their original path. Upon reaching the docks, before Brooke could utter a word, Barn shouted, Captain York, gather the crew to haul the gold. There is so much. Brooke can't carry it all. York, hearing Barn's voice, rushed to the ship's edge and looked down in astonishment. Haha, Barn, Brooke, it seems you've had quite the haul. These treasures are what Brooke and I found. No sharing. Barn pouted, leveraging his childlike charm while clutching Inma. Brooke and York exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. All right. I never intended to claim any for myself. Brooke chuckled in his signature manner. York, hands on his hips, cleared his throat. Seiko, gather the other treasure hunting teams. Marb, bring people to follow Brooke. We shall go and retrieve the gold. Yes. Seiko and Marb responded enthusiastically, for what pirate would not be eager for treasure? As Brooke led the group away, Barn lingered behind, reluctant to do manual labor and knowing Brooke couldn't carry him anymore. He preferred to stay with Captain York, engaging in conversation in the captain's quarters. Barn, I've been curious for quite some time. What is that on your head? York asked, pointing inquisitively. Huh, on my head. Is there something there? Barn reached up, feeling a nest atop his head. What is this? Barn removed the bird's nest, and York couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is so funny? York? What is it? Haha. Barn, you're sporting such a large nest, and you didn't even notice. York laughed uncontrollably, unable to stop. Reminiscent of a child who had just tasted candy. Barn felt perplexed. York, stop laughing and tell me what it is. Hey, if you keep laughing, I'll accuse you of discriminating against the disabled. Tell me what is inside. It's a bird's nest, containing a tiny fledgling with 2 broken eggshells beside it. York managed to explain between fits of laughter. Barn couldn't fathom why this was so amusing to him, but he chuckled nonetheless. Upon hearing that a bird had returned with him, Barn was taken aback and promptly inquired of York, what sort of bird is it? York replied, how should I know? The creature has even fully developed its feathers. How can I possibly discern its nature? despite not receiving an answer. Barn remained undeterred and curiously leaned closer to the nest. At that moment, the young bird stirred, slowly opening its eyes. Its first sight was Barn's large face. Unsteadily, it rose to its feet and hopped clumsily toward Barn. Hearing the chirping, Barn asked York if the bird had awakened. The little creature was now facing Barn's prominent nose, tilting its head left and right before pecking at it. "Ouch!" Barn exclaimed, instinctively covering his nose. While the nest tumbled to the ground, the fledgling flapped its wings and landed upon Barn's arm, then hopped up to his head, settling down. Throughout the entire episode, York had been laughing heartily, while Barn felt a mix of annoyance and bemusement at the bird that had usurped his hat's place, even though he currently wore none. York finally ceased his endless laughter and asked, "Barn, what is your impression of pirates?" Barn was momentarily perplexed by York's serious demeanor. "Pirates? They are ruthless marauders, committing atrocities without remorse," he responded without hesitation, for in his previous life, that was the nature of piracy. York opened his mouth, ready to retort, but swallowed his words. Visibly uncomfortable. "And what about us? What do you think of pirates like us?" "You are good people," Barn replied, chuckling. York, having received this ambiguous compliment, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. "I believe pirates are unbound, free-spirited beings. The very essence of my desire in forming this crew was to pursue a life of freedom, spreading joy, to seek out companions with shared ideals in every corner of the world, to sing, dance, and revel together. What say you, Barn?" Barn could not see York's face at that moment, yet he was deeply moved by York's words. He felt a warmth emanating from them. How naive he was. Surely, a smile must be gracing York's countenance now. How delightful. Barn, inspired by York's enthusiasm, chuckled and replied, "Join us, Barn. Let us embark on a quest for freedom together." York invited Barn with a smile. As Barn, possessing the wisdom of traversing realms, was acutely aware of York's fate, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. York was truly a good man. "What are you talking about? Haven't I already boarded the ship?" Barn replied. York paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Indeed, you have long been one of my crew. Ha ha ha." Barn joined in the merriment. "Barn, allow me to introduce you to your new friend," York said as he gently removed the small bird that had been napping atop Barn's head and placed it in the palm of his hand. Barn cradled the bird before him and declared, "Little bird, henceforth we shall be companions. How does the name Fitz sound? I am blind, so I entrust you to be my eyes, if you will." To Barn's astonishment, Fitz appeared to comprehend his words, nodding earnestly and chirping in agreement before pecking Barn's nose. "Ouch!" Barn exclaimed, covering his nose, while Fitz hopped back onto Barn's head, settling down. York erupted into laughter once more. "What are you laughing at?" Barn retorted, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting York's laughter to intensify. After a considerable time, the Rumbar pirates, having looted the island of its gold, set sail once again. Now with two new members, Barn, who was engaged in fishing, and Fitz, who was gleefully nibbling on fish bait, albeit in an overt manner, as Barn could not see. And it remained a mystery why Fitz, a bird, was so fond of fish bait. "Barn, come here," called the ship's doctor, Mondo, who had been diligently studying the devil fruits brought back by Brooke and Barn. Barn stowed his fishing rod and made his way toward the crowd. With Fitz fluttering to his head, scanning the surroundings and occasionally chirping, guiding Barn to navigate around obstacles as if he understood Fitz's intent. A tacit bond had formed between them. Barn settled onto a wooden barrel, with Fitz still perched atop, resembling a vigilant sentinel. "Barn, over the past few days, I have meticulously examined the devil fruits you and Brooke possess. Yours is the life fruit, which grants formidable vitality. Over a century ago, another individual wielded the powers of this fruit, and those who consume it can heal rapidly from all but fatal injuries," Mondo stated, directing his gaze at Barn before turning to Brooke. "As for you, Brooke, you possess the Yomi Yomi fruit. However, despite extensive research, I have found scant information regarding this fruit. The decision to consume it rests with you." Mondo adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, speaking earnestly. Brooke glanced at Barn, inquiring, "So, what will it be? Will you eat it?" Barn exclaimed, "Eat? Why not indulge? This devil fruit is indeed a rare treasure. Furthermore, there is no such thing as the ultimate fruit, only the ultimate wielder exists. Mastering its potential signifies true strength. This is an undeniable truth." As he spoke, Barn seized the life fruit and took a bite. Instantly, his visage transformed into a deep shade of purple. Observing Barn's boldness, Brooke hesitated no longer and took a bite of the Yellow Springs fruit. "How repulsive. Barn and Brooke endured the foul stench and consumed the two devil fruits. In an instant, others gathered around them, scrutinizing closely in hopes of discovering any changes in the pair. However, they were met with disappointment. Neither Barn nor Brooke exhibited any noticeable transformation. Barn fared somewhat better, as he drew a knife across his hand, observing the wound heal at a visibly rapid pace. Brooke, on the other hand, did not share this fortune. The onlookers mocked him for having ingested a fruit of no apparent benefit. Yet, only Barn understood the true power of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, a power that could only manifest after one's death. It would be absurd to suggest that Brooke should perish at this moment. Barn remained engaged in fishing. However, despite his daily efforts since boarding the vessel, he had yet to catch a single fish, for his bait was only favored by Fitz, leaving the fish entirely uninterested. At present, Barn sat cross-legged at the stern, one hand supporting his fishing rod while the other propped his head, eyes closed, savoring the ocean breeze that carried the scent of the sea, drifting into slumber. Fitz, having consumed all the bait, dozed atop Barn's head. In the distance, a pirate ship housed a figure clad in captain's attire. Peering through a telescope at the Lombard pirate cruise vessel, a sly grin revealed 4 golden teeth as he exclaimed, "Aha! Found them." He produced an unpeeled orange from his pocket and took a hearty bite. "Crew, rise and shine, our little lamb has arrived. Ho ho ho, ha ha." Unbeknownst to the slumbering Barn, they had already set their sights on him, while only Fitz stirred, chirping a few alert sounds. "Captain, we're closing in," a pirate declared to Plank. Plank, taking another bite of the unpeeled orange, strode to the bow and called out loudly, "York, my old friend, I've heard you've discovered a treasure trove. You know, Plank, hold a fondness for such things. How about you hand over those little trinkets, and I'll let you be on your way?" Ho ho ho. Laughter erupted among the other pirates, their eyes gleaming with mischief, true to their nature as rogues. Meanwhile, York was rallying his crew. "Lads, prepare for action. Plank is no mere kitten. His title, the Scourge of the Sea, carries weight. What is there to fear? Watch me send them packing." Bruin thumped his chest, and the other crew members erupted in laughter. "I want in," Barn exclaimed, clutching his second-generation blade. Stepping away from the crowd to confront York with utmost seriousness, while Fitz nodded earnestly atop his head. "Enough of this jesting, Barn. Your slight frame wouldn't withstand a single strike from him." Seiko chuckled, casting a glance back at Barn. Barn exclaimed, "On what grounds? I am also a member of the Rumbar pirates. I too shall fight, and I am quite strong." He flexed his muscles as he spoke, to which Fitz nodded in acknowledgement. The crew erupted in laughter, and it was Brooke who squatted down to address Barn. "All right, Barn. Remain in the cabin and await our return." "Why?" Barn insisted, wishing to persevere. "Enough, Barn. Be a good lad and stay in the cabin. Wait for your brother Seiko to return in the evening to cook you some fish. I caught it myself, you know. Ha." With that, he sheathed his sword and joined the other crew members on deck. Soon, the sounds of clashing weapons filled the air. Barn clutched a knife in the dim corner of the cabin, listening to the clashing of weapons and the shouts of pirates echoing from the deck, his heart racing with trepidation. The Lumba pirate crew was formidable, and besides, York had succumbed to a terminal illness, not this battle. He would be fine, Barn reassured himself. His thoughts drifted to Seiko's taunts about his inability to catch fish, how he wished ill upon him, cursing him to be sliced into pieces. Just then, the cabin door burst open, and a blood-soaked figure tumbled in, a gaping wound exposing part of his entrails. The man emitted a pained groan, instantly alerting Barn. And upon recognizing the familiar voice, he rushed over to embrace the man's head. "Seiko? Seiko, how did you get so badly hurt?" Mondo, come quickly. Seiko is gravely injured." Seiko trembled as he grasped Barn's hand. "Don't shout, Barn, they are still fighting. Don't let them get distracted." "How can this be?" "Mondo will surely heal you. His medical skills are unparalleled." Seiko forced a faint smile. Though Barn could not see it, he sensed that Seiko had something to convey, prompting a hush to fall over them. Outside the door raged a cacophony of gunfire and battle cries, yet within, an eerie stillness prevailed. Barn's unfocused eyes streamed with tears, and Fitz fluttered to Barn's shoulder, gently wiping away the tears with his wings. There he knelt on the floor, cradling Seiko's head, listening intently to his words. "Barn, do not grieve. Since the day I set sail, I have been prepared for this moment. I knew it would come eventually. I had thought about it before. Yet I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly, catching me off guard. There were so many things I wished to accomplish before leaving." Cough, cough. Seiko began to cough up blood, and Barn instinctively covered Seiko's mouth, though he could not contain his tears, which dripped onto Seiko's hand. "I yearn for freedom. Captain York is my idol. Alas, I cannot continue this journey with him. Barn, live joyfully, will you? Seiko managed to pry Barn's hand away, uttering his final words. Seiko's hand slipped from Barn's grasp, lifelessly cascading downward, and in that moment, Barn felt the vibrant essence of life before him extinguish. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he erupted into anguished sobs. No, no, Seiko, you still owe me a grilled fish from your catch. You scoundrel, get up. Don't leave me hanging. Barn's voice rang out incessantly until, oh, is there another one here? Why is it a child? Haha, come here. Uncle will play games with you. It won't hurt at all. Haha. Listening to the playful and disdainful tone, Barn was reminded of Sako, who had perished in his arms. And a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his hollow gaze. You are courting death. Fitz. Fitz immediately understood, swiftly taking flight from Barn's shoulder, soaring behind the pirate. Chirping twice before ascending to the top of the cabin, the second-generation ghost blade of Barn swiftly emerged from its sheath, eyes closed. Head slightly tilted towards a direction in the darkness as he swung his sword. A malevolent light slashed forth. A gleaming white arc cleaved through the air, bisecting the pirate in an instant. Without pausing, Barn shouted, Fitz, let us depart. Fitz immediately soared out of the cabin, and Barn followed suit, executing 3 seamless gliding steps. Reminiscent of the optimal travel technique of the demon swordman from DNF, the triple slash, Fitz circled above the ship of the Lombard pirates, occasionally emitting sharp chirps. With each note, a flash of blade light would streak through the air, claiming a life. In that moment, Barn resembled a blood-soaked demon returned from the depths of hell. His once silver-white coat now transformed into a crimson hue. He danced like a blade-wielding performer, executing a grotesque waltz upon the ship's deck. With Fitz acting as Barn's eyes, he unleashed a ground-rending wave sword to dispatch the pirate Plank, who was entangled in a struggle with York. As the rain began to fall, the battle reached its conclusion. Barn gazed vacantly at the sky with his hollow eyes, tears silently mingling with the rain and blood as they streamed down his face. The rain ceased, and the battle, marked by Barn's involvement, concluded in victory. Aside from a few severely injured, most were only lightly harmed, yet Sako lay lifeless. At this moment, Barnes knelt beside the lifeless body of Sako, while the others aboard the vessel remained silent. Brooke gently placed a hand on Barnes's shoulder, sighed, and lifted his violin to play a requiem. Someday, I shall let go of this, the gentle and cheerful soul, as it captures fleeting starlight. The tears that shimmer in your eyes, the deep blue sky at sunset, and every day spent with you are etched indelibly in my heart. In his previous life, Barn was merely an ordinary recluse, and this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Listening to the sorrowful melody, tears streamed down his face once more. Fitz leapt onto his shoulder, using his wings to wipe away Barn's tears. York approached, crouching down to examine Sako's lifeless body before turning to Barn. Taking a deep breath, he calmly remarked, "This is what pirates are like." York intended to offer comfort, but Barn erupted at those words. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Barn delivered a punch to York's nose, causing him to stagger back several steps and sit on the ground. Astonished as he clutched his nose and stared at Barn in disbelief. "What do you mean? This is what it's like. All I know is that my friend Sako is dead. He had promised me that he would grill the fish he caught himself tonight, and now he is gone. I will never hear his voice again. Why can you remain so calm? Were you not friends? If pirates are devoid of compassion like this, then I would rather not be a pirate at all." Tears still lingered in Barn's eyes as he rasped out these words. York opened his mouth but uttered no sound, while Mundo silently tended to the wounds on York's face. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Brooke ceased playing the violin and approached, slapping Barn across the face. "Enough, Barn." Fitz, witnessing the assault on his master, flapped his wings and chirped anxiously, preparing to peck at Brooke. "Fitz, we must go." Upon seeing his master in distress, Fitz abandoned the notion of attacking Brooke, instead flying to perch atop Barn's head. He glanced back at Brooke, shaking his clenched wing in defiance, before joining Barn in the cabin. The crowd on the deck dispersed. Brooke carried away the lifeless body of Sako. Soon, a mournful requiem echoed through the ship once more. That night, Barn found himself unable to sleep, lying on the lookout. Gazing at the stars above, Fitz nestled on his head, dozing peacefully, though Barn could not truly see. He was lost in thought, perhaps fighting back the tears. In that moment, he heard a low, choked sob, and he sat up, searching for the source of the sound, finally honing in on the captain's quarters, where a light still burned. Barn had never imagined that the formidable figure of Captain York would weep alone in the night. Suddenly, he recalled the words that Brooke had once shared with him. The one who shares the closest bond with Sako aboard the ship is none other than Captain York. Barn descended from the lookout tower and leaped onto the deck, rousing Fitz, who also soared down. The man and the bird made their way directly towards the captain's quarters. Upon reaching the door, Barn hesitated momentarily before knocking. York, hearing the knock, hurriedly wiped his eyes with his sleeve and opened the door. "Ah, it's you, Barn. Please. Come in," he said. York sat on a wooden barrel, a bandage applied by Mondo adorning his face, remaining silent as he awaited Barn to speak. Barn lowered his head deeply, while Fitz pecked at the back of Barn's skull with his beak. After a while, York spoke, and almost simultaneously, Barn raised his head. His eyes filled with tears reflecting a profound defeat. "Captain York, I was wrong. Do you know where you went astray?" York was momentarily taken aback by Barn's words, but quickly regained his composure and inquired gently. "I shall live on as a free pirate, taking along the spoils of Sac." York's eyes, already glistening with tears, became moist once more at Barn's words. He stepped forward, embraced Barn tightly, and wept aloud. The cries of Barn intensified, and the two robust men embraced one another, weeping profusely. In the stillness of the night, their sorrowful lamentations echoed, prompting the lights in the crew's quarters adjacent to the captain's cabin to flicker on. Brooke emerged to glance at the captain's quarters, nodded, and advised, all right, it's time to return to your slumber." Yet, the sounds of weeping continued to emanate from within the captain's room. The following morning, it was not Brooke's irksome cacophony that roused everyone from their slumber, but rather the voices of Barn and Fitz. Today, Barn, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, exuded an infectious energy as he roused everyone from slumber. The crew, albeit with a tinge of melancholy at the absence of Sacco, who had previously overseen their breakfast, rose to partake in the meal. However, upon entering the dining hall, they were greeted by a lavish spread of breakfast delights. York emerged from the kitchen, mirroring Barn's appearance with equally pronounced dark circles, yet radiating vigor. The crew of pirates exchanged knowing smiles and took their seats. Brom, with his characteristic booming voice, proclaimed the breakfast to be splendid, addressing the captain, "Captain, you still possess some remarkable skills." As York sipped his milk, he set the cup down upon hearing Brom's words and replied, "Of course. Captain York is proficient in many things." Brom's laughter echoed, "Then we shall entrust our breakfast to the versatile captain." The unmistakable laughter of Brooke followed, a sound that hinted at mischief directed towards the captain. Barn shook his head, recognizing the familiar antics. "Come on, Captain," the other pirates chimed in, joining the playful banter. "No problem," York responded unexpectedly enthusiastically. After the breakfast concluded, the dining hall resonated once more with the familiar pirate song. Barn listened to their singing and joined in for a few lines, while Fitz merrily danced atop Barn's head. Yet, Barn's thoughts drifted to the impending ailment that would one day bring ruin to this joyful pirate crew. How much longer would such days endure? Barn murmured. And with that thought, he lost interest, turning away from the mast and strolling towards the stern of the ship. Fitz also ceased his frolicking atop Barn's head, leaping onto Barn's shoulder, tilting his head to gaze at his master, puzzled by the sudden shift in mood. Nonetheless, he felt quite pleased at the prospect of fishing, for it meant he would once again savor his favorite bait. The sea breeze gently wafted through the air, and the weather was splendid, in the words of Mab, a sailor from the Lombard pirate crew. Such conditions were particularly favorable for setting sail. Barn remained seated at the stern of the boat, fishing with bait that Fitz particularly favored, yet he had not caught a single fish. Meanwhile, Mabo had just purchased the latest newspaper from the messenger bird for 15 berries, exclaiming for everyone to take a look. Blonde, who was busy exercising his muscles, was the first to approach, his naturally loud voice once again drawing the attention of the crowd. "Oh dear, Captain, you've raised the prices again. What does this say, Mabo?" Blonde, who was illiterate, could only comprehend the numbers on the bounty poster, pointing with his finger at York's name. Upon glancing at it, Mabo realized that the Navy had added a nickname before York's name. "Bounty for Yankee York, 58 million berries," Mabo read aloud. Barn had never been one to indulge in the commotion, for he was blind. The sounds were sufficient for him. I quite fancy that nickname. It exudes a certain grandeur." He chuckled. York emerged unexpectedly from the captain's quarters, his right hand thoughtfully stroking his chin as he offered his commentary with great seriousness. Mab and the others were taken aback. "Captain, could you refrain from appearing so suddenly?" York laughed heartily. "Oh, do not mind the minutiae. Look, there's Brooke too." Mab followed the direction of York's finger and indeed spotted Brooke's mischievous face. If he were present, he would undoubtedly unleash his signature quirky laugh. Yo ho 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 ho. Just as Brooke made his entrance, York was startled. "Hey, Brooke, must you appear so abruptly?" York exclaimed, placing a hand over his heart, clearly flustered. A bead of sweat trickled down Mab's forehead as he cast a sidelong glance at York, his eyes suggesting, "Who are you to say such things? Hum a tune, Brooke." 33 million berries. Yo ho ho ho. This time, even Barn approached, while Fitz stood proudly atop Barn's head, and Blong's booming voice resonated once more. "Mab, quickly check if I'm in there. I certainly kicked several behinds in my battle with Plank. Henceforth, I shall be known as the Rear Crusher Blanc." Ha. Blong's contemplative gesture paired with such an absurd proclamation was truly comical. Laughter erupted among the crew. Even Barn found amusement in Blong's self-bestowed title. While Fitz jubilantly soared into the air. "Let me see if there's a picture of our esteemed Rear Crusher Blanc." Mab chuckled, flipping to the next page of the newspaper. Their laughter filled the air, but in an instant, their smiles froze, for the newspaper revealed something even more astonishing than the Rear Crusher. Upon hearing their laughter abruptly cease, Barn inquired, "What is the matter?" "A demon, Barn, with a bounty of 17 million berries?" As Brooke finished his statement, the crowd erupted in laughter, with Blonde approaching Barn, patting him on the shoulder, and exclaiming, "Well done, brother. You've only been on the ship for a short time, yet you've gained notoriety before me." The Crusher of Foes. The laughter intensified, and Brooke, grinning with satisfaction, remarked, "You have already become a commendable pirate." York joyfully added, "Haha, Barn, you are truly remarkable. You have a bounty of 17 million berries on your very first attempt." Barn smiled wryly. This truly is a peculiar aspect of the world of pirates. Who would find joy in having their bounty raised? Who would even congratulate me for being placed on a wanted list? Yet, I must admit, there is a flicker of excitement within me. 17 million berries. This indeed signifies a recognition of my strength. After all, I, the illustrious Azura, cannot be deemed weak. From this moment forth, I have officially solidified my identity as a pirate, and the thought brings a thrill to my heart. A smile gradually spread across Barn's face as he began to jest with Brooke and the others. The wanted poster that lay on the ground depicted Barn in a striking pose. His silvery hair and coat were stained a deep crimson, his closed eyes and furrowed brow exuding an air of lethal determination. The second-generation sword, the Demon Slayer, was captured in a close-up, its red, eerie flame-like blade evoking a sense of dread. Overall, Barn's wanted poster was quite successful, though he remained oblivious to it, being blind. Fitz, on the other hand, was overjoyed, hopping about the wanted poster and pecking at it occasionally, having recognized the bird claw on Barn's head in the image as his own. A year had passed since Barn was placed on the wanted list following his battle with Plank, and during this time, his reputation had soared. After his victory over Plank, Barn discovered that his level had ascended from 25 to 26. Combat indeed grants experience. Additionally, with 3 members of the Rumbar pirates, including Barn, now on the Navy's wanted list, they naturally found themselves included in the Navy's list of targets. After numerous battles throughout the year, Barn's level reached 30, and he finally mastered the coveted Azura's signature skill. The Azura's wicked light slash, along with the ability to instill fear in his enemies through his murderous aura. This was distinct from the Conqueror's Haki of this world. It was a pure manifestation of killing intent that, when activated, created a formidable field around him, affecting all nearby foes. In a climactic battle, Barn unleashed a fully charged Azura's wicked light slash, cleaving through 2 Navy warships simultaneously. As a result, his bounty skyrocketed to 130 million berries, far surpassing Captain York's bounty of only 58 million. In an era preceding the Great Pirate Era, achieving a bounty exceeding 100 million is an extraordinary feat. Barn had even shattered the Navy's record for new pirates' bounties, a record that would likely remain unbroken for at least 50 years. However, who can say what the future holds? With the likes of Luffy around, it is conceivable that 50 years hence, any new pirate venturing out could easily command a bounty in the tens of millions, something that is simply unimaginable in the present. The bounty of 130 million berries is a tremendous acknowledgement of Barn's prowess by the Navy. Meanwhile, Blonde has consistently insisted that it was Barn who overshadowed him, resulting in his own lack of a bounty for the Butt Crusher incident. Barn, now a young man of about 15 or 16, has transformed significantly. The fur coat he once wore has been tailored by Mabu into a stylish jacket, adorned with a fine black satin ribbon tied across his forehead. With his snowy white hair and coat, complemented by his occasionally furrowed brow and handsome visage, he now possesses an invigorating presence. Fitz has also grown to the size of a pigeon, and Barn's head has become his exclusive perch, leaving no room for his shoulders. Today, as always, Barn sat at the stern of the ship, fishing, while Fitz brazenly indulged in the bait as per his usual antics. Barn has been aboard the vessel for over 2 years, spending each day engaged in fishing, yet he has not caught a single fish during this entire period. The crew, led by Mabu, mocks him, suggesting that since he is unable to catch any fish, he ought to cease his daily attempts. Barn was filled with indignation. Yet the reality remained that he truly could not catch any fish. Helpless, he justified his predicament by claiming that the essence of fishing lay in the enjoyment of the process rather than the outcome. Fitz perched atop Barn's head, symbolically flapping his wings in a mock display of anger, emitting a few irate chirps. However, he likely pondered that if Barn ceased his fishing endeavors, his daily supplemental meals would vanish as well. Amidst the laughter and banter surrounding Barn, Brooke's voice suddenly rang out, urging everyone to come and see. Look, look, there's a little creature following us. The group gathered at the stern of the boat, peering over the edge to discover a small whale. Barn, hurry. If you manage to catch it, I will never tease you again. Mabu taunted Barn once more. Get lost. Catch it. Catch it. If I manage to reel it in, it's yours to eat, you fool. Barn shouted back, baring his teeth in frustration. Yet, within his heart, he mused, a little whale, you say? Its arrival heralds our entry into the Grand Line, and soon enough, we shall be perilously close to the infamous Devil-esque Triangle. Though I am undoubtedly stronger than before, can I truly alter the relentless march of destiny? As Barnes contemplated this, the buoyancy of his morning mood evaporated in an instant, leaving him in a state of melancholy. He relinquished his grasp on Mabu's collar, disregarding the exuberance of the crowd, and strode purposefully into his cabin. Fitz, perplexed by his master's sudden shift in demeanor, cast a reluctant glance back at the little whale before leaping onto Barnes's head and following him. That evening, the crew hosted a welcome party for the little whale, now affectionately named Laba by Brooke. Barnes emerged from his cabin to partake in the festivities. His smile radiated joy, for he had come to terms with the situation. Since change was unattainable, he would traverse the final leg of the journey alongside York and the others. Laba, brimming with delight, swam excitedly throughout the night, joining Brooke and the crew in their rousing sea shanties. Fitz, too, found camaraderie with Labu, perhaps due to the innate understanding shared among creatures. Thus, for 6 months, Laba sang alongside Brooke and the crew, occasionally tilting his head in curiosity at these beings known as pirates, who engaged in a plethora of peculiar activities. Recently, York jubilantly announced to the crew that in 2 months they would be entering the Grand Line. Barnes fell into a contemplative silence while the others animatedly discussed the myriad wonders they had heard about the Grand Line. Yet, they were confronted with a significant dilemma. Labu. He was far too small, still in his juvenile phase, and the Grand Line posed an immense peril. For a fortnight, the pirates debated fervently over Labu's fate. Ultimately, it was decided that Labu would remain behind, a choice that tugged painfully at their hearts. Over the past 6 months, profound bonds had formed between Labu and the crew, making the prospect of separation unbearable for Barnes, York, Brooke, and Labu. The little whale persistently trailed behind the Rumbar pirate ship, akin to a stubborn child. York attempted to reason with him, but to no avail. Barnes urged it to listen, but to no avail. Even Brooke, its closest companion, attempted to persuade it. Yet it remained obstinate. Fitz, another creature, flew over and pecked at Laboon's wooden head, but still, Laboon refused to depart, following the pirate ship daily. In desperation, York ordered the entire crew to refrain from leaving their quarters, drinking, or singing until they entered the Grand Line. From that moment on, the ship was enveloped in a heart-rending silence. At last, the Rumbar pirates arrived at the foot of Reverse Mountain. Wow, how exhilarating! A ship can climb a mountain, exclaimed Brooke, hanging from the mast and shouting in his signature booming voice. Yo-ho-ho! Brooke, with one hand resting on his cane and the other holding his hat, glided awkwardly across the deck at a peculiar 45-degree angle. Why is it called Reverse Mountain? The Red Line and the Grand Line create 2 rings, intersecting at 2 points. The first of which is Reverse Mountain. This mountain, both incredible and fraught with danger, serves as the gateway to the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain features 5 rivers, 4 of which flow upward towards the peak. These 4 rivers connect the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. The final river gathers the waters from the 4 seas at the summit and flows into the Grand Line, hence the name Reverse Mountain, as the waters here flow upwards. The Rumbar pirates finally ascended Reverse Mountain, though not as fortunate as Luffy and his crew. Their ship had become dilapidated. Barnes, seizing the opportunity, mockingly taunted the navigator, Mabwa. At the foot of the mountain, in the Twin Gorges, Barnes encountered the legendary doctor who had extended Roger's life by 3 years, Kurokas, now just in his 30s. He appeared youthful. It was hard to imagine that 50 years later, Kurokas would still be robust at over 80 years of age. York proposed a brief stay to repair the ship, to which Kurokas readily agreed, casually inquiring, Is that your pet? Brooke followed Kuroka's gaze. Laboon. Brooke rushed over. Seeing Laboon's incredulous expression as Laboon affectionately bumped against Brooke's chest, Barn, leaning against the ship's railing with a sword in hand, smiled. For the guardian of the Rumbar pirates for 50 years, Laboon had ultimately arrived at the Twin Gorges. Barn gently nudged Fitz, who was gazing into the distance. If you wish to go, then go, he urged. Fitz cast a glance at Barn before soaring towards Laboon. The Rumbar pirates had spent a fortnight at Twin Cape, making necessary adjustments. Ultimately, Brooke managed to convince Laboon to await their return, promising to circle the Grand Line and come back to him on the day of their departure. Brooke led the entire Rumbar crew in about a Kuroka's. Laboon, we entrust you to him, Brooke stated solemnly. Kuroka's reached out, tenderly stroking the tearful Laboon's head. Nodding as he said, leave it to me. The ship set sail. The entire Rumbar crew turned their backs to Laboon, fists clenched tightly, heads bowed low, striving to suppress their tears. Laboon's cries echoed in the air, and Brooke could no longer contain himself. He abruptly turned around, tears gushing from his eyes as he shouted, Laboon, wait for us. At that moment, the others also turned back, cupping their hands around their mouths and calling out, Laboon, wait for us. Barn turned his head. Though unable to see, he was deeply moved by the atmosphere, smiling while tears streamed down his face. Fitz stood atop Barn's head, using his wings to wipe his eyes. Lab heard this and remembered, letting out a long, piercing howl that resonated through the heavens, as if to declare, I shall wait forever. This was a vow between men. The lumber pirate crew had been traversing the Grand Line for 2 years. During this time, Barn experienced remarkable growth at merely 12 years of age. He had already attained the stature of an adult, standing nearly as tall as York. It was as if a 20-year-old's physique had manifested in the form of this 12-year-old boy. Barn believes that the outcome is a result of the fruit of life, a power he himself scarcely comprehends. Today, however, Barn is behaving unusually. He has risen extraordinarily late. As he opens his eyes, the darkness still envelopes him. Yet it is already midday by the clock. Typically, he would have been seated at the stern of the boat, commencing his fishing endeavors by now. Barn straightened his posture as Fitz swooped in. It was peculiar. This time, Fitz alighted upon Barn's shoulder. Remarkably, it had been 3 whole years since Fitz had last perched there, ever since Barn had become its exclusive seat. Barn was filled with curiosity and wished to reach out and touch the peculiar Fitz, only to be pecked at in return. He sensed Fitz's gaze upon him. After a moment, Fitz scrutinized Barn's face and pecked at it a few more times before taking flight and perching atop Barn's head, standing tall and proud. Barn was utterly perplexed by Fitz's rare display of affection. He did not dwell on it too much and simply regarded it as Fitz's way of being endearing. Barnley stepped out of the cabin, dressed in his neat nautical attire. Brooke, Whitehaven Tea, I heard your peculiar laughter today. It seems even you can indulge in a bit of slothful repose. Ha ha. Barn did not hear the imagined laughter of pirates, nor the curses of Brooke. Brooke, Yerk, Blonde, Mabu, silence. The eerie stillness enveloped Barn, instilling within him a sense of foreboding that grew ever stronger. Could it be that? Barn rushed swiftly to Captain Yerk's cabin, knocking forcefully on the door. Yerk, wake up. After a considerable wait, Yerk emerged from the cabin, rubbing his eyes and asking, What is it, Barn? Although Barn was unable to see, he could discern that Yerk appeared exceedingly weak, and he sensed an air of illness surrounding him. Could it be? Surely not. How could this have come upon him so suddenly? Barn rushed to the cabin of the ship's doctor, Mondo, without uttering a word to Yerk, shouting urgently, Mondo, wake up. Something has happened. Please, let it not be that. His heart raced with anxiety. 3 days later, in the cabin, Yerk and the others convened a meeting. Outside, a fierce storm raged, causing the ship to sway continuously, while the light fixtures on the ceiling swung erratically. Yet, within the confines of the meeting room, an oppressive silence hung in the air. Each individual remained mute. Yerk sat on a wooden barrel, his head bowed deeply, while Barn reclined in his chair, his pale eyes wide with a glimmer of despair. Mondo, his eyes bloodshot and weary from sleepless nights, bore a harrowed appearance. Brooke supported his face with his hand, constantly rubbing it, while Blonde, devoid of his usual vigor, slumped with his head drooping, leaning against Marbu who sat beside him on the ship's deck. Let us rewind to 3 days prior when Barn had roused Mondo, gripping his shoulders as he recounted the alarming situation. Together, they discovered that every individual on the ship, including Barn, exhibited various symptoms of illness. Mondo locked himself in the medical room, dedicating 3 relentless days to research. Finally, he emerged, his eyes bloodshot, only to deliver the devastating news to the hopeful crowd. It is beyond treatment. Barn lay sprawled on the ground, afflicted by a scurvy that could not be remedied by merely consuming a few oranges. He had once believed that by steering clear of the Devil's Triangle, he could evade disaster. As he pondered, he wondered if persuading Coloccus to board the ship back in the Twin Gorges might have altered his fate. Yet it was too late for such musings now. Lost in thought, an ironic smile crept across Barnes' face, a blend of resignation and bitterness. Here I am, fretting over how to help York and the others escape their grim destiny, only to find myself among the victims as well. How foolish I am. I am the most wretched of them all. After laboriously traversing through time, only to achieve nothing and face my demise here. How absurd. Barnes' laughter gradually transformed into tears as he tore away the black satin ribbon that obscured his vision, allowing his tears to cascade down his cheeks. Fitz, unsure of the cause, felt a shared sorrow upon witnessing his master's distress. Perched upon Barnes' shoulder, Fitz extended one wing to embrace Barnes' head, chirping softly, perhaps in a bid to console him. Mondo conveyed the situation to Captain York. The illness had now spread throughout the ship. The only viable solution was to change vessels. Mondo suggested this course of action, as the source of the contagion may lurk in some hidden corner of the ship, and if not addressed promptly, the situation would only deteriorate further. York remained silent, merely nodding gently. Mondo understood that this decision weighed heavily on York's heart, prompting him to exit the captain's quarters. That evening, York summoned the entire crew for a meeting. The atmosphere was one of despondency. As the crew learned that the ailment was incurable, knowledge that plunged their spirits into despair. Nothing was more agonizing than this revelation. They would rather face death at the hands of their enemies. Pirates, who had spent their lives seeking freedom, found themselves ensnared in the cage of fate. Shackled and powerless to resist, left with nothing but the silent wait for death. York's deep, raspy voice shattered the silence. Friends, you are all aware of our predicament. Mondo has indicated that the source of the illness may still be aboard the ship. To prevent further deterioration of our condition, he paused, drawing in a deep breath. I have made my decision. We shall change vessels. With that, York rose unsteadily and pushed open the door to the meeting room, departing without uttering another word. Not even a self-pitying remark. Later that night, York summoned Barnes and Brooke to his cabin. At this moment, he lay weakly on his bed. The illness, or perhaps some other reason, having transformed the once vibrant Captain York into the frail figure before them. Upon their arrival at his bedside, York grasped their hands tightly, his grip growing stronger, until the veins in his large hands stood out prominently. Barnes and Brooke said nothing, enduring in silence. York's grip gradually loosened. And this time it was Barnes and Brooke who held his hand, while York grasped theirs in return. York wept, his tears flowing like those of a small child. Barnes, Brooke, I cannot accept this. I cannot bear it. Barnes and Brooke merely listened as York's anguished cries echoed, each lamentation striking their hearts like a colossal hammer. Perhaps wearied from weeping, York eventually succumbed to slumber. Barnes and Brooke quietly exited the room. The following day, York was found lifeless, a dagger embedded in his chest. He had taken his own life, departing without a hint of forewarning. Beside his bedside lay a note, inscribed with his final words. Barnes, Brooke, Mondo, I am leaving you. I cannot bear to part with this ship, nor the vast ocean. Since our journey began, we have faced countless adversities together. Yet today, I am utterly exhausted and long for respite. Please change ships and leave me here, though it pains me greatly. Allow me to seek true freedom. I hope you can survive. Upon hearing Brooke read this poignant message, the entire crew was engulfed in tears. York was a man of remarkable charisma, inspiring all aboard. His departure was a bitter pill to swallow. Captain, cried Brooke, York has gone, taking with him the ship that unfurled its sails, along with his dreams. In pursuit of freedom, Brooke and the others found themselves adrift, aimlessly navigating the seas. Today, Blund passed away, his final moments spent mocking Barnes for his meager appetite. Believing that if he were to die, he ought to do so as a joyous specter, clutching a chicken leg. Mabu also met his demise, collapsing over the helm in the control room. With his absence, no one remained who could navigate the vessel, which now drifted aimlessly with the currents. The ship eventually floated into a treacherous sea shrouded in toxic mists, hastening the spread of illness. By the end of the day, 3 lives had been lost. Barnes no longer fished, he merely lay on the deck, basking beneath the pallid sun, unable to endure the helplessness of waiting for death without resistance. Brooke stood at the bow, violin in hand, rallying the despondent crew. Friends, lift your spirits. We shall soon see Captain York again. Let us not allow him to mock our despair. We are the Lumba Pirates. Let us play this final song of freedom. With that, he positioned the violin to his neck and drew the bow across the strings. Brooke's words resonated deeply. Those who had been languishing in resignation rose to their feet. Musicians retrieved their instruments, while others sang heartily. Barn produced the harmonica he had crafted and began to play a familiar tune. Fitz joined in, chirping along with the rest, reveling in their last moments of joy. In this toxic, death-laden sea, the song of the pirates' freedom resounded. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, Binks Brew is here. Facing the storms and raging waves, beneath the clear skies, my beloved flag flies. Though fragile in form, my body brims with dreams. A true man shall roam the ends of the earth. Binks Brew is here, with friends by my side. On the surface of the sea, we chase our hopes. The waves lull me to sleep. The ship is home, a refuge. The fluttering skull flag grants me strength to usher in a new era for our dreams. The sound of drums echoes across land and sea. No matter how fierce the tempest, we shall march forward unafraid. A man must live splendidly, and so it shall be. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, Binks Brew is here, in the stillness of midnight, drunkenly reminiscing about days gone by. Always by my side, like the radiant moonlight, illuminating the sea. Yet another beautiful evening. Binks Brew is here. The music plays once more. Casting aside all burdens, let us sing the song of the sea together. What of the long journey? What of the trials and tribulations? We have our drink. We have our friends. Let us revel until dawn. As the song echoed, one by one, the crew succumbed. A quartet, a trio, a duet. In the author's final countdown, only Brooke and Barn remained. Yet soon, Brooke drew a final long note from his violin, and the sound faded into silence. Barn concluded this song of freedom with his harmonica, collapsing onto the vessel. Thus, tranquility returned to this expanse of sea. Fitz pecked at Barn's head in an attempt to rouse him, yet his efforts proved futile. Barn remained unresponsive, his visage adorned with a gentle smile, as if he were merely asleep. Fitz nestled beside Barn's head, resting his own against Barn's face, and succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, a soft green luminescence illuminated the ship. It was not yet over. Here, in the once silent Bermuda Triangle, a voice emerged. It sourced the Lumbar pirate ship that had drifted through the triangle all night. Is one still blind even in death? Alas, where am I? Heaven or hell? A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Could it indeed be hell? Is it due to the many lives I have taken? Hey, Barnes sat up on the ship, absorbing the essence of this unfamiliar world. He wondered if Brooke and the others had also arrived here. With that thought, he called out loudly, Brooke, Mabu, Mundo, are you there? It's Barn. Fitz, who had been peacefully slumbering beside Barn, was roused by the commotion. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Barn walking and shouting, he tilted his head in curiosity and chirped, soaring to perch atop Barn's head, feeling the familiar pressure and chirping from above. A fleeting glimmer of hope illuminated Barn's unfocused gaze, but it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Fitz, so, you have perished as well? He murmured, reaching out to touch Fitz, only to be pecked away. Chirp. Why are you angry? Chirp, chirp. What? You say I'm not dead? Then where is this place? Chirp. On the ship. Upon hearing Fitz's words, Barn immediately dashed away, feeling his surroundings. This is the mast. This is the fishing platform at the stern. And here is the captain's cabin. I'm not dead. I can be a pirate once more. Barn and Fitz were frantically dashing back and forth on the ship. Suddenly, a loud splash. Something had tripped them. Barn reached down, only to encounter a lifeless, icy form. As his hand traversed the surface, he gradually discovered the face of the deceased. Is this Holo? His body recoiled in shock, only to come into contact with yet another corpse. Heidi. So, it appears I am the sole survivor. Has everyone else perished? Barn, lost in thought, felt the fierce beating of his heart and the powerful vitality coursing through his body. He clenched his fist. Could it be the fruit of life? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he leapt to his feet. Of course, didn't T. Brooke also consume the Hades fruit? He is still alive. Barn discovered the seemingly lifeless Brooke within the corpse. 50 years hence, we shall meet again. Barn gently supported Brooke's head and spoke softly. Subsequently, Barn transported each lifeless body to the dining hall, arranging them in their respective seats as they had occupied in life. Brooke took his place at the first officer's position, his head bowed in a state of despondency, mirroring the others, for they were but mere corpses, each one helplessly lowering their head. Barnes sat in the place once occupied by Captain York and addressed everyone, my friends, from this day forth. I shall venture out to sea alone and can no longer accompany you. Please ensure that you find joy over there. As Barnes spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. He felt as if, in that fleeting moment, everyone around him had come to life. Each person seemed to place a reassuring hand upon his shoulder, offering encouragement. Yet, when Barn lifted his gaze, all had vanished, leaving only the lifeless bodies of the crowd in their seats. Barn lowered the lifeboat from the ship. Laden with provisions and fresh water, casting a final glance at the shadowy figure of the Lumba pirate ship, and with a smile declared to all, "I am departing." Barn, stifling the tears that threatened to spill once more, turned and called out, "Fitz, let us depart." Fitz chirped in response, emitting two cheerful sounds. Barn then took out the harmonica from his pocket, gently tracing the engraved words Barnbahat on its surface. A faint smile graced his lips as he tightened the ribbon on his head, obscuring his pale eyes. He brought the harmonica to his mouth and once again breathed life into the familiar melody that lingered in his memories. Ho ho ho. Barn had been adrift at sea for 4 days, deprived of sight, and thus reliant solely on Fitz's guidance as they aimlessly paddled across the waters. At last, on the 5th day, when their provisions were nearly exhausted, they made landfall. The island was vast, adorned with dense forests and lush vegetation. Under Fitz's leadership, Barn devoted half a month to discerning the island's general topography. It appeared to be a quintessential tropical rainforest, teeming with an array of astonishing and exotic creatures, alongside countless fruits whose names eluded him. At the heart of the island stood a grand mountain, its summit crowned by a tranquil lake, perpetually resonating with the calls of birds that Barn had never encountered before. Perhaps the island's original ecosystem had thrived in harmony, but everything changed upon Barn's arrival. Shortly after he came, a wooden cabin manifested not far from the coastline. The marine life, along with the island's inhabitants, initially exhibited a profound curiosity towards this sudden structure. However, after witnessing the sacrifice of numerous companions, no sea creatures dared to venture near the cabin thereafter. After vanquishing the island's mightiest beasts, the lion, the gorilla, and the crocodile, Barn ascended to the throne of this land. Each day, various creatures would bring sustenance for him and Fitz. Seizing this opportunity, Fitz became increasingly brazen, commanding minions that dwarfed him by dozens, even hundreds, or thousands of times without a hint of hesitation. Fishing, a habit cultivated during Barn's years with the Lombard pirates, remained his daily routine. He devoted his time to exercising and casting his line by the shore. Yet, as per usual, he caught nothing. The difference this time was that Fitz no longer accompanied Barn, having lost interest in the bait, which was no longer his favored fish morsels but rather fruit, an offering even Fitz found unappealing. How could any fish be tempted to bite? What Barn did not realize was that this island was in constant motion, albeit at a leisurely pace. It was indeed shifting. For this was not an island in the truest sense, but rather a colossal tortoise. Barn remained oblivious to the daily transformations of the scenery before him, while Fitz, his avian sovereign, appeared blissfully unconcerned by these changes. Unbeknownst to him, Barn had been marooned on this island for 5 long years, adhering to the island's navigational routes. He had contemplated fashioning a raft from the trees to escape, yet as a blind man, embarking on a perilous voyage with the unreliable bird King Fitz was tantamount to courting death. With no alternatives, he endured, patiently awaiting the arrival of a passerby. Fortunately, he had consumed the fruit of life, which granted him the fortitude to wait indefinitely. Throughout these 5 years, Barn had lost count of the sea kings and creatures he had hunted. Coupled with his previous combat experience in the Lombard pirate crew, he had ascended to level 40. Mastering yet another signature skill of Ashura, the malevolent light wave formation. This formidable ability ensnared foes within a binding barrier of malevolent light. Notably, while learning this skill, Barn discovered a passive skill in his repertoire that did not belong to Ashura. Life return, this must be the power of the fruit of life, he mused. Noticing the number 23 beneath the skill icon, it appeared that he had indeed perished at one point, only to be resurrected by the fruit's extraordinary ability. However, this power seemed to be limited to 3 uses, with only 2 remaining. Yet, given the extraordinary nature of this life-preserving skill, possessing 2 uses was more than sufficient. Barn firmly believes that, with his current prowess, he harbors a glimmer of hope for victory even against the future 7 warlords. Should he reach the 50th level of awakening, he would regard the likes of the 4 emperors with disdain. Upon reaching the 85th level of second awakening, he muses that there would be no one in this world capable of standing in his way. It has been quite some time since he felt the caress of the wind. However, the presence of sea kings has been steadily increasing. After vanquishing a sea king with his cursed blade, Bane wiped the residual blood from the 2nd-generation Guetai and remarked, "Fitz, you have become quite hefty. Have you been indulging yourself too much lately?" For a month now, the island turtle had been carrying Bane through the windless zone. Over the past 5 years, Fitz had reigned as the avian king, feasting daily and growing to the size of an eagle, no longer resembling the nearly weightless dove he once was. Barn is grilling by the seaside, using as his ingredients a rather unfortunate sea creature that offended him earlier this morning. As Barn deftly rotated the skewered meat over the fire, he found himself lamenting the increasingly burdensome presence of Fitz, who stubbornly perched atop his head. Accompanying them were 3 young beasts, salivating at the sight of the delectable meat in Barn's hands. These were the offspring of the once mighty trio defeated by Barn on the island: a young lion, a young crocodile, and a young gorilla. Although labeled as young, their size far surpassed Barn's by several folds. Presently, these 3 young creatures served as Fitz's most devoted minions, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they gazed at Fitz, who was animatedly chirping down at them from his lofty perch on Barn's head. Fitz occasionally gestured with his wings towards Barn, exclaiming that this human was also his underling, the very one who had bested their fathers. Naturally, Fitz boasted that he was even stronger, declaring that if they could grow to Barn's stature, it would suffice. The 3 young beasts, their eyes alight with admiration, nodded in agreement, while Fitz proudly flexed the muscles on his wings. Had Usopp been able to comprehend the language of birds, he would surely have found a kindred spirit in Fitz. Meanwhile, Barn, who understood Fitz's words, could only manage a wry smile, as this was not the first time Fitz had leveraged him for attention. Not far off, on a secluded island, an observer with a telescope was fixated on Barn and his companions. This island was encircled by mountains, save for a bay on its southern edge, and at its center stood a mountain adorned with 9 colossal snake heads. Had Barn caught sight of the grand inscription carved beneath the snake heads on the castle, he would have been utterly astonished. 9 Snake Island, the eventual destination of the island turtle and the future renowned land of daughters. However, Barn was blissfully unaware. As he continued to roast his meat, while Fitz enthusiastically recounted his heroic exploits to the 3 young beasts, oblivious to the watchful eyes upon them, the warrior with the telescope turned to the castle and reported to the queen, "Your Majesty, the island turtle is returning to lay its eggs." At that moment, a figure emerged from the castle, resplendent in lavish attire, with cascades of pink hair cascading down her back, adorned with a delicate pink flower. She was scantily clad in mere scraps of animal hide that could not conceal her captivating form, exuding a mature allure that was utterly entrancing. Accompanying her was a large blue python, coiling its body into the shape of a chair for the queen to sit upon. She took the telescope from the warrior's hands, peering towards the island turtle, murmuring, 15 years have passed. The last time the island turtle departed, I was still a child. It became clear that the island turtle returned to 9 Snake Island every 15 years to lay its eggs, nurturing its young for another 15 years before departing once more, only to return alone to lay eggs again. As the queen spoke, her expression shifted to one of astonishment and curiosity upon seeing Barn through the telescope. "Oh, there is someone on the island turtle, and he's roasting meat, but his chest appears quite flat. Has he not received proper nourishment?" The warrior, hearing the queen's observations, took the telescope and gazed towards the island turtle, confirming, "Indeed, it seems he is suffering from severe malnutrition. Could he have been adrift on the island turtle for 15 years? How pitiful." The queen, with a playful touch of her porcelain-like finger to her lips, remarked to the warrior, "If he truly is drifted for 15 years, that would be most unfortunate. Aishi, once the island turtle begins laying eggs tomorrow, I entrust you with bringing him back." The warrior, named Aishi, immediately knelt, responding, "Your command shall be fulfilled." It was revealed that Barn's jacket, crafted from the hide of Kino, had become unwearable due to wear and tear from 5 years of battle. Hence his bare torso was now visible to Aishi and her companions, revealing what was naturally a flat chest. At that moment, Fitz, having procured several fruits from an unknown source, presented them to Barn. Barn grasped the fruit that Fitz had procured and brought it to his nose, inhaling its delightful aroma. "Ah, how fragrant!" he exclaimed, taking a bite before offering it to Fitz, who also took a peck. The 3 little creatures, witnessing this, yearned for a taste but were promptly rebuffed by Fitz's sharp chirps. Barn could only chuckle awkwardly in response. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Resting his head on his hand, what was this sudden wave of drowsiness? Meanwhile, the culprit, Fitz, had already tumbled down from Barn's head and was now sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Barn soon found himself unable to endure any longer, collapsing onto the sandy shore in slumber. Only the 3 little creatures remained. Upon witnessing Barn and Fitz succumb to sleep, they exchanged glances, surveying one another before turning their attention to the sizzling, fragrant meat roasting nearby. In unison, they swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio feasted upon the delectable morsel before darting into the forest, leaving behind the peacefully slumbering Barn and Fitz on the beach. The following day, Aishi arrived on the island with several warriors from the Island of 9 Serpents, landing upon the back of a colossal turtle. They discovered the two still deep in slumber, alongside a scattering of fruits upon the ground. Aishi bent down to pick up one of the fruits, cradling it in her palm, and remarked, "A drowsy fruit. Used as a sedative." Observing the bite marks on the fruit, she added, "I can't believe he consumed so many. What a reckless fellow." Turning to her fellow warriors from the island of 9 serpents, she instructed, "Take him back and provide him with a change of clothes. It is hardly proper for a young lady to remain so exposed. Let us place this bird in a cage for now." Aishi gestured towards the slumbering Barn and Fitz. The warriors nodded in agreement, proceeding to escort Barn and Fitz back to the island of 9 serpents, to the castle. Barn was taken away by several warriors to change clothes, while Aishi reported the details of the rescue operation to Her Majesty the Empress, accompanied by Fitz. After Aishi finished her report, a look of relief appeared on the Empress's delicate features, which then transformed into sympathy. "What a wretched child," she thought, glancing towards the inner chamber. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from within, the voice belonging to the female warrior assisting Barn. "Ah, a monster!" Aishi and the Empress rushed into the inner chamber, where they discovered the screaming warrior and Barn. Soon, 2 more screams echoed throughout the castle. It turned out that while the female warrior was changing Barn's clothes, she inadvertently removed his trousers and caught sight of little Barn. The two continued to scream for a considerable time before finally regaining their composure. The Empress, displaying remarkable boldness, approached to closely examine and manipulate the peculiar object situated between Barn's legs. She then produced a book from seemingly nowhere, leafed through it, and pointed to a page, exclaiming to Aishi, "I understand. This is a creature known as a man. He is not one of our residents from 9 Snake Island." "Aishi, you have rescued the wrong person. Ah, my head hurts. How long have I been asleep? Where am I?" When Barn awoke, he found himself confined within a cage, though he could not see it. Struggling to rise, a piece of cloth slipped from his body. Oddly enough, he sensed a chilling sensation enveloping him. Barn unconsciously grasped below, and to his surprise, he directly encountered his little Barn. Indeed, it was direct. It turned out that the female warrior, upon catching sight of little Barn, was so startled that no one dared to assist him in changing his attire, leaving him in a state of complete nudity, his little Barn swaying in the breeze. At that moment, the air was filled with the sound of rapid writing. Had Barn been able to see, he would have beheld a group of women, their eyes gleaming with excitement, intently observing his little Barn, fervently jotting down their impressions. So this is what a man's lower self looks like. Make sure to take note. Take note. His chest is so flat. Barn remained bewildered, yet upon hearing the voices of women around him and recalling his current predicament, he swiftly grasped the piece of cloth that had fallen to the ground, concealing himself. What on earth is happening? Where am I? Such were the lamentations of Barn. Meanwhile, the surrounding women exclaimed, "Look at his eyes. It appears that men cannot see. Quick, take note. Document this." In the palace, Aishi was engaged in a discussion with the Empress regarding Barn. "Your Majesty, the absolute decree of the prohibition of men has existed on 9 Serpent Island for centuries. Should a man set foot here, his fate is annihilation. Since this man has dared to trespass upon our island, he must be executed." Aishi's expression was stern as he pointed towards Barn, who was encircled by women beneath the castle. "But he was brought here by you," the Empress retorted, twirling her pink hair and pouting at Aishi. "This is a failure on my part, yet the rules of 9 Serpent Island cannot be disregarded. Men are an unknown entity. We cannot ascertain whether he poses any latent danger. Therefore, Your Majesty, I beseech you to issue the order. Let him be executed." Aishi remained resolute in his demand for Barn's death. If Barn were to hear this, he would undoubtedly point at Aishi, questioning what grievance he had committed to warrant such a fate. The Empress, youthful and benevolent, lacked the ruthlessness of a seasoned ruler. Yet Aishi's unwavering stance rendered her quite uncomfortable. "Very well, let us bring him forth and hear his side," the Empress finally declared. Upon hearing her words, Aishi had no choice but to relent, kneeling before her and affirming, "Your servant obeys." At that moment, Barn found himself besieged by a throng of women, desperately clutching the only piece of cloth he had to shield his modesty. What in the world is transpiring? Where's this place? What has happened to these women? This world has gone utterly mad. As Barn contemplated, a cold, indifferent voice broke through his thoughts. "Take him to the palace. Her Majesty the Empress wishes to see him." It was Aishi who pointed at Barn and, glancing at the struggling figure confined within the cage, continued, "Find him some clothing. It is utterly inappropriate for Her Majesty to meet him in such a state." However, the warrior accompanying Aishi hesitated. "But, on 9 Snake Island, we possess only garments for women. Aishi replied, maintaining her frigid demeanor, then give him back his original attire. Yes, Barn was oblivious to where he was being taken. All he desired was to vanish from the gaze of those predatory women. It was a terrifying experience, leaving him with lingering trepidation. Barn, adorned once more in his original attire, arrived at the palace of Nine Snake Island. The Empress lay languidly upon her throne, her right index finger tracing circles through her pink tresses. Beneath the throne coiled a massive blue python, its sinuous body resting upon the ground, while nearby, on a stone pedestal, a bird confined within a cage emitted a stream of notes. The creature appeared utterly terrified, huddling in a corner of the cage. At that moment, an individual entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, the bird chirped loudly, its calls infused with a hint of joy. The bird was Fitz, and the one who had entered was Barn. Upon hearing the call, Barn exclaimed joyfully, "Fitz, you are here as well." Fitz chirped in response. However, standing nearby, Aishi interjected with a frosty tone, "Silence. There is to be no clamor within the palace." Barn reluctantly closed his mouth. Yet internally he mused about the loudness of another's voice. At that moment, a melodious sound graced the air, akin to the enchanting melodies of Celia, momentarily captivating Barn's attention. He heard her say, "Man, as you have entered the territory of our Nine Serpent Island, it is against our laws for anyone to land here, especially men. According to our national guardian warrior captain, Aishi, we are obligated to execute you." The queen, seemingly indifferent, played with her hair. Yet her nonchalant demeanor bore the weight of a decree that could determine Barn's fate. At this moment, Barn's mind was overwhelmed with a myriad of thoughts. What? This is Nine Serpents Island. How did I end up here after consuming a fruit? As Barn pondered, he recalled the rules of Nine Serpents Island. Aware that the Empress's words earlier were no mere jest, he understood he must resolve this predicament. Otherwise, he would face execution. "The one speaking to you is our Empress of Nine Serpents Island, Her Majesty Gloriosa," Ace reminded Barn with a cold, unyielding tone. Gloriosa nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty Gloriosa, it was never my intention to trespass upon your sacred land. Had I known this was Nine Serpents Island, I wouldn't have dared to step foot here." Even with the boldest of encouragement, Barn spoke with a tone of utmost respect, yearning to extricate himself from this tumultuous place. "Indeed, you are correct. It was Aishi who guided you to the island," remarked the regal Gloria, tapping her lips gently with her right index finger. "Yes, Your Majesty Gloria. If you would grant freedom to Fitz and me, we shall depart at once," Barn implored. "Absolutely not. The Island of Nine Snakes is not a realm one may enter or exit at will. Your Majesty, the rules cannot be disregarded. I beseech you to decree his execution." Aishi interjected sharply, pointing at Barn with a frosty demeanor. At this moment, Barn found himself at a loss for words. "Who on earth are you? I do not recognize you. Why are you so intent on ending my life?" Gloria Osa, with her index finger poised against her lips, remarked, "Aishi makes a valid point. Yet this man also has his reasons." "Oh dear, Aishi, what is your perspective on this matter?" Aishi, wishing to alleviate Gloria Osa's predicament, spoke up, "Your Majesty, I request that he be subjected to the woo-woo extreme punishment." Upon hearing Aishi's words, the Empress struck her left fist against her right palm and exclaimed, "Indeed, that man. If you can defeat my guardian warrior Captain Aishi, I shall allow you and your bird to depart." Barn, well aware of the implications of the woo-woo extreme punishment, could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that this confrontation was indeed unavoidable. "Your Majesty Gloria Osa, I kindly ask that you return my bird and my blade." "Very well." Barn requested weapons and Fitz from Garolios, who readily agreed. At that moment, Ash approached Barn and ominously declared, "You are doomed." With the second-generation Onakiri in hand, Barn could only shake his head in resignation. The arena of martial arts. Barn and Aishi stand upon the platform in the center of the arena, surrounded by a throng of spectators from the Nine Serpents Island. "Oh, look, that creature known as a man dares to challenge Lady Aishi. Humph. He truly overestimates his own abilities. Lady Aishi is invincible. Indeed, Lady Aishi is truly remarkable." Barn patted Fitz, who was perched atop his head, and urged, "Go ahead." Fitz soared into the sky, gracefully spiraling above the training grounds, while Barn gripped the hilt of the second-generation Kyotaka, striking a stance to draw his blade towards Aishi, declaring, "Ladies first, you may make your move." Aishi, with a cold huff, retorted, "If you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige." In an instant, the serpent that had previously coiled softly around Aishi's neck transformed into a bow, firmly grasped in her hand. She then drew 3 arrows from the quiver at her back and launched them toward Barn. The arrows adjusted their trajectories mid-flight, skillfully sealing off any potential escape routes for Barn. Fitz chirped twice from the sky, and Barn sensed the impending danger. Open your mind's eye. As Barn's thoughts stirred, he activated the passive skill of Azura, the mind's eye, conjuring 3 arrows from different angles within his mind. In an instant, Barn deftly unsheathed the second-generation Guetai, thrusting with his right hand before seamlessly transitioning to a downward strike with his left. The 3 arrows were swiftly severed, a testament to the swordman's skill, Moonlight Slash, which Barn, having completed his class advancement, could wield with proficiency. Yet, this was not the end. Barn declared, unleashing a slicing attack with his left hand. The Dark Light Slash. Ace he, witnessing her 3 arrows obliterated, momentarily displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, which quickly reverted to her usual aloof demeanor. As the White Slash approached her, she swiftly drew another arrow from her quiver and aimed it at the incoming strike. Futile. Just as Barn was about to speak, an unforeseen event transpired. Aishi's arrow successfully pierced through the malevolent light, soaring directly towards Barn. What? Barn was evidently astonished. His own evil light slash, which could scarcely be pierced even by a flintlock, had now been penetrated by an arrow. However, he quickly discerned the reason. Haki. Being aware of the storyline, he knew that every warrior on Nine Snake Island was adept in the use of Haki. York had once mentioned that there was a hint of a devil fruit's essence in his left arm. Could it be that this so-called ability, renowned for its capacity to rival the powers of the devil fruits, could also counteract the curse of his Kazan? It seemed that this battle would not unfold as straightforwardly as he had imagined. In the midst of the confrontation, Barn did not hesitate. With a swift 3-part strike, he evaded the incoming arrows and rapidly closed the distance to Ash, delivering a decisive blow. It is a well-known fact that a melee fighter excels in close combat while being vulnerable at a distance. Barn was acutely aware of this. Upon realizing that Ash had the ability to harness her aura, he resolved to deny her even a single opportunity to shoot. However, Barn had underestimated the situation. The serpent that had transformed into a bow in Ash's hands morphed once more, becoming a staff, infused with her aura. Ash skillfully intercepted Barn's strike and retaliated with a powerful counterattack. From above, Fitz chirped a warning to Barn. An image of a stick materialized in Barn's mind, swinging menacingly towards his head. The intent to kill surged forth. At this critical moment, he unleashed a wave of murderous intent, causing a palpable aura of menace to envelop him, thereby decelerating the speed of Aishi's retaliatory strike. What is this? Aishi, feeling the impact, was taken aback with astonishment. The palpable aura of menace emanating from Barn significantly dulled Aishi's reflexes. A strike that should have been certain now whiffed into emptiness. Barn evaded Aishi's staff with a deft backward leap, simultaneously creating distance between them. You are quite formidable, Barn earnestly remarked to Aishi. You are not so bad yourself. Aishi replied, maintaining her icy demeanor. Haha, let us continue. After 5 years, Barn's once combative spirit had settled, only to be reignited in that moment. It was clear that a resolution to this confrontation was inevitable. Barn brandished his blade, and Ash, unwilling to concede defeat, confronted him with her serpent staff. Imbued with formidable energy, the two engaged in an arduous battle for an extended period. However, Ash, lacking Barn's years of combat experience, ultimately found herself with a knife pressed against her throat. At that moment, Fitz soared back, perching triumphantly atop Barn's head, exuding an air of superiority. Despite her reluctance to accept defeat, Ash was not one to shy away from acknowledging her loss. She calmly uttered, I have been defeated. You may depart. But before you go, please reveal your name. Barn gently patted the Fitz atop his head, smiling as he declared, I am Barn Bastet, a pirate. Just then, an unexpected disturbance arose, and the crowd of spectators erupted into chaos. Oh no, the Serpent God has been angered. How could this be? There are still 3 days until the Serpent God Festival. Why would the Serpent God suddenly rage? Run for your lives. The Serpent God is devouring people. Barn furrowed his brow at the commotion surrounding him, pondering the cause of the disturbance. Just then, a wall of the training ground collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a colossal serpent had emerged. The Serpent God. Ace was also taken aback, trembling as she staggered several steps backward. Barn's nose twitched. What is this? The scent of blood. Since Barn transformed into a blind man, his other senses have become remarkably acute. For instance, his sense of smell. He detected the pungent, overwhelming scent of blood emanating from the so-called Serpent God. He turned to the astonished Aishi and inquired, what is the origin of this Serpent God? Upon hearing Barn's question, Aishi regained her composure and replied, the Serpent God is the deity that protects our Nine Serpent Island. It is due to its presence that no one has approached Nine Serpent Island for a century. In 3 days, we will hold the Serpent God Festival. At this time each year, we select the most beautiful women and the freshest offerings to pay our respects to it. Every year, it arrives punctually, yet today it is wounded. Upon hearing Aishi's response, Born coldly remarked, where in this world could there possibly be a deity? Such cliché narratives of tribes sacrificing pure maidens to appease gods are astonishingly present even on Snake Island. Naturally, Barn regarded this so-called tradition with disdain. As a progressive youth of a more advanced society, he found such superstitions utterly beneath him. Suddenly, the serpent deity, emerging from the crumbled wall, let out a thunderous roar. Its sharp fangs glistened, and its forked purple tongue unleashed a viscous substance, indistinguishable whether it was saliva or venom, accompanied by the reverberating sound of its roar. Many spectators, caught in a moment of panic, surprisingly ceased their flight and fell to their knees, fervently praying. Even Aishi, the captain of the nation's mightiest warriors, succumbed to the impulse, repeatedly uttering phrases imploring the serpent deity to temper its wrath. Barn furrowed his brow upon hearing the voice of Aishi. Ah, mercy, O Lord of the Serpent! Spare me. A sudden aberration occurred. The serpent god had audaciously seized a girl who was praying and unceremoniously swallowed her whole. Oriana. Aishi was utterly horrified. She had never anticipated that the deity they revered could so mercilessly slay its own followers. The other citizens, witnessing the tragic demise of the girl named Oriana within the serpent's maw, seemed to awaken from their stupor. One by one, they ceased their futile prayers and fled towards the outskirts of the arena, plunging the scene into chaos. Yet Aishi remained kneeling on the ground, still ensnared by the shock of the moment, murmuring the name of the serpent god. Barn, having deduced the current predicament from the earlier cries, furrowed his brow and shouted at Aishi, who remained kneeling in a state of confusion. Enough. What are you doing? Are you not the captain of the National Guard? Your citizens are being harmed, yet you linger here in pointless prayer. Hurry and evacuate the crowd. But, Lord Serpent, slap. Aishi still struggled to accept reality, and Barn struck her cheek with force. You, slap. Aishi was jolted awake by Barn's blow, but immediately retaliated. However, all she saw was Barn's smiling face. Are you awake now? If so, go and evacuate the crowd. Do not allow more people to be hurt. It is no longer your deity. Barn wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Aishi. But you are well now. Leave the rest to me. As Barn's hand rested upon the second-generation Guha, Aishi nodded and swiftly rose to her feet, summoning the guards to disperse the crowd. Fitz, you should go as well. What a joke. Haha. Then let us stand united in battle. Chirp. The second generation of Barn's ghostly blade was swiftly unsheathed, and Fitz soared into the azure sky, once again circling the training ground. Open your mind's eye. Once more, Barn opened his mind's eye, and a colossal figure emerged within his consciousness, radiating a menacing crimson glow that signified extreme peril. Sensing the lingering stench in the air and the aura of the monstrous entity, Barn murmured to himself, "What is the serpent god? Clearly, it is a mutated sea creature." The serpent god opened its massive jaws, lunging towards the crowd, causing many young women to weep in terror. At that moment, Barn intervened. Evil lightwave formation. A shimmering white circle materialized out of thin air, ensnaring the serpent's head tightly. With a pained roar, the bound serpent god let out a tortured cry. Run! I will handle this beast. The crowd swiftly dispersed, leaving only Barn and the serpent god facing one another. I never anticipated such a cliché heroism would unfold in my life, he chuckled. So, are you prepared to meet your demise, you behemoth? A flicker of crimson light ignited in Barn's eyes, and the aura of murderous intent surged around him. The serpent god could not afford to underestimate Barn any longer and had placed him on its list of targets to eliminate. With a fearsome roar, the serpent god coiled its body and lunged at Barn. His heightened instincts alerted him to the impending danger, prompting him to swiftly dodge to the left, evading the serpent god's assault. In that instant, he unleashed the forbidden power residing in his left hand, preparing to retaliate. Frost blade, wave sword. A glimmer of azure light flickered across the second-generation ghost-severing blade firmly grasped by Barn. The temperature in the air seemed to plummet several degrees as a long ice blade materialized out of thin air, instantly encasing the serpent god's body, which had yet to retract from its attack. With a deafening roar, Ghost Mark Orb, a colossal sphere of terrifying energy, struck the serpent god. Once more, the creature emitted a cry of anguish, its tail sweeping back in a rapid counterattack. Barn, who had just released the Ghost Mark Orb and was unable to withdraw in time, was struck by the sweeping tail and sent hurtling through the air. Chirp, chirp. Fitz cried out in the air, filled with concern. I am unharmed. Cough, cough. Barn struggled to rise to his feet. In recent years, he had not devoted himself to physical training. Rather, he had been tirelessly exploring the skills of the Azura. It was evident that the strike from the serpent god had inflicted considerable harm upon him. However, at that moment, the life fruit within him began to manifest its effects. A radiant green light emanated from the wound on his abdomen, and the horrific injury gradually began to heal. In the blink of an eye, Barn stood up as if he had never been harmed, even feeling that his strength was now greater than before. Roar. The serpent god continued to wail. For the ghost seal pearl was capable of multiple strikes. It clung to the serpent god, incessantly inflicting damage. Roar. Yet, the serpent god suddenly became frenzied. Had Barn been able to see, he would have noticed that the creature's eyes had turned a deep crimson. It was in a state of madness. Chirp. Fits in the sky emitted a signal of danger. With his keen perception, Barn clearly observed that the red glow surrounding the massive figure had intensified. The frenzied serpent god forcefully dislodged the ghost seal pearl and turned to pounce upon Barn. Barn tilted his head, and a colossal figure loomed ever larger in his mind. It has arrived. Barn executed a deft sidestep to the left, narrowly evading the onslaught of the serpent god. Yet, the serpent god's assault was far from over. In a state of frenzy, the deity exhibited a marked increase in both speed and strength. Perceiving his missed strike, the serpent god swiftly recalibrated his form and charged once more towards Barn. Meanwhile, Barn remained suspended in midair. This situation was dire. Barn was struck and swiftly propelled backward. Colliding against the wall, coughing, he remarked on the formidable strength of his adversary. The fruit of life was diligently mending his injured body as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose once more. Yet, this level of injury was insufficient. Having faced death once, Barn possessed a profound understanding of it. He resolutely refused to perish at the hands of a creature that had yet to reveal its face even in the animation. With determination, he charged forward once again, brandishing his blade. The ice blade wave slash unleashed another icy blade from the second-generation Kitch's sword, successfully striking the serpent deity that was about to turn. Barn was acutely aware that his strike had found its mark, yet he understood that the serpent god would soon break free. Consequently, he swiftly executed a three-part slash, invoking the malevolent lightwave sword. Before the serpent god could escape the icy confines, it was once again ensnared by the binding barrier of malevolent light. A pained roar erupted from the creature, but Barn's assault was far from over. With a decisive motion, he unleashed the explosive flame wave sword. The blade of the second-generation Guido glowed a fiery red, exuding an intense heat that even caused a split upon Barn's lips. A blazing orb, enveloped in searing energy, hurtled toward the serpent god. The flames melted the icy shards that imprisoned the serpent, yet they could not penetrate the malevolent light barrier that held it captive. The serpent god writhed in agony amidst the flames, its anguished cries resonating through the air. Barn, however, raised the second-generation Guido high. While energy continued to surge into the blade from his left hand, his white hair obscured his eyes, concealing the expression beneath. All that could be discerned was the coldness of his voice. Shura malevolent light slash. A colossal blade of light was summoned by Barn, cleaving through the arena's surface as it surged toward the serpent god, which, ensnared by both fire and the malevolent light barrier, had no means to evade. The radiant blade dissipated only upon reaching the sea, while the arena itself was cleaved asunder, the so-called serpent god severed and rendered still amid the flames. Barn, the god layer. The crackling sounds of the blazing sword of Barn reverberate as it continues to scorch the remains of the serpent god. At this moment, the serpent god has been reduced to a pile of blackened debris. The only remnants of its existence are the charred, twisted marks that once signified it was a serpent. Chirp. Fitz, witnessing his master's triumph, swiftly descended from the skies, landing atop Barn's head. He bent down and gently pecked Barn's forehead. Chirp. Ah, victory. Barn, noticing Fitz's concern for him, couldn't help but smile. However, the exhaustion from the battle and the exertion of his abilities overwhelmed him, and a wave of intense drowsiness caused Barn to collapse onto the ground, succumbing to sleep. Chirp. How exasperating. As Barn fluttered his wings and landed on his chest, he gazed at the fallen figure of Barn, voicing his complaints. Well, did this all come from that creature called man? Is he the one who vanquished the serpent god? It turned out that Aishi accompanied Empress Guroliosa back to this place, where they beheld the training ground marred by two massive gashes and the sprawling black marks upon it. Yes, your majesty. Aishi replied to the Empress's inquiries with her customary calmness, yet her gaze remained fixated on the enormous black mark, her once bright eyes now exhibiting a hint of distraction. Ah, there he is. Giroliosa exclaimed upon spotting Barn, who lay amidst the ruins of the training ground. She freed herself from Aishi's grasp and rushed toward him. "Your Majesty." Realizing that Giroliosa had released her arm, Aishi quickly regained her composure and followed suit, hurrying after the Empress. Meanwhile, Fitz, who was guarding the motionless Barn, noticed the two women who had previously tormented him approaching and immediately began to chirp, alerting them. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Do not come any closer." However, Giroliosa knelt beside the still form of Barn, gently stroking Fitz's head. "Do not be afraid, little one. We mean no harm. We merely wish to see what manner of person saved our nation." Whether Fitz truly understood Giroliosa's words or was simply captivated by her brow, he surprisingly leapt from Barn's body to perch on Giroliosa's shoulder, nuzzling her face with his head. Hey, hey, are you really betraying your master like this? Haha. Do not do that, it tickles. Giroliosa chuckled as she caressed Fitz's feathers, playfully halting his affectionate antics before turning her attention back to the sleeping Barn. Aishi soon caught up, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she gazed at Barn. "Now, Aishi, what is the name of this creature called man?" Giroliosa inquired. "According to him, he is Barn Bahat, a pirate." Giroliosa pondered, lightly tapping her lips with her jade-like fingers. "Oh, are there still pirates in this world who harbor a sense of justice? I was unaware." This question left Aishi somewhat at a loss for an answer. "Now, Aishi, do you not think this man is rather handsome?" Giroliosa turned back with a smile, gazing at Aishi. "Ah, where is this place?" Barn had lost count of how many times he had uttered those words. Regardless of where he found himself, upon opening his eyes, he was met with an all-encompassing darkness, though the sensations surrounding him varied. "Are you awake?" It was not the cold, icy tone of Aishi, but rather a sweet voice reminiscent of Celia that broke the silence. "Ah, where am I?" "Chirp, chirp." Fitz? You were here too." Fitz had flown to Barn's head, bending down to gently peck his forehead in acknowledgement. "This is the royal chamber of the mourning family." The sweet voice chimed in again, belonging to none other than the Queen of Nine Snake Island, Giroliosa. Giroliosa turned to face Barn, but instead of meeting her gaze, he revealed a pair of pale eyes that stared off into the distance. What has happened to your eyes?" Giroliosa exclaimed in astonishment, having previously overlooked Barn's sightless condition. I've been blind for quite some time." Barn has become accustomed to the peculiar treatment from others, and at this moment, he appears remarkably composed. "Is it in this very state that you vanquished the serpent god?" Giroliosa clearly exhibits a degree of disbelief or perhaps a reluctance to accept that a blind man could have defeated the serpent god, a being that left the entire nation without a strategy to counter. For I possess Fitz." Barn smiled gently at her and replied with a cheerful demeanor. Giroliosa was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an optimistic nature from Barn. Perhaps this was indeed his greatest strength. Did his request to reclaim his bird before the duel with Aishi stem from this very essence? Giroliosa pondered. With this newfound understanding, she abandoned her previously lofty attitude, rising to her feet and approaching Barn, bowing gracefully. "Though you cannot see it, please allow me, Giroliosa, the reigning Empress of Nine Snake Island, to extend to you the respect due to a formidable warrior. I express my gratitude for your valiant act of slaying the serpent god and beseech you to accept the title of hero." "Your Majesty, there is no need for such formalities. I have merely done what anyone would do." Barn felt somewhat awkward under the seriousness conveyed in Girolio's tone, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Allow me to bestow upon you the title of hero." The sweet voice remained, yet it carried an irresistible regal demeanor that was truly captivating. This sensation, Barn was taken aback by the imposing aura exuded by Giroliosa, and a bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be Conqueror's Haki? "Allow me to bestow upon you the title of hero." The voice echoed once more in Barn's ear, yet this time he did not refuse. "Very well," he conceded, and Giroliosa rose once again. "That's more like it." Her tone reverted to the sweet, innocent voice of a young girl, and Barn could hardly believe that the earlier commanding voice belonged to her. "Chirp, chirp." Fitz, oblivious to the unfolding events, chirped happily, sensing that it might be a positive turn of events. "All right, hero Barn, prepare yourself, for I shall hold a banquet in your honor to express our gratitude for your heroic deeds in saving our nation." At the banquet, Barn sat alongside Empress Giroliosa, Captain Aishi of the National Defense Warriors, and other ministers from Snake Island. As Barn had anticipated, the attendees were all women. Many others quietly observed him from a distance. Though Barn could feel their gazes, he merely feigned calmness. In contrast, Fitz, perched atop Barn's head, surveyed the surrounding women with an air of superiority. During the gathering, Empress Gloria Osa stood up and cleared her throat. Ahem. Silence. The murmurs ceased, and the women who had encircled Barn returned to their seats, awaiting Gloria Osa's words. Citizens of Snake Island, today marks the first visit of Lord Barn to our land. In 3 days, we shall celebrate the Serpent God Festival. Today, however, the so-called Serpent God wreaked havoc on our island, causing great loss of life. It was Lord Barn who single-handedly averted this catastrophe. Therefore, from this day forth, we shall retain the Serpent God Festival, abolishing the cruel tradition of sacrifice. The festival will henceforth be a joyous national celebration. Hooray! Ha! The crowd cheered in agreement. Ahem, quiet down. Once again, silence fell over the assembly. I have decided to confer upon Lord Barn the title of Hero of Snake Island. He shall forever earn the respect of our people. Clap, 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 clap. This is the sound of applause, lest you think otherwise. Lord Barn, please come forward. Gloria Osa invited with a smile, and Barn approached her, guided by a maid. This necklace, crafted from the fangs of the serpent god you vanquished, serves as a token of our esteem. You will earn the respect of all the people of Snake Island. Clap, 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 clap. Again, this is merely the sound of applause. Barn accepted the accolade from Guriosa, adorned with the fong of the serpent god, and returned to the festivities, which continued to unfold joyously, with radiant smiles gracing every face, save for that of Aishi. In the garden of the banquet hall, Barn and Aishi strolled side by side, while the curious Fitz, having sampled a sip of wine, had succumbed to drunkenness and now rested his head upon Barn, dozing peacefully. The two walked in silence for an extended period until Aishi finally broke the quietude. My sister was the offering at last year's Serpent God Festival. Barn was taken aback, standing frozen in place. Aishi took a step forward, then turned back, her face streaked with tears. Overcome with emotion, she struck Barn across the face. Through her sobs, she cried out, Why? Why didn't you come sooner? If you had, my sister wouldn't have been chosen as a sacrifice. Why? Barn fell silent as he grasped Aishi's hand, which was on the verge of slipping away, and uttered an apology. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Aishi could no longer contain herself. She knelt on the ground and embraced Barn's legs, weeping bitterly. Barn felt a profound sorrow, an indescribable ache within him. He understood Aishi's feelings, reminiscent of the emotions he experienced when parting ways with Brooke and the others. Gently placing his hand on Aishi's head, he spoke softly, Aishi, teach me to wield hockey, so that I may protect more people. Aishi, amidst her tears, lifted her head and nodded in response. Yes, Your Majesty. Lady Aishi, what do you think of the pirate flag I designed? A little girl, appearing to be 4 or 5 years old, tugged at a massive black flag within the palace, her voice echoing with enthusiasm. The flag bore a large white skull surrounded by 9 small snakes. How lovely. The 9 snakes represent the 9 serpents, don't they? Hancock, now known as Gloria Osa, looked at the adorable girl beneath the throne and spoke with a playful squint. Her once lively beauty now tempered with a hint of maturity, a few wrinkles gracing her smile, yet her true beauty remained untarnished. Ah, it's beautiful, Hancock. What about your sisters? Aishi inquired, her voice carrying the weight of time, etched with the traces of a seasoned warrior, yet her spirit remained undiminished. Suddenly, the little girl seemed to remember something, covering her mouth with her small hand. Oh no, I left them at Grandma Gana's. She dropped the black flag and dashed out of the grand hall. Gloria Osa and Aishi exchanged amused laughter. Haha, that clumsy little girl. Gloria Osa descended from her throne, exuding the poise of a qualified empress. Each of her movements radiated authority, and as she approached, she picked up the flag that Hancock had dropped, inspecting it closely before a smile blossomed on her face. 15 years have passed. Indeed, it has been 15 years, Aishi affirmed. At that moment, a figure entered the palace. Treading softly, it was Barn, 15 years later. His long white hair flowed like a silken cascade, and 2 black ribbons crossed over his eyes, while he donned a black and white short-sleeved attire. Around his neck hung a long necklace made from the teeth of the serpent god, a trophy from his past victory. His left arm still bore the fearsome demon hand, yet his demeanor had transformed, embodying a newfound gravitas and the aura of a formidable warrior. Thanks to the fruit of life, Barn's appearance remained unchanged, eternally frozen at the age of 19. Fitz had grown taller and stood at attention atop Barn's head, resembling a dutiful sentinel. I envy you. Unchanged as ever, Gloria Osa remarked, folding the pirate flag and gazing at Barn with a blend of admiration and envy. Aishi smiled at Barn, saying, Indeed, we have all aged. Barn merely chuckled at their teasing, leading Fitz into the palace to sit beside Aishi. Gloria Osa returned to her throne and unexpectedly asked Barn, "Will you return?" Aishi, too, seemed eager for the answer, turning her head to look at Barn. Barn pondered for a considerable time before exhaling deeply and uttering, "Perhaps not." Galleria might have been disappointed by his response, as she softly murmured in acknowledgement. Aisha also turned her gaze away. "I am determined to live a life devoid of regrets. I shall embark upon this ocean and venture forth according to my own desires. I aspire to lead the most liberated life." Barn then remarked, "Indeed, men are peculiar creatures. Let us linger for one final drink, Your Excellency." Giuroliosa also exhaled a sigh of relief. Barn turned his head to gaze at Giuroliosa, smiling as he greeted her. Aishi sighed, rising to leave the palace. Today marked the Serpent God Festival 15 years later. The entire Nine-Snake Island had reveled through the night, yet the following day would bring separation. Today was not only the first voyage of the Nine-Snake pirate crew, but also the day Barn would depart from Nine-Snake Island. For 15 years, Ban has diligently cultivated on the island turtle south of Nine-Snake Island. Now, the island turtle is set to depart with its young. And Ban has also boarded the ship of the Nine-Snake pirate crew. Throughout these 15 years, Ban has lost count of the sea kings he has slain. Including the legendary serpent god he vanquished 15 years ago, his level has reached an impressive 50. He now stands at the precipice of awakening, which is one of the reasons he has chosen to set sail at this moment. Barn has predominantly allocated the acquired SP points into the passive skill, Insight, which has now reached its maximum level. He can accurately discern the location of both humans and animals within the perspective granted by Insight. All living beings manifest as red silhouettes, their features obscured, revealing only their outlines, a somewhat analogous experience to modern-day infrared vision. Thanks to his 15 years of dedicated effort in perfecting this skill, Barn is no longer as reliant on Fitz during combat. Although he still encounters some difficulties in daily life and in battles within unique terrains, requiring Fitz's assistance. Over these 15 years, the rigorous training reminiscent of Aishi's methods has enabled Barn to master both armament hockey and observation hockey to an extraordinary degree. Consequently, armament hockey has now appeared in Barn's passive skill repertoire, while observation hockey remains absent. During his pursuit of skill acquisition, Barn encountered a striking phrase within the introduction of the hard eye technique, the evolved form of observation hockey, known as danger perception. It became apparent to him that, in this world, the hard eye is regarded as an advanced manifestation of observation hockey. Barn boldly speculated that the legendary pirate King Roger's ability, the voice of all things, bears a resemblance to his hard eye, serving as an extension of observation hockey. Having reached level 50, Barn naturally mastered the most iconic skill of Ashura, the immovable king formation. Armed with this formidable grappling technique, he felt confident that he could contend with the likes of the current Whitebeard. Alas, the moment of parting has finally arrived. Barn waved to the people on the shore, and though he could not see them, he could feel the reluctance of his friends. On the back of the island turtle, 3 colossal beasts lay weeping inconsolably. They were none other than Fitz's 3 most loyal companions, Little Lion, Little Crocodile, and Little Gorilla. At that moment, they had long outgrown the moniker of Little, having matured into giants akin to their father. Fitz stood atop them, boldly waving his wings at them. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Do not weep. Your captain is about to ascend to a grander stage. You should be joyous on my behalf." Hearing Fitz's valiant declaration from his lofty perch, Barn couldn't help but wear a bittersweet smile. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a single tear escaped from Fitz's eye as well. Thus, amidst the pleas and blessings of the people of Nine-Snake Island, the Nine-Snake pirates set sail. And Barn departed from the place he had called home for 15 years. Fitz shielded his eyes with his wings, while the sorrowful cries of the 3 colossal beasts on the island turtle continued to resonate. The successful departure of the Nine-Snake pirates through the doldrums was largely thanks to Barn's efforts. After Barn vanquished the serpent god, he stumbled upon 2 colossal serpent eggs within its lair, once hatched by the inhabitants of Nine Serpent Island. These serpents have now become the majestic creatures propelling the Nine Serpent pirate ship. The speed at which these serpents glide through the waters rivals that of a sailboat in full wind, and soon, Nine Serpent Island faded from sight, leaving the island turtle far behind. Barn suddenly descended from the railing of the ship and stood at the bow, spreading his arms wide, inhaling deeply the fragrance of the sea, and laughingly reciting a line of poetry. "Oh, vast ocean, you are entirely composed of water." The crowd erupted in laughter. "Look, Lord Barn is back at the stern, staring blankly while holding a fishing rod." Blankly? Lord Barn is engaged in fishing. but he has been at it for so long without catching a single fish. If that isn't daydreaming, what is? The female warrior from Nine Serpent Island, who had initially spoken, expressed her confusion. Lord Barn must be meditating. Ah, the serious Lord Barn is truly handsome. Another female warrior swooned. The first warrior looked disdainfully at the infatuated one and remarked, "What a pity that Lord Barn cannot see your current lovesick expression. He would surely find it repugnant." "Hey, you shall not speak ill of my Lord Barn. And who are you calling lovesick?" The warrior with a large bump on her head was incensed, clutching her head and making a fierce gesture. "I am referring to you, you hopeless romantic. Ah, how dare you?" A confrontation was imminent. "How long has it been since I have felt the caress of the sea breeze?" Barn, aboard the Nine Serpents pirate ship, finally emerged from the doldrums. Bathed in sunlight and caressed by the sea breeze, accompanied by the cries of seagulls soaring above, Barn felt a profound sense of contentment. As a pirate, what could be more soothing than time spent upon the vast ocean? Though he could not behold the azure waters, he simply relished the days spent at sea. Indeed, today was a splendid day for fishing. Barn squinted his eyes, mimicking Mabu's tone. He then turned to glance in the direction of the ruckus. Were it not for the noise, indeed, Barn was once again fishing. He quickly adapted to the stern of the Nine-Snake pirate ship, covertly claiming a patch of territory as his own fishing platform. Fitz was present as well, and after a 15-year hiatus, it could finally indulge in its favorite bait once more. The Nine-Snake pirates had been at sea for 2 months, and the journey had been remarkably serene. Encounters with minor pirate crews posed no challenge for Barn, as the valiant female warriors of Nine-Snake Island effortlessly handled them. Perhaps it was easier for women to master such skills, for nearly every crew member aboard wielded hockey. Speaking of hockey, Barn wore a face of resentment, pondering why. As a distinguished transmigrator, he lacked the legendary Conqueror's hockey, such an extraordinary gift. Where was the promised golden finger? The bait was swiftly devoured by Fitz. And although Barn anticipated the lack of a catch, he still donned a look of disappointment as he reeled in his fishing rod and made his way to the deck. Just in time, he overheard the current captain of the Nine-Snake Pirates, Aishi, announcing, "Friends, Jasmine has spotted a small town ahead. Let us finish our lunch and prepare to disembark for resupplying. Everyone, please head to the dining hall." Barn felt a surge of joy upon hearing Aishi's words, for it had been a decade and a half since he had last set sail. The anticipation of their first landing after such a long absence filled him with excitement. "Father, there lies a town ahead," exclaimed a young lad with a tuft of golden hair, his enthusiasm palpable as a majestic sailboat glided steadily across the waters. A burly man, clad in a black headscarf and draped in a coat, chuckled in response from the deck. "Ha ha ha, Marco, look at your delight. Children, prepare to disembark. Go and procure items of your interest." After enjoying their midday meal, the members of the Nine Serpents pirate crew also set foot on the island. Aishi led a contingent of female warriors to gather supplies, while the others roamed freely to indulge in their personal preferences. Under Fitz's guidance, Barn arrived at the small town, standing before the entrance of a knife shop. "Is this the knife store?" "Chirp. Very well, let us venture inside." Barn pushed open the door, and an exuberant voice immediately resonated. "Welcome to the finest weapon shop in Matru Port, where the esteemed blacksmith Jax is here to provide you with unparalleled service." A bearded face came uncomfortably close to Barn's own. Feeling the intensity of the man's breath, Barn instinctively furrowed his brow. The shopkeeper, noticing the ribbon tied around the guest's eyes, realized his lack of decorum and stepped back, hastily apologizing. "I beg your pardon, I didn't realize you were blind." Although Barn had long accepted his blindness, being so bluntly confronted with it was a novel experience, deepening his frown. Jax, the weapon shop owner, evidently recognized Barn's discomfort and hurriedly added, "I'm truly sorry. I had no idea you were unable to see." "No, that's not right. I do know you were blind." "All right." Barn could feel the veins on his forehead pulsating rhythmically. He halted the weapon shop owner, declaring, "I wish to sharpen a blade." Jax, sensing the opportunity for business, refrained from further comment and adopted once more the charming demeanor of a friendly merchant. "Of course, leave it to me. I am undoubtedly the finest blacksmith in all of Matru Port." Barn lightly nodded, unfastened the second-generation guache from his waist, and handed it over to Jax. The moment Jax grasped the blade, a chilling sensation pierced through his mind. Feeling the weight in his hand, he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Is this the guest weapon?" "Indeed," Barn replied with a faint tone. Jax swallowed hard, slowly drawing the second-generation kitch from its sheath. The strange crimson flame-like patterns etched deeply into his mind. Second-generation kitch. It was indeed one of the renowned great knives of the 21 crafts. As the finest blacksmith in Matra Harbor, Jax could no longer contain the excitement swelling within him. Although he did not possess a single famous blade, he certainly had the discerning eye to recognize one. He raised the knife high above his head, bowed deeply to Barn, and then hurried to the back room. With his awakened perception, Barn was able to discern the actions of others, and thus he recognized Jax's respectful bow, smiling softly. A truly remarkable blacksmith, wouldn't you agree? Fitz? Barn gently caressed Fitz's feathers, to which Fitz solemnly nodded in response. Accepting the knife from Jax's hand, Barn sensed the familiar aura emanating from it. He understood that Jax harbored no inappropriate intentions and, feeling satisfied, paid the due amount before departing. Barn emerged early, arriving at the dock while the other members of the Kuja pirates had yet to return. He remarked to Fitz, "It seems we have arrived prematurely, Fitz." However, at that moment, Fitz's gaze was not fixed on the Kuja ship, but rather on a vessel moored beside it. In a voice only audible to himself, he murmured, "What a magnificent ship. Fitz, what are you doing?" "Nothing," Fitz replied. "Let us board the ship and await their return." Yet, Fitz's attention remained steadfastly on the grand vessel he deemed far superior to the Kuja pirate ship. Had Barn been able to see it, he would surely have exclaimed, "The Moby Dick." Indeed, the ship anchored beside the Kuja pirates was none other than the Moby Dick, the future vessel of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the unseen Barn was bewilderingly led aboard the Moby Dick by Fitz, finding himself at the stern of the ship. It felt as though the vessel had significantly expanded. Was it merely an illusion? Although Barn sensed something amiss, he did not dwell on it too much, as he was not particularly familiar with the structure of the Nine-Snake pirate crew. Each day, he simply fished at the stern of the ship, oblivious to everything else. Upon reaching the stern, Barn retrieved his fishing rod and sat on the railing, quietly engaging in his pastime. Perhaps weariness overtook him, for he found himself dozing off. One hand propped on the rod while the other supported his head. "Where is Lord Barn gone? Why has he not returned?" complained a member of the Nine-Snake pirate crew, who had been waiting on the ship all day. Aishi remained composed, contemplating. Has he truly chosen to depart without a word? What a coward he is, Barn. It was evident that she perceived Barn's absence as a cowardly abandonment, particularly since he had previously stated on Nine-Snake Island that he would not remain aboard their vessel indefinitely. "All right, warriors of Nine-Snake Island, prepare yourselves. We shall set sail. Are we not waiting for Lord Barn?" questioned Elena. "He has already left, Elena. Prepare to embark." Upon hearing the news of Barn's departure, the warrior named Elena responded with disappointment. Meanwhile, aboard the ship Moby Dick, a while had passed since they set out to sea. "Old man, look what I found," Marco exclaimed, proudly showcasing the bird perched atop his head. Fitz. Perhaps it was due to Marco having consumed the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit that Fitz had grown so fond of him, considering Fitz was usually quite shy. "Ha ha ha. Marco, where did you discover this little creature?" "Right here on the ship. He must have gotten lost," Marco replied playfully, only to be pecked by Fitz. "Old man, I found a person at the stern. It seems he is fishing." Where is he? Take me to see." The burly man, clad in a black bandana and a large coat, abruptly rose and strode towards the cabin exit. "Hey, old man, wait for me," Marco called, following closely behind with Fitz on his head. At that moment, Barn had awakened, but the surrounding voices were not those of the chattering women he had grown accustomed to. Rather, they were the gruff voices of men. "Who are you? Why have you come aboard my ship?" Upon hearing this question, Barn realized he had boarded the wrong vessel. "Damn, Fitz. It must be his playful nature that led me astray. Old man, wait for me." Marco, still balancing Fitz, finally caught up. Noticing Barn was awake, Fitz took flight from Marco's head and landed atop Barn's. "What kind of path have you let me down, Fitz?" Barn complained to Fitz. "Chirp, chirp." Fitz protested with a hint of grievance. Wait, did that man just call him old man? A thought flickered in Barn's mind, and he tentatively inquired, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Ha ha ha. You don't even know who I am, and yet you've boarded my ship. Little brat? Tell him who I am, children," Marco declared with pride. Although Barn could not see Marco's smug expression, he too was astonished. "I have boarded Whitebeard's ship?" Noticing Barn's unease, Whitebeard asked him what was going on, and Barn recounted the whole story. "Ha ha ha. So you mean to say you boarded the wrong ship?" Barn awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile. "It appears so, but I'm not lost. I'm merely blind." Upon hearing Barn's words, the old man with a white beard furrowed his brow and inquired, "Wait a moment, young lad, did you just say you were blind?" "Indeed," Barn replied. "Otherwise, who would wrap a strip of black cloth around their own eyes for no reason?" "Barn, with a bitter smile, gestured towards the black cloth over his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. Seemingly nonchalantly, he inquired, "So, Newgate, your ship must be quite large, right? Hey kid, who gave you the permission to call me by my name?" Marco retorted, his expression brimming with disdain as he pointed at Barn. Although Barn could not see Marco's mocking visage at that moment, he could still discern the condescension in Marco's tone. Barn said nothing. He merely turned away while deftly unwrapping the bandage that was wound around his left shoulder with his right hand. "The fluctuation imprint, activate," Barn murmured in a voice audible only to himself. The bandage on his left arm had been unraveled to a considerable extent, revealing the grotesque, dark crimson hue of his arm beneath. The crew aboard the Whitebeard gasped in astonishment at the sight of Barn's arm, and even Whitebeard's brow furrowed deeper in concern. "Rest assured, my vessel is anything but small. Keep your wits about you, set sail," Barn murmured once more, as the outlines of over a dozen individuals materialized in his mind. Among them, one sat majestically at the center, surrounded by a perilous crimson glow, while several others emanated a similar, elite-like green luminescence. The figure in the very center must surely be Whitebeard, and those radiating green light appeared to be of captain rank. Is this truly the entirety of their ranks? It seems that this is not the full complement of the Whitebeard pirates. As Barn contemplated, he gradually surveyed his surroundings, and then spoke in a tone that conveyed a sense of relief. "That's good." Upon realizing that he had been disregarded by this obscure young man, Marco's wounded pride seemed to ignite, threatening to erupt. However, a mere wave of the white-bearded elder's hand quelled his impending outburst. Barn's keen perception absorbed every nuance of this exchange. He then heard the elder inquire, "Youngster, what do you intend to do?" Barn nonchalantly remarked, expressing only concern over the potential destruction of numerous items. Upon hearing Barn's words, Marco, disregarding his father's admonitions, swiftly transformed into the form of a phoenix using his fruit abilities and charged towards Barn, exclaiming, "Youngster, do you even realize who stands before you? How dare you utter such words? Today, I shall impart some valuable lessons to you." In Barn's mind, a figure radiating a green glow suddenly transformed into a bird and swooped towards him. He recognized it as Marco. "Fitz." Barn called out to Fitz during a pause in Marco's speech. Fitz, having lived together with Barn for many years, immediately understood and swiftly departed from above Barn's head, landing on the mast of the Pequot. "Educate me?" A cold laugh was Barn's only response to Marco, which only fueled Marco's anger further, causing him to tighten his grip. "Humph," a surge of murderous intent. "Unleash." Barn's cold voice pierced the air, an almost tangible aura of murderous intent emanating from him, far more potent than during the 15 years of battle on Nine Snake Island. Everyone present, with the exception of Whitebeard, felt the impact, not to mention Marco, who was closest to Barn. In the sky, Marco was engulfed by a terrifying wave of malevolence that assaulted his mind, causing his movements beneath the claw to slow involuntarily. "Armament." Barn murmured a phrase, and in an instant, his menacing crimson left hand transformed into an obsidian hue, lunging directly towards the bird that resided within his mind. Marco was sent flying backward, colliding with various objects before ultimately crashing against the ship's cabin, coming to a halt. Marco, cursed be this wretched fiend. Witnessing Marco's dire predicament, another individual, radiating a green luminescence, rushed forth. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." He wields a sword. Fitz, stationed at the mast, promptly alerted, almost simultaneously with Fitz's warning. Barn swiftly unsheathed his second-generation demon slayer from his waist. The crimson blade flashed as it met the oncoming two razor-sharp edges. Clang! The three blades clashed together. "A blade, you say? You scarcely possess the strength." With a vigorous sweep of his left hand, Barn sent the man flying through the air, much like Marco had been moments before. However, the man adjusted his posture and prepared to rise again. "Enough, Bista, you are no match for him." The white-bearded figure, his expression dark and brooding, seemed as though he might weep. He gestured to halt Bista's advance and slowly rose to his feet. "Is it the swordsman Bista?" "Indeed, it is." Barn had discerned the identity of the recent visitor and muttered, "I shall meet you, little rascal." The Whitebeard replied in a deep tone, "Oh, so the young ones are incapable, thus the old must step in. However, I must remind you, Newgate, not to call me little rascal. After all, I am your senior." Upon hearing Barn's words, Whitebeard scrutinized him closely, gradually aligning the figure in his mind with a familiar visage. "What is your name, little rascal?" "TCH. Still calling me little rascal, are you? Soon enough, you'll come to know." Barn grasped the second generation of the ghost cutter and, with a determined stride, charged forward. The blade, adorned with an eerie crimson flame pattern, reflected a beam of red light. Observing Barnes' silence, Whitebeard surged forward with his own weapon raised high, clashing directly with Barnes' second-generation ghost cutter. Clang! How heavy! In that fleeting moment of contact, as Barnes felt the force emanating from the ghost cutter, he discerned the true prowess of Whitebeard. At this juncture, Whitebeard was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his strength. The force he wielded was formidable indeed. However, I am not merely limited to this single maneuver. As Barnes contemplated, realizing he could not match the strength of Whitebeard, he chose to retreat rather than continue the standoff. With a decisive leap backwards, he evaded Whitebeard's attack range. Such tremendous power. Newgate, let's see how you handle this. Whitebeard laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Gwaha! Come on, little brat." Upon hearing Whitebeard still refer to him as a little brat, a cross appeared on Barnes' pristine forehead. Without further ado, he unleashed the power of his curse with his left hand. Ice Blade Wave Sword. A blade of ice was released from the blade of the second-generation Ghost Che. Upon seeing the ice blade, Whitebeard gazed in astonishment and swung his sword to sever it. However, the massive blade he wielded became ensnared by the ice blade, rendering it momentarily immobile. Earth Shatter Wave Sword. Ghost Seal Pearl. Barnes executed a direct strike with his Earth Split Wave Sword, followed closely by a Ghost Seal Pearl, which at that moment was charged with 5 engravings. Without engaging in battle, Barnes activated the wave engraving, and coupled with the engraving gathered from the earlier Ice Blade Wave Sword, he possessed precisely 5 engravings. It is noteworthy that a Ghost Seal Pearl filled with 5 engravings, in terms of both size and the damage inflicted, far surpasses that of a single engraving pearl. Observing Barnes' slashing motion and the immense energy contained in the ensuing white sphere, even Whitebeard felt compelled to take the matter seriously. He relinquished the colossal sword that he could not unsheath in time and began to harness the power of his Tremor fruit with his left hand. Instantly, the veins in his arm bulged, and a white halo materialized around his fist. Whitebeard first kicked away the frozen sword, which then charged directly towards Barnes' Earth Split Wave Sword. As Barnes' strike was dispersed by the sword, Whitebeard unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit with his left fist, directing it towards the Ghost Seal Pearl. The fabric of space shattered instantly, and Barnes' Ghost Seal Pearl, imbued with immense power, also crumbled and disintegrated. Yet, the encounter was not over. Whitebeard's free right hand seized the still airborne great sword, stepping forward to deliver a powerful slash. "Look out!" Fitz exclaimed, alerting Barnes as he witnessed Whitebeard's sword aimed at him. Barnes had not anticipated that his 5 engraved demon orbs would be so effortlessly dispelled. However, Fitz's warning swiftly restored Barnes' composure. Confronted by the massive blade slicing towards him, Barnes immediately raised his sword to block the impending strike. Humph! Barnes' shoulder was directly pressed down by Whitebeard's colossal blade. Faced with the overwhelming force of Whitebeard, Barnes found himself utterly powerless. The wave surged forth. Roar! Barnes let out a tremendous roar, and a phantom specter erupted from above his head with a fierce howl. It deflected Whitebeard's formidable blade. Taken aback, Whitebeard stumbled a few steps back, but before he could steady himself, Barnes charged forward. "Old man!" The crew members exclaimed in urgent warning, but it was already too late. Barnes swiftly utilized the 3-stage slash to position himself behind Whitebeard. The malevolent light wave formation materialized as the blade of the second-generation Ghost Slash became enveloped in shimmering white malevolence, which Barnes forcefully struck onto the deck. Whitebeard was ensnared by the suddenly materializing malevolent light barrier, while Barnes promptly leaped back 2 steps, creating distance between them. He raised the second-generation Ghost Slash high, his sinister left hand gripping the hilt, pulsating with energy as he channeled all his power into the blade. Sure, a malevolent light slash, a colossal white strike, infused with terrifying energy, surged towards the bound Whitebeard. In the final moment before impact, Whitebeard, defying the pressure of the malevolent light wave formation, concentrated the power of the Tremor fruit into his great sword and cleaved through the malevolent light barrier, meeting Barnes' Shura malevolent light slash head-on. Boom! The clash of these formidable energies erupted with a thunderous sound, producing a gust of wind that compelled the other crew members aboard the ship to shut their eyes. When they finally opened them, they beheld Barnes, who had sheathed his sword, and Whitebeard, standing resolutely on the other side, blade in hand. Whitebeard spoke first. "Gwahaha! It truly is you, the demon Barnes, the pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries from 20 years ago." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the other crew members broke into a cold sweat. No wonder he could contend with their captain. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries from 2 decades past. Marco, who had just regained consciousness, was astounded by the battle between his father and Barn, and upon hearing Whitebeard's declaration, he felt a chill of apprehension wash over him. Was I truly just shouting at someone of such immense strength? Upon recognizing himself, Barn did not attempt to conceal his identity any longer and simply nodded at the old man with the white beard. Let this be considered a draw, Barn. Upon hearing the words of Whitebeard, Barn nodded in agreement, yet only he was aware of his own inability to continue the fight. After his earlier explosive display of power, he was now merely at the end of his strength, feigning composure. In contrast, Whitebeard, despite his slightly disordered breath, seemed remarkably at ease. Observing Barn's nod, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. It has been ages since I have fought with such exhilaration. But tell me, Barn, how is it that after 20 years, you still appear so youthful? Nothing much. I consume the fruit of life. It's merely its ability, Barn replied. Intrigued by Barn's response, Whitebeard inquired further. Oh, the fruit of life? Then what were those peculiar techniques you employed during our battle? Barn had long anticipated that Whitebeard would pose this question, and he had already prepared his response. Barn pointed at his grotesque left hand with his right finger and said, When I was a child, I was abducted by a man who called himself the Demon of Waves, Kazan. Before he met his demise, he plunged my left hand into his heart, and thereafter, it transformed into this cursed appendage. Though it bears the mark of a demon's curse, it has bestowed upon me formidable strength. Barn raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and said, You may interpret it in this manner. Barn nonchalantly remarked. Yet the others aboard erupted in fervent discussion about his possession of 2 devil fruit abilities. Ignoring the clamor surrounding him, Barn playfully teased Fitz, who had long since returned to his shoulder, and addressed Whitebeard, saying, Hey, Newgate, as you are aware, I am blind and cannot venture out to sea on my own. So I intend to stay aboard your ship for a while, if that is acceptable? Whitebeard readily acquiesced, chuckling, Gwahaha. What is this, Barn? Do you wish to become my son as well? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Barn realized that he had acquiesced. However, the manner of his response was hardly uplifting. Barn ceased to torment Fitz perched atop his head and turned to glare fiercely at Whitebeard, uttering a single word, Scram. In response, he was met with the triumphant laughter of Whitebeard. Gwahaha. Observing Barn's vexed demeanor brought great joy to Whitebeard, who sat upon the deck, laughing heartily. Gwahaha. The more Whitebeard laughed, the deeper the furrow on Barn's forehead became, increasingly menacing. Hey, Newgate, have you had your fill of laughter yet? Barn finally could no longer endure and exclaimed, Ha 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 ha. Barn, you truly are quite stingy. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Barn found himself at a loss for a response, merely turning his head and pursing his lips. Whitebeard rose from the deck, handing his knife to a nearby pirate, and proclaimed loudly, Children, Barn has decided to remain aboard our ship. His voice silenced the murmurs among the crew, only to be swiftly replaced by an uproar of greater intensity, filled with cheers welcoming Barn and fervent discussions. What? Did Dad really say that the demon Barn is staying with us? Nonsense. Can we doubt what Dad says? No way. He seems to be about the same age as Dad, just looking a tad younger. Is that so easily enough to be considered Dad's son? Who knows? Perhaps he has been captivated by Dad's formidable abilities. Although Barn's eyesight is poor, his hearing is remarkably acute. He heard the words of those pirates with crystal clarity. Whitebeard must have deliberately misled me by not articulating clearly. As Barn contemplated, he felt compelled to accept the hand extended by Whitebeard. He rose to his feet, turning to the assembled pirates, and offered a wave accompanied by a strained smile. Yet, unbeknownst to all, 2 figures lurked in the shadows of the ship's deck, none other than Marco and Vista, whom Barn had dispatched earlier. Alas, Vista, did you hear that? Dad said we must keep Barn aboard. Marco exclaimed, his brows furrowed in distress, his expression reminiscent of a forlorn child. Oh, I heard. What of it? Vista replied with an air of nonchalance, absent-mindedly stroking his distinctive mustache. What of it? Did you not see how formidable that fellow Barn is? He stands equal to Dad. I provoked him earlier. Surely he will torment me henceforth. Marco's lamentation grew increasingly exaggerated as he clutched Vista's arm, resembling a damsel in distress. Vista, upon hearing Marco's plight, stroked his mustache once more, nodding in agreement. Your concerns seem quite valid. Upon hearing Vista's response, Marco's face paled as he mechanically turned his head, confirming the sight of Barn's smile. Oh no. Oh no. Vista, he is looking at me. Vista clapped Marco on the shoulder, reassuring him, You are overthinking this, Mr. Barn cannot see. Children, prepare the feast. Tonight, we shall host a welcome party for Barn. Sachi, this task is entrusted to you. Rest assured, Dad, replied a man clad in chef's attire, sporting a pompadour hairstyle, as he bowed respectfully to Barn and Whitebeard before retreating. Upon hearing the announcement of a feast, the pirates erupted in enthusiastic cheers. At the banquet, the pirates exchanged toasts and revelry, with Barn and Whitebeard engaging in a drinking contest. One must commend Whitebeard's remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Despite Barn's years of training in both past and present, he could not surpass Whitebeard's prowess. After Barn downed another cup, Marco arrived, balancing a jug of wine atop Fitz's head. Upon spotting Barn, Fitz leaped from Marco's head to Barnes. Feeling the familiar pressure above him, Barn smiled faintly, saying, I was just wondering where you had flown off to. Turns out you're right here. Chirp chirp, came Marco's tremulous voice. Upon hearing Marco's voice, Barn turned his head to look at him, his smile still adorning his face. The moment Marco noticed Barn's gaze upon him, he felt an increase in tension. It struck him as peculiar. Wasn't Barn blind? Why did he feel as if there were no secrets hidden from Barn's sight? Contemplating this, Marco swallowed hard and articulated the purpose of his visit. Mr. Barn, I have come to express my sincerest apologies. I acted rashly and offended you. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Marco bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Even Fitz, perched atop Barn's head, lowered himself and gently pecked Barn's forehead, interceding on Marco's behalf. Barn, both amused and exasperated, reached out to take the wine from Marco's hand and took a sip. He then affectionately stroked Fitz's chin and remarked, Marco, how did you manage to persuade Fitz to plead on your behalf? He is quite the timid creature. Upon witnessing Barn consume the wine he had offered and hearing his words, Marco realized that Barn had forgiven him. Sitting upright, he scratched his head and replied, I am unsure. It seems Fitz has developed a close bond with me. Could it be due to his consumption of the phoenix fruit? Barn pondered this. Whitebeard, seated in the main chair, witnessed the scene and chuckled, nodding slightly. Wahaha, Marco, my boy, Barn has been a renowned pirate for over 20 years. How could he stoop to the level of a mere lad like you? Go, indulge in some drink. Upon hearing his father's words, Marco joyfully raised his cup and dashed away. Whitebeard watched Marco depart, a faint smile blossoming on his weathered face, before turning back to Barn and inquiring, Barn, you have been absent for 2 decades. There are whispers of your disappearance, some even claiming you perished. Where have you been all this time? Upon hearing Whitebeard's inquiry, Barnes replied, 2 decades ago, my pirate crew fell victim to a plague. By the grace of the life fruit, I alone survived. For the past 20 years, I have been diligently training in hockey on Amazon Lily. After Barn finished speaking, he appeared considerably despondent, his head bowed as if lost in thought. Whitebeard, aware that he had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject for Barn, chose to remain silent, lifting his glass to take a quiet sip. After a while, Barn, still with his head lowered, uttered, Newgate, thank you. What? It's nothing. Barn lifted his head, his face radiating a smile that emanated from the depths of his heart. Barn has not felt this joyful in a long while. Barn rose to his feet and exited the dining hall. The white-bearded man observed Barn's departing figure and shook his head. This lad. Barn exited the restaurant and, guided by Fitz, ascended to the lookout cabin. Leaning against the mast, Barn smiled, a joyful smile that gradually transformed into tears. How long had it been since such days graced his life? It felt reminiscent of his time with the Rumbar pirates, Brooke, York, Mab, Blanc, Seiko. Barn reminisced about the myriad moments spent with the Lombard pirate crew, reflecting on the familiar faces that had graced his journey. With a bittersweet smile, tears welled in his eyes. He took out the harmonica gifted to him by Brooke, gently tracing the inscription that read Barn Bahat. He pondered, uncertain if that rascal Brooke had awakened yet. Barn brought the harmonica to his lips, conjuring a melody that had lain dormant for the past 2 decades. A resonant sound echoed through the air. The old man with the white beard stepped out of the restaurant, lifting his head to gaze deeply at Barn, who was playing the harmonica in the lookout cabin. Before returning inside, as the final notes faded, Barn tucked the harmonica away, wiping away the tears that lingered on his face, and retied the black satin ribbon. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to access the system interface. The battle with the white-bearded man had granted him a significant boost in experience, enough to raise him a complete half-level, a surprise to Barn. This experience could sustain him in battling the Sea Kings for half a year. But what astonished him further was the skills section. Beneath the darkened icon of the awakening skill, Shadow Wave Eye, 3 black circular slots had appeared. What could this mean? Barn was filled with bewilderment. Could it be that I can learn awakening skills? Yet, certain conditions may be required? At that moment, Barn noticed a newly appeared window, the mailbox. Could this also have been activated during the battle with the Whitebeard? The mailbox icon was glowing with a white light. With a tap of his finger, Barn opened the mailbox. Inside, there was but a single letter, devoid of any content, save for an attached item. This item was a circular seal, intricately carved with the image of a roaring lion. Barn clicked to receive the attachment, idly toying with the circular seal. As its significance surfaced in his mind, a testament of strength, materials for the awakening quest. An acknowledgement from the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Do you wish to become my son as well? Barn gazed at the item descriptions with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. Yet one particular entry piqued his interest, the awakening task materials. Could it be? With a hint of skepticism, Barn dragged the seal onto the icon of the dark sky wave in his skill bar, and the seal was immediately embedded. The icon of the dark sky wave flickered briefly before transforming into a shade of dark gray, yet one of the three circular recesses below glowed yellow. Realizing that this so-called proof of the strong was the prerequisite for awakening, Barn felt a glimmer of hope for his own awakening. He had been stuck at level 50 for over a year. Since his arrival in this world, he had not received a single quest, leading him to understand that the DNF system he possessed was incomplete, lacking the most crucial quest system. He had thought that awakening was beyond his reach until today, when a ray of hope re-emerged. How could he not feel exhilarated? Calming his racing heart, Barn felt a profound joy. Whether from the long-lost warmth experienced aboard the Whitebeard pirates or the newfound prospect of awakening. Even the unchanging darkness before him seemed to possess a hint of difference. As he savored the night sea breeze, Barn drifted into slumber. Barn opened his eyes once more and found it was already the following day. He felt an additional layer of warmth enveloping him. Just as he was about to inquire, a familiar voice reached his ears. Have you sobered up, Barn? Thank you, Newgate. Barn had spent the night collapsed in the observation chamber, his body stiff and rigid. He slowly rose to his feet and offered the blanket back to Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard did not take the blanket. Instead, he turned slightly within the observation chamber, gazing out at the boundless sea. Barn, do you know what I cherish most? It is gazing upon the ocean. Here, one can witness a multitude of wonders. Oh, my apologies, Barn. I forgot that you cannot see. It matters not, Newgate. I can perceive it, Barn replied. Barn, clutching a blanket, turned towards the sea and gazed into the distance. Oh, the white-bearded man, not comprehending Barn's subtlety, looked at the shorter man beside him with a questioning expression. Barn smiled gently, speaking in a tone steeped in nostalgia. My former captain, York, once imparted to me, Barn. The sea encompasses a sailor's entirety. He is born amidst its vastness and shall ultimately meet his end here. Though unseen, it resides eternally within your heart, cradling your dreams. Whitebeard's eyebrows and beard stirred slightly as he withdrew his gaze from Barn, redirecting it towards the ocean. After a moment, Whitebeard remarked, Barn, that is all in the past. The journey must continue, mustn't it? Would you care to hear what your current captain wishes to convey to you? Barn seemed taken aback by Whitebeard's unexpected words. However, upon regaining his composure, he merely offered a faint smile and turned his head away. You see, he remarked to Whitebeard, I certainly did not agree to become your son, yet I am willing to hear you out, Captain Newgate. I have no intention of adopting an old man of similar age as my son. Whitebeard chuckled, playfully teasing him. Then, donning a serious expression, he gazed at Barn and said, You carry far too much on your shoulders. This will only weigh you down further. Let it go. Why not attempt to embrace a new way of life? Barn furrowed his brow at Whitebeard's words, silently clutching the blanket, standing still in place. Observing Barn's demeanor, Whitebeard gently patted Barn's shoulder before leaping down from the lookout perch. Barn was still pondering Whitebeard's words. Am I burdened by too much? Perhaps it is indeed time for me to embrace a new way of life. You would think so too, Captain York, wouldn't you? Barn raised his gaze to the sky. Yet what he beheld was not the comical visage of York, but rather the figures of Joel D., Roger, Ace, Whitebeard, Marco, and Vista. Thank you, Newgate. Barn chuckled. It's scorching. What in the world is this place? It's unbearably hot. Marco sat at the bow of the boat, his upper body exposed, incessantly waving his jacket and lamenting. Indeed, it is sweltering. A burly fellow emerged from the cabin and approached Marco. Hey, Marco, look. The water beneath the boat is bubbling. What? Vista, what are you saying? Marco inquired, stretching his head out over the side of the boat for a glimpse. Good heavens, the water is boiling. Mr. Barn, the water below is boiling. How can you still be fishing? Chirp, chirp. Fitz, too drained from the heat, had lost all interest in stealing bait and was lazily sprawled on Barn's head. Barn also felt the heat, yet he found it bearable. Ha ha ha, Marco, my child. Barn's fishing is merely a facade, even in the most bountiful waters. He wouldn't catch a single fish. Upon hearing his father's words, Marco clenched his right fist and struck his left hand, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, no wonder Mr. Barn has been fishing every day, yet has not caught a single fish, he remarked, nodding in agreement. Barn's fair forehead was already adorned with a fine sheen of perspiration, and now he found himself at a crossroads. Hey, if you don't understand, then refrain from speaking. My enjoyment lies in the process of fishing. The outcome is inconsequential. In response, he was met with the hearty laughter of the old man. Ha ha ha. Father, there is a volcanic island ahead. Oh, it seems the reason for this sweltering heat lies with that island. Children, let us go take a look. Oh, father, please don't. We'll be scorched to death, Marco protested. Although the Pequod was quite sizable, it was remarkably swift, and soon they reached the volcanic island. The old man was the first to leap down, followed by Captain Marcalo and others, and Barn also jumped down. It is well known that animals are averse to heat. Fitz was currently languidly draped over Barn's head, failing to report on the road conditions. However, as soon as Barn landed, he stumbled, seemingly having tripped over something. Ignoring the jeers of the surrounding pirates, Barn searched the ground but found nothing that had hindered him. Yet, upon opening his backpack, he discovered that the materials section had illuminated. Upon opening the materials section, Barn was met with an unexpected sight: furnace rock coal. Barn emitted a sound of astonishment, drawing the attention of the surrounding pirates, and Whitebeard glanced back at him. Barn, what troubles you? Barn struck the furnace rock coal, and information about it appeared. Furnace rock coal, a material for enhancement, a tool for the secondary profession of enhancement master. An enhancement master? What a twist of fate. Aha. Barn was exceedingly familiar with this profession as a seasoned DNF player. How could he have escaped the clutches of Sister Kelly? Little did he expect that he would also have the chance to ensnare others. The thought alone was exhilarating. Barn extracted a palm-sized piece of red stone from his backpack, which upon closer inspection revealed a subtle metallic luster. Barn, holding a piece of volcanic rock, inquired of Whitebeard. Newgate, do you see any of these stones around? Whitebeard glanced at the stone in Barn's hand and, with astonishment, replied, This small red stone. There are plenty here, scattered all over the ground. There are even a few larger pieces over there. Barn, what troubles you? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Barnes' mouth nearly stretched to the back of his head in excitement. He exclaimed, Newgate, this island has not yet been claimed, has it? Whitebeard, bewildered by Barnes's inquiry, glanced around before stroking his chin and replied, It appears not. That is splendid, Newgate. You must seize this island immediately. I have a great need for these stones. In response to Barnes's exuberance, Whitebeard appeared perplexed and asked, Hey, Barnes, are you still not sober? Barn impatiently interrupted Whitebeard, exclaiming, Rest assured, I am quite lucid. This stone will yield unexpected rewards. Whitebeard regarded Barnes' words with skepticism, yet ultimately acquiesced, sending men to seize the island. The banner of Whitebeard soon fluttered over the land. Having given his orders, Barn disregarded Whitebeard and the others, blissfully ignoring the sweltering heat as he joyfully dashed off to collect furnace coal. Observing Barnes' unusual excitement as he scurried about, Marco felt a twinge of curiosity. She approached Whitebeard and poked him, equally astonished, saying, Father, do you think Mr. Barn has lost his mind? Should we summon the ship's doctor? Whitebeard silently nodded, acknowledging, It is indeed a malady that requires remedy. Marco agreed with a solemn nod. Father, Mr. Barn has sequestered himself in the storeroom for 4 whole days, emerging only to eat. Hasn't he even fished? Could something be amiss? Marco expressed her concern to Whitebeard. Ever since Barn had forgiven her, Marco had discovered that he was quite amiable, and due to Fitz's influence, their relationship had flourished to the point where she now worried for him. Whitebeard took a hearty swig from his bowl of liquor and replied, Let him do as he pleases. After all, even if he tries fishing, he won't catch anything. Ha ha. He had been mocking Barn's futile fishing attempts for days, and the thought still amused him. Mr. Barn throws out some scrap metal every day. It seems he is engaged in some endeavor, Whitebeard remarked, pouring himself another generous bowl and glancing at Marco. What of it? He inquired before taking another hearty drink. But Mr. Barn cannot see. How can he create anything? Marco whispered, nudging her father's arm. Upon hearing her words, Whitebeard set down his cup, stroked his chin, and nodded thoughtfully. However, he did not dwell on it for long and said to Marco, "Ah, my child, let Barn pursue whatever pleases him. It is rare for him to find joy beyond fishing. Let it be. Come, join me in a drink." He then filled a large bowl with liquor and poured it for Marco. "No, no, no, father, that is too much," Marco protested, sputtering. "Ha. My son must be able to hold his liquor." Meanwhile, in the storeroom, Barn was diligently working on his enhancement machine. After successfully acquiring a secondary profession with 200 pieces of furnace coal and 5 million berries, he had locked himself away. The System-S enhancement machine could not be fully visualized. Only the internal combustion engine materialized, necessitating Barn to fabricate the remaining components himself. This task could not be entrusted to others, so Barn labored alone in the storeroom. As for how Barn, being blind, managed to carry out the processing, it was quite simple. He placed the metal scraps into his backpack and processed them within the system, allowing him to perceive the results. This method brought Barn, who had been blind for many years, a profound sense of satisfaction. "I am truly brilliant." Buddha Barn chuckled exaggeratedly in his mind. I asked Sengoku, "Why are you pursuing Whitebeard and bringing me along? Can't you handle Whitebeard on your own?" In the distance, on the lead ship of the naval fleet, a robust man with bronze skin and purple hair, cigar in mouth, spoke to a bespectacled man with a long goatee beside him. "No, Zifa. You know I've been chasing Whitebeard for 3 whole years. It's time to settle this." The bespectacled man spoke with a seriousness that contrasted sharply with Zifa's flippant tone. Clenching his fists tighter, he appeared to be a meticulous individual, perhaps even rigid. "Surely, I need not intervene with those captains. Can't that brat Sakakibara manage? You know, Zifa, Sakakibara hasn't yet mastered even 1/10 of your abilities. This operation is critical." "Zifa." The bespectacled man's fists tightened again, his voice resounding with gravity. All right. I'm here now, Sengoku." The man with the purple hair helplessly lit another cigarette. At this moment, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard leisurely sipped his drink while Marco lay sprawled on the floor, thoroughly intoxicated. Suddenly, a panicked voice from Vista broke the tranquility. "Old man, a fleet of Navy ships is approaching." Whitebeard paused mid-sip, but it was merely a fleeting moment. Once he swallowed the last generous gulp of his drink, he calmly replied, "What's the hurry? Who is leading them?" "It's Sengoku," Vista responded, visibly calming down after Whitebeard's words. "Oh, gwahahaha. Let us go meet our old friend. Vista, go wake Marco." With that, Whitebeard donned his coat, casually grabbed the large blade beside him, and stepped out of the cabin. Whitebeard, leading his crew of pirates, stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, and Vista assisted Marco as he stumbled out. Upon seeing the middle-aged man with purple hair standing next to Sengoku, a flicker of confusion crossed Whitebeard's face, but he quickly brushed it aside and heartily laughed. "Gwaha, Sengoku, my old friend, who is this unfamiliar chap? That brat Sakakibara?" Sengoku's already serious expression turned fierce as he roared, "Whitebeard, I have been pursuing you for 3 long years. It's time to end this." "Gwahaha, Sengoku, why the rush? You haven't even introduced me to your new friend." Whitebeard, unfazed by Sengoku's outburst, laughed heartily. The middle-aged man standing beside Sengoku chuckled casually, extinguishing his cigarette, and said, "Zifa." A rare seriousness appeared on Whitebeard's face upon hearing the name. "Gwahahaha, the man who does not kill, Black Arm Zifa. Sengoku, you truly are determined to settle this. Enough with the pleasantries. Whitebeard, today I shall uphold the justice of the Navy." "Surrender!" Sengoku shouted, his fists clenched tightly. "Is that so? I'm eager to witness what you deem justice." Whitebeard half-crouched, the muscles in his left arm swelling rapidly, veins bulging as the power of the tremor fruit was perfectly concentrated in his left hand, which he then swung out. The very space above the ocean shattered. Naval ships rocked violently on the turbulent waves, and several were instantly engulfed. What did he do? He triggered a tsunami. It's the tremor fruit. A cataclysmic ability. Help. Sengoku stood on the tumultuous ship, arms crossed, his face dark as thunder, immovable. He spoke in a low voice to Zifa beside him. "Zifa, take action." Zifa, without a word, merely nodded, and together with Sengoku, they leapt from the ship, landing before Whitebeard. "Gwahaha. Children, grab your weapons, let us go." Whitebeard faced the charging Zifa and Sengoku without an ounce of fear, brandishing his large blade with a hearty laugh, ready to meet Sengoku's fist. "To face the old man, you must first get past me." Jozu charged in, half of his body transformed into diamond, clashing with Zifa. Seeing Jozu approach, Zifa's brow furrowed slightly, his left hand turning pitch black, and he met Jozu head-on. However, it was Jozu who was sent flying. While Zifa landed steadily on the Moby Dick, he crossed his arms and flexed his wrists, saying, "Diamond, the hardness is sufficient, but you still lack some force. Go run 100 laps on the playground." Hearing Zifa's comment during his struggle with Whitebeard, Sengoku immediately barked back, "Hey, you bastard Zifa. This isn't a training session. Don't hold back." All right, Zifa said, bored, as he dug in his ear with his pinky. "Is it truly wise to be so relaxed during battle?" Zifa. Vista seized the opportunity to draw his twin blades and slashed at Zifa's arm, which was still occupied with ear cleaning. Clang. To Vista's surprise, the blade met Zifa's arm with a metallic clang. In that moment, Zifa's entire arm had turned pitch black. "Armament, what did you just say, brat?" Zifa glanced at Vista with peripheral vision, then swept his arm, sending Vista crashing into the sea. "Vista, oh, there's another?" Zifa turned his attention to the source of the voice and spotted Curry L brandishing a gun. "Shave. Armament." Zifa's pitch-black fist struck once more against the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Zifa harbored no fondness for pirates, as his family had been slaughtered by them. His animosity was palpable, and his reluctance to kill stemmed solely from his desire not to be like those pirates. Curiel fell to his knees from the blow. "Curiel." Vista, just clambering back from the water, shouted in alarm at Curiel's plight. "Quick, call Barn. You're no match for him." Oh, having witnessed Zifa's strength, Marco, now sober, scrambled toward the storeroom at the sound of his father's words. Sengoku, already locked in a stalemate with Whitebeard, activated his fruit ability, transforming into a magnificent golden Buddha. "Whitebeard, who is this Barn you speak of?" "Wahahaha, you'll find out soon enough. Do you have the luxury to be distracted while fighting me?" Whitebeard tightened his grip on his large blade, forcefully pushing Sengoku back several paces. "Mr. Barn, hurry. Vista and the others can't hold on much longer." Marco's frantic voice reached Barn's ears. "What is happening? It's been noisy since just now." Barn set down the iron piece in his hand and addressed Marco. "It is Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr. He has come alongside Sengoku to pursue father." "Mr. Barn, you must go out quickly. Vista and the others stand no chance against Zephyr." Upon hearing Marco's words, Barn realized the gravity of the situation. He picked up the second-generation sword, Kitetsu, placed Fitz, who had been sleeping on his head, into Marco's care, and then spoke in a very subdued tone. "Marco, please take good care of Fitz." "Oh, I have insight. Activate." Barn, with a flicker of thought, opened his third eye and summoned the second-generation Ghost Slash. Stepping out of the cabin. At that moment, Vista was once again sent flying by Zephyr. Barn furrowed his brow, and through his keen perception, he discerned 3 figures emanating a crimson glow. Among them, one was unmistakably the familiar visage of Whitebeard, while the other 2 were likely Sengoku and Zifa. The one who had just sent Vista flying must have been Zifa. The second generation of Zuki swiftly unsheathed, the crimson flame-like patterns glimmering in the air as it advanced towards Zephyr, who was delivering a powerful punch aimed at Jozu. Clang. The second generation of Zuki collided forcefully with Zephyr's fist, which was enveloped in haki. Barn exerted force against the knife, retreating a short distance before coming to a halt. "Mr. Barn," Jaws exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Barn's arrival. Noticing the disparity in strength emanating from Barn's grip, Zephyr furrowed his brow. He gazed at Barn and said in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Higi, my name is Barn, a pirate, and I'm here to engage you in battle." Zephyr's frown deepened as he pondered the name Barn. "Barn, I feel as though I've heard that name before." With a furrowed brow, Zephyr turned to Barn and inquired, "Kid, who exactly are you?" "I've already told you, I am Barn, an obscure pirate. However, that is of little consequence. You merely need to know that your opponent from this moment forth is I, Admiral Zephyr." The corners of Barn's mouth curled ever so slightly, evoking an inexplicable sense of excitement. Indeed, it was excitement, a primal urge to challenge the formidable, or perhaps a yearning to earn the validation of the strong. Observing that Barn offered no further responses, Zephyr chose not to press further. In that instant, the muscles in his left arm, which was locked in a stalemate with Barn's second-generation Ghost Cutter, swelled with tremendous power, propelling Barn backward with a sudden force. Taken aback, Barn gasped in astonishment and turned his gaze towards Zephyr. In such a situation, he still managed to exert strength. No, he had even conserved some. Truly remarkable. As Barn contemplated, the second-generation ghost Che waved his hand through the air, directing his gaze towards Zephyr, and remarked, "What formidable power you possess, Admiral Zephyr." Zephyr's brow furrowed even deeper. He had exerted all his strength just moments ago, and yet he had only been pushed back a few steps. Adjusting his stance, Zephyr crossed his arms and flexed his wrists, coldly responding, "Do not refer to me as Admiral any longer. I have resigned. I am now merely a humble educator." Upon hearing that Zephyr had relinquished his position as a general, Barn was taken aback, a sense of bewilderment washing over him as he turned to Zephyr and inquired, "Why?" Zephyr, who had been moving his wrist, abruptly halted, and his countenance darkened even further, soon breaking into a chilling smirk. "Why? Huh? You dare to ask me why?" In an instant, Zephyr's figure vanished from Barn's perception, the ominous sense of danger igniting an immediate response within Barn. Snip! Barn abruptly turned around, and Zephyr's figure once again materialized in his mind's eye. However, accompanying this vision was also Zephyr's fist. With a resounding impact, Zephyr's sudden strike landed squarely on Barn's abdomen, compelling even the formidable Barn to double over in pain. "It is because of you pirates, you brat." 2 years prior, Zephyr's 1-year-old son and family had been ruthlessly slaughtered by pirates. From that moment on, Zephyr harbored a profound hatred for pirates, though he refrained from killing. Most of the pirates sent to impel down under his command were left severely crippled. At that time, Zephyr had tendered his resignation, but his superior, Admiral Steelbone, sought to retain him, offering a compromise. He would become a naval instructor. Among his first students were Akainu and Kizaru, and it was during his instruction of Akainu that Sengoku conveniently summoned him to this location. Bearing the pain, Baon rose to his feet. At that moment, recalling the memories from his previous life, when Zephyr had developed a deep-seated hatred for pirates due to the slaughter of his family by the Navy. There are corrupt parasites within your Navy, and surely, there are good individuals among pirates, Baon asserted. In response to Baon's words, Zephyr scoffed dismissively. "A pirate is a pirate, and the affairs of the Navy are not the concern of a mere pirate like you." With that, Zephyr swung his left arm, fortified by armed haki, towards Baon with fierce intent. Barn's acute sense of danger promptly alerted him. This cannot continue. His movements must be restricted. Barn thought as he evaded Zephyr's attack. Zephyr lunged once more, and Barn deftly dodged again. The two engaged in a back-and-forth dance numerous times. Ultimately, it was Zephyr who halted first, bellowing, "Hey kid, is evasion all you can do?" An opportunity. Barn swiftly realized that a glimmer of cold light flashed across the blade of the second-generation ghost cutter, and in an instant, the icy blade surged forth. Zephyr quickly reacted, evading the incoming icy blade with a swift maneuver. However, at that moment, Barn had already positioned himself behind him. "Let me remind you, do not judge one by appearances. I am not the mere child you perceive me to be. We are rather similar in age." The deep voice of Barn resonated in Zephyr's ears, yet Zephyr found himself unable to respond in time. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. The malevolent light wave array. With a swift motion, Barn struck down with his second-generation ghostly blade, and in an instant, a sinister light barrier materialized, ensnaring Zephyr completely. Barn slowly lifted his head and removed the black satin blindfold that had shrouded his eyes. What? Zephyr could hardly believe that beneath the dark ribbon, Barn's pale eyes revealed that the person he had been entangled with for so long was, in fact, blind. Barn raised the knife, its blade dancing with red flames in the sunlight. His grotesque left hand gradually swelled, bursting to reveal a fearsome red arm. Azure Evil Light Slash. This technique had become Barn's signature move, ever since it severed several warships over 20 years ago. A massive white slash was unleashed by Barn, aimed directly at Zephyr, who was ensnared by the sinister light barrier. If Zephyr did not recognize Barn at this moment, then his years as a general would have been in vain. This was a notorious pirate who rose to fame long before him. Trapped, Zephyr's expression darkened as he faced the powerful slash without flinching. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who was locked in a stalemate with Whitebeard, witnessed the scene and coldly remarked, "The notorious pirate Demon Barn, he is not dead after all. His 20-year disappearance was merely a ploy to ally with you, Whitebeard. What are your intentions?" Whitebeard, unwavering, laughed heartily. "Gwa, Sengoku, Barn is merely a guest on my ship." "When did you become so cautious, Sengoku?" He exerted his strength again, pushing Sengoku back while his gaze shifted towards Barn. "This level of power is insufficient, Barn. Have you become distracted?" Whitebeard. Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, his palm striking forcefully towards Whitebeard. "Gwahaha. A sneak attack is not a commendable habit, my old friend. Whitebeard retaliated with a punch that met Sengoku's hand. You talk too much, Whitebeard. Barnes' Azura evil light slash effortlessly cleaved through the malevolent energy barrier, striking Zifa with a resounding impact that illuminated the surroundings, casting a dazzling glow that was almost blinding. Yet, Barnes' expression remained grave, beads of perspiration forming densely upon his brow. Though others could not perceive it, Barnes was acutely aware that through his inner vision, Zifa stood resolutely intact. As the dissipating dark energy gradually faded, the onlookers regained their sight, only to be rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before them. Had Barnes been able to witness it, he too would have been taken aback. At that moment, Zifa, having endured Barnes' fully charged Azura evil light slash, was devoid of his naval coat. His trousers tattered and torn, yet it was precisely this that allowed the spectators to behold his physique. His body was as dark as iron, even darker than the blackness that had initially enveloped Barnes' fists during the assault. Zifa now resembled a formidable Iron Man, clenching his fists tightly. A mocking smile spread across his face. Is this all the famed demon Barnes is capable of? Within the Navy, none were more acquainted with the mastery of armament hockey than I. Your attack is futile. Zifa's figure once again vanished from Barnes' inner vision, and by the time he reappeared, it was already too late. Zifa unleashed an even more powerful punch upon Barnes, sending him hurtling backward. Clearly, it was insufficient. The second-generation ghostly blade of Barnes was embedded in the ship's plank, its spine thwarting the force that threatened to propel it forward. This punch was significantly more formidable than the previous one. Barnes contemplated this. On the other side, Sengoku observed the situation and turned to Whitebeard, stating, Whitebeard, I am uncertain of your intentions, but it appears that your aspirations are destined for failure. Whitebeard, having witnessed the unfolding events, retorted, Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own predicament. With a fierce swing of his sword, Whitebeard unleashed a formidable attack, this time augmented by the powers of his devil fruit. Sengoku was compelled to respond with all his might. However, Whitebeard's prowess was overwhelming, and even with the use of his devil fruit abilities, Sengoku was forcefully repelled. At that moment, Whitebeard's gaze shifted toward Barnes. Barnes, you are facing a formidable opponent who has fully mastered armament hockey. Do not falter. Barnes struggled to rise, clutching his abdomen, from which a radiant green light emanated. This was the manifestation of Barnes' devil fruit ability, mending his internal injuries. Aside from the beads of sweat forming more densely on his forehead, he had restored his internal wounds and was once again poised to confront Zifa with his second-generation blade, the Ghost Cutter. Zifa, your strength is indeed formidable. The hardness you display, TSK, rivals even that of Joss. A hint of confusion crossed Zifa's dark visage. I unleashed my full power with that last punch. His internal organs should have been shattered. How is this possible? In truth, even harnessing the restorative prowess of the devil fruit, Zifa's previous strike would have been enough to incapacitate Barnes. Fortunately, in the very instant Zifa's fist connected, Barnes had utilized his hockey to fortify his abdomen, cushioning much of the impact. The demon Barnes, I must admit, I underestimated you. My full force strike failed to bring you down, but no matter, I possess an abundance of strength. Zifa flexed his wrist once more, preparing for another full force assault. Barnes' acute sense of danger reacted instantaneously, as he swiftly positioned his second-generation Ghost Cutter to intercept Zifa's full-force strike. Old man Zifa, while you may employ the same tactic, it may not prove effective against me. Barnes' unfocused eyes gleamed with a flicker of light. A surge erupted. The formidable impact propelled Zephyr backward, sending him flying. This force. It was entirely different from that day. That young man Barnes had not exerted his full strength at that time. The powerful shockwave also affected Whitebeard, who was restrained by Sengoku. Sengoku, did you see? Barnes isn't scathed. Do not revel too much, Whitebeard. Once again, Whitebeard and Sengoku became entangled in battle. Before Zephyr could touch the ground after being knocked away, Barnes, executing a three-part slash, arrived behind him. Rift Wave Slash. Zephyr, still airborne, was lifted by Barnes, and a dazzling halo appeared around him. What? Zephyr exclaimed in terror. It turned out that under the influence of the Rift Wave Slash, the armament hockey enveloping Zephyr was beginning to unravel. Barnes also noticed this, as he sensed that the danger level of Zephyr was gradually diminishing. Moreover, he felt that the potency of his slash of the wave was steadily increasing. Could it be? My slash of the wave has the power to counter his hockey. In DNF, the slash of the wave is a formidable skill capable of forcibly breaking through hockey, and Barnes had merely entertained a fleeting thought, never expecting it could actually disrupt hockey. What a remarkable ability! It can indeed negate Zephyr's hockey. Sengoku, witnessing Barnes' peculiar technique successfully dismantling Zephyr's haki, was understandably astonished. He knew that even he could not rival Zephyr in terms of haki mastery. Gwahaha. Sengoku, you've let your guard down. Whitebeard seized the opportunity of Sengoku's distraction, effortlessly cleaving through with his blade. Sengoku had no choice but to respond with all his might, as the dazzling halo of the slash of the wave shattered. Zephyr was sent reeling to the ground. Cough, cough. Barn, I admit you are formidable, but even if you can dismantle my haki, what difference does it make? Zephyr slowly rose, only to discover that the haki Barn had disrupted was proving difficult to reassemble. Since I mastered this technique, I have never employed it. Not even against Whitebeard. To force me to use it, you have every right to be proud. Na Mayo Horenchikyo, Na Mayo Horenchikyo, Su City, Sid Hikara, Rei Eiji Guyin, Samamo City, Ianmo City Savak. Observing Barnes silently chanting this peculiar incantation, Zephyr's brow furrowed deeply. What is he doing? Immovable king formation. Suddenly, 3 enormous, pitch-black spheres materialized around Barn. This is... Zephyr's expression grew exceptionally grave. An extraordinarily powerful suction force surged towards Zephyr. This overwhelming force even affected Sengoku and Whitebeard from a distance, compelling them to halt their battle. What is this strange suction? Sengoku gazed intently at the 3 massive black spheres, while Whitebeard observed the scene with interest. Barn had never employed this technique before. This lad. Whitebeard drove his great blade into the ship's deck to withstand the powerful pull. Under the immense suction of the 3 colossal black spheres, items on the deck gravitated toward them, including Zephyr himself. Being the closest and already injured, Zephyr had no strength left to resist the overwhelming force and was drawn in. Standing in the center of the formation, Barn felt Zephyr ensnared and focused his thoughts. Rise. The 3 enormous spheres swiftly enveloped Zephyr, ascending directly above Barn. They began spinning wildly. The 3 massive black spheres continued to pass through Zephyr, each time eliciting a pained cry from him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sengoku's forehead from a distance. Individuals of their caliber naturally possessed a high tolerance for pain. To hear a man as iron-willed as Zephyr cry out in agony was a testament to the sheer power of Barnes' assault. The 3 gigantic black spheres spun faster and faster in the air, then astonishingly came to a halt. Gradually, they began to expand. Then they exploded. A powerful gust of wind hurled Zephyr away. Zephyr. Sengoku saw Zephyr being flung and, disregarding Whitebeard, rushed forward to catch him before he plunged into the sea. However, Zephyr was already unconscious, curiously devoid of any visible injuries. Cradling the unconscious Zephyr, Sengoku gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing he had to relent. Whitebeard could be seized at any moment, but Zephyr's condition could not afford delay. They must not lose a high-ranking officer of the Navy due to this failed capture. Consider yourself fortunate, Whitebeard. One day, you and I shall settle our accounts. After speaking, he turned his gaze back to Barn. The notorious pirate, Demon Barn, who vanished for 2 decades. I never imagined you would be hiding here. Savor this moment, for your days of tranquility are numbered, Barn. As Sengoku strode away with a face full of discontent. Whitebeard wore a broad smile. Gwahaha, my old friend Sengoku. Take care. Gwahaha, I await that day. Isn't that right, Barn? Whitebeard threw an arm around Barn's shoulder. Yet, he failed to notice Barn's pale complexion. The toll of battle and the exertion of his devil fruit abilities had left him utterly spent. Barn merely nodded gently before collapsing. Barn. Mr. Barn. Quickly, summon the ship's doctor. The doctor. Barn awoke, yet the surroundings remained as perpetually dark as ever. Alas. Barn sighed and sat up, inadvertently waking Marco, who had been resting by the bedside. Oh, Mr. Barn. You are awake, Marco exclaimed, rushing outside to announce, Father. Everyone. Mr. Barn is awake. Soon. The small cabin of Barn was bustling with people, with many more gathered outside who could not fit inside. Mr. Barn, your ribbon. Barn, upon hearing the familiar voice, reached out and said, Thank you, Sachi. Barn had covered his eyes with a ribbon. Oh dear, Mr. Barn, you have been asleep for 3 whole days. How could you sleep for such an extended period? It was Marco's voice. Chirp, chirp. And Fitz is here too. Mr. Barn, you are truly remarkable. You utterly subdued that black-armed Zephyr without a hint of resistance. It can't be that exaggerated, can it, Collier? Indeed, it is. Absolutely. Bista, you should have witnessed how impressive Mr. Barn truly is. The lively discussions came to an abrupt halt as Barn spoke. He laughed, a joyous, hearty laugh, leaving everyone around him with puzzled expressions. Ha. Barn continued to chuckle, his laughter echoing with glee. The other pirates joined in the merriment, their voices blending into a cacophony of amusement. Suddenly, Whitebeard arrived, clutching a tattered, yellowed piece of paper. Wahaha. Come, Barn, take a look at this. The previously joyful expression on Barn's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of dismay. Oh, my apologies, Barn. Seeing you behave like a normal person every day made me forget that you are blind. The black line on Barn's head has increased. Huh. My apologies. Allow me to read it out loud for you. Look, Azure Barn, with a bounty of 230 million. The previously tranquil cabin erupted once again. How impressive, Mr. Barn. Azure is truly a magnificent name. Initially taken aback by the staggering increase of 100 million in his bounty, Barn now donned a broad smile, chuckling lightly alongside the other white-bearded crew members. This scene felt oddly familiar. Captain York, Marco, is Mr. Barn still in the warehouse? Indeed, it has already been a week. Marco broke off a small piece of bread and handed it to Fitz atop his head, then took a large bite himself. What on earth is Mr. Barn up to? Bista inquired as he took the remaining bread from Marco. I have no idea. He has nearly used up all the volcanic rocks we brought back last time. Oh. He refers to them as furnace rocks. Marco brushed off the crumbs from his hands and patted Fitz on the head. By the way, Mr. Barn borrowed my knife a few days ago. Bista stuffed half of the bread into his mouth as he spoke. What? Did you lend it to him, Bista? Marco perked up at the question, eager for a response. Of course not. Do you think I'm oblivious? Many of our brother's weapons have turned to mere shards after lending them to him. Why would I be so foolish? Humph. Bista scoffed at Marco's eager inquiry, having seen through his schadenfreude nature. What a pity, Marco lamented with a look of regret. Bista's mustache twitched slightly. What did you just say? What a pity. It's nothing at all. Heh. Humph. What on earth has gone awry? Observing the colossal figure in the personal information subprofession interface, Barn sighed. Indeed. It is a colossal creation. Barn must admit that he is not an adept mechanic. He constructed a reinforcement machine based on the design from memory, only to find it was more than 10 times larger than the actual reinforcement machine. From a distance, it resembled a massive furnace, and due to its size and structure, the requirements for reinforcement had altered significantly. Now, Barn's version of the reinforcement machine, aside from requiring 1 furnace rock for the initial reinforcement, just like in the original DNF, demands 10 furnace rocks for each subsequent reinforcement up to level 8. With a risk of failure, though fortunately it will not be destroyed. For levels 9 to 11, each reinforcement requires 100 furnace rocks, and the figures escalate to a staggering 1,000 furnace rocks for levels beyond 11, with an increasing likelihood of failure and the accompanying risk of destruction. Barn resolutely abandoned the issue. Although the constraints of the enhancement conditions had intensified, he had no intention of making any modifications. He believed that the days spent crafting the enhancement machine had completely exhausted his talents in this area for a lifetime. Thus, Barn stepped out of the warehouse. Look, Mr. Barn has emerged. Mr. Barn, what have you been working on in there these past few days? Mr. Barn, are you planning to go fishing? Barn completely disregarded the crowd and made his way directly to the captain's quarters. What's wrong with Mr. Barn? Coulier inquired, scratching his head as he turned to Marco. How should I know? He has locked himself in the storeroom for an entire week. Perhaps he simply needs to vent, Marco replied indifferently to Coulier's question, as he was currently preoccupied with soothing Fitz, who was perched atop his head. Barn stepped into the captain's quarters, where a potent aroma of alcohol assailed his senses. Barn waved his hand in front of his nose with disdain. Newgate, every time I visit you, I am overwhelmed by the potent aroma of alcohol. I fear that, over time, I shall succumb to alcoholism. Upon seeing Barn's arrival, the white-bearded man did not set down his goblet but instead produced a smaller cup, filled it to the brim, and handed it to Barn. Ha ha ha. Our great inventor Barn has emerged from seclusion. What marvels have you conjured this time? Have you come to flaunt your creations before me? Barn accepted the drink handed to him by Whitebeard and took a hearty gulp. Ah, refreshing, he exclaimed. Ha 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 ha, this is the essence of true manhood. Whitebeard held a deep admiration for Barn's forthrightness, particularly when it came to indulging in spirits. Barn, having finished his drink, set the glass down upon the ground and turned to Whitebeard, saying, Newgate, do you believe me? Whitebeard cast a curious glance at Barn, but soon erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Of course, Barn, although you are not my son, I am more than willing to believe you. Upon hearing Whitebeard's response, Barn's expression darkened, yet he felt a surge of joy. After all, this was a man of idol status from his past life, and gaining his trust was a source of immense happiness for Barn. Hand me your sword, Newgate. It's right there. Feel free to retrieve it yourself, Whitebeard replied, gesturing toward his massive blade with a nod of his chin. Barn strode over, seized the formidable sword, and exited the captain's quarters. As soon as Barn departed, Bista and Marco entered the captain's quarters, with Bista occasionally glancing at the departing Barn. Marco prodded his father with his hand and inquired, "Father, did you lend Mr. Barn your knife?" "Oh, what of it?" Whitebeard responded nonchalantly, taking a hearty gulp of his drink. "Father, Mr. Barn borrowed weapons from many of our comrades a few days ago, and they all ended up in pieces," Bista remarked. Concern etched across his face. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and replied, "No worries. If Barn is borrowing from me, he surely has confidence. After all, he cannot best me." Ha ha ha. Bista and Marco exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of exasperation. Barn, wielding a large knife with a white beard, approached the warehouse and addressed Fitz, who had just returned to perch above him. "Fitz, where have you been these past few days?" "Chirp, chirp," came the reply. "I see. Has Marco been treating you well?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp, chirp." Fitz proudly flapped his wings against his small chest, affirming their unspoken bond. Barn was left utterly bewildered. Fortunately, Marco was oblivious to the language of birds. Barn and Fitz, each accompanied by a bird, swiftly arrived at the warehouse. Fitz was the first to behold this imposing structure, resembling a great furnace. "Chirp, chirp. Behold, behold. This is the remarkable achievement of your illustrious master over the past few days," chirped Fitz, fanning his wings as if to wipe away the non-existent sweat from his brow. Barn stepped forward and casually retrieved a piece of furnace coal from the opposite side of the warehouse, casting it into the feeding port of the barn-enhanced machine. He then placed Whitebeard's great sword inside as well. The colossal, furnace-like enhancement machine pulsated incessantly, causing the temperature within the warehouse to seemingly rise several degrees. A brilliant red light enveloped the space, only to gradually fade away, yielding to a cool stillness. When Barn once again extracted Whitebeard's battle blade from the enhancement machine, it emanated a faint, almost imperceptible white glow. Success. Upon witnessing the transformation of Whitebeard's weapon, Bart realized his success. He had indeed created an enhancement machine within the world of One Piece. Although it differed somewhat from the version crafted by Kelly, its functionalities remained fundamentally similar. "Let us proceed, Fitz," he exclaimed. Barn once again bore the great sword with the white beard, returning to the captain's quarters alongside Fitz. Barn tossed the knife towards Whitebeard, who promptly caught it. However, upon gripping the familiar blade, Whitebeard felt an inexplicable difference despite the knife's familiar weight and texture. Barn inquired. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. Barn casually produced a piece of armor from behind him and smiled at Whitebeard, saying, "Give it a try." Without much hesitation, Whitebeard swung his sword down with force. With great effort. At Whitebeard's level, he had mastered the control of both his strength and the weapon's power to perfection. He quickly sensed that his sword felt somewhat different from before, until he noticed a nearly imperceptible white glow along the blade. "What is this?" Whitebeard looked at Barn with a puzzled expression. The enigmatic smile of Barn has been enhanced. "This is the culmination of my research over the past 10 days. I can further amplify its strength." Barn pointed to the large sword that Whitebeard was currently holding. Upon hearing Barn's words, Whitebeard was naturally elated. Although the sword was not a masterpiece and had become somewhat unsuitable for him, he found it hard to part with it after fighting side by side for so long. Barn had indeed rendered Whitebeard a great service. Without further ado, Whitebeard tossed the sword to Barn, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Thank you very much." Among men, there is seldom a need for excessive flattery. A simple expression of gratitude suffices to convey much. Barn departed with his great sword in hand, while Whitebeard entered the captain's quarters with a smile. The other pirates were left in a state of astonishment, particularly Vista. Had he known that Barn's request for a weapon was intended for enhancement, he would have readily acquiesced. Now, Vista could only cast a forlorn glance at Marco. "What do you want from me, Marco? I didn't urge you to decline." Marco chuckled at Vista's despondent demeanor, reveling in his misfortune. Since Barn had created the enhancement machine, every member of the Whitebeard pirates had clamored for him to augment their weapons, undeterred by the possibility of their weapons shattering. However, only a few had successfully enhanced their weapons beyond 10. Whitebeard's great sword achieved an enhancement level of 12, while Vista's sword and Kiriel's gun reached only 10, with the majority languishing at enhancement levels of 8 and 9. Notably, with the benevolent contributions of other pirates' weapons, Barn's second-generation Onitachi was successfully enhanced to 13. Its blade adorned with haunting red flame patterns, accompanied by an almost imperceptible crimson glow, rendering it even more eerie. The unfortunate pirates whose weapons had been used as sacrificial offerings could only lament the shattering of their armaments, for the enhancement machine had been crafted by Barn, who retained ultimate authority over its outcomes. Here lies the Sabaody archipelago. Barn, I implore you once more, are you truly determined to depart? Barn helplessly scratched his head and said, Newgate, this is the 20th time you have asked me on this journey. At this rate, I may truly grow fond of you. Whitebeard, momentarily taken aback, chuckled heartily. 20th time, you say? Ha ha ha. Since I cannot keep you, then farewell. Are you also departing, young Adam? Whitebeard gazed at the little boy who was clutching Barn's garments. This boy sported a mop of light brown tousled hair and had brown irises, draped in a large black cloak that completely enveloped his small frame. He was a child that Barn had inadvertently caught while fishing a month ago, indeed. He had caught a child while fishing. Barn could hardly contain his amusement at the absurdity of it all, despite nearly 30 years of angling without success. He felt an exhilarating tug on his line, prompting him to summon the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates. To his astonishment, it was not a fish he had reeled in, but a person. When Marco informed him that he had brought up a human, Barn's expression froze, quickly transforming into one of utter despondency as he sank into a corner, drawing circles in the dirt. The young boy remained unconscious for 2 days, and upon learning that Barn had rescued him, he decided to cling to Barn. Demonstrating remarkable cunning, he first forged a bond with Fitz, and then, with Fitz's assistance, successfully attached himself to Barn, even going so far as to take Barn as his minnow. Barn learned that the young boy had been abducted by human traffickers. A few days prior, the traffickers' vessel had suffered an attack from a sea creature, leaving only him as the sole survivor. Upon witnessing the boy's pitiable state, Barn's heart softened, and he decided to keep him, bestowing upon him a new name. Little fellow, you seem so dazed and wooden. I shall call you Adam. How does that sound? Let us forget the past and embrace a fresh beginning. Later, upon hearing Marco mention that Adam was the name of a cherished tree, he joyfully ran about exclaiming, I have a name now. I am Adam. It is essential to note that during his years aboard the trafficker's ship, he had never been regarded as a person. He had long forgotten his name, having been constantly referred to as Little Boy. Barn's act of naming him granted him a new lease on life. In response to the white-bearded man's query, Adam cautiously replied, Yes, Master cannot see. He might get lost. I must stay close to him to take care of him. Chirp. Chirp. Fitz seemed to sense Adam's skepticism and defensively interjected. Upon hearing Fitz and Adam's remarks, Barn couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. When did he find himself in a position where he required the assistance of such a young rascal? The crew of the Whitebeard ship erupted in laughter at Adam's words, expressing their confusion. Mr. Barn, you seem to be doing quite well aboard our vessel. Why do you insist on leaving? The outside world already perceives you as the second in command of our Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, Mr. Barn, you ought to reconsider. The Sabaody archipelago lies right beneath the watchful eyes of the Navy, and there were Bista and Marco, those two steadfast friends. Barn merely smiled at their concern and said, Once I have made a decision, I shall see it through. Please do not attempt to dissuade me any further. Your father has already granted me my freedom. Why should you two worry yourselves so? As for the Navy, do you truly believe they could capture me? Upon hearing Barn's words, Bista and Marco ceased their pleas. At that moment, Barn turned to Marco and said, Marco, you must ensure that the furnace rock coal I require each month is delivered punctually and in the appropriate quantities. Furthermore, the source of this coal must remain a secret, for I intend to sell it at 30,000 berries apiece. 30,000? Now I understand why you wish to disembark, Mr. Barn. There is no greater profit than that to be found in piracy, Marco exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment at Barn's declaration. Wahaha. Marco, my child, if you too desire to leave the ship, as your father, I would not stand in your way. And no, father, you know I was only jesting. Wahaha. Upon hearing their voices, Barn was reminded of certain memories, and a faint smile graced his lips as he gently patted Adam's head and tossed his luggage onto his shoulder. Farewell, my friends. The members of the Whitebeard pirates grew unusually solemn, watching Barn's departing figure, each silently biting their lips. Barn, I shall await you upon the seas. Children, let us bid farewell to your first mate. Oh. Barn's figure came to a halt, yet he did not turn back. He merely waved his hand and walked away without a glance. Master, you are crying, Adam observed, unable to contain his tears. Do not speak of it. Your master is not one to weep easily. Barn, bearing the weight of Fitz, was led down the streets of the Chandela Islands by Adam. Although Barn cannot see, it can hear the sounds of its surroundings. What a bustling place it is, Barn exclaimed. Chiu Fitz nodded in agreement. Master, where shall we go now? To seek the Navy. But master, we are pirates. Bourne gently tousled Adam's tousled hair, saying, "It's all right. Let's go." "Oh, a report. Come in." "Yes." The admiral stationed at the Chambered Islands is Sengoku, who is currently seated at his desk, awaiting the report from an unfamiliar soldier before him. "Admiral Sengoku, there are two individuals outside claiming to be your friends who wish to see you." "Oh, my friends? What do they look like?" Sengoku inquired. One is a child, approximately 8 or 9 years old, and the other appears to be in his 20s, with a black cloth wrapped around his eyes and a bird atop his head. Upon hearing the description of the individual with the cloth around his eyes, Sengoku had a good idea of who it might be. "What brings them here?" Sengoku pondered. "Let them in." "Yes. It has been quite a while, Sengoku." Bourne's flippant tone reached the ears of the warlord, who responded with a cold snort. "Have you come to surrender, Bourne?" "Of course not," Bourne chuckled. "But even if I had, it wouldn't matter. You shall remain here today." The warlord abruptly rose from the table, unleashing a powerful fist towards Bourne. The smile on Bourne's face remained unchanged as the second-generation ghost swiftly emerged, blocking Sengoku's fist. With a sudden exertion of force, he pushed Sengoku back into his seat. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Sengoku, you are becoming increasingly impatient. Rest assured, I bear no ill intentions. I have merely come to inform you that I am no longer a pirate." "What?" Sengoku was taken aback by Bourne's strength and his earlier declaration. Although he had not exerted his full power moments ago, the ease with which he was pushed back spoke volumes about Bourne's capabilities. What could it mean that he claimed to have renounced piracy? "Fitz, let us depart. Adam, lead the way." "Understood." Bourne disregarded the dazed Sengoku and turned to Adam and Fitz, offering a brief word before exiting the naval camp. "Master, look, that bubble is so beautiful." "Oh." "I apologize. I forgot you cannot see," Adam teased with a playful grin. Bourne had developed a certain resilience to his apprentice's jests, so he refrained from losing his temper. Although his expression darkened slightly, delighted by yet another successful quip at his master's expense, Adam stuck out his tongue in amusement. Just then, a little girl with blue twin tails, clutching a knife, dashed headlong into Bourne, colliding with him. "Ah, what was that? So hard?" Bourne gazed at the fallen little girl, and a multitude of dark lines appeared on his forehead. "Hard?" Bourne hurriedly touched himself and, finding no abnormalities, realized that she was not referring to that area, but to her own belly. At that moment, Adam also rushed over, pulling the reckless little girl aside, and remarked, "Why aren't you being more careful? My master cannot see." Upon hearing Adam's words, the dark lines on Bourne's face deepened. The little girl immediately bent down and apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to estimate wrongly. I was just in a rush to deliver the knife. I didn't see. It's all right. Is your family in the blacksmithing trade?" Upon hearing Bourne's question, the girl's expression dimmed slightly, yet she replied, "My grandfather was a blacksmith. My parents have been at sea for many years and have not returned. A few days ago, my grandfather passed away, but I can forge too. I can sharpen knives. I am an exceptional blacksmith." Upon hearing the little girl's words, Bourne gently stroked her head and remarked, "Indeed, little Leah is also an exceptional blacksmith. How about we accompany you to deliver the sword?" Perhaps enchanted by Bourne's harmless smile, little Leah joyfully nodded. On the 54th island of the Shambadi archipelago, 2 months prior, a dilapidated blacksmith shop became bustling with activity after the arrival of 2 individuals, Bourne and Adam. This place was Leah's home. Subsequently, under Adam's encouragement, Leah took Bourne as her master. At that time, Bourne was perplexed by Adam's decision, yet as days passed, Adam's various behaviors could not escape the keen observation of Bourne, who had honed his skills in this world for over 20 years. This little imp seems to hold a special interest in her. The once derelict blacksmith shop has since transformed. Bourne invested in its renovation, giving it a resemblance to the traditional courtyard houses of old Beijing. In the center of the courtyard stands a formidable apparatus, the barn-enhanced reinforcement machine. Now, the entrance of the blacksmith shop is teeming with people. Ever since the discovery of the shop's ability to enhance weapon potency through reinforcement techniques 2 months ago, it has attracted a constant stream of visitors. Even as Bourne sold a piece of furnace rock coal for 30,000 berries, the crowd only continued to swell. Bourne's apprentices, Adam and Leah, busily attended to the guests at the entrance, while in the back courtyard, Bourne shared a drink with another individual. "I never expected you to come. It is rare for someone to visit without a purpose. Speak, what brings you to me?" Bourne poured a glass of wine and pushed it towards the visitor, jesting. The person before him was none other than the current admiral of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku the Buddha. Sengoku accepted the wine that Bourne had offered, casting a gaze filled with complexity upon him as he spoke. I truly did not expect this, Barn. What you told me 2 months ago was indeed true. You have really forsaken the life of a pirate? Huh, indeed, Barn replied with a chuckle. My sole focus now is on earning money. As for the life of a pirate, well, at least for now, that is not in my plans. Barn poured himself a glass as well and remarked with a hint of indifference, surely you didn't come to seek me merely for this confirmation. Or perhaps you simply desire to savor my wine. Barn placed the wine upon the table and, with a tone of inquiry, spoke. Upon hearing Barn's words, Sengoku turned and set his wine glass down as well, straightening his posture with a serious tone as he declared, I hope you remember what you have said. With that, Sengoku rose abruptly, standing in Barn's chamber as he continued, the Navy has taken note of your abilities. Before Sengoku could finish his statement, Barn interjected resolutely. I will not join the Navy. Sengoku paused for a moment, then turned to Barn and said, I never expected you to join the Navy. To put it simply, we hope you can enhance the weapons for all the soldiers at our Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Barn's lips twitched slightly, realizing his own overestimation of the situation. Sengoku was not here to recruit him, after all. Barn pondered for a moment, then adjusted his tone and said, Ahem, as you can see. There are numerous naval officers queuing at my doorstep. I have no objection to the Navy seeking enhancements here, but it must be strictly here, do you understand? Sengoku? You grasp my intention, Barn. I do not wish for you to provide enhancements to those pirates. My message is quite clear. I am willing to offer enhancements to anyone, provided they can afford it. Their identity is of no concern to me. Barn leaned back, crossing his legs, indifferent to the furious expressions of Sengoku, who, after all, could not see him. The adage out of sight, out of mind seemed to apply perfectly in this instance. Observing Barn's nonchalant demeanor, Sengoku felt a simmering frustration that he could not express. Until he had fortified the soldiers' weapons, his relationship with Barn could not deteriorate, so he let out a long sigh. Swallowing his irritation. Master, there's a Navy officer at the door causing a commotion over a broken piece of equipment. Adam's interruption pulled Barn from his reverie, and he regarded Sengoku with an amused expression. Sengoku's countenance darkened further as he replied to Barn in a detached manner, I will handle it. Huh. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Sengoku. Allow me to escort you. Barn's words elicited several involuntary twitches from Sengoku's brow, but recognizing his own culpability, he chose to endure the moment. Quick, call your master to compensate for my sword. This is a precious Lianquai blade. The Navy officer's urgent voice cut through the air. Colonel, please do not be hasty. My master will be out shortly. Just a moment, please, came the anxious voice of the little girl Lilia. The Navy officer, faced with her adorableness, found it hard to maintain his ire, and instead sat sulking on the ground, glancing anxiously towards the interior. At that moment, a figure emerged from within, though it was not the one he had anticipated. The officer immediately stood to attention, executing a perfect military salute, exclaiming, General Sengoku. The colonel was drenched in cold sweat, while Sengoku merely nodded curtly, his expression still shrouded in gloom. I am aware of your situation. Now, come with me. Sengoku stated in a low tone, imbuing his words with an undeniable authority. The colonel hesitated, attempting to negotiate, but was quickly silenced by Sengoku's thunderous reprimand. Did you not hear what I said? Fool. The officer promptly scurried behind Sengoku, bowing deeply and standing in respectful silence. Barn, I will bring my men tomorrow, Sengoku said, turning to regard Barn with a cold stare. Bring men? Huh. You come seeking my assistance yet indulge in this verbal sparring. Truly, you are a stubborn fellow. Barn contemplated this, yet still greeted the general of warring states with a smile. I am here, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence, General. With a dismissive snort, Warring States shrugged off his cloak of justice and departed. After bidding farewell to Warring States, Barn began to tend to the customers at the entrance alongside his disciples. Congratulations, sir. Your enhancement has been successful. There is a sharpening stone at the entrance. You may wish to test its power. Barn, with a smile, handed a newly enhanced sword to a pirate. The pirate, wielding the long blade that emitted a faint blue glow, approached the testing stone at the entrance and swung it with great force, astonishingly embedding it up to the hilt. Satisfied, the pirate walked away, while two figures in the distance engaged in hushed conversation. One of them, sporting a prominent red nose, remarked to the other, Hey, straw hat, did you see that? The sword became incredibly powerful after passing through that person's hands. Indeed, the shopkeeper must be an extraordinary individual. I wish he could enhance my weapon as well. But it's simply too expensive. I can't afford such a sum, lamented the other. How about you lend me some money, Buggy? Absolutely not. As he witnessed Shank's tearful eyes, a wave of goosebumps washed over Buggy, who disdainfully rejected Shank's plea. Haha, the shopkeeper is certainly no ordinary character. Mr. Rayleigh. Bucky and Shanks held a deep respect for the first mate, bowing courteously before him. This mature and composed middle-aged man was none other than the right hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh. He stood as the second most significant figure after Pirate King Roger. Rayleigh, with a cheerful smile, nodded approvingly at the two apprentice crew members. Whether it be the calm and wise red-haired Shanks or the clownish Bucky with his bright red nose. Come, our purpose here is to meet him, Rayleigh remarked, turning back to Bucky and Shanks with a grin. Is he really Ashura? How can he be so young? He looks to be about my age. Fool. I always tell you to read the newspapers, Rayleigh said, exasperatedly glancing at Shanks as he explained. Bon has consumed the life fruit, which prevents him from aging. Moreover, it is said that his left hand, wrapped in bandages, is cursed by a wave devil, yet this misfortune has allowed him to wield the powers of the wave devil. He is the only person in the world to possess two devil fruit abilities. Alas, due to the curse, he has become blind. Rayleigh pointed towards Bon. Haha. What's the matter, kid? Getting scolded again? Upon hearing this voice, Shanks turned around abruptly, his expression one of delight. Captain. It was a man clad in standard pirate attire. While he lacked the imposing presence of Whitebeard, he exuded an indescribable charisma. His long mustache curled slightly upward, and his squinting eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness, as if he was born with an innate aura of dominance, possessing the qualities of a ruler. It was this very man who accomplished what was deemed an impossible feat. He ruled the Grand Line, conquered the seas, and with the last fleeting seconds of his life, he ignited the era of great pirates. This was a man whose life was steeped in legendary tales. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger. As Roger conversed with Shanks, the ship's doctor of the Jackson, the very same old man from Twin Gorges, approached. Mr. Roger, please do not wander about. You will perish. Upon hearing these words, Bucky and Shanks were immediately left in disbelief, while a glaring crossroad appeared on Rayleigh's forehead. Ha ha ha, Karokas, you old rascal, your words are truly unpleasant. Roger, however, remained magnanimous. Bursting into hearty laughter at Karokas' remark, Bucky drew a throwing knife and pressed it fiercely against Karokas' throat, snarling, Hey, old man, do you dare to curse our captain? Do you believe I will kill you? Faced with Bucky's menacing threat, Karokas' expression darkened as he replied in a grave tone, Do not act this way. It could lead to death. Bucky may have been somewhat intimidated by Karokas' tone, which quivered slightly, yet he could not afford to lose face before Shanks. So he forced himself to speak. Dead? Old man, who are you referring to? Karokas calmly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and exhaling a ring of smoke as he replied, I. So it is you, you bastard old man. Bucky transformed into a fierce figure and roared towards Karokas. Haha. Roger laughed heartlessly. On the other side, Barn entrusted the weight for reinforcement to Adam and Leah, while he remained focused on Roger. In truth, Barn had noticed them early on. He was taken aback upon hearing Rayleigh's name, and, later, when Shanks called out to the captain, he realized Roger had arrived. However, when he heard a familiar voice, he could no longer contain himself and rushed over. Karokas. Karokas. Is that you? Karokas, engaged in conversation with Roger, turned upon hearing his name and soon spotted Barn. Barn, is that you? Karokas exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Barn. Roger also recognized the connection between his ship's doctor and the renowned Ashura, and subtly gestured for everyone to clear a space for Karokas and Barn. Haha, it has been a long time, Barn. Why are you alone? Where's York? Where's Brooke? You have no idea how much LeBeau has been missing you all, Karokas said, gripping Barn's shoulders with enthusiasm. However, Barn's trembling body stiffened, and he managed a pained smile, replying, LeBeau? Is he still waiting? Noticing Barn's drastic change in demeanor, Karokas sensed something was amiss and immediately inquired, What happened, Barn? They are all gone, Barn replied. Karokas was taken aback. Despite being mentally prepared for bad news, he hadn't anticipated this. What exactly happened? Karokas asked, trembling. Barn closed his eyes in anguish, forced another bitter smile, and led Karokas to his quarters, recounting the events of the past 20 years in detail. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had slipped by. Barn's reinforcement shop had closed its doors, Bucky had collapsed onto the floor in slumber, and Rayleigh was still engaged in conversation with Roger. At that moment, Shanks approached them and remarked, Captain, why has Mr. Karokas been gone for so long? What is his relationship with that Ashura? Rayleigh turned to Shanks and replied, Coloca's only agreed to join our ship in search of Barn and his crew. Ha, it must be because of that great whale, Shanks said, his gaze shifting to the laughing Captain Roger with curiosity. Labu, is Mr. Barn part of the Rumbar pirates? Perhaps, Roger shrugged, rising to his feet and addressing Shanks. All right. Their conversation should be concluding soon. It will be our turn next. By the way, Shanks, weren't you looking to strengthen your sword? You can go now. But I don't have that much money, Shanks said, hesitating. Fool, why not ask Coloca's for help? Roger chuckled, playfully tapping Shanks on the head. Even Rayleigh wore a wry smile as he looked at Shanks. Shanks, remember, you should learn to use your head. That is your sharpest weapon. Has so much transpired over these 20 years? Coloca's remarked, finishing another cigarette with a sigh. Coloca's, you should quit smoking. I don't want to lose you in another few decades. Barn jestingly remarked, the smoke I indulge in is made from herbs, destined to prolong my life. By the way, what are your plans now? Aren't you going back to check on Lab? That fellow has been eagerly awaiting your return, quite stubbornly, I must say. I have advised him on numerous occasions. Barn said helplessly, but now is not the time. I have an important matter to attend to. By the way, Coloca's. How much longer can Roger hold on? Coloca's was taken aback. How did you know? Barn waved his hand dismissively and said, it is of no consequence. Just tell me directly, how much longer can he live? Coloca's lit another cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke as he replied, 3 years, that is my utmost limit. A person like him, alas, what a pity. Barn, upon hearing the words of Coloca's, remained silent. He abruptly rose and strode towards the door. Hey, Barn, what are you planning to do? Coloca's inquired with a puzzled expression. Without glancing back, Barn cryptically replied, I am about to undertake the task that is most imperative at this moment. The battle between Bart and Whitebeard has earned him a token of strength. Following this, his confrontation with Zephyr garnered the latter's acknowledgement. Now, having secured 2 tokens of strength, Bart is acutely aware that the third is within reach. Roger, the future Pirate King, will serve as the catalyst for his awakening, and Bart eagerly anticipates the clash with Roger. Barn stepped outside and called out to Fitz, who fluttered down from the rooftop and landed atop Barn's head. At that moment, he collided with Shanks, who was rushing over with a sword in hand. Chirp, chirp. Fitz reminded Barn, but Barn waved his hand to silence him and then spoke. Young man over there, are you seeking me? Upon noticing Barn's call, Shanks quickened his pace and approached him, exclaiming, Yes, Mr. Barn, I am Shanks. I wish to request your assistance in enhancing my sword, though I currently possess no funds. Upon hearing that he was Shanks, Barn was somewhat taken aback. Is the red-haired one truly this young now? Barn contemplated this and intended to pat Shanks on the head, only to find himself touching a straw hat instead. A straw hat, indeed. He chuckled. Shanks, seek out Adam. He is my apprentice. Inform him that I sent you, and he shall enhance your abilities. Barn smiled at Shanks, who noticed the pale eyes concealed beneath the black ribbons. Truly a blind man, Shanks mused. Meanwhile, Barn remained oblivious to his thoughts, his attention drawn to an individual behind Shanks, emanating a powerful aura. Roger. Barn contemplated for a moment before striding directly towards him, extending his hand and saying, I am Barn Bahat. I know you, Roger. Would you be interested in a match with me? Roger was taken aback by Barn's unexpected proposition, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he grasped Barn's hand and replied, then let us proceed. The news of the impending battle between Barn and Roger was not kept secret. Both the pirates of the Roger Pirates and Adam Leah had heard of it. However, Barn declined their request to observe the fight. Ultimately, only the Dark King Rayleigh attended the spectacle. On that day, he returned carrying both Roger and Barn. Yet he remained silent about the outcome of the confrontation, merely smiling without uttering a word, regardless of the inquiries posed to him. That night, Barn awoke, gazing at Roger, who lay beside him on another ship, and a smile graced his lips. Indeed, he was remarkably strong. Barn knew that he had been beaten into a state of exhaustion and had lost consciousness, while Roger merely felt fatigued from their scuffle and had fallen asleep. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the objective had still been accomplished. Barn leaned against the headboard, toying with a stamp-like object in his hand, the third proof of strength. Roger and his crew had only remained for 5 days, during which they completed the gilding of their ship, the Golden Jackson, before embarking once again towards the New World. In this brief span, Barn gained a profound understanding of Roger. He was an extraordinary individual. Typically wild and unrestrained, he transformed into a figure of remarkable composure during battle, his terrifying combat prowess rendering him akin to a beast dwelling in the jungle. Even upon realizing that he had merely 3 years left to live, Roger remained unfazed, not actively seeking remedies for his condition. Rather, he exhibited an unusual calmness, as if he had a plan to pursue something significant. Though Barn could not see the burning passion in Roger's eyes, he sensed that Roger remained steadfast in his dreams. Perhaps this was the true source of his strength. Time passed swiftly, and a year had flown by. Barn led a leisurely life during this time, entrusting all matters to Adam and Leah, while also finding moments to instruct Adam in swordsmanship. However, Leah displayed little interest in Barn's knife techniques. Her sole desire was to master the art of blacksmithing. In the course of instructing Adam, Barn discovered the joy of being a mentor. It is noteworthy that on the continent of Arad, the most formidable Azura is GSD, who is also an exceptional teacher. After inheriting the mantle of Sister Kelly in the world of pirates, Barn's next ambitious goal is GSD. Perhaps influenced by Whitebeard, Barn has developed a fondness for alcohol. The tavern's affairs do not require his attention. Instead, his days are spent either fishing or visiting a quaint bar on Island 44 with fits to indulge in some drinks. It is said that a newly hired waitress named Woman possesses great beauty, though Barn himself is unable to see. Today, as usual, after returning from fishing with an empty bucket, Barn made his way to the little bar on Island 44. He settled into a seat and gently tapped the table with his index finger, prompting the bartender to deliver a glass of rum to his side. Barn, sipping his drink, found his mind wandering elsewhere. It seemed the time was drawing near. At that moment, a tall figure entered from outside. This individual was peculiar. One must remember that the Shambadi archipelago enjoys a perpetually temperate climate, yet he had enveloped himself in layers, his long brown hooded cloak trailing on the ground. And he even donned a mask. The patrons of the tavern appeared unperturbed by such eccentricity, merely casting a curious glance before returning to their conversations. After all, the Shambadi archipelago serves as a crucial waypoint on the Grand Maritime route to the New World, a veritable crossroads teeming with a myriad of naval officers, pirates, and merchants, making it inevitable for some oddities to appear. The locals had long grown accustomed to such quirks, and it was evident that this man, shrouded in his heavy garb, was regarded as one of those peculiar individuals. Upon taking a seat, he deliberately lowered his voice and addressed the bartender. "A glass of vodka, please." Barn turned his head with curiosity, gazing at this peculiar individual, and inquired, "Vodka? It seems that few appreciate such spirits these days. Would you care for some juice instead?" The tall man, however, disregarded Barn, merely bowing his head as he silently sipped his drink. Barn waited for a considerable time without receiving a response. Yet he remained unperturbed and continued to speak to himself. "The scent that envelopes you is remarkably unique." This time, the tall man was visibly affected. He set down his wine glass, gripping it tightly in his hand, while his other hand formed a fist within his sleeve. Barn's intuition sensed impending danger and instinctively awakened. Although the tall man concealed himself adeptly, his tightly clenched left fist had already betrayed him in Barn's perception. Barn smiled faintly and addressed the bartender. "Could you kindly fetch me a glass of juice, Durant?" The young man named Durant remained silent, merely offering a courteous bow in Barn's direction before proceeding to the storeroom. Barn raised his unfinished glass of rum to his lips, taking a small sip before remarking, "You possess a scent reminiscent of the sea. Yet you do not bear the mark of a seasoned sailor." The tall man leaned in closer, locking eyes with Barn, and coldly replied, "Oh, why not? I am indeed a sailor." Barn smiled faintly, his nose twitching as he inhaled deeply. "No, you are not," he remarked. "As you can see, I am blind. Yet my sense of smell is remarkably acute. You carry more than just the nostalgic scent of the sea." Barn patted the shoulder of the towering figure with his hand, then waved in front of his own nose and remarked, "There is still a hint of fishy odor. Are you a merman?" The seemingly nonchalant tone of Barnes resonated dangerously in that person's ears. A profound sense of peril surged through the mind, and the tightly clenched fist of the left hand was poised to strike. "Do not act foolishly. Release your left hand. I harbor no ill intentions. As you are well aware, I am merely a blind man." The voice of Baon resonated once more, and this time, the individual noticed a detail. He was blind. The person cast a profound glance at Baon, only to behold a pair of pallid eyes devoid of focus. "Ashura," the individual intoned solemnly. Barn raised an eyebrow and remarked with a playful tone, "Oh, you have heard of me. Splendid. You must realize that I harbor no ill intentions towards you." The individual nodded in agreement, tilting their head back to down the remaining half glass of vodka, while simultaneously loosening the grip of their clenched left fist. Seeing the man had laid down his hostility, Barn tentatively inquired, "What is your name?" Although Barn was already aware of the answer, he still sought confirmation. The man set his glass down upon the table and replied nonchalantly, Fischerteg. Indeed, it was as expected. Barn contemplated silently, nodding slightly before taking another sip of rum. At that moment, Fischerteg posed an unusual question to Barn. Barn, what are your thoughts on the celestial dragons? The inquiry had resurfaced once more. Barn contemplated this. Yet he remained quite intrigued by the prospect of liberating slaves alongside Tiger. He turned to Tiger and inquired, Would you care to visit my humble establishment? Tiger cast a puzzled glance at Barn, but eventually nodded in agreement. At that moment, Durant, who had gone to fetch juice, returned, however. The two individuals were nowhere to be seen. He silently collected the berry that Barn had left on the table and resumed his duties. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Barn paid no heed to Tiger, instead delegating him to Leah for hospitality while he sought out Adam. Adam, how much have we earned over the past year? Barn, placing his trust in Adam as his apprentice, allowed him to manage the finances, even aware that Adam occasionally spent some funds to curry favor with Leah. Yet he chose to overlook it. Approximately 1 billion, master, Adam replied after a moment of reflection. Do not be surprised, after all. Barn's furnace coal was sold at 30,000 berries per block, and the demand for Barn's enhanced machinery was substantial. Earning 1 billion berries in a year is quite reasonable, even if Barn felt it was somewhat lacking. I see, Barn remarked, though we are still a bit short. Time is of the essence. Barn mumbled as he bit his thumb. Adam, in a state of perplexity, inquired, Master, what were you on the verge of saying? I've just conceived a method to make money. Barn suddenly stood up, startling Adam. He turned to Adam and said, Adam, take this money and accompany Leah to the East Sea. Remember to destroy the enhancement machine before you leave. I know how to make it, so I can recreate it later. It is inconvenient for you to carry it. Adam looked at his master with confusion and inquired, Why must Leah and I go to the East Sea, master? Barn grasped Adam's shoulders firmly and spoke earnestly, Remember, you must utilize this 1 billion berries to establish a mercenary guild in the East Sea and subsequently recruit 4 renowned bounty hunters from the oceans. You can sustain the guild's operations by earning money through the completion of commissions. This 1 billion berries should be sufficient to form a guild of medium scale. Barn released Adam and turned his back to him, speaking with determination. However, I intend to establish a formidable power that can stand toe-to-toe with the Navy. This billion berries is far from sufficient. But fear not, in a few days I will dispatch someone to deliver the funds to you. Now, you and Leah should prepare for departure, and do remember to bring Fitz along. Adam's brow furrowed even deeper, a sense of foreboding creeping over him as he inquired, Master, what exactly are you planning, that even Fitz is not included? Barn turned around and gently ruffled Adam's hair, saying, Your master has to attend to certain unavoidable matters. But master, I want to go too. Ha. Adam, your master is quite capable. There is no need for you, my little imp, to worry. Just take Leah to the East Sea, and after a while, I shall come to find you. You must fulfill the entrusted tasks. But Adam persisted. Yet Barn's hand continued to ruffle his hair gently as he replied, Adam, during my absence, take good care of yourself, as well as Leah and Fitz. We shall reunite soon. Barn's words compelled Adam to swallow back the words that hovered on his lips. He understood that once his master made a decision, it was unyielding. Thus, he bit down hard on his lower lip, stifling the tears that threatened to escape. He was uncertain of his master's intentions, yet he sensed an impending danger. The following day, Adam departed with Fitz and Leah, leaving behind a trail of destruction as he detonated Barn's enhancement machine. As he felt the heat radiating from the flames consuming their former abode, Barn wiped his parched lips and turned to Tiger, who was utterly bewildered by the actions of both Barn and Adam. Tiger, he began, do you recall the question you posed to me? To my eyes, the celestial dragons are naught but parasites. A glimmer of insight flickered in Tiger's eyes as he regarded Barn with a penetrating gaze. Barn's subsequent words left Tiger astonished. Tiger, are you planning to liberate the slaves? Tiger, taken aback, asked in disbelief, How did you know? Barn waved his hand dismissively and remarked, It is of no consequence. You need only to know that I can assist you. This revelation left Tiger even more astonished. What exactly do you intend to do? This was the thought racing through Tiger's mind, a question he was eager to have answered. The following night, Barn and Tiger found themselves beneath the headquarters of the world government, directly below Mariewa. Tiger, are you certain we should ascend from here? Tiger was a man of considerable composure, rarely speaking and often relying on simple gestures to convey his thoughts. However, with Barn, it was different, given Barn's blindness. Tiger merely responded with a quiet, whom Barn could only shrug in self-deprecation. To him, this Tiger resembled a mere block of wood. He continued, Tiger, you see, I cannot see. If I were to climb on my own, I might not even know where I would end up. Tiger merely responded with a non-committal and fell silent thereafter. Born rolled his eyes and continued, "Oh, Tiger, you ought to comprehend my intent." Tiger glanced at Barn this time and responded with a hesitant, his tone laced with inquiry. "You can carry me up, with your strength. It should be quite effortless for you to ascend." Barn swiftly mounted Tiger's back, wrapping his arms around his neck. Despite Barn's imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he felt diminutive in a world teeming with giants like Tiger, who towered over him. Thus, he found it effortless to drape himself around Tiger's broad shoulders. Tiger merely emitted a resigned HM, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. No one noticed the dark lines etched across his face at that moment. Perhaps he never anticipated that the notorious pirate with a bounty of 230 million, the legendary vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ashura Barn, would be such an individual. Given the nocturnal hour and their location on the shaded side of Mariehua, Tiger and Barn found themselves ensconced in a realm of darkness, a blind spot for the Navy patrols, making it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, for them to be detected. Barn had long since acclimated to the darkness. Yet Tiger was able to deftly discern each protruding rock upon the wall, gradually ascending. Perhaps it was due to the excellent night vision possessed by the fishmen. Why must we scale this ascent? Would it not be more advantageous to simply breach the entrance directly? Barn embraced Tiger's neck and said, "You and I are here to liberate slaves, not to cause a commotion, Barn." In an unusual departure from his typical response of HM, Tiger began to elucidate to Barn. "Very well, take your time to climb," he replied. "Indeed." Barn rolled his eyes once more. Tiger's agility was remarkable, and the two swiftly ascended Mary Geos, where the presence of the Navy was ubiquitous. Numerous lighthouses dotted the heights, merely marking the periphery. From this vantage point, one could behold the excessively opulent structures at the heart of Mary Geos, the residence of the celestial dragons. "Barn, we have arrived." Barn dismounted from Tiger's back and tapped his own shoulder with the sheath of the second-generation ghost cutter, inquiring, "So, Tiger, what shall we do now?" Tiger replied in a deep voice, "Follow me. We must first circumvent the Navy's watchful eyes." Barn nodded in agreement and trailed behind Tiger. The two swiftly arrived at the residence of the celestial dragons. Tiger led Barn in dispatching the guards and reached the area where the celestial dragons kept their slaves. It resembled a prison, filthy and reeking of a nauseating stench. Tiger clenched his fists tightly, gazing at the despairing faces imprisoned in cages, and nearly roared, "These scoundrels!" Barn, repulsed by the foul stench permeating the air, instinctively covered his nose with his hand, his brow furrowing deeply. Tiger forcefully swung open the door to a cell and addressed its occupants. "I have come to rescue you. You are free now." However, their response left Tiger in a state of disbelief. They remained motionless, merely raising their faces, etched with despair, to glance at Tiger and Barn. "You are free," Tiger shouted once more, his voice echoing with urgency. This time, the group regarded him and Barn, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes, an emotion that gradually expanded within them. The room erupted into chaos as the unfreed slaves began to shake the confines of their iron cages, ultimately surging forth in a frenzied escape from their captors. Watching the slaves flee in a frenzy, Barn and Tiger displayed no semblance of joy. Barn coldly inquired of Tiger, "What will you do next?" Tiger lifted a torch from beside him, his gaze fixed intently on Barn, as if flames of wrath kindled within his eyes. He spoke in a low, resolute voice, "I shall destroy this place. Create a riot to facilitate the slaves' escape." Barn shrugged and said, "It's up to you. However, I have my own purpose for being here. I intend to visit the treasure chamber of the celestial dragons, and I will handle those celestial dragons myself. By the way, do you know the way?" At that moment, 3 diminutive figures emerged from the throng of fleeing people, with 2 smaller girls hiding behind a taller one. The larger girl approached Barn and, with a lively demeanor, confidently stated, "I know where the treasure chamber of the celestial dragons is." Barn could not see them, yet he could hear the voices. He crouched down and spoke to the girl who had spoken. "Really? Little sister, would you take me to find it? Is the necklace you are wearing the thong of the serpent god?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Barnes instinctively touched the necklace around his neck. "The thong of the serpent god? Are you from Amazon Lily? What is your name?" "Indeed, you are the hero of Amazon Lily." "Lord Barnes, my name is Hancock, Boa Hancock, and these are my 2 sisters." "Oh, I apologize, my Lord Barnes. I forgot that you cannot see." Barnes gently stroked Hancock's head. "Indeed, is this what fate entails?" Barnes contemplated this and spoke. "It's all right. I have become accustomed to it. Can you take me to the treasure chamber of the celestial dragons?" Hancock nodded enthusiastically in agreement. The people of Snake Princess Island had always regarded Barn as a hero, and Hancock was no exception. Now, witnessing her living idol rather than a mere stone statue, who had also become her savior, Hancock's admiration for Barn reached unparalleled heights, causing her to momentarily forget her own predicament. Hancock led Barn to an extraordinarily splendid edifice. She addressed Barn, saying, "This is the residence of the most prominent celestial dragon family, the Belikov Saints. The treasure chamber lies in the basement." Barn gently patted Hancock's head and said with a smile, "Thank you, young Hancock. Now, go and seek out Uncle Fishman to join me. I shall handle things here." "Very well, Lord Barn. Please take care." Hancock understood that his presence here was merely a hindrance, so he promptly agreed to Barn's request and set off to find Tiger. "Rest assured," Barn replied. Barn smiled at Hancock, listening to the fading sound of his footsteps. He sensed the temperature around him rise a few degrees, intermittently disturbed by the crackling sound of wood. He understood that Tiger had already taken action. Barn placed his hand upon the second-generation Guache, activating his inner eye. He cast a cold gaze upon the celestial dragon, who lay in deep slumber within the edifice, and remarked, "I must hasten my actions here." A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as the second-generation Guache was drawn forth. Slash! Barn, wielding the second-generation ghost slash, struck forcefully at the edifice. The grand entrance, along with the walls, was cleaved apart with a resounding crash, rousing the slumbering celestial dragon, St. Barakov. Who dares to intrude upon the palace of St. Barakov? The figure of Barn gradually emerged from the mist, and the celestial dragon, gazing at Barn, swallowed hard. He swiftly grasped the blade resting on the bedside, the cursed sword. Demon Moon, which he had acquired earlier that morning for a staggering 70 million berries at the auction house. At that moment, the second-generation sword, ghostly chopper, in Barn's hand quivered slightly. Barn furrowed his brow, casting a discerning glance at the blade clutched by the celestial dragon. A cursed sword, perhaps? Has Ghost Che discovered a kindred spirit? The second-generation Ghost Che quivered slightly, as if in acknowledgement. Observing Barn's persistent inaction, the celestial dragon, in his foolish arrogance, charged forward with the blade raised. "You despicable lowlife. Prepare to meet your demise." The celestial dragon swung the cursed sword wildly through the air. Yet not a single strike found its mark. Barn held the second-generation Onakiri, bracing it against the blade, his brow furrowed as he coldly declared, "Cease your actions. You foolish swine. This blade weeps." Upon hearing Barn's insult, Barakov, the noble prince, shouted in fury, "How dare you demean the esteemed Barakov? You shall perish, you wretched commoner." In response, a flash of crimson light erupted from the blade. The celestial dragon clutched his throat and fell, the knife now firmly grasped in Barn's hand. It was a black blade, yet its edge shimmered with an eerie purple hue. Although Barn could not perceive the knife's form, he could certainly sense its aura. What a demonic blade indeed! Just in time, as Adam lacks a suitable sword, entrusting you to him shall ensure you remain unsullied. A glimmer of light flickered across the blade of the demon moon, perhaps expressing gratitude toward Barn, even though he could not see it. Sheathing the knife, Barn proceeded into Barakov's treasure chamber. The plunder was merely beginning. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the newly appointed Admiral Sengoku was in a fit of rage. "What? 2 individuals have invaded Mariewa. You incompetent fools. Who are they?" "There are indeed 2 of them. One is the Ashurabarn you mentioned, while the other remains unidentified." Upon hearing this name, Sengoku clenched his fists and slammed them down on the table, shattering it instantly. He coldly stated, "Barn, I knew you were not one to remain docile." Beside Sengoku sat a burly man, nonchalantly munching on senbei. The young Navy officer, witnessing the Admiral's fury, promptly reported and fled. Sengoku tossed the report into the mouth of a sheep and spoke solemnly to the man consuming senbei. "Kapu, accompany me." The man disregarded Sengoku, continuing to pour senbei into his mouth. Sengoku's forehead creased in frustration as he lunged forward, snatching the senbei and devouring them all. "What are you doing, Sengoku?" After swallowing, Sengoku replied to Kapu, "I said, accompany me. Why not go alone?" Kapu retorted, his expression complex. Sengoku's forehead furrowed again as he coldly asserted, "He is the one who gravely injured Zephyr." Kapu. At that moment, Barn, burdened by a massive pack towering over him, was joined by Tiger, who was taken aback by the immense load Barn carried, filled with treasures looted from the celestial dragons. "Barn, what do you intend to do with all this wealth?" Barn grinned. "You'll find out soon enough, Tiger. I have a favor to ask of you." Tiger, perplexed, inquired, "What is it?" "Please deliver these to the East Blue and hand them to Adam." Tiger's eyes widened in surprise. "Aren't you coming with me?" Barn forced a smile. "There is no turning back now. Sengoku and Karp have already arrived." Remember to deliver the items for me, and oh, do not forget this knife. Born solemnly handed the enchanted blade, Demon Moon, to Tiger, uttering, I entrust this to you. At that moment, Tiger sensed two formidable presences surrounding them. Observing Barn's unfocused gaze, which flickered with determination, he nodded gravely and replied, Leave it to me. I shall ensure its safe passage. Thank you, Mr. Barn. This marked Tiger's inaugural use of honorifics towards Barn, and he hoped it would not be the last. Aren't you going with Hancock, Lord Barn? Little Hancock inquired, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Barn. I have matters to attend to. You should go with Tiger for now. Barn smiled at Hancock. Although Hancock was uncertain of Barn's intentions, he sensed their significance and chose not to inquire further, agreeing to evacuate with Tiger. Tiger led Hancock and her three sisters away, casting a distant glance back at Barn with a complicated expression. Once Tiger had departed, Barn ceased to conceal himself, emerging from behind the low wall with the second-generation ghost cutlass in hand, and declared, Come forth, warring states, it has been a long time. Shall you introduce me to your new companions? Indeed, from the swirling smoke, two figures emerged, Warring States and Carp. Upon their arrival, Warring States and Carp first removed their cloaks from their shoulders, then flexed their wrists and inquired, Barn, where are your companions? Barn smiled and touched the second-generation sword, Gu-Ha. As he remarked, who knows? Sengoku's brows furrowed tightly. He solemnly responded, Barn, you promised me that you would no longer be a pirate. Eh? Barn, who had already drawn his blade, pointing it at Sengoku and Garp, was taken aback by this inquiry. He retracted his weapon, awkwardly scratching his head as he replied, Well, I am at best a bandit now, not quite a pirate, so I haven't broken my promise, have I? Sengoku's expression darkened further at Barn's specious reasoning, his fists clenching tighter. The Navy valued your enhancement techniques, but Barn, you are courting death. Sengoku stated coldly. Hey, Sengoku, you're being rather verbose today, surprisingly interjected Garp, the boisterous and carefree man Barn remembered, who now seemed to utter such words. However, Barn had merely overthought it. Garp merely wished to knock him away. Taken aback by Garp's comment, Sengoku adjusted his glasses and replied, All right, though I hate to admit it, Garp, you do have a point this time. Upon hearing this, Garp chuckled heartily. Just remember to hand over your dried squid to me later, Sengoku. A crossroads appeared on Sengoku's previously stern face as he pushed up his glasses again, stating, I take back what I just said, Garp. Hey, have you two forgotten I'm still here? Barn lightly tapped his head with the back of the second-generation sword, Own it, drawing the attention of both Garp and Sengoku once more. It has been quite a while since we joined forces, hasn't it, Garp? Sengoku remarked, flexing his wrist. TCH, you really do talk too much, Sengoku. Garp retorted. And in an instant, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push against the ground. TCH, Sengoku scoffed, swiftly following suit with his own rapid movement. Faced with their formidable onslaught, Barn immediately fell into a battle stance, activating his keen perception as he brandished the second-generation Own It. Ready to confront the legendary figures of the Navy, Garp concentrated his haki into his left hand, tightening his fist as he swung it forth. Come. Experience the might of my iron fist of love. Barn tilted his head slightly, unable to restrain his sarcasm. You lecherous old man's iron fist of love is better reserved for your dearest grandson. Your bravado holds no sway over me. With that, he unleashed the Rift Wave Slash. The blade of the second-generation Ghost Che flashed once more with a dazzling spectrum of colors, instantly recalling Sengoku's memory of Zephyr, who had been incapacitated by this very move and rendered unable to harness his own haki for a time. Cap, be careful, Sengoku exclaimed, activating his Devil Fruit ability. His already voluminous hair transformed into a beaded form, and he became a resplendent golden Buddha. In an instant, Sengoku utilized the shave technique to reach Cap's side, forcefully propelling the charging Cap away, yet he himself fell victim to the attack. A radiant halo surrounded Sengoku, spinning incessantly, seemingly adjusting its vibrational frequency until it resonated with Sengoku's own. Hey, Sengoku, what are you doing? Cap shouted in anger as he was flung away. But what he beheld was Sengoku in distress. To his astonishment, the halo was gradually dismantling Sengoku's Buddha form. The areas where Sengoku's golden body met the halo shattered into fragments. Sengoku, damn it, you brat, Cap cried out in concern for Sengoku, before fixing his cold gaze upon Barn. With his left hand once again enveloped in armament haki, he swung his fist forward. Upon hearing Garp refer to him as little brat, Barn could not help but furrow his brow, sensing an imminent danger approaching. From the perspective of his inner eye, Garp's figure was gradually magnifying. Do not call me little brat. How much older could you possibly be than me? Damn you, Carp. Cross slash. Born's right hand maintained the wave cut upon Sengoku, while his left grasped the second-generation Kitetsu, delivering a powerful cross slash. The Crimson Strike advanced toward Carp, compelling him to halt his assault, take a step back, and adjust his stance before charging forward once more. Meanwhile, Sengoku, ensnared by the wave cut, keenly observed this detail, and a glimmer of insight flickered in his previously pained eyes. He had refrained from employing a technique capable of nullifying both the Haki and the Devil Fruit abilities. Instead, he had executed a mere slash to repel Carp. It appeared that he could not unleash that technique repeatedly, or at least not while employing it. Sengoku astutely deduced Born's vulnerability from this observation, truly deserving of the title the strategist of the Navy. At that moment, Sengoku freed himself from the confines of the wave cut and swiftly executed a shave, disregarding the still-healing golden Buddha form, as he concentrated the powers of his Devil Fruit and Armament Haki to charge alongside Carp. Born utilized a fluctuating explosion to launch Carp into the air. Yet he was unable to evade Sengoku's formidable fist. The impact was such that Sengoku's fist sank deep into Born's body with a resounding thud. Born expelled a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. At that moment, Carp emerged from the ruins and spoke to Sengoku. Taking that punch from you has rendered me immobile as well. Victory is yours, Sengoku. No, it is not that simple. The intelligence reports indicate that he possesses the abilities of 2 Devil Fruits, in addition to the cursed powers of the Wave Devil Fruit. He has also consumed the Life Fruit. Sengoku replied with a grave expression. What? There exists someone in this world who wields the powers of 2 Devil Fruits? Carp exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Sengoku. In response, Sengoku transformed his hand into a blade-like shape and struck Carp on the head, saying, I told you to pay attention to the intelligence. You never listen. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Born was enveloped in a shimmering green light. As the Life Fruit worked to restore his body, albeit at the cost of immense stamina. After a while, Born stood up as if unharmed, though his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Sengoku, your punch was quite overwhelming. Upon seeing Born seemingly unscathed, Carp couldn't help but furrow his brow. It's truly a pity that I couldn't finish you off with that punch, Born, Sengoku remarked coldly. Such brazen provocation is intolerable, Sengoku. The blade of the second-generation Kitetsu gleamed ominously. Ice Blade Wave Sword. An icy blade shot forth, yet Carp and Sengoku chose not to evade. Instead, they both infused their fist with Haki and charged forward. Carp's fist met the icy blade, shattering part of it, but his hand became ensnared in ice. Sengoku delivered a punch to the ice blade, freeing Carp, and together they surged toward Born with undiminished momentum. Crack Wave Slash. Sengoku was struck again, but Carp seized the opportunity to unleash his own punch. Born has sustained injury for the second time. Thus, Sengoku and Carp relentlessly exploit the intervals in Born's attacks to strike at him. Gradually, Born finds himself at a disadvantage in the duel against the two, as they exchange blows numerous times. Born's attire had become tattered and worn. However, under the influence of the Fruit of Life, his body bore no evident wounds. Nevertheless, his stamina was nearly depleted. In stark contrast, both Carp and Sengoku appeared far more disheveled, their garments in tatters, and their bodies marked by numerous injuries. At first glance, it seemed that Born held the upper hand. Yet, only Born was aware that he had, in fact, fallen into a disadvantageous position. For Carp and Sengoku still possessed considerable reserves of energy, while he was on the brink of exhaustion, although he had initially intended to refrain from using such a technique. The circumstances left him with no choice. Born gripped the second-generation ghost cut tightly, coldly addressing Carp and Sengoku. Both Carp and Sengoku, panting heavily, gazed at Born, a sense of foreboding suddenly creeping into their minds. The dark celestial wave surged. In an instant, a massive dark barrier emerged, centered around Born, enveloping all 3 of them. As Sengoku and Carp entered the barrier, they were instantly plunged into darkness, losing their sight entirely. Meanwhile, countless eyes opened in the vast black firmament above. So this is how you have grown. What a pity that you cannot witness this scene. You are now unable to see anything. Experience my darkness, Sengoku. Carp. The voice of Bon unexpectedly resonated in the ears of Sengoku and Carp, yet they found themselves unable to discern his precise location. It seemed as though the sound emanated from all directions at once. This realization struck them. Even the formidable Sengoku and Carp were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness after suddenly losing their sight. Unbeknownst to them, beads of cold sweat had thoroughly soaked their backs. Meanwhile, Bon was not faring any better. He could feel his stamina rapidly depleting in this state. This is dire. He could not hold out much longer. Barn was anxiously contemplating. Shatter. In a moment of desperation, Barn unleashed the second phase of his awakening. The eyes of the barrier began to fracture, resembling shattered glass. The barrier exploded in an instant, and the cries of Sengoku and Carp echoed from within the ruins of the shattered barrier. However, Barn had miscalculated his stamina with that powerful strike. He too was drained of energy and fainted. The battlefield fell silent once more, save for the crackling sounds of wood consumed by flames. Footsteps echoed as a legion of Navy soldiers landed upon the now desolate Mariowa. General, the Marshal is over there. This was the 6th level of Impelled Down, known as the Infinite Hell. Unlike other floors filled with the wails of prisoners, this level was eerily quiet, save for the occasional clinking of chains against the floor. In a remote cell on this level resided a solitary prisoner. His hair was white, and had it not been for the bloodstains, it might have been quite striking. 2 black ribbons crossed over his eyes, and he wore the standard black and white prisoner uniform. At that moment, he was pierced through the shoulder blade by a hook made of sea prism stone, tethered to a massive steel plate behind him. Restricted by chains, his movement was confined to a small corner of the vast cell. He was Barn, who had exhausted his last ounce of strength to unleash the dark sky wave eye, successfully incapacitating Carp and Sengoku, but he too had succumbed to unconsciousness from sheer fatigue. Regrettably, the Navy did not consist solely of Carp and Sengoku. He was utterly alone. Upon the arrival of the Navy, the unconscious forms of Carp and Sengoku were swiftly transported to the hospital for treatment, while Barn, after enduring the warm water of hell, was clad in his current garb and thrown into Impelled Down. Just then, Barn opened his eyes. Although darkness enveloped him, his hoarse voice broke the silence. How long has it been? But darkness remained his only reply. What splendid weather today, remarked Marco lazily, reclining against the ship's railing, basking in the sun's warmth. A perfect day for fishing, wouldn't you say, Bista? Hearing Marco's words, Bista chuckled as he sharpened his blades. Indeed. Though even on a day as fine as this, Mr. Barn has never caught a fish, haha. He glanced at his dual swords, shimmering with a faint blue light, and added, I wonder how Mr. Barn is faring now. At that moment, Marco sat up, reflecting. The last time I saw him was when I delivered some coal last month. Just then, a droplet of bird droppings fell accurately upon Marco's head. Oh! For crying out loud. Bista erupted in laughter at the sight of his friend S. misfortune. He then picked up the newspaper that the postal bird had dropped onto the ship, but his laughter quickly faded, replaced by a look of shock. He nudged Marco, who was still wiping the droppings from his head. Hey, Bista, take a look at this. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Huh? Marco took the newspaper from Bista and was equally stunned. Ashura Barn has been captured by the legendary Navy duo Sengoku and Carp and is now imprisoned and Impelled Down. In disbelief, Marco instinctively read aloud, Dad. Mr. Barn is in trouble. Meanwhile, Hancock, already aboard the Kuja pirate ship and preparing to return home, stumbled upon the same report. Covering her mouth with her tiny hand, tears streamed down her face. This can't be true. Lord Barn, how could this happen? Adam, who had arrived in the East Blue to establish a guild, wore a grim expression, as if he were about to weep. Leah, too, was overcome with sorrow, while Tiger, initially in disbelief upon reading the article, gazed skyward and murmured, I'm so sorry, it's my fault, Mr. Barn. At that moment, on the Golden Jackson, halfway through the New World, Rayleigh entered the captain's quarters, a dark expression clouding his features as he held the newspaper. Roger, Barn is in peril. Meanwhile, Carp and Sengoku had regained consciousness. Sigh. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and glanced at the adjacent hospital bed where Carp, similarly bandaged, was indulging in senbei. I never expected Barn's final strike to be so powerful, incapacitating both of us in such a manner. Hearing Sengoku's remark, Carp paused his feast, his expression growing grave. Sengoku. Yes? Sengoku looked quizzically at Carp. The senbei is salty. Carp stated solemnly, and once again, a look of exasperation crossed Sengoku's face. Dad. We must rescue Mr. Barn. Indeed, Dad. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, a fervent atmosphere prevailed as the children clamored for a mission to save Barn. Whitebeard, too, yearned to assist. Having battled Sengoku for years, he understood that should he dare venture forth, Sengoku would have the confidence to ensure his return was not guaranteed. Unfazed by death, Whitebeard was willing to take risks for a friend, yet he had an entire crew to consider, his family. They could not accompany him to their demise. With this thought, even the boisterous Whitebeard rubbed his temples. Faced with his children's eager inquiries, he could only reply, The time is not yet right. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, a determined voice resonated, I will save him. It was Tiger, filled with righteous anger, stubbornly believing he was the cause of Barnes' troubles. This resolute figure always sought to take action, yet Adam's words doused his fervor. Enough, Tiger. Even if you go, you can accomplish nothing. The only thing you do is join my foolish master and impel down. Defeated, Tiger slumped into a chair, fist clenched, veins bulging in his arms. Do you not care about Mr. Barnes, Adam? Tiger glared at Adam, who remained calm, diligently honing his blade. Adam's motion paused for a moment, then resumed until his sword gleamed with deadly brilliance. With his left hand gripping the blade, he forcefully drove it into the floor, the weapon embedding itself deeply, leaving only the hilt visible. How could I not care? He is my master, the one who granted me a second chance at life. Yet, I choose to trust him. He assured me he would return soon. My master has never spoken falsely. Adam, filled with indignation, concluded his remarks and bent down to retrieve the demon moon blade from the ground, diligently cleaning it. He then spoke with a calm demeanor, stating, What I must do now is fulfill my master's wishes and establish this mercenary guild in the East Sea, so that my master will not reproach me upon his return. Tager cast a deep glance at Barnes, sighed, and then shifted his gaze to the small Leah, who had been hugging her knees. Leah, noticing Tager's gaze, managed to smile and replied, I also believe in our master. Fitz, who had been standing by the window, chimed in with a chirp. Alas. Tager sighed as he took a seat. Time always passes swiftly. It had been half a year since Barnes was imprisoned and impelled down, during which many events had transpired. Firstly, Roger had successfully circumnavigated the Grand Line, arriving at the destination Raftel and acquiring the legendary One Piece to become the Pirate King. Tager also departed from the East Sea, forming the Sun Pirates. Adam, leveraging the substantial financial foundation left by Barnes, successfully established a vast mercenary guild, enlisting nearly all the bounty hunters in the East Sea. The guild, which only required clients to submit requests, provided solutions to the problems of the populace, proving far superior to the corrupt navy. In the East Sea, people were more inclined to trust Adam's mercenary guild, which allowed it to expand significantly. Adam was now contemplating the establishment of branches in the other 3 seas. Concurrently, as the reputation of the mercenary guild soared, Adam also gained fame for his swordsmanship, imparted by Professor Barnes. The name Adam the Unfettered was becoming increasingly recognized across the world. Even the Navy occasionally paid commissions to enlist Adam's guild for assistance in eradicating pirates and executing other tasks, thus tacitly acknowledging the existence of this mercenary guild without obstruction. In a small tavern on the 14th island of the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh accepted a drink from his wife, Shaki, and cast a grave look at Roger, who was also holding a glass. Do you really have to go, Roger? Roger paused momentarily. Since their arrival at Raftel, he had disbanded the Roger Pirates. Just back from Skypiea, he confided to Rayleigh his intention to turn himself in. Rayleigh, you know my illness won't last much longer. I have a desire to fulfill. Will you allow me to do so? Additionally, Barnes has been in impel down for half a year now, and I wish to see him. Rayleigh gazed into Roger's eyes, which sparkled with determination. He understood that he could no longer dissuade him and silently resumed drinking. A few days later, news spread across every corner of the world that the Pirate King had been captured and was about to be executed in Logetown. Aboard a pirate ship in the New World, a pirate underling exclaimed, Captain, good news. Your arch-nemesis Roger has been captured by the Navy and is about to be executed. The captain, a tall man clad in a kimono, wearing wooden sandals and sporting long golden hair, had a peculiar object atop his head that resembled a ship's helm. Upon hearing the underling's words, he turned in astonishment, delivering a punch that sent the eager pirate flying, snatching the newspaper to read it repeatedly before bellowing in shock. What? After a while, the door to Barnes' cell in the 6th level of Impel Down, known as the Infinite Hell, creaked open. The sound of chains scraping against the floor echoed, as Barnes, having spent half a year in confinement, experienced the door of his cell opening for the first time. He dismissed the possibility of his release, which indicated that a newcomer had arrived. This newcomer seemed to be dragged in, their body devoid of strength. The sound of the sea stone chains grating against the floor unsettling Barnes' ears. During his 6 months in Impel Down, his fellow inmates had rarely spoken. Had it not been for the occasional clanging of chains, Barnes might have doubted anyone else was present, and even so, he began to believe that those confined here were defamute. Once the Navy officers secured the newcomer to the massive steel plate behind Barnes, the entire 6th level of Infinite Hell was suddenly filled with rustling sounds and the clattering of chains. Barnes could not see, but he discerned the uneven gasps of the newcomer, which assured him that the individual was still alive. At that moment, A sudden voice broke the silence. Haha, Sky. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, you golden retriever. The voice emanated from directly in front of Barn, a location he had long suspected held another prisoner, though this was the first time the person had spoken. Upon hearing the peculiar nickname, Barn instantly recognized that the newcomer was none other than Golden Lion Sky. The Golden Lion had arrived. It seemed Roger had already turned himself in. Sighing, Barn reflected on his recently acquainted friend who was now facing execution. Despite his familiarity with the narrative, he felt a wave of melancholy, leaving him rather disinterested in the newcomer, Sky. Upon hearing the voice, Sky exhibited little reaction, perhaps due to the apathy induced by the sea-stone confinement. He leaned his head against the wall behind him, eyes closed, and with a sardonic twist of his mouth, he coldly retorted, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, the loyal dog abandoned by the Navy. The individual, upon hearing Sky's words, fell silent, merely emitting a cold snort before retreating into the darkness accompanied by the sound of clanking chains. However, Sky was not inclined to let him off easily. With a chilling laugh, he remarked, Leonard, you should feel honored that your wife has caught the eye of a celestial dragon. What brings you to this place? I must say, Leonard, your wife must be quite beautiful, indeed. As Barnes listened to the words of the Golden Lion, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Suddenly, the man named Leonard charged out like a madman, violently shaking his cage and shouting loudly, Enough. Shki. Enough. However, his voice soon dwindled. Stop it, just stop it. Leonard grasped the iron bars and gradually slid down until he lay on the ground, still choking back sobs. Observing this, the Golden Lion ceased his words, merely letting out a snort. Yet, Leonard's outburst had awakened the others in the prison. Leonard, you old ghost, what are you up to? Who disturbed my sleep? A voice bellowed. Damn it, Bankros. What are you being so arrogant about? Haha, Halloween, do you want to fight? Amidst the cacophony echoing through the prison, Barnes' computer momentarily froze, leading him to question whether he had been transferred to another facility. Was this truly the same prison that had been silent for a full 6 months? Barnes pondered this, yet the words slipped from his lips. Are there still so many living beings? However, a subsequent voice rendered him speechless. Hey, kid, you're not mute, are you? Indeed, he can speak. At this moment, the dark-haired Barnes found himself reflecting on the solitude of the past 6 months, wondering if he could truly blame himself for it. The once eerily silent prison suddenly erupted into a cacophony, though it was merely a handful of individuals populating this boundless hell. Through the exchanges between them and the Golden Lion, Barnes gleaned some understanding of their circumstances. The brothers Bankros and Herentz, who had just spoken, were notorious for their brutality and bloodlust until they were ultimately defeated by Zephyr and cast into this place. There was also a rather reticent individual named Guemu, a swordsman of remarkable skill, who had once crossed paths with the Golden Lion. It was said that he had subsequently established a pirate crew, only to be vanquished by Carp. Although he had inflicted severe injuries upon Carp, he too was captured and imprisoned here. As for Leonard, he was a former member of CP9, having once served as an undercover agent aboard the Golden Lion's vessel. His intelligence had led to the successful encirclement of the Golden Lion pirates by the Navy. Though the Golden Lion managed to escape, his power was significantly diminished. Exposed, Leonard was reassigned back to the Navy, but upon returning home, he discovered that his wife had been seized by the celestial dragons. In a fit of rage, he killed a celestial dragon. Zephyr, tasked with handling the incident, spared Leonard's life due to his military accomplishments and instead condemned him to life imprisonment and impelled down. Several others present were also renowned pirates of the New World, all captured after being defeated. The Golden Lion, disinterested in joining their ranks, turned his gaze towards Barn and inquired, Boy, at such a young age, you find yourself imprisoned on the 6th level? Who are you? Upon hearing the Golden Lion's inquiry, Barn was momentarily taken aback, yet he responded with composure. My name is Barn. The reason I appear so youthful is that I have consumed the fruit of life, which has rendered my appearance fixed at the age of 17. However, do not refer to me as a mere child. I am, in fact, over 30 years of age. Shiki. Upon hearing Barn's reply, Shiki murmured, The fruit of life, you say? You claim your name is Barn? Indeed. Barn nodded lightly, uttering a soft HM. Ah. So it was the infamous Azura Barn who had stormed the sacred land of Mary Geos, liberating slaves and slaughtering nearly 200 celestial dragons. Barn paid no heed to the sarcastic remarks of the Golden Lion, choosing instead to silently lean against the wall. Conversely, Leonard, upon hearing the Golden Lion's words, couldn't help but cast a more scrutinizing glance at this exceedingly young and notorious criminal. Hey, Ski, has Roger surrendered? Upon hearing Barnes' words, the Golden Lion raised an eyebrow and exclaimed loudly, "What? Are you saying that scoundrel Roger has turned himself in?" Barnes suddenly recalled that the Navy publicly claimed to have captured Roger without mentioning that he had surrendered voluntarily. Clearly, the Golden Lion was also in the dark. Indeed. Who in the Navy could possibly apprehend him? At this moment, the Golden Lion broke into laughter, exuding a childlike joy. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could a man capable of defeating me be easily captured by the Navy? But tell me, lad, why did Roger choose to surrender? Upon hearing the Golden Lion still refer to him as lad, Barnes' forehead creased with irritation as he coldly retorted, "Do not call me lad, you golden mutt." The Golden Lion, far from being offended by Barnes' chosen epithet, merely replied, "Very well, Barne, what is the reason?" Barnes' eyebrows twitched, yet he continued speaking. In truth, Roger had been diagnosed with a terminal illness 2 years prior, with the prognosis suggesting he had merely 3 years left to live. He was a man who fervently yearned for freedom. Even upon learning of his dire condition, he never relinquished that desire. After ascending to the title of Pirate King, what he wished to accomplish remained a mystery known only to himself. Perhaps he sought merely to fulfill a singular ambition of his own. Do you desire my treasure? If so, it's all yours. Go and seek it. I have placed everything in the world there. Reflecting on the moment in his past while watching One Piece, Barne vividly recalled Roger's final words before his demise. He couldn't help but think of the man who, in the last fleeting seconds of his life, ushered in an entire era. Hearing Barnes' remarks, the Golden Lion fell silent, his head bowed as if lost in thought. He contemplated the moment of his clash with Roger. Recalling his invitation to Roger and the latter's response, "I have no interest in ruling the world, Shiki. If pirates cannot pursue their desires, what significance does it hold?" In the past, the Golden Lion had always regarded Roger as his arch-nemesis, believing himself to be the one who understood him best. Yet, only today did he realize how utterly he had misjudged Roger. After a lengthy silence, the Golden Lion spoke to Barne in a tone markedly different from before, leaving Barne momentarily stunned. "Barne, would you like to accompany me to meet Roger?" Huh? Barne was momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry from the Golden Lion. He recalled that the Golden Lion had lingered in the city for quite some time before departing. Why, then, was he now contemplating a prison escape so soon after entering? And why was he expected to accompany him? Could it be because of him? I recall you wield a knife, do I not? The Golden Lion abruptly posed another question. Barne had yet to comprehend the events that had just transpired, responding instinctively. That makes things easier. After the Golden Lion spoke, he fell silent. And one could observe the manifestation of armament hockey coalescing in his left hand, a faint glimmer of sharpness emanating from its side. "Shiki, don't waste your effort. These sea prism stone chains are harder than diamonds. If armament hockey could sever them, I would have fled long ago," Leonard cautioned upon witnessing the Golden Lion's left hand enveloped in hockey. Yet, the Golden Lion remained indifferent, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Is that so?" Suddenly, the Golden Lion directed his hockey-imbued left hand downward, but his target was not the sea prism stone chains. Instead, the sound that resonated was not that of steel clashing, but rather the sickening sound of flesh being sliced. The Golden Lion aimed not at the chains, but at his own legs. With a swift motion, he replicated the act upon his other leg. "Shiki, have you lost your mind?" Leonard's voice erupted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the Golden Lion would so decisively sever his own feet in a desperate bid for escape. Barne also detected the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, causing his brow to furrow. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, he understood instinctively what the Golden Lion had just done. Yet, when confronted with such a reality, he found it momentarily difficult to accept. Surprisingly, a flicker of admiration for the Golden Lion stirred within him. The Golden Lion, his complexion pale yet his tone resolutely defiant, proclaimed, Leonard, I have just come to a realization. I wish to savor the freedom that Roger speaks of. How can I allow these feet to weigh me down from the very beginning?" Leonard did not respond to the Golden Lion's words. Perhaps he was in deep reflection, contemplating why he lacked the courage to sever his own feet. Barne was momentarily taken aback, but soon transformed his expression into a smile. This Golden Lion was somewhat different from what I had imagined. Despite having lost his legs, the Golden Lion was liberated from the shackles of sea stone and could freely wield his powers. The float fruit that he possessed enabled him to levitate himself or anything he touched. Enduring the pain, he soared to the front of the cage. The iron bars of the cell, after all, were not made of sea stone. With a surge of strength in his hands, the Golden Lion bent the bars and flew out. The once cacophonous prison was suddenly enveloped in silence. The inmates seemed to ponder whether the Golden Lion's arrival was real or merely a dream, as if they had yet to comprehend how he had escaped. Leonard remained engaged in self-reflection, while Guemu leaned against the wall, making no move. After a while, the previously quiet sixth level of the infinite hell was once again pierced by the sound of footsteps, though this time the sound was somewhat different. Clink, clink. Warren's ears were exceptionally acute, and he immediately discerned the sound of the sword's tip making contact with the ground. He understood that the golden lion had substituted his feet with his blades, Sakura and withered tin. While this notion may seem preposterous, he was the golden lion, and at this moment, this rationale was more compelling than any other. Shishiji. That voice belonged to Leonard, who had long since lost count of how many times he had been astonished by the golden lion since his arrival. At that moment, the golden lion emerged with two swords, each approximately 1 meter in length. He slowly approached the cell shared with Barn and, utilizing his abilities, lifted himself off the ground. With alternating kicks, he delivered 2 powerful slashes that effortlessly severed Barn's chains. Barn slowly rose from the ground, his hands gradually extending behind him to grasp the 2 sea tower hooks that had pierced his scapula. With a sudden exertion of strength, the hooks were wrenched free from his body, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth. However, the wound was swiftly enveloped in a shimmering green light, healing at a visibly rapid pace. In a short while, his back became smooth and unblemished, with only the 2 gaping holes and the bloodstains on his prison garb serving as testament to the existence of the injuries. The golden lion cast a surprised glance, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "What a remarkably convenient ability you possess. Which one is yours?" He gestured with his chin towards the remaining 2 knives nestled in his arms. "Thank you, Shiki. I'll take this one." Born directly reached out and grasped the second-generation Onit, drawing it from its sheath. The red, eerie flames danced along the blade, illuminating the dark confines of the cell for an instant. The expression of the golden lion, initially one of astonishment, softened into intrigue upon witnessing the Onit unsheathed. "A demonic blade?" the golden lion murmured, soaring out of the cage and approaching the cell of Keiki, closely followed by Barn, who still held the Onit unsheathed. With a sweeping motion, the golden lion cast another blade into Keiki's cell, where the previously closed eyes of Keiki shot open as he deftly caught the incoming weapon. Gripping the blade tightly, he slowly withdrew it from its sheath. As the blade emerged, his eyes gradually opened, and under the radiant glow of the weapon, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. Though Keiki appeared aged, his hair streaked with silver and his face lined with wrinkles, the intensity in his eyes rivaled that of a vigorous youth. "It has been quite some time since I last beheld the Bison Osifu Nagamitsu," he remarked, his eyes softening as if conversing with a long-lost friend. "Thank you, Lord Golden Lion." Keiki rose, bowing respectfully to the Golden Lion, then placed his hand upon the hilt of his blade. In a flash of silver light, the chains binding him and the iron bars of the cell shattered. Yet, Keiki's momentum did not wane. He wielded the Nagamitsu and aimed to strike directly at Barn. Clang! With a honed sense of danger, Barn swiftly reacted, positioning the second-generation Onit before him to block Keiki's strike. Sensing the force transmitted through the clash, Keiki nodded in appreciation, sheathing his blade and returning to the side of the Golden Lion. "You are quite impressive, Lord Barn," he declared. The second generation of the ghostly blade returned to its sheath, and Barn offered a faint smile to Guemu as he spoke. "You are not so bad yourself, Guemu." Guemu nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent, while Barn chose not to utter further words. Meanwhile, the Bankros brothers and Haruns, having witnessed Guemu's rescue by the Golden Lion and Barn, shouted loudly to attract their attention. Hey, Golden Lion, Brother Golden Lion, release us as well? We will do anything." Yes, Golden Lion, please set us free." The other inmates in the nearby cells, seeing the Bankros brothers' desperate plea, also began to cry out for help. However, the Golden Lion remained unmoved. It was Guemu who took action. Grasping the long light, Guemu stepped forward, drawing the blade with a flash of silver light. In an instant, the Bankros brothers clutched their throats and collapsed, the iron bars of their cell falling with them. In his final moments, Bankros reached out toward the bars, but it was futile. Both he and Haruns met their demise at Guemu's hands. With a flick of his long blade, Guemu wiped away the blood and coldly regarded the lifeless bodies of the Bankros brothers, declaring, "You scum are fit only to remain in this place." The other inmates, witnessing the death of the Bankros brothers, ceased their cries and vanished into the shadows of their cells. This entire scene unfolded under the watchful gaze of Barn, who refrained from intervening, believing the Bankros brothers deserved their fate. Clutching the hilt of the second-generation ghostly blade, he approached Leonard's cell. With a swift motion, the ghostly blade was drawn, its crimson pattern shimmering as Barn severed the iron bars before Leonard. Yet, Leonard exhibited no reaction, his eyes reflecting a desolate gray of despair. Rise, Leonard. Barn looked at Leonard and spoke coldly. However, Leonard remained unresponsive. Get up, Leonard. Yet, Leonard continued to sit there, motionless. Leonard, do you still consider yourself a sailor? Barn spoke coldly once more. Leonard's body trembled, yet he remained still. The Navy has long forsaken you. You are but a mere pawn. In the eyes of those noble maggots, what do you truly amount to? Merely a sacrificial offering. Do you still intend to obediently play the role of your loyal hound? After all this time spent here, have you never contemplated these matters? The voice of Barn grew increasingly cold, each word articulated with deliberate precision. Leonard trembled incessantly, then slowly extended his hand. With a resounding slap, Leonard struck his own face, and with a reddened visage, he rose to his feet and proclaimed, "You are right, Barn. I no longer intend to remain silent. In silence, one either perishes or erupts. Leonard, if the life of a pirate does not suit you, then join me. I have a mercenary guild in the East Sea, which I believe would be a fitting place for you. In silence, one either perishes or erupts." Ha ha ha. Leonard laughed maniacally for quite some time before settling into silence. He then placed his right fist over his left chest and declared to Barn, "I am willing to join." Esteemed President, Barn smiled. The Golden Lion observed everything, along with Guemu, Leonard, and Barn. At that moment, he spoke up. "Are you ready?" Barn nodded slightly, while Leonard positioned himself behind him, and Guemu retained his perpetually gaunt, expressionless visage. "Ha ha, let us embark," echoed the laughter of the Golden Lion throughout the infinite abyss. As the four of them pushed open the grand door between the 5th and 6th layers, they were met with a chilling gust of wind that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. It was indeed unexpectedly refreshing. Barn clasped his shoulders with both hands, speaking insincerely. The other three remained silent. Leonard quietly activated a metal block to shield himself from the biting cold, while both Golden Lion and Ghost Tree braved the piercing wind. Upon hearing Barn's words, Golden Lion cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "It is rather chilly. But I wouldn't say it's as severe as your predicament." Ghost Tree also nodded in solemn agreement. Upon hearing the Golden Lion's words, Barn could only manage a wry smile. Over the past few years, he had placed great emphasis on honing his skills. Although he had engaged in physical training, it still paled in comparison to these formidable figures. Relying solely on his skills often left him exhausted, proving to be an impractical approach. It appears that he must now focus on strengthening his physique. Barn, in response to the mockery from the Golden Lion, resolved quietly within himself. They were currently advancing to the 5th level of the prison, the Frigid Hell, a place where bounty pirates with rewards exceeding hundreds of millions were confined. The prisoners in this level endured temperatures colder than that of a vast icehouse, suffering from severe frostbite until death. Within the frozen forest of this hell, a multitude of military wolves were kept. It was unfathomable that above this frigid realm lay boiling pools of blood and fiery infernos. Notably, due to the extreme cold, no communication devices were installed in this level, allowing the Golden Lion and Barn to roam without fear of detection. As they approached the cells, the Golden Lion noticed that not a single living soul resided within. Only lifeless ice sculptures remained, having long since lost their vitality. To Barn, these figures were akin to the inanimate furniture surrounding them. Although Barn's keen perception could not detect the unease, he sensed the Golden Lion had come to a halt and thus inquired, "What is it, Shiki?" The Golden Lion merely shook his head and continued forward, stating as he walked, "It is nothing, merely a few beautiful landscapes I observed." Barn, unable to see, naturally held no interest in the so-called beautiful scenery. He shrugged his shoulders and followed the Golden Lion. Guemu and Leonard, having witnessed the earlier scene in the prison cell, found themselves unmoved by it. The four of them arrived before a forest, blanketed in thick ice and snow, devoid of any hint of greenery. At that moment, Guemu crouched down and noticed the footprints on the ground. These belonged to the military wolves raised by the Navy. Those prisoners were their military rations, as Leonard, a former member of CP9, remarked. They had likely gone a long time without sustenance. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion raised an eyebrow, a playful expression crossing its face. Are they preparing to feast upon us as their delicacies? Just then, from the shadows of the icy forest, dozens of crimson eyes suddenly emerged. I have no desire to move at all. Warren crossed his arms and muttered, "Humph." Guemu rose to his feet, gripping the hilt of his long knife, and strode towards the shadowy expanse. "Ah, this roasted wolf meat is rather delectable," he exclaimed. "Such delicacies are scarce on the 6th level. At least it warms me a bit." Observing Barn, who was heartily indulging in a wolf leg, the Golden Lion merely offered a nonchalant grunt. His thoughts were elsewhere. He yearned to depart swiftly and meet Roger. What is that? Leonard, savoring the wolf meat in small bites, noticed a hole in the ground not far away. He set down the meat and approached the opening. The Golden Lion and Guemu, also intrigued by Leonard's peculiar behavior, followed suit. Hey, what are you all doing? Wait for me. Barn also set down the wolf's leg in his hand and followed suit. There seems to be light emanating from this cave. Leonard exclaimed in astonishment as he peered into the cavern. At this moment, Barn had already discerned where this tunnel led. It must be the fabled level 5. He was taken aback by its early appearance. Currently, Dragon was likely still serving in the Navy. The Revolutionary Army had yet to form. And the Okama King Ivankov was certainly not present here. Who then resided in this place? Barn pondered. Meanwhile, Guemu was resolute and leaped down without hesitation. Leonard, witnessing this, could only shake his head and, after exchanging a brief word with Barn, followed suit alongside him. The Golden Lion, with a mixture of amusement and curiosity, took flight and descended as well. The expansive cavern echoed with the sound of wood cracking from the flames, creating a warm ambience, far more inviting than the frigid hell above. Yet, just as they basked in this rare warmth, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Momo's tenfold scattershot. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, dozens of stones hurtled toward them. Guemu and Barn unsheathed their blades in an instant. The Long Light and the second-generation Gueche danced wildly through the air, silver and crimson flashes intertwining amidst the cacophony of clashes as stones fell to the ground. Severed in twain. Momo? An intriguing fellow, so you're not dead. The Golden Lion disregarded the projectiles that Guemu and Barn had dispatched, speaking to himself as he surged toward the flames with terrifying speed. Momo's 50-fold scattershot. Once again, a barrage of stones was unleashed. This time at a much greater velocity, the air filled with a more pronounced sound of displacement. Hey, lions might twin blades. The Golden Lion summoned all his strength, kicking out with his sword-laden legs. A massive gust of wind stirred up the dust in the cavern, transforming it into a roaring lion that devoured the flurry of small stones. This time, the assailant did not strike again. He opened one eye, glanced at the Golden Lion, and coldly remarked, "To encounter you here, Shiki, have you two been captured?" The Golden Lion, utilizing his abilities, gradually floated before the figure, arms crossed, and spoke lightly, "Bandivaldo. You have vanished for quite some time. It appears you've been here all along. What of your crew? Perished, perhaps?" The man's actions momentarily halted, but he swiftly resumed, picking up a branch to add to the fire, then replied coolly, "Crew? I have no need for such things. I am sufficient unto myself." At that moment, Barn, Guemu, and Leonard had arrived. Barn overheard the Golden Lion refer to the man as Bandivaldo. He was aware that this notorious pirate had been frozen in a death-like slumber by the Navy for 30 years in the 5th level, infamously dubbed the World Destroyer. However, it appeared that Bandivaldo had not remained frozen and had likely escaped during the chaos of the Marineford War. Barn was astonished to discover that the occupant of level 5 was indeed Bandivaldo. He was not well acquainted with him, but knew of his formidable ability to manipulate the speed of himself or any object he touched, ranging from 1 to 100 times. The Golden Lion observed Barn and the others catching up, saying nothing as he turned back to face Bandivaldo. Having noted the latter's reaction to the mention of crew, he immediately queried, "What is this? Betrayed by your crew, Bandivaldo?" The response came in the form of a disdainful grunt from Bandivaldo. Unperturbed, the Golden Lion scanned the vast cavern, illuminated by Bandivaldo's firelight, and noted that he was the sole occupant in this expansive space, the remainder piled high with an abundance of provisions. He addressed Bandivaldo, "You see, we are endeavoring to escape. You've lingered here long enough. Will you join me?" "Valalalala. What is this? Have you, Golden Lion, lost your legs along with your courage?" Bandivaldo slowly rose, emitting his characteristic laughter as he spoke to the Golden Lion. "TCH, I severed these legs myself. Spare me the chatter. Will you come or not?" The Golden Lion retorted coldly, unfazed by Bandivaldo's words. "Valalalala. Very well, I too have lingered here long enough. It is time to settle accounts with them," Bandivaldo concluded. Barn could not perceive Waldo, however, had it been possible, he would undoubtedly have noticed the chilling glint that flickered in Waldo's eyes when he uttered those words moments ago. Yet, he sensed the sudden shift in Waldo's tone, growing cold as ice. Naturally, he comprehended whom Waldo referred to with the term they. It was his former brother in the crew, who, due to a series of misunderstandings, he believed had betrayed him, leading him to this unfortunate state. Barn was aware that Waldo was not inherently malevolent. In his youth, he ardently pursued dreams and freedom. vowing to fortify himself to ensure that no one could impede his progress. He even insisted that his brother accompany him on his maritime adventures, promising to safeguard him. For there were things he wished to protect. However, time is indeed a merciless force. Gradually, he became increasingly ferocious. In the treacherous world of piracy, where deceit reigns supreme, not everyone can maintain their integrity. Those who can steadfastly cling to their dreams are, after all, a rare breed. Unsurprisingly, he lost his way in the pursuit of his aspirations, becoming obsessed with power. To him, the oppressive heat was unbearable. Was this truly the frigid hell he had envisioned? Bourne clutched his collar, fanning himself incessantly, while grumbling, "Be quiet if you wish to escape unscathed." Alas, in this unbearably sweltering place, your words indeed offer a sense of coolness, despite your own evident discomfort in the heat. Bourne wiped the sweat from his forehead, a wry smile gracing his lips as he contemplated the situation. Enough chatter, he thought to himself. We are now in the 4th level of Impelled Down. The inferno of scorching heat. This is where the Warden's office is situated, along with numerous surveillance devices. Being discovered here would spell considerable trouble. Leonard cast a glance at Bourne and Vardo, acknowledging the gravity of the moment. The Golden Lion remained silent, yet he concurred with Leonard's assessment. After all, Leonard was a former member of the Navy's most clandestine organization, CP9, privy to many naval secrets and well acquainted with the layout of Impelled Down. When Bourne heard Leonard's words, he fell silent, not wishing to linger here for another 6 months. Valdo let out a cold snort and ceased his speech. Suddenly, a young man adorned with small black devil horns clutched his abdomen and rushed into the restroom. "Ah, much better," he exclaimed. "Hey, Magellan, why do you always have to go to the toilet? As the esteemed deputy director, I might just be poisoned." A youthful figure, whose elongated face was crowned with a pharaoh's headgear, pinched his nose and addressed Magellan. "What are you talking about, Hannibal?" "I am the deputy director," Magellan retorted angrily, pointing to the insignia on his left arm, which bore the character for deputy. "Oh no, did I just reveal my true feelings?" Hannibal seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly covered his mouth, whispering. At that moment, a green slash cut through the space between the two. Hannibal, startled, turned to see another figure clad in guard attire, brandishing a knife with an air of arrogance. "Hey, Shiryu, were you trying to kill me just now?" "I am the deputy director," Hannibal exclaimed, panic rising in him. "Oh no, I said it again." Shiryu let out a haughty snort, clutching his knife and turning to leave. Magellan, observing Hannibal squatting on the ground, muttering to himself, wiped the invisible sweat from his brow. Just then, he noticed a shadowy figure ahead. He tugged at Hannibal and dashed forward. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Mega." Before Hannibal could grasp the situation, Magellan pulled him along, covering his mouth to silence him. However, the sight that unfolded before them left Hannibal speechless. He saw the Golden Lion and a group of 5 individuals. He vividly remembered the Golden Lion's iconic golden locks from the time of incarceration. "That is the Golden Lion," he remarked. "What?" Magellan, initially puzzled about the identities of the group, finally understood through Hannibal's revelation. "Those are all notorious criminals from the 6th level. This is bad. They're planning an escape. We must inform the director at once." With this thought, Magellan abandoned the stunned Hannibal and sprinted toward the director's office. "Hey, wait." Magellan. Hannibal, seeing Magellan dash off, quickly followed suit. Magellan reached the director's office in no time, pushed the door open, and saluted sharply, announcing, "Director." Just then, Hannibal rushed in, still out of breath, exclaiming, "Director, this is bad. The Golden Lion has escaped." Magellan maintained his salute, but his expression darkened, a prominent frown creasing his forehead as he glared fiercely at Hannibal. Choosing to ignore Magellan's menacing gaze, Hannibal silently commended himself in his heart. The shadowy figure in the darkness rose abruptly upon hearing Hannibal's words. "What? This is troublesome. Hannibal." "Magellan, you must find Shiryu immediately and intercept them. They cannot escape." "Yes." Hannibal promptly saluted and dashed out. "Yes," Magellan replied weakly, following suit. Once Magellan and Hannibal had departed, the shadowy figure slowly sat down, a bitter smile creeping across his lips as he picked up the Den Mushi to make a call. "Bururururu, Moshi Moshi, it's Sengoku." The figure chuckled wryly, addressing the Den Mushi. "Old friend, the Golden Lion has escaped." "What?" Sengoku's voice on the other end expressed astonishment, but after a moment's pause, he regained his composure and replied gravely, "I understand." After hanging up, Sengoku donned his military attire, draping on the navy cloak emblazoned with justice, and turned to Carp, who was munching on sabae on the nearby sofa. "Let us go, Carp." "Huh? Why'd I have to go again?" Carp protested. The golden lion has escaped. As they reached the exit, Leonard began to speak. We are approaching the exit. There are no video din mushy here, and we are almost in the 3rd level. However, before he could finish, an irksome voice interrupted. Ah, Golden Lion, and your accomplices. The esteemed Deputy Director Hannibal is here. You shall not escape. At that moment, a massive green slash zipped past Leonard's ear. Hannibal was thoroughly startled, dropping to the ground, only to open his eyes and see Magellan arriving with a group. I am the Deputy Director, Venom Dragon, Magellan declared, transforming into a vibrant purple hue as a colossal purple venomous dragon surged toward Barn and the others. Wave of explosion. With a decisive step forward, Barn emitted a chilling shout, unleashing a malevolent aura that erupted from his being, scattering the incoming poison dragon into disarray. Meanwhile, the long-lighting ghostwood's hand was swiftly unsheathed, expertly parrying the enormous green strike aimed at them. Valdo, his expression inscrutable, remarked in a detached tone, as though all that transpired bore no relevance to him. He gradually bent down, shattering the hard ground beneath him, and began to toss 4 or 5 small stones playfully. We shall take a shortcut, Golden Lion. At that moment, the Golden Lion, having heard Valdo's words, nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, his left eye flung wide open, releasing a powerful surge of energy that coalesced into a tangible aura centered around him, expanding outward and enveloping the approaching guards who sought to encircle them. In that instant, the majority of the guards, including Hannibal, found their eyes vacant, their bodies collapsing to the ground, leaving only Shiryu, Magellan, and a handful of guards standing. Conqueror S-Hockey. Barn recognized this sensation, having felt it emanate from Whitebeard. He could not be mistaken. This was the hallmark of a true leader, a rare manifestation of Conqueror's Hockey. Mamamo. 100-fold Cannonball. Valdo hurled the stones he held toward the ceiling with great force. In an instant, those few diminutive stones expanded 100-fold, transforming into colossal cannonballs that soared at a terrifying speed, piercing through the upper floors. From below, one could even glimpse the sky above. He had traversed the entirety of Impel Down. All set. The Golden Lion seized Barn, Valdo, Ghostwood, and Leonard, utilizing their fruit abilities to ascend into the air. Valdo. The Golden Lion called, casting a glance at him. Do not command me, Golden Lion. Mamamo, 10-fold speed. In an instant, the group in the air surged forward, propelling themselves through the passage created by Valdo. Meanwhile, Magellan and Shiryu, still on the 4th floor, hurried to the entrance of the tunnel, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of the feet of the Golden Lion and his companions. Yahoo! How exhilarating! Although Barn could not see, the intense sensation of the airflow brought him great pleasure. Silence, you brat! Walder snapped coldly once more, to which Leonard could only respond with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Under the dual influence of Walder and the Golden Lion's formidable powers, they finally breathed in the fresh air outside the advancing city once again. However, at that moment, a chilling voice echoed in their ears. We have been waiting for you for quite some time, esteemed guests. As this ominous statement reverberated in the ears of the Golden Lion and his companions, everyone but Barn turned their heads, revealing a face so grim it seemed on the verge of crystallizing with frost. Oh, Sengoku, is Carp also present? Barn, with his back turned to the warring states, inquired with a hint of amusement in his tone. I am here, Carp replied in his resounding voice upon hearing Barn mention him. Oh, you are also present. How delightful. Before Barn could finish his words, the 2nd-generation sword was already unsheathed, and in an instant, it was at Sengoku's front. I've been anticipating you for quite some time. Moonlight Slash. Barn swiftly adjusted the blade in his left hand, immediately switching to his right to deliver a powerful strike. Sengoku leaned back rapidly, narrowly evading Barn's attack. Damn it! Barn exclaimed. Hey, Barn, leave them to me. Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, the Golden Lion had already soared through the air utilizing his abilities. Lion's Might. On the summit of the advancing castle, turbulent air swirled, and 4 white, roaring lions materialized from thin air, charging towards Carp and Sengoku in the center. The Golden Lion's expression darkened. Sengoku! He bellowed. Instantly, Sengoku activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into the colossal Buddha, and thrust his palm toward the air before him. Ha! From Sengoku's golden hand emanated a formidable shockwave, visibly powerful, which shattered the approaching white lions. Meanwhile, Carp had been poised for action, his left fist clenched, brimming with dense haki as he charged directly at the Golden Lion. Clang. Shiki. I have a grudge against these two. Leave it to me. It was Barn. At that moment, he was firmly pressing against Carp's fist with the 2nd-generation. The Golden Lion glanced at Barn, approached him, and placed his hand on his shoulder. I told you, Barn, he's my prey. Then, With a forceful shove, he propelled Barn aside. With a powerful punch, he collided with Carp's fist. As Carp and Barn were locked in a standoff, they had exhausted their strength, and Carp was sent flying backward by the Golden Lion's blow. Damn it, Shiki. He is mine. Barn determined Carp's direction in his mind and immediately pursued with a three-part slash. The Wave Splitter. Upon witnessing Barn's initial move, Sengoku felt a wave of unease wash over him. Oh no, not this move again. Haha, let us see whether your blade is swifter or my strike. The Lion's Thousand Valleys cut. As the Golden Lion noticed Barn's pursuit, he executed a rapid series of alternating kicks with Sakuraji and Kuji, delivering more than 10 strikes in an instant. In a flash, numerous slashes flew towards Carp from various angles. At that moment, Carp, unable to maneuver due to being propelled backward, fell victim to Barn's Wave Splitter. A dazzling halo materialized around Carp. Oh no, Carp. Saru. Realizing that Carp, ensnared by the Wave Splitter, could not evade the Golden Lion's assault, Sengoku shouted and swiftly employed Soru to position himself before Carp, crossing his arms to block the Golden Lion's strike. At this juncture, the halo surrounding Carp faded, and he began to descend from the air. Sengoku promptly seized one of Carp's arms, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he rapidly retreated. In the distance, Leonard and the others were momentarily stunned by Barn's display of power. Barn is surprisingly formidable. This was the collective thought of Leonard and his companions, who had never anticipated that the seemingly youthful individual would possess such extraordinary strength. Planning to flee? Barn sensed in his heart that Zhang Guo and Cap were swiftly drifting away, and he immediately raised his blade to pursue them. However, an unexpected change occurred. In a fleeting moment, Barn's acute sense of danger issued a warning. Almost simultaneously, a yellow laser beam shot directly towards him, piercing through his shoulder. Lord Barn! Leonard exclaimed upon witnessing the laser's impact. Utilizing both shave and moonwalk, he swiftly reached Barn's side and supported him. Borsalino! Oh dear, did I miss? At that instant, on the opposite end of the battlefield, a figure clad in an ensemble of orange and yellow appeared, adorned with a soft fabric top hat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and a cape emblazoned with the word justice. It was none other than the future Admiral of the Navy, Borsalino, who had consumed the Pika Pika Nomi. Following closely behind him were 4 rear admirals from the Navy headquarters: Great Malt Town, Fighting Dog, Ghost Spider, and Fire Mountain. Leonard, cradling Barn in his arms, gazed at the 5 individuals before him and recited their names in succession. At that moment, Barn, who lay in Leonard's embrace, had already discerned that Borsalino was present, for in this era before the advent of pacifists, only he possessed the capability to unleash such an attack. However, upon hearing Leonard mention the names of the 4 others, a frown creased his brow, for they were all rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. The wound on Barnes, pierced by the laser, emanated a shimmering green light, and soon the injury healed, leaving only a torn hole in his prison uniform as a testament to its former existence. He gradually rose to his feet. Leonard, witnessing the rapid healing of Barnes' wound, exclaimed in astonishment, "Mr. Barnes." "Ah, it is merely a fruit ability." Barn waved his hand and softly explained to Leonard. It was then that Kizaru finally noticed Leonard, who was digging into his ear with his slender pinky finger. Oh dear, isn't this Mr. Leonard, the commander of CP9? However, his expression turned cold as he looked at Leonard and said once more, "What? Have you betrayed the government?" Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Leonard's anger flared, and he shouted, Leonard, have never considered betraying the government. It was you who first betrayed me." Yet Kizaru disregarded him entirely, turning his attention to Barn. "Have you ever heard of Azura, Barn?" Kizaru slowly lifted his left leg, which began to shimmer, immense energy coalescing around it. Damn it, Borsalino. Leonard, incensed by being overlooked, charged at Kizaru using Sara finger pistol. But before Leonard could reach Kizaru, a first admiral resembling a Dalmatian rushed to intercept him. "Your opponent is me." In a similar display of skill, both Leonard and the admiral stepped back after their finger pistols clashed. "Daimetachi," Leonard seethed, naming the admiral who had thwarted him. Daimetachi clapped his hands, gazing at Leonard, truly worthy of being the commander of CP9. To have blocked the attack of a Zoan user with just a finger pistol. At that moment, 3 more admirals leaped into action. And neither Aniki nor Vardo could remain passive any longer, joining the fray. Leonard faced Daimetachi while Aniki clashed swords with the 8-sword-wielding Kumo. And Vardo intercepted the admirals HSH Zan and dogfight. The battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion observed the scene and mockingly addressed Sengoku. "Your preparations are quite thorough, Sengoku." With an expressionless face, Sengoku replied, I cannot allow you to escape from here. Heh, then let's see if you can stop me. Lion's Dance, Twin Sword Whirl. At that moment, Kazari's light-speed kick was already prepared. He transformed into photons, moving at the speed of light towards Barn. However, Barn's acute sense of danger enabled him to react in time, meeting Kazari's shimmering left leg with his second-generation blade, armed with haki. I have indeed never been struck by light, but you must be able to land a kick first. With a firm grip, Barn unleashed the second-generation sword. Infused with the might of haki, carving a wound into Kazari's calf, compelling him to transform into light and create distance between them. Haki. Such an irksome phenomenon. Kazari furrowed his brows deeply. Come again. Barn extended his hand towards Kazari, beckoning him with a challenging gesture. Damn it. As Kazari perceived Barn's provocation, he once again transformed and charged forward. The battle between them reached a stalemate. Hurry. The Marshal and the others are just ahead. We must provide support. On the periphery of the battlefield, a major general was rallying a considerable force of Navy personnel to assist Sengoku and his team. Weasel. Leonard once again uttered the name of the leading major general, who, like the others from the headquarters, was indeed Weasel. Barn, who was entangled in combat with Kazari, also noticed the substantial gathering of Navy forces rapidly approaching. This is bad. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Once the Navy's main force arrives, escaping will become exceedingly difficult. We can no longer afford to linger. Barn, in a moment of urgency, shouted towards the Golden Lion, Shiki. Prepare to flee. Ah. The time has come. The Golden Lion, having noticed the overwhelming presence of the Navy, retorted to Barn, Don't be ridiculous. Golden Lion, just return to impel down. There's no escaping this. Sengoku and Garp charged forward once more, fist raised. Though he had not intended to resort to such measures, it was imperative to address the troublesome presence that was you. Barn seeks to exploit the prowess of the Golden Lion to escape. Yet the speed and abilities of the Yellow Ape pose a significant challenge. The immediate priority is to neutralize him. Dark Heaven Wave Eye. Barn's awakening skill. A colossal black barrier emerged, enveloping the Yellow Ape entirely. In an instant, the Yellow Ape, deprived of vision, found himself in a state of profound disorientation. In this shrouded environment, he was unable to even harness his elemental transformation. At that moment, Barn's voice resonated. How does it feel, Borsalino, to taste the darkness? This is merely a sensation I have long since acclimated to. Are you not the wielder of the Pika Pika no Mi? Try to illuminate this endless darkness. Darkness is the most potent catalyst for eliciting humanity's negative emotions, and the Yellow Ape, ensnared in Barn's absolute blackness, began to feel fear. Suddenly, eyes opened across the black curtain until they filled the entire dark expanse above. The voice of Bon echoed once more in the ears of the Yellow Ape. I see you, Borsalino. I shall remember your visage. Now, you may close your eyes. Suddenly, the eyes shattered one by one amidst the darkness, leaving only the anguished cries of the Yellow Ape. Shiki, we must depart. The Golden Lion, having witnessed Bon's resolution of the Yellow Ape, swiftly extricated himself from the fray, while Valdo, Gamoku, and Leonard hastened to join him. Vice Admiral Borsalino. The other four vice admirals, upon seeing their adversaries retreat, ceased their pursuit and instead rushed to the side of the Yellow Ape, who lay unconscious, his body riddled with wounds. At that moment, the naval forces led by the Weasel finally arrived, but it was too late. The Golden Lion had utilized his abilities to elevate Bon and his companions from the ground, soaring into the skies. Kapu. Sengoku called out, and Kapu immediately understood, joining Sengoku in a moonwalk pursuit upwards. Valdo, do not command me. Golden Lion. Momo, tenfold speed. Valdo activated his fruit abilities. In an instant, the Golden Lion and Bon accelerated, vanishing swiftly from Sengoku and Kapu's sight, leaving behind Bon as parting words. Dumbfounded, aren't you? I can fly. The Golden Lion and Bon's escape from prison was to meet Roger, and Leonard had already agreed to join Bon's guild, thus naturally following him. Gamoku and Valdo, having nowhere else to go, were equally intrigued by this pirate king and wished to meet him. They commandeered a naval warship and were now navigating the Grand Line. At this moment, Bon sat at the bow of the ship, fishing with a rod from the warship, still clad in the prison garb he had escaped from impelled down. And the Golden Lion and his companions were similarly attired. If anyone were to behold 5 individuals resembling prisoners commandeering a naval vessel, it would surely be a most amusing sight. Are you heading to Twin Gorges? What do you intend to do there? The Golden Lion inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face as he regarded Bon. To meet a former crewmate of mine, Bon replied. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Golden Lion, Bon wore a warm and reminiscent smile, responding gently. The Golden Lion, upon witnessing Barnes' affectionate expression, felt an involuntary shiver and disdainfully muttered disgusting before departing. Meanwhile, Waldo had already scoffed and descended from the gangplank into the cabin upon hearing Barnes utter the word companion. As for Guillermo and Leonard, they both wore expressions of indifference. One leaned against the mast in slumber, while the other reclined on the deck gazing at the sky. Barnes could only shake his head with a wry smile at their performance. Although fish were still being caught, his mind had already drifted elsewhere. Soon, the lighthouse atop the Twin Canyons came into view, signaling that Barnes' destination was near. Yet, at that moment, an unmistakable tremor enveloped them. The intervals were lengthy, yet the sensation grew increasingly pronounced. Familiar with the narrative, Barnes understood that this was lava striking the red Earth continent with its head. Was this an earthquake? Leonard clutched the railing, murmuring, "Leonard, how far are we from the Twin Canyons?" Not far now, just ahead, right?" Before Leonard could finish, Barnes leaped over the railings, shouting, "Labu! Labu! It's Barnes! I've come to see you." At that instant, the intense tremor ceased, replaced by the emergence of a colossal whale from the depths of the sea, its head marred with scars. The waves it generated were so powerful that they nearly capsized the warship. Fortunately, the Golden Lion emerged from the cabin, using its abilities to lift the warship into the air, preventing it from capsizing. In that moment, Barnes found himself beneath Labu, whose eyes strained to converge upwards. Yearning to catch a glimpse of Barnes, the companion he had awaited for 2 decades, Barnes rested his head upon Lab's, gently caressing the scars that marred Lab's scalp. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascaded from his eyes, falling upon the ghastly wound on Lab's head. "Lab, I kept you waiting for so long," Barnes uttered, prompting Lab to emit a joyful cry as he nudged Barnes onto the shore, embracing him with a hearty bump of his head. Barnes found himself seated on the ground after the collision, yet his hand continued to caress the scar upon Rab's head. The sparkle of excitement that once illuminated his eyes gradually faded, giving way to a hue of sorrow. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Rab, let us depart. Captain York and the others shall not return." Upon hearing Barnes' words, Rab, who had previously squinted with delight, now widened his eyes in shock, followed by a surge of anger as he repeatedly butted his head against Barnes, emitting cries that seemed to protest, "You lie. Captain York and the others will surely come back." With each frantic collision, Rab's furious gaze was, paradoxically, brimming with tears. Barnes was knocked down repeatedly, only to rise again, until finally he shouted, "Enough." Lab was startled by Barnes' cry, halting his movements, leaving only his wide eyes filled with tears that flowed incessantly. Barnes gradually approached the past, arms outstretched, resting his hands on the scarred head of Labu, tears streaming from his eyes as he softly lamented, "Labu, I understand. I truly understand. But Captain York and the others will never return. They are gone. Gone." Labu was momentarily frozen, forgetting even to weep, yet after a while, tears could no longer be restrained, bursting forth like a dam breaking, and thus Labu joined Barnes in mourning. Labu, a pilot whale, was a social creature, having sailed alongside Captain York and his companions since childhood, regarding them as kin. Possessing a deep sense of empathy, the whale was profoundly saddened to learn that its companions, whom it had waited 20 long years for, were now deceased. At that moment, the Golden Lion had commandeered the naval warship and approached swiftly. Standing silently at the bow alongside Ghostwood and Leonard, observing Barnes weeping with the whale, without uttering a word. Only Valdo seemed disinterested, perhaps deliberately avoiding the scene, as he remained absent from the deck. Meanwhile, 2 figures emerged from the lighthouse at Twin Gorges, one of whom was Barnes' old friend, the legendary ship's doctor, Colocus. Strangely, the other person walking out with Colocus, engaged in jovial conversation, was none other than Pluto Rayleigh. What a touching scene this was, Colocus. Rayleigh squinted slightly behind his glasses, gazing at Barnes with a smile as he uttered these words. "Indeed, ever since I learned of his escape, I knew he would come here. Alas, he has once again coaxed a few tears from me." Colocus wiped the tears from his eyes with his arm. Upon hearing Colocus and Rayleigh's voices, Barnes turned in surprise, exclaiming, "Colocus? Rayleigh? Is that you?" "Indeed, it's me, Barnes." Colocus stepped forward, embracing him briefly before joyfully declaring, "I'm so glad to see you safe." At these words, Barnes felt a lump in his throat, and Laba let out a joyful sound upon seeing Colocus. Rayleigh also approached with a smile. While the Golden Lion had landed the warship, "It has been a long time." Shiki, the Golden Lion, Ghostwood, Leonard, and Valdo all leapt down from the ship. The Golden Lion was taken aback to see Rayleigh there, but greeted him nonetheless. "Yes, it has been a long time, Rayleigh." The Golden Lion's calm demeanor surprised Rayleigh. "You have changed, Golden Lion," Rayleigh remarked with a smile, nodding in agreement as he thought to himself, Barn, where do you plan to go now? Rayleigh inquired. Looking at Barn. Shall we go to meet Roger? Barn replied, we. Rayleigh appeared visibly perplexed. Indeed, we, along with the Golden Lion, who also wishes to meet Roger. Rayleigh was taken aback. The Golden Lion and Roger shared an adversarial relationship, so it was astonishing that the Golden Lion would seek out Roger willingly. Shiki. He was imprisoned and impelled down because of Roger. Rayleigh paused, yet remained silent as Barn continued. Shiki once declared that Roger was the only man he acknowledged. Though Roger defeated him, he earned Shiki's respect. However, upon learning that Roger had been captured by the Navy, he was incensed and launched an attack against them, only to be vanquished by Garp and Sengoku, resulting in his imprisonment and impelled down. His crew likely scattered as well. Later, I heard that Roger surrendered, which ignited Shiki's desperate desire to uncover the truth, even to the extent of severing his own feet to escape and confront Roger. He yearned to understand Roger's true intentions. I see, so that is how he lost his feet. But what does Roger intend to do? Rayleigh's gaze dimmed slightly, evidently. Roger's surrender had deeply affected him. Take me along, Barn. I too wish to discern Roger's current thoughts. Rayleigh suddenly lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes as he addressed Barn. Very well. Barn nodded gently in agreement. By the way, Barn, how did you come to know that Roger had turned himself in? Rayleigh inquired. Barn merely smiled in silence, offering no response. The following day, the Golden Lion commanded the warship, effortlessly transporting Rayleigh and Barn across Reverse Mountain, along with Laboon, who was carried along with the surrounding seawater to the other side. There, Barn reunited with his apprentice, Adam, whom he had not seen for 6 months. Adam arrived alone, devoid of luggage. Save for a knife clutched in his arms, the demon moon that Barn had instructed Tiger to deliver to him. At last, you have deemed it fit to emerge. You scoundrel of a master. Barn chuckled as he approached Adam, playfully delivering a light tap to his head. I have missed you dearly, my foolish apprentice. Ouch, that hurt. So where are you off to now? The guild you asked me to establish is complete. When shall I hand it over to you? Adam inquired, rubbing his head. As for me, I have a crucial task to attend to. Take Lava back with you, and I shall come to find you shortly. Barn placed his hand on Adam's shoulder and said, Here we go again. Do you have any idea how heartbroken Leah was last time? What has become of Fitz? Barn disregarded Adam's words and, lost in his own thoughts, inquired, Very well, thank you, Adam. With that, Barn departed without a backward glance and promptly boarded the warship. Adam watched the retreating figure of his master, a torrent of grievances coalescing into a solitary remark, audible only to himself. Stop making people worry, you insufferable master. During their time at Twin Gorges, Kurokas had provided them with new attire, and they relinquished the naval warship. For sailing such a large vessel in the East Sea would undoubtedly attract undue attention. It was not yet the time for them to reveal their whereabouts. Presently, Barn and his 5 companions found themselves aboard a modest triangular sailboat. Rayleigh was aware of Roger's current location, a quaint town near the entrance of the Grand Line, known as Logtown, where he had first encountered Roger. Consequently, there was no need for a navigator, with Rayleigh as their guide and in conjunction with Wald's abilities. The small sailboat swiftly glided across the sea. Soon, they arrived at a bustling port, albeit one with scarce civilians but a significant military presence, as it was the site designated for the execution of the Pirate King. Naturally, numerous Navy personnel were stationed there. Shiki, the Golden Lion, maneuvered the sailboat alongside the pier, and the 6 of them disembarked. To avoid causing a stir upon encountering Roger, each donned a fake nose, reminiscent of the disguise worn by Luffy 2 years later. Is this Lowtown? Leonard inquired as he stepped ashore, curiosity evident in his gaze. Indeed, this is Lowtown. It has been far too long since my last visit, Rayleigh reminisced, gazing at the port with a sense of nostalgia, recalling the moment Roger had invited him aboard. Would you care to join me in turning this world upside down? When Roger posed that question, it had seemed ludicrous at the time, yet Rayleigh had accepted and become Roger's first companion. You truly did it, Roger, he thought, his eyes misty as he reflected on the past. At that moment, Barn also stepped off the vessel, murmuring as he surveyed the small town before him, Is this Logtown? The town of beginnings and endings. Rayleigh, upon hearing Barn's words, paused momentarily before a smile graced his lips, though it concealed a sense of unwillingness and regret. A town of beginnings and endings, indeed. A legend began here, and ultimately, does it not conclude here as well? Rayleigh contemplated. Waldo, Shiki, and Anamoku also disembarked just as a small contingent of Navy personnel approached. Who are you? What brings you to Logtown? Inquired a Navy officer sporting stubble. We are here to visit a friend, Rayleigh replied astutely, stepping forward to provide an explanation. However, the officer regarded them with suspicion. You all seem familiar. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. That cannot be, for this is our first encounter, Rayleigh responded with a forced smile, inwardly lamenting, oh no. Have we been discovered? Behind him, Anamoku had already positioned his hand near his weapon, while Wald grasped a handful of stones, and even Barn had activated his observation hotkey. Focusing intently on the group of Navy personnel, the officer then received a stack of wanted posters from another Navy member and began to peruse them. Rayleigh's heart sank as he spotted the posters bearing the bounties of all his companions. Azurabarn, fugitive from the deep-sea prison, bounty of 990 million berries. Golden Lion Shiki, fugitive from the deep-sea prison, bounty of 1 billion berries. World Destroyer Wald, fugitive from the deep-sea prison, bounty of 500 million berries. Demon Anamoku, fugitive from the deep-sea prison, bounty of 300 million berries. Ascalon Leonard, fugitive from the deep-sea prison, bounty of 300 million berries. Barn was invisible, yet he sensed the atmosphere suddenly grow tense. Guemu had already drawn his blade, and Rayleigh felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. After the Navy officer carefully compared the wanted poster with Barn and the others, he spoke, all right, you may leave now. It's quite chaotic here, do exercise caution. Rayleigh felt another drop of cold sweat slide down his forehead. How could they not have noticed? Guemu sheathed his sword, and though Barn could not see his own visage, he found himself admiring Colocas's mastery of disguise. Thank you, officer. We will be careful, he replied. The Navy officer nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly spun around again. Guemu's hand returned to his weapon, and Barn tensed once more. You seem familiar. Eh? Ah, we are brothers. True brothers. Rayleigh stammered, quickly regaining his composure. The Navy officer nodded again and finally departed. After he left, Rayleigh wiped the invisible sweat from his forehead. In the East Blue, whether pirates or Navy, their strength was rather feeble. The Golden Lion and his crew could effortlessly infiltrate the Navy's prison where inmates were held, and Roger was confined here. Is this the place? The Golden Lion inquired, glancing at Rayleigh. Yes, it must be this one. Roguetown has only this facility for prisoners, Rayleigh replied softly. Then let us proceed, Guemu. Understood. Guemu nodded gently and stepped inside. The glint of his blade flashed a few times, and the guards fell to the ground. Guemu. Barn shouted angrily upon noticing the commotion. It was the back of the blade, Guemu coldly remarked, then positioned himself behind the Golden Lion. Barn, taken aback by this revelation, cast a surprised glance at Guemu, as if the latter's actions had defied his expectations. With the guards neutralized, Barn and his companions entered the cell. This prison was far superior to Impel Down, at least devoid of the nauseating stench. Here, only Roger was imprisoned, without any other inmates. He sat in the innermost cell, hand shackled, head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Barn and the Golden Lion entered, standing before Roger's cell. Barn tapped on the iron bars, prompting Roger to look up. Barn. And Rayleigh. Ah, Sky, you two have come. Upon seeing Barn and the others, Roger, filled with excitement, broke free from his shackles and approached the cell, gripping the iron bars with fervor. Upon hearing the term companions, Valdo merely snorted in disdain, while Karomo remained silent behind the Golden Lion. Only Leonard spoke up. The Pirate King? Roger, I am Leonard, now a member of Mr. Barnes' guild. Oh, I see. Barn, your little apprentice has indeed built quite an impressive guild. Barn nodded with a smile, clearly pleased with his apprentice. He then inquired, do you intend to converse with us in such a manner, without the desire to let us in? Ah, I almost forgot. Do come in. The door is unlocked. Roger exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Unlocked? The Golden Lion skeptically pushed the door, and to his astonishment, it opened. Furthermore, it felt merely like an ordinary iron barrier, not sea prism stone. The Golden Lion and his companions entered Roger's cell and settled on the floor. Rayleigh, with reddened eyes, gazed silently at Roger, while the Golden Lion wore a sullen expression. Sitting to one side, Ghost Bamboo joined him, leaning against the wall, while Vardo remained in the corner, and Leonard followed closely behind Barn. Barn sat opposite Roger, retrieving a flask of wine from his system backpack and offering it to Roger. Aha, it has been quite a while since I last savored wine. Thank you, Barn. Barn smiled but remained silent, while the brooding Golden Lion broke the stillness. He glanced at the iron door and fiddled with the wooden shackles in his hands. Roger, have you truly surrendered? Roger paused for a moment, but then responded to the Golden Lion with a smile. Indeed. Waldo's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Roger. But the Golden Lion remained unfazed. Why, Roger? Your smile ignites my fury. You have defeated me. You are the man I acknowledge. Why surrender? Why bow to the Navy? You are the pirate king. The Golden Lion roared, his voice echoing like a frenzied lion. His words stirred Roger's hair, yet amidst the fury, tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. He could not comprehend why Roger would choose this path. Why the only man he recognized would turn himself into the Navy. Those tears were bitter, filled with his own resentment and a sense of loss for Roger. Roger's smile remained unwavering as he replied, I have but a month to live, Shiki. The Golden Lion was taken aback, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. The others present, aside from Barn and Rayleigh, mirrored his astonishment. Waldo, Leonard, and Anamoka curiously observed the man known as the Pirate King. Roger continued to smile as he spoke. I once told Rayleigh that I would turn this world upside down. He looked at Rayleigh, who smiled back, his eyes reddening with emotion. He vividly remembered Roger's words. Roger continued with his laughter. Though I have become the Pirate King, this world remains unchanged. My time is short, and I wish to accomplish something for the next new era. As Roger finished speaking, the Golden Lion fell into deep thought. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze to Roger. Why choose to end it here, in the East Blue? This is the weakest sea. To conclude your journey here is an affront. Roger chuckled softly and replied, Shiki. I am from the East Blue. Shiki momentarily faltered, realizing that the man who had defeated him hailed from this weakest of seas. True, this sea may be the weakest. Yet it is also a realm brimming with miracles, Shiki. The Golden Lion remained silent, rising to his feet and approaching the cell door. He turned back and said, I will witness your execution. With that, he exited the cell, followed by Anamoka, Waldo, and Leonard. The shock Roger had imparted upon them was profound. In the vast prison, only Roger, Rayleigh, and Barn remained. Barn took a bowl of wine and inquired, Roger, what about your family in doing this? Roger's movements faltered, and his eyes dimmed significantly. He let out a deep sigh and replied, I owe them an apology. Upon hearing Roger's words, Barnes let out a sigh within himself, placing his cup upon the ground. He retrieved 2 flasks of wine from his backpack and uttered, I shall take good care of them. Having spoken, he rose to depart, only to be halted by Roger's voice calling out to him. Barnes, thank you. Barn did not respond. He simply walked out. At that moment, only Rayleigh and Roger remained in the prison, sipping the wine left behind by Barn and sharing their thoughts. A week later, Roger faced execution. In the fleeting seconds before his demise, he heralded the dawn of a new era, the Great Pirate Era. At the moment the executioner plunged the blade into Roger's chest, 5 figures clad in oversized hoods adjusted their hats and discreetly withdrew from the crowd. It was time to depart, Shiki. Barn whispered silently to himself without turning back, farewell. Roger. Barn and the Golden Lion found themselves seated upon the small sailboat they had arrived in. Neither Waldo nor the Golden Lion utilized their powers, and Rayleigh refrained from taking the helm, allowing the little vessel to drift upon the ocean, swaying with the waves. The atmosphere aboard was heavy with silence. For today marked the conclusion of a long-standing legend. Rayleigh, what are your intentions? Barnes smiled and glanced at Riley, who was momentarily taken aback by Barnes' unexpected inquiry but soon responded, I have grown weary and plan to open a quaint tavern in the Shambadi Islands, where my wife and I can quietly spend the remainder of our days. Valdo, perhaps unprepared for Barnes' question, opened one eye, glanced at him, then closed it again. While retorting, I intend to settle the score with those fellows. Barnes shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware of who the few fellows that Valdo referred to were. It appeared that the misunderstanding had inflicted deep wounds upon Valdo. Nevertheless, it seemed futile to speak to him now. He would not heed any words. Perhaps it would be best to address this matter at a later time. Speaking of which, this issue would still depend on Leonard, wouldn't it? Barnes turned his head towards Leonard's position, deep in thought. Leonard sensed Barnes' gaze and felt a tinge of confusion, for he had joined Barnes' guild and was naturally following his lead. Indeed, Barnes shook his head and then directed his attention towards the Golden Lion. Ski, what are your plans? The Golden Lion, seldom seen with a frown, rubbed his face thoughtfully and rested his hand on his forehead as he spoke. Barn, the Eastern Sea is truly a realm filled with wonders. Barn was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question from Gold Lion, yet he managed to respond. Indeed, this ocean is the birthplace of a man like Roger. In his heart, Barn added a silent thought, and of the future members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Surely, Roger would not desire for this sea to be ravaged by the flames of war. Gold Lion, still with his head bowed, uttered a statement that sent a shiver down Barnes' spine. He was acutely aware that in the original timeline, Gold Lion had allied with various pirates to seize control of the East Blue, an outcome he wished to avert, as his own guild, his very stronghold, lay within this realm. But was this inquiry prompted by Roger? Thus, Barn replied, "Indeed. I wish to protect this sea. For it is the homeland of a man whom Gold Lion himself has acknowledged." Barn was momentarily taken aback. The script did not unfold in such a manner. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? However, after some contemplation, Barn realized that it was indeed reasonable for the Golden Lion to arrive at this conclusion. In the original narrative, Roger had surrendered voluntarily, yet the Navy boasted that they had captured him, which incited the Golden Lion's wrath and prompted him to assault the Navy headquarters. The Golden Lion is an individual of considerable pride. The thought of his adversary being apprehended by the Navy after being defeated is an affront to his dignity. Now that he understands Roger's true act of surrender, coupled with Roger's demeanor during his visit, it seems the Golden Lion's perspective has shifted. From his earlier remarks, it was evident that he once harbored intentions of annihilating the East Sea, though such thoughts have evidently been dispelled. The Golden Lion's temperament is undeniably harsh. To describe it as such is hardly an exaggeration. While many have shared a rapport with him, the majority are merely engaged in mutual exploitation. Genuine friendship is a rare commodity. Although Roger and the Golden Lion have clashed numerous times, it ultimately resulted in the Golden Lion's respect for Roger. From the Golden Lion's furious roars in the confines of his cell to his current state of melancholy, it is clear that Roger has become an indispensable part of his life. Perhaps one might even say that Roger represents a companion from a different perspective, with his friend now gone. The Golden Lion, who has battled alongside him for a lifetime, may feel compelled to do something in his honor. Barn pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Isn't your ambition to conquer the world, Shiki?" Upon hearing Barn's words, the Golden Lion chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head as he replied, "Conquer the world? Since the moment I was defeated by Roger, I forfeited that right. The one deserving of such ambition is Roger, yet he has departed. Now, all I desire is to tread the path that Roger once walked. I yearn to uncover what it was that Roger truly sought. Having etched a new chapter in this world with his life, I am determined to bear witness to Roger's choices with my own existence." Upon hearing the words of the Golden Lion, Barn realized that the creature before him was no longer the Golden Lion of his memories. It had transformed. It had learned to cherish certain things and to safeguard others. Perhaps this is the allure of Roger. With this thought, Barn smiled, and in his mind, the image of Roger's beaming face, filled with laughter, resurfaced. How could I not also be influenced by Captain York? Barn reminisced about the time Captain York had spoken to him, a smile gradually spreading across his face. "Guay Mu, what about you?" At the call, Guay Mu silently positioned himself behind the Golden Lion, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword as he spoke. "I too wish to witness the new era that Lord Roger has spoken of." "Ah, then let us first visit my guild," Barn replied with a smile, having heard no dissenting voices. "Haha, let us set forth. Old man, Mr. Barn has escaped from prison. In the Golden Lion, with whom you have a good rapport." This was Marco's voice, ever lively aboard Whitebeard's ship. "Oh, Gwahaha. I knew Barn would never be content in such a place. And Shiki, Gwahaha. I can almost envision Sengoku's ashen face." Whitebeard took the newspaper from Marco's hands, glanced at it, and exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Mr. Barn's bounty has increased again, 990 million. How impressive." Escaping from Impel Down, such a feat has never been recorded in history. Mr. Barn is truly formidable. Indeed, Vista, Mr. Barn is exceptionally strong. Marco suggested to Whitebeard. "Old man, let us go see Mr. Barn." Whitebeard stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is indeed time to pay him a visit. In truth, Whitebeard felt a pang of guilt for having done nothing during Barn's imprisonment. How wonderful! Lord Barn is safe and sound. Hancock rejoiced as she came across the same report on Nine Snake Island. "Little Hancock, what has you so delighted?" "And nothing." Hancock hastily concealed the newspaper behind her. But how could she evade the keen eyes of Gloriosa? With a swift motion, Gloriosa snatched the paper from Hancock's grasp, reading about Barn's escape. A hint of amusement danced on Gloriosa's lips as she teased Hancock. "It seems our hero from Nine Snake Island has captured the heart of our little Hancock." And no, that's not true. Hancock's face flushed crimson at the teasing of the former Empress. "Hiki," Gloriosa chuckled, reveling in her successful jest. "Finally back, you rascal master," chirped Adam as he arrived aboard Barn's ship with Fitz, who, upon seeing his long-absent master, flitted around Barn in excitement. "Careful, or I might just have to give you a thrashing, foolish apprentice." Barn laughed, playfully engaging with Fitz. At that moment, a dark shadow loomed over the sea, growing ever larger. "It's that whale." The Golden Lion spotted the immense shadow on the water and immediately used his powers to lift the small sailboat into the sky. Indeed, Laboon's colossal head emerged from the spot where the ship had just been, letting out a joyful call. Haha, Laboon. Barn disembarked onto the shores of a small isle in the East China Sea. The island was expansive, crowned by a colossal peak that soared into the heavens, resembling a pillar connecting the earth and sky. This majestic isle was aptly named Pillar Island, and it was here that Barn's guild had established its stronghold. The guild was substantial, so much so that even Rayleigh and the Golden Lion were taken aback upon their arrival. Before the guild's entrance stood an enormous mission board. Rayleigh approached to inspect it and discovered it was laden with tasks submitted by the local residents, ranging from retrieving lost pets for villagers to tackling formidable sea kings, all meticulously categorized by difficulty. Their gazes then turned towards Adam and Barn, who were walking together at that moment. They admired Adam's remarkable efficiency and were even more impressed by Barn's visionary ideas. Master, the guild you instructed me to establish is now complete, rapidly expanding its influence. In the East China Sea, our reach even surpasses that of the Navy, yet we lack a name. The right to name it belongs to you, Master. Barn was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his guild had yet to be named. The very purpose of establishing this guild was to disrupt the current order and pursue freedom. Thus, let it be named FF. Huh? It was clear that Adam did not comprehend the significance of the 3FS, prompting his inquiry. Barn smiled enigmatically and uttered, "Fight for freedom." With that, he entered the guild, leaving Adam standing perplexed at the door. "Fight for freedom?" Adam murmured, biting his finger. "What? Are you leaving?" Came Adam's resounding voice from within the guild. I still need to step out for a while to attend to some minor matters." Barn gently probed his slightly discomfort ear with his pinky finger and said, "Master, could you please refrain from leaving? Leah is quite worried about you." At that moment, a soft, endearing voice reached Barn's ears. It was none other than his little apprentice, Leah the blacksmith. Upon hearing that it was Leah, Barn crouched down and gently ruffled little Leah's hair, speaking in a tender tone. "Little Leah, Master will be just fine, even in my absence. There is still that lad Adam. If anyone dares to bully you, simply seek him out. He will undoubtedly take good care of you." Little Leah reveled in the sensation of Barn's affection as she smiled sweetly and responded with a soft mm. Barn turned his head towards Adam, smiling as he said, "You will certainly take care of Leah, won't you?" The words spoken by Barn, with a broad grin, clearly carried a deeper meaning. Adam, who had been eagerly listening to the conversation between his master and his junior sister, felt his face flush crimson upon hearing Barn's question. Yes, I will definitely take good care of little Leah. Haha. Upon hearing Adam's hesitant speech, Barnes couldn't help but envision the awkward predicament Adam currently found himself in, which elicited a spontaneous laugh. What a ridiculous situation. "You imbecilic master." Barnes shook his head and chuckled. "Spring has arrived. Hee, Fitz, let us depart." With a chirp, Fitz immediately followed his master out, leaving Adam alone in the room. "Spring? But outside, it is clearly autumn. You say you wish to build a house? Inside the belly of a whale?" The Golden Lion gazed at Barn with incredulity. "Indeed, my mind is made up," Barn declared as he clapped his hands at the shore. A colossal shadow emerged upon the sea's surface, surging forth to reveal a gigantic whale, its forehead marred by alarming scars. Lab recognizing Barn's call. Lab excitedly nudged him with his head, emitting joyful sounds. Just then, the Golden Lion, recovering from the shock Barn had just delivered, inquired, "Even if you intend to construct a dwelling within this whale's belly, you must." The Golden Lion's words were abruptly interrupted as Barn tapped Lab's mouth. Obediently, Lab opened his mouth wide with a smile, and Barn, with Fitz in tow, boldly stepped inside. How does one enter? Upon entering, Gene Sheetsy finally completed his earlier statement, and the scene before him felt utterly surreal. Barn was consumed? This was Gene Sheetsy's immediate thought. However, from the gaping maw of Labu, a flashlight suddenly soared forth, hurtling toward Gene Sheetsy's head. Gene Sheetsy effortlessly caught the flashlight. For a being of his prowess, such an act posed no challenge. Simultaneously, Barn's voice echoed once more. "What are you dawdling for, Shurji? Hurry up." This voice emerged from the belly of the whale. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Gene Sheetsy activated the flashlight and soared into the whale's mouth. "Wow, is this truly the inside of that whale?" he pondered, taken aback by the intricate network of pipes and wires. Upon entering Labu's belly, he was met not with the anticipated flesh and sinew, but rather a formidable structure reminiscent of a steel fortress, leaving him utterly astonished. Could it be that rascal Karokas had a hand in this? He did mention that he was painting inside Labu's stomach. Labu recalled the animated series from his previous life, where Karokas had modified the interior of Labu's belly. To his surprise, it seemed the modifications had been completed much earlier than anticipated, though he held little enthusiasm for it. As he could not perceive the surroundings, the two, one soaring and the other walking, soon arrived at an expansive area. This place exuded a sense of enlightenment. Illuminated by light, adorned with the sea, small islands, and seagulls, all vividly perceived through Jean Sheetsy's eyes. Have we emerged from the whale's rear? I do not recall this island being here. Jean Sheetsy was momentarily struck dumb. He could never have imagined that this was Labu's stomach, though it certainly felt quite fantastical. Barn could not perceive his surroundings as he continued walking, only to unexpectedly step into the sea. What was that hissing sound? The golden lion heard an unusual noise. Indeed, I heard it too. For some reason, my foot seems to be in discomfort. Upon hearing Barn's remark, the golden lion instinctively shifted his gaze to Barn's foot, which was submerged in that green sea, still bubbling and accompanied by the hissing sound. Ah, so the sound emanated from here. How infuriating. This is gastric acid. Hurry, are you all right? The golden lion swiftly pulled Barn from the gastric acid, only to discover that the shoe on Barn's foot had vanished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the golden lion realized that had he been a moment later, an adept might have inexplicably become disabled. It was then that the golden lion noticed that the seagulls and coconut trees above Lab were merely painted images, and that sun was nothing more than a large light bulb. He finally grasped the reality. They were still inside the belly of the whale. Do you truly intend to construct a house in such a place? The golden lion regarded Barn with a look that conveyed, Are you certain you are in your right mind? Yes, indeed. I cannot see, and I cannot venture into the sea myself. But if it is Lab, then I can journey anywhere I wish to go. Barn gazed at the golden lion with a smile and remarked. The golden lion slapped his forehead, wearing an expression that conveyed utter exasperation. In the end, Barn constructed his abode within Laboon's belly. However, unlike Kuroka's, he also erected a bridge over the sea of gastric acid, a request fervently made by Adam. Where shall we go now? Inquired the golden lion as he and Barn sat in their modest dwelling on the hard island of Laboon, indulging in wine. To the Sabaody archipelago. It has been ages since I last saw Whitebeard. I wish to reminisce with him. By the way, I require your abilities to assist me in bringing Laboon over to Reverse Mountain. Barn poured the wine down his throat, and then remarked, Ah, Whitebeard. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Heh, let us set off. Barn nodded and called out Fitz. A small purple bird swiftly flew in from outside, landing atop Barn's head, bending forward to gaze down at him. Go tell Lab, the Shambody archipelago. With a gentle peck on Barn's forehead, Fitz took flight, emerging from Lab's blowhole and chirping a few notes. Chirp, 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 Shambody archipelago. Lab joyfully responded with a series of calls and, after Fitz returned to his body, dove beneath the waves. Lab was elated. He could finally set sail with his companions. After utilizing the golden lion's powers to traverse the upside-down mountain and greeting Colokas, the two rode Lab to the Shambody archipelago. Father, we've arrived. Are we heading to the East Sea to find Mr. Barn? The Moby Dick, enveloped in a bubble of soap film, emerged from the depths. The film shattering as Marco's excited voice rang out. Whitebeard nodded gravely. Father, there's another ship beneath the surface. Surely not. We confirmed earlier that we were the only vessel. Marco looked on in disbelief. Suddenly, the shadow expanded rapidly, revealing Lab's scarred head breaking the surface. Oh my, it's a whale. Marco, startled by Lab's sudden appearance, stumbled back onto the ship. Then he saw a figure emerge from the whale's blowhole. The person glanced at Whitebeard and exclaimed, Whitebeard? What are you doing here? Whitebeard also raised his gaze to the individual. Ah, it's you, you golden retriever. Ha. A crossroad appeared on the golden lion's forehead, darkening his expression. At that moment, another figure climbed out from Barn's blowhole. It was Barn himself. Mr. Barn, Marco shouted with excitement. Barn smiled and cast a glance at Marco, nodding slightly before turning his head towards Whitebeard. Once again, we meet, Whitebeard. Barn emerged from the pores of Lab. Having overheard the recent exchange between the golden lion and Whitebeard, he had long since ceased to comment on the moniker golden retriever, a term he had heard Leonard mention back in the depths of Impel Down. However, encountering Whitebeard here took Barn by surprise. Ha. Barn, what is the matter? You used to call me differently, Whitebeard chuckled. Though he possessed a formidable appearance, his thoughts were astutely perceptive, encapsulated in the phrase, a fierce tiger at heart. Delicately savoring roses. Such was Whitebeard. He discerned the shift in Barn's address. It was noteworthy that while aboard the Moby Dick, Barn had consistently referred to him as Newgate. But now he had adopted the title of Whitebeard. Alas, you've caught me, Whitebeard. I can no longer address you as before because I have pledged to Sengoku to abandon the life of a pirate. Barn spoke these words with a smile. And this time it was not only Whitebeard who was taken aback. The entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates gazed at him in astonishment. Even the Golden Lion's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Have you forgotten what your former captain, York, once told you? Upon hearing Whitebeard mention Captain York, Barn's smile faded. And he became serious, a trace of solemnity emerging on his brow. He then declared, No, Whitebeard, I have never forgotten Captain York's words. Barn turned away, his back to Whitebeard, gazing towards the sky as if he could behold York there. He continued speaking, Captain York urged me to live freely and joyfully. Initially, I intended to embrace the carefree life of a pirate. However, at this moment, Barn pivoted back, his eyes fixed intently on Whitebeard. Those once unfocused eyes now bore a fierce intensity as he proclaimed, I have come to realize my error. During my years at Sabaody Archipelago, I have heard many tales, predominantly concerning the celestial dragons, most of which have left me deeply unsettled. Thus, I ventured to Mariawa with Tiger to liberate the slaves there. I distinctly remember Captain York stating that his purpose at sea was to spread joy. At this juncture, Barn pointed emphatically to his heart, raising his voice further. If I were to live as a pirate, perhaps I would find happiness, but others would not. The most direct and fundamental solution to this dilemma is to transform the current structure of this world. Barn's words resonate with great fervor, prompting everyone present to reflect upon their initial motivations for venturing into the sea. Treasure? Such a concept no longer holds significance. Honor? If one seeks honor, why not enlist in the Navy? It is freedom. Each pirate embarks on this journey in pursuit of liberty, yearning for the carefree existence that the ocean offers. Barn's words plunged Whitebeard into deep contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Change the landscape of this world? Barn, how do you intend to accomplish that? Barn smiled and gestured towards Whitebeard and Gold Lion, saying, Shiki, Whitebeard, follow me. With that, Barn leaped down from the ship, accompanied by Fitz. Gold Lion utilized his abilities to soar after them. Whitebeard briefly communicated with his offspring before joining the others. The three of them remained silent as they journeyed, 2 walking and 1 flying, until they arrived at island number 14, where a quaint tavern awaited them. Excuse the intrusion, they announced. Barn pushed open the door of the tavern and entered. Despite being a tavern, it was devoid of patrons. At the bar, a woman with a cigarette perched between her fingers exuded a certain charm, her face free of adornment, yet undeniably pleasant to behold. Before her sat a disheveled middle-aged man, indulging in his drink. This unkempt man was none other than Pluto Rayleigh, now residing in the Sabaody Archipelago, and the woman was his wife, Peony. Peony, unfamiliar with Barn, offered a perfunctory greeting of welcome, but her demeanor shifted as she noticed the 2 individuals accompanying Barn, prompting her to nudge Rayleigh with her elbow. Barn, Shiki, what brings you here? And you've brought a friend? Rayleigh inquired, finishing his drink before turning to face them. Rayleigh? Whitebeard exclaimed, taken aback to see the infamous Pluto Rayleigh. Upon recognizing Whitebeard alongside Barn, Rayleigh's eyes widened slightly, and he remarked, It's been a while, Edward. Indeed, it has been quite some time. I've heard about Roger, said Whitebeard. There's no need for concern, Edward. I'm happy for Roger. He surrendered to pursue something he has long desired. He must have shared this with you, Rayleigh interjected. Yes. Whitebeard recalled a conversation with Roger, atop a cherry blossom-laden island. Meanwhile, Barn had taken a seat at the bar under Fitz's guidance. Barn snapped his fingers and said, A glass of rum, please. And bring me one as well. The Golden Lion also took a seat beside Barn and added. Peony glanced at Rayleigh, and upon seeing him nod, she fetched drinks for Barn and the Golden Lion. Barn held his glass of rum, shaking it gently as he spoke to himself. Riley, would it be convenient to have a chat? Golden Lion and Whitebeard cast a glance at Riley, who hesitated for a moment before silently nodding in agreement. I nearly forgot there are mice in the wine cellar. Riley, being an astute man, knew his woman was equally clever. Peony aptly went to the cellar to catch the mice, and she was engrossed in her task for several hours. As Barn and the others continued their conversation, dusk settled in, and it was Golden Lion and Whitebeard who emerged first. Roger has departed. It appears this heiress shall bear your name, Whitebeard, Golden Lion remarked, stroking his chin as he addressed Whitebeard. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and replied, If you intend to engage in such trivial banter, I could promptly send you back to Impel Down. Do you still have legs to stand on, Golden Lion? Golden Lion shrugged and responded, Those legs are merely my way of repaying the Navy for their care during that time. You remain as infuriating as ever. However, this brings me solace. I plan to vanish for a while, and when I return to these waters, I shall ensure this warm era experiences the might of Golden Lion. Golden Lion's words astonished Whitebeard. Golden Lion. Regarding Barn's words, Whitebeard was interrupted by Golden Lion's hand gesture. Do you not find this world rather mundane? With that, Golden Lion took flight, vanishing beyond the horizon. At that moment, Barn emerged as well. Has Shiki departed? He inquired. Whitebeard nodded silently, affirming with a sound. Whitebeard, you will assist me, won't you? Whitebeard turned to Barn, gazing at him earnestly. I shall. Ha ha ha. Barn laughed heartily, then turned his back to Whitebeard and said, Thank you, Newgate. Noticing that Barn had chosen to address him as Newgate rather than Whitebeard, the latter felt a twinge of confusion. At that moment, however, Barn pivoted around and extended his fist towards him. This is for our friendship, Newgate. Ha ha. Whitebeard joyfully reciprocated the gesture. The two then returned to Rayleigh's shop, where they fetched 2 barrels of wine and began to drink under the starry night sky. Where are you headed now, Barn? Asked Newgate. To Fishman Island. I have an old friend to meet. And you? Replied Newgate. After finishing his drink, Whitebeard gazed at the heavens and murmured, I am bound for the East Blue. I did not bid Roger farewell when he departed, and now I wish to pay a visit to your guild. The following day, on the shores of Island 14, Barn stood atop Laboon, while Whitebeard remained aboard the Moby Dick. They exchanged simple waves before parting ways. Barn leaped into Laboon's blowhole, and Whitebeard set sail. Father, what did you discuss with Mr. Barn yesterday? Marco inquired curiously. Whitebeard merely chuckled and shook his head. Barn had never set foot on Fishman Island, and Laboon had spent 2 decades in the Twin Gorges, never having ventured to Fishman Island or even the Sabaody Archipelago, thus completely unfamiliar with the route. However, Whitebeard was well aware of it, as the island remained under his dominion. Just before parting ways with Whitebeard, he instructed Fitz on the path to Fishman Island. One must admit that Fitz, this avian creature, possessed a remarkable intuition. Under Barn's tutelage, he had learned to comprehend human language. Were it not for his differing vocal cords, he might have even mimicked human speech. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. After receiving the directions from Whitebeard, Fitz translated them into the language of animals to relay to Laboon. At that moment, Barn was quietly seated by the acid sea, employing a specialized fishing rod in hopes of catching fish. Naturally, there were no fish to be found in this acid sea, nor even remnants of fish bones. Even outside, catching fish was equally futile. Barn had grown accustomed to this, embracing this lifestyle. In such a state, he found it easier to contemplate various matters. Whether he succeeded in catching fish was of little consequence to him. In his own words, he relished merely the act of fishing itself. Laboon was astute, perhaps guided by the instincts of a marine creature, intelligently evading certain dangers, such as the perilous sea whirlpools. Laboon had no desire to be dry cleaned by such threats. Soon, they arrived at the great underwater waterfall, beneath which lay the legendary Fishman Island. The undersea paradise. Fishman Island resembled a spherical entity entirely enveloped in bubbles, with a colossal, double-layered semicircular membrane shielding the entire isle, and an air layer nestled between the 2 membranes. Should any vessels coated in the Sabaody Archipelago's film stray onto the incorrect path and breach Fishman Island, the coating would automatically peel away and merge with the island's shields, causing some vessels to plummet into the air layer below. Even if one were to successfully break through the shield, intruders would still be swept away by the seawater contained within. Barn had come to visit a friend. He had no intention of forcing his way into Fishman Island and inciting any disturbances. It is noteworthy that, although Fishman Island lay beneath the deep sea, it was still graced with a sky and clouds. This phenomenon was attributable to the colossal tree, Eve, flourishing near Fishman Island, which could transmit sunlight from the surface, bestowing the underwater island with sunlight and the cycle of day and night. The local inhabitants even referred to this occurrence as the blessing of the sun. Fitz, enveloped in bubbles, poked his head out at Laboon's blowhole, surveyed the surroundings, and then directed Laboon to land at the entrance of Fishman Island. As Barn emerged from the vent of the lab, enveloped in bubbles created by Fitz's protective cocoon, they were swiftly surrounded by a contingent of soldiers mounted on seahorses. Much like the Sky Island, newcomers to Fishman Island were typically subjected to an immigration inspection. Failure to comply would result in apprehension by the Royal Army of Dragon Palace. Outsiders, what brings you to Fishman Island? Inquired a commanding naval officer, extending his spear towards Barn. Fitz, witnessing this being brandishing a spear at him and Barn, erupted in indignation within the bubble, flapping and squawking in fury. Barn's perceptive awareness had undoubtedly been awakened. as the silhouettes of several members of the Sea King's army materialized in his mind. A faint, grayish-white light enveloped the surroundings, indicating that these so-called Sea Kings were hardly more than mere lackeys in Barn's eyes. Nevertheless, encased within his bubble, Barn raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, effectively calming the ruckus caused by Fitz. With a smile, he addressed them. "Please do not be alarmed. I have come in search of a friend named Fisher Tiger. I trust you are familiar with him. Would you kindly inform him that I am Barn?" The Sea King, casting a suspicious glance at Barn, proceeded into Fishman Island to relay the message, while the other soldiers continued to aim their weapons at Barn. Yet, Barn remained unperturbed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, Tiger was engaged in conversation with Neptune, the sovereign of Fishman Island, and his queen. Neptune, adorned with a crown and possessing a physique more robust than the average merman, sported a lush, vibrant orange mane and beard, a nose with a sharp, rosy tip, and arms embellished with tattoos resembling flames, all beneath a thick coat of body hair. Beside him sat his wife, Odoheim, a beautiful mermaid clad in a traditional garment adorned with fish scale patterns, her wavy hair cascading elegantly. "Report. Lord Tiger, a human by the name of Barn wishes to see you at the entrance inspection," a soldier announced. Tiger, who had been in discourse with Neptune, brightened at the mention of Barn's name and promptly instructed that Barn be brought to him. "Lord Tiger, did you say that after causing a commotion in Mariawa, the human navy has begun to pursue you?" Neptune inquired, grasping his lengthy beard thoughtfully. Tiger sighed in response. "Indeed, the navy has issued a warrant for my arrest. It could potentially jeopardize Fishman Island. Fear not. I believe the navy will exercise reason. You are a hero of Fishman Island, having liberated countless slaves, surely. The humans will not trouble you," Odoheim asserted, perhaps naively optimistic, likely due to her limited interactions with humanity. "That will not be the case. The holy land I destroyed is home to the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Under their pressure, the navy will spare no effort to apprehend me," Tiger responded, fully aware of the celestial dragon's madness, his concern evident. What shall we do then?" Odoheim finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Quite simple." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interjected. It was Barn. Upon seeing Barn, Tiger rose with excitement, approached him, and embraced him warmly. "Barn, my friend, it is truly a joy to see you safely here." Barn could sense the sincerity of Tiger. The people of Tiger were commendable and loyal. Barn had already heard from Adam about Tiger's unwavering determination to advance towards the city to rescue him. Barn also smiled, gently patting Tiger's back before releasing him, and then turned to gaze at Princess Iji, who was seated beside the throne. "Is this truly Princess Iji?" Barn thought to himself, but unexpectedly, Iji spoke up. "You are indeed Lord Barn, who ascended to Mariawa alongside Lord Tiger that day. I am Princess Iji. Greetings to you." "Oh? How come?" Barn was astonished that Princess Iji articulated the thoughts dwelling within his mind without him uttering a word. Yet, Iji merely smiled and remarked, "This is a peculiar ability of mine. In your human vernacular, it might be referred to as observation hockey. I presume that your Excellency Barn possesses a similar capability as well." Barn comprehended that Yahim's ability was, in fact, an evolved form of observation hockey. Instantly, he grasped the situation at hand and activated his mind's eye. This advanced iteration of observation hockey, fortified by mental prowess, was no less formidable than Yahim's voice of the heart. He promptly shielded himself from the intrusion of Yahim's thoughts. Upon realizing her inability to perceive Barn's inner voice, Yahim's brows furrowed slightly, though she maintained her composure. Moments ago, he had overheard Yahim conversing with Tiger. The solution to their predicament was straightforward. If Tiger set sail, the Navy would focus their efforts on him, thereby sparing Fishman Island from any repercussions. Barn's words illuminated Tiger's mind, indeed providing a solution to the challenges they faced. Ultimately, Barn engaged in discussions with King Neptune and Queen Agi, while Tiger resolved to set sail to address the crisis at Fishman Island. As the conversation concluded, Tiger prepared for the voyage, leaving Barn behind with King Neptune and Queen Agi. "Your Excellency Barn, you may have noticed that the fishmen harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humans, as we are categorized merely as fish by humanity, treated as commodities for trade." Queen Agi exclaimed, her fervor escalating with each word, until she struck the throne with her fist. "Crack! Ah, my bones!" she cried out. "Oh no, Your Highness! Call for the royal physician immediately." Barn was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Princess Iji's frail constitution, but had not anticipated it to be so delicate that a mere strike upon the chair could result in a fractured wrist. The bandaged Princess Iji gently grasped her injured arm and said, however, Your Excellency Barn, there are humanoid beings on Fishman Island who wish to coexist peacefully with humanity. Barn engaged in an extensive conversation with Princess Yuki and Neptune, continuing until both Fitz and Neptune succumbed to slumber. Only then did Barn depart from the palace, retreating to a chamber within Neptune's aquatic abode for a brief respite. Upon his return to the palace, he encountered Fisher, who was preparing to bid farewell. At that moment, Fisher donned oversized beach shorts and a t-shirt, the latter unbuttoned to reveal a sun emblazoned across his chest. Following him was a throng of fishmen, each adorned with similar motifs in various placements upon their bodies. This symbol served as a means devised by Tiger to obscure the disgraceful mark of the celestial dragon's foot. Although Tiger had liberated numerous fishmen into the open sea, the indelible scars of their past as slaves could not simply vanish. To eradicate the emblem of shame and servitude branded upon them by the celestial dragons, the team members crafted a sun insignia reminiscent of the dragon's foot, branding it upon the backs of the liberated fishmen and the new recruits who later joined the pirate crew. Thus, the newly formed pirate crew was aptly named the Sun Pirates. Barn's intention for visiting the fishmen was solely to meet with Tiger. Encountering Princess Otoheim was merely an unexpected bonus. Barn felt a deep sympathy for the tragic hero, Tiger, and if given the chance, he would gladly save his life, promptly expressing his desire to accompany Tiger. Today, Tiger and Barn departed Fishman Island together, venturing into the vast ocean. Lord Tiger and Lord Barn have already set off, remarked the enormous merman with a long brown beard from the throne and dragon palace. Indeed, Lord Tiger has taken his first step toward embracing humanity. I too must take action, exclaimed a beautiful merman clad in traditional Han attire, clenching her fist beside the giant merman. Neptune simply chuckled as he observed his queen, unaware that this time, Princess Otoheim was also taking her first step toward demise. Meanwhile, on the sea, Luffy maintained his position with his head above water, trailing behind the Thousand Sunny, while Barn continued with his habitual posture, one hand supporting his head and the other gripping a fishing rod, still engaged in angling. Fitz, as usual, was diligently consuming the bait prepared by Barn. I say, Brother Tiger, why must we travel with this human? Questioned the merman known as Sawtooth, Arlong, who harbored a natural disdain for humans. Tiger heard Arlong's words but chose to remain silent, his gaze fixed on the ocean before him. At this moment, Jinbei, though not particularly fond of humans either, did not share Arlong's level of aversion. Observing Tiger's indifference to Arlong, he stepped in to offer counsel. Enough, Arlong. It is said that Lord Barn once ventured with our brother Tiger through Mariewa. If Brother Tiger has chosen to have him accompany us, there must be a purpose behind it. Let us refrain from questioning further. Come, let us go drink. Arlong was pulled aside by Jinbei, still muttering, What is it? Brother Jinbei? Sigh, very well. But this time, you mustn't cheat. Let us go, let us go. Although Barn's sight was absent, his hearing was remarkably acute. Furthermore, Rab was not far away, so he naturally listened attentively to the conversation between Aaron and Jinbei. At this moment, Barn was using his inner eye to observe Tiger, curious about what thoughts were occupying Tiger's mind. Barn is indeed aware that Tiger was once a slave. In the original narrative, this revelation was only disclosed to Aaron and Jinbei just before Tiger's demise. It is truly a poignant struggle for one who has endured the shackles of celestial beings to now aspire to genuinely love humanity. Barn gazed at Tiger, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tiger, standing at the bow and contemplating the vast ocean, was indeed preoccupied with the complexities of his relationship with Barn, or rather, the intricate dynamics between merfolk and humans. Captain Tiger, there is a small island ahead. Shall we land there? The contemplative Tiger was roused from his reverie by the voice of an octopus sailor. Upon hearing the words, a spark of vigor ignited within him, and a thought swiftly traversed his mind. An island? Surely it belongs to humans. Having ventured out to sea, one must boldly take this step. Let us set forth. Our destination is the island ahead, Tiger replied calmly. Yet, who could fathom the inner turmoil he had just experienced? Barn possesses a unique evolution of the Kinbunchika haki, akin to the captivating allure of Princess Yuki's ability to stir the hearts of others, and the profound listening skills of Roger's haki that attunes to the whispers of all things. Barn's haki enables him to discern human hostility and peril. Generally, Barn senses a subtle aversion from his comrade Tiger, who intermittently emanates a lingering animosity. However, upon engaging with him, that feeling inexplicably dissipates. Barn understood that Tiger's subconscious was resisting his humanity. However, today Tiger took the initiative to propose landing on the human island, a development that Barn had not anticipated. At last, was he ready to take that step? Bourne contemplated for a moment, retracting his fishing rod, and collapsed onto Labu, exhaling a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, the Sun Pirates reached the shore, with Laba bearing Bourne to a halt by the water's edge. Bourne leaped ashore with Fitz, while Tiger urged the crew on the vessel to disembark. Tiger's authority remained intact, prompting all but one individual to follow him to the island for resupplying. The lone exception was, of course, the reclusive Aaron, who harbored an intense aversion to humanity. Thus, he remained aboard, engaging in conversation with Lab, who was below deck. In the perspective of Bourne, he observed that Aaron's hostility was not as intense at that moment. Perhaps the death of Tiger had profoundly impacted him, rendering him akin to the Aaron seen later in the park. Tiger had set foot on the island, which surprisingly housed a human settlement. As Tiger and his companions ventured into the town, they were momentarily startled. However, upon witnessing the courteous and even amiable demeanor of the fishmen, the townsfolk lowered their guard, willingly offering supplies and even presenting Tiger with a surprise upon his departure. Just as the Sun Pirates, under Tiger's command, had cast off, Shachi approached Tiger and said, Boss Tiger, this is what the residents of that island entrusted to me. Shachi pulled forth a disheveled little girl with tangled hair, donning dirty overalls, beneath which was a gray shirt that had once been white. Despite the grime, she wore a smile, though her eyes appeared vacant, as if masked by a facade. Tiger, perplexed by the girl's presence, inquired, "Who is this?" Before Shachi could respond, the girl declared, "I am Clara, 11 years old. 3 years ago. Thank you so much." 3 years ago? That was when Bourne and I caused a ruckus in Mariewa. You were a slave back then. Clara nodded in response. But then a disdainful voice interrupted. Aaron, who was grimacing as he pinched Clara's face roughly. Why does this human have such an irritating smile? He sneered. Clara's face grew bruised under his grip, yet she maintained the smile that Aaron found so bothersome. I'm sorry. Aaron lifted Clara by her face and tossed her onto the deck, muttering, "Humans are truly bothersome." He then seated himself on the side of the ship, lapsing into silence. Though Clara lay on the deck, she did not weep as expected. Instead, she pulled out a filthy rag from her pocket and began to scrub the deck incessantly, her rigid smile masking her inner terror. I'm so sorry. I will work hard. I will clean without rest. Please don't hit me. I promise I won't cry. Please don't kill me. Seeing Clara maintain her stiff smile while repeating these phrases, Tiger's brow furrowed deeply. He seized Clara from the deck, gripping her shoulders, and exclaimed, "Cry out for me, Clara." Caught off guard by Tiger's demand, Clara responded without hesitation with the ingrained words from her heart. "No matter what happens, I won't cry. Please don't kill me. I will work hard. I will clean without rest. Please don't hit me. I won't cry. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry." Watching Clara repeat these words, Tiger's expression darkened further. He tightened his grip, aware that he was one of the most formidable fishman karate practitioners in Fishman Island, and his strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Tears welled in Clara's eyes, yet she continued to echo the same phrases. Just as Tiger was about to increase his grip once more, a voice interrupted, "Enough, Tiger. The mark of slavery is etched into her very bones." It was Bourne, who had just leapt aboard from Laboon. "Lord Bourne." Jibei saluted earnestly, and the other fishmen nodded in acknowledgement, while only Aaron scoffed in disdain. Tiger, hearing Bourne's words and glancing at Clara, gently set her down on the deck and strode toward the captain's cabin. He paused at the door and instructed, "Take her to my room." Shachi, instinctively obeying the command of his captain and brother, escorted Clara into the captain's quarters. All of this transpired under Bourne's watchful gaze, who sighed silently. Jibei, observing Bourne, regarded him with a puzzled expression. Then, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the captain's cabin. The cries persisted for a while before ceasing, and the cabin door swung open as Tiger unceremoniously tossed the little girl to the ground. Clara lay unconscious for but a moment before awakening, her first instinct to retrieve the rag and resume cleaning the floor. This time, she was silent, tears streaming down her cheeks, though her face retained that rigid smile. At that moment, she turned her back to the onlookers, revealing a torn shirt with a freshly branded mark on her back, the sun. "From this day forth, Clara shall be a member of our Sun Pirates," Tiger declared. This proclamation rendered not only Aaron but all the fishmen in disbelief, yet Tiger remained undeterred. He knelt before Clara, stating, "I, Fisher Tiger, shall not harm a single soul." Clara paused, her smile wavering slightly. Tiger stood and faced the crew at the ship's bow, arms wide, exclaiming, "Set sail, mates. We must return this girl to her homeland." Upon hearing this, Clara's head jerked up. The little girl, who had endured relentless torment as a slave, always concealing her emotions behind a hollow smile, finally broke down in tears. 3 months prior, Tiger had erased the slave mark from Clara's back, making her the sole human member of the Sun Pirates. Clara had initially resembled a small boy, but Shachi took it upon himself to have her hair styled and to purchase a lovely dress for her, transforming her into a more delightful little girl. As Clara began to understand that Tiger and his crew differed vastly from the celestial dragons, genuine emotion surfaced, and she began to smile from the heart, gradually warming up to her fellow crew members, who all adored her, except for the perpetually disdainful Aaron. At this moment, Clara sat upon Shachi's shoulder, gazing at Barn, who was fishing beside Laboon. "Hey, Mr. Shachi, look at Mr. Barn fishing again," she exclaimed, pointing. "Ah, that's just how Mr. Barn is. Ever since he joined us at sea, he has fished every day, though he never catches anything, so we don't pay him any mind." "Indeed. I've never seen Mr. Barn catch a single fish," Clara replied with a hint of amusement. Clara placed her finger on her lips and said, "All right. Let us go see Brother Jinbei and see what he is doing." However, as Xiaoba uttered these words, Clara hesitated, her small hand gripping Xiaoba's clothing, nervously whispering, "Mr. Jinbei should be with Mr. Arlong, right?" "It's all right, Clara. Don't be afraid. Mr. Arlong isn't as fearsome as he seems." Upon hearing Xiaoba's words, although Clara was still apprehensive about meeting Arlong, she timidly nodded. Upon arriving at Jinbei's room, they indeed found him with Arlong, but also with Tiger. Clara was momentarily taken aback by Arlong's intimidating visage, stammering as she prepared to greet him, only for Arlong to dismissively snort and shove past Xiaoba, exiting the room. "Hey, Mr. Arlong," Clara called out towards his departing figure, extending her hand, but Arlong did not turn back. Tiger furrowed his brow at this scene. And since Jinbei had developed a good rapport with Clara over the past 3 months, he stepped forward to offer her comfort. "It's all right. Don't mind Arlong. You look even more beautiful now, Clara," Jinbei said with a smile, pinching Clara's nose playfully. Clara, initially feeling somewhat awkward, blushed upon hearing Jinbei's compliment and softly replied, "Oh no, Mr. Jinbei, you flatter me." "Ha ha ha." Jinbei's laughter made Tiger's frownies a bit. Fishmen can coexist peacefully with humans, Barn and Princess Odoheim. "Perhaps you were right," Tiger pondered. Just then, another figure appeared in the captain's quarters, a mermaid with 2 firecracker hairstyles. "Kruby." "Captain Tiger, we are approaching Fosha Island. We have arrived at our destination." Before Kruby could finish, Clara was unable to contain her tears any longer and began to cry. Tiger, appearing much steadier, nodded faintly to Kruby and then walked behind Clara, tossing her a reassuring remark, "Let us go home." He then left the captain's quarters. Thank you, Mr. Tiger." Clara's voice rang out in gratitude as she returned home. It had been 3 years since she was abducted by human traffickers and sold into slavery to the celestial dragons. She had endured torment and wandering for 3 long years, and now she was finally home, overwhelmed with emotion. Tiger gently placed her on the soil of Fosha Island. And immediately, a woman with the same orange hair as Clara rushed out from the crowd on the shore, calling out, "Clara, Clara, my darling." Upon seeing the woman calling her name, Clara murmured, "Mother," and then turned to Tiger, declaring, "I will tell our people about the kindness of the fishmen." Hearing Clara's words, Tiger smiled and nodded, saying, "Go find your mother, little one." "Yes." With Tiger's approval, she swiftly turned and ran towards the woman, shouting, "Mother! Mother!" The long-lost mother and daughter finally embraced joyfully. However, in her excitement, Clara failed to notice the villagers' glances of aversion directed at Tiger and his crew, including her own mother, who was shaking her head. Clara was oblivious, but Tiger had been acutely aware of the unfriendly gazes of the islanders since their arrival. Even Arlong had merely snorted and retreated to the cabin after casting a glance their way. Feeling the hostility of the onlookers, Tiger decided it was time to depart and ordered the anchor lifted. Perhaps things will change in the future, he thought, standing at the bow of the ship. Reflecting on Clara's earlier words, throughout this entire ordeal, Barn had not appeared. He was aware of this unfolding drama, lying in his small abode within Laboon's belly, staring into the darkness, lost in thought. At that moment, Clara finally sensed something amiss. She noticed the villagers' disdainful looks as the Sun Pirates departed. Accompanied by a few sinister chuckles, even her mother was shaking her head at her. Fear gripped Clara, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Tentatively, she asked her mother, "Mother, what is happening?" Her mother did not respond, only embraced her tightly, whispering, "It's all right, Clara, it's all over now." Clara was confused by her mother's vague reassurances when suddenly a voice rose from the crowd, "We have informed the Marines." "What? It was as if a bomb had detonated in her mind. Clara's eyes widened in shock. She broke free from her mother's embrace and ran to the shore, where she could still see the Sun pirate ship, now far in the distance. She screamed frantically, waving her hands, "Come back! Come back!" But it was too late. Her voice could not reach them. Xiaoba, at the stern of the ship, mistook Clara's gestures as a farewell, calling out, "Goodbye. Be happy, little Clara." Yet, Clara was still desperately calling out, waving her hands, but it was in vain. Despite her voice growing hoarse and her arms aching, the Sun pirate's vessel faded from her sight. Clara's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as she sank to her knees on the shore, rendered unconscious. Boom, 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 boom. It was the Navy's warships. How could the Marines be here? How did they know we were here? It must be that little brat. How infuriating. Arlong emerged from the cabin, gripping his sword, Zhanfeng, and spoke with menace. Even Jean Bei clenched his fist in response. Tiger, witnessing the incoming cannonballs, widened his eyes, although he found Arlong's accusation hard to believe. It seemed to be the only explanation as his eyes gradually turned bloodshot, and he began to laugh maniacally, shouting, "Ha ha ha. You were mistaken. You were mistaken, Princess Odoheim." He then stripped off his coat, clenching his fists as veins bulged on his crimson skin. Fishman karate, shark wave punch. Tiger summoned all his strength, delivering a powerful blow to the incoming cannonballs. The space around them seemed to freeze as his formidable punch sent the cannonballs flying away. In the meantime, he placed his left hand on his right shoulder, massaging it as he commanded, "Kill them. Show no mercy." Understood. Meanwhile, within Labune's belly, Barn had risen from his bed, listening to the incessant sounds of cannon fire and cries of battle. He pressed his hand against his forehead and spoke in a grave tone. "Has it begun? Barn, do not rush. Let Tiger endure some hardship. That fellow inherently looks down upon humanity. He must be taught a lesson." "No, no, no. Barn, Tiger is your friend. You know what is transpiring outside. How can you stand by and watch Tiger get hurt? That is what he deserves, for he has always doubted me. No, that is merely because he was once a slave, harboring a deep-seated mistrust of humans. It is precisely for this reason that he cannot draw close to us. Tiger has been progressing positively. We cannot allow him to perish. Listen to me, Barn. No, you must heed my words. Barn, Barn." Barn sat on the bed, resting his hand on his head, as a diminutive devilish version of himself and an angelic counterpart argued incessantly within his mind. The commotion caused him to furrow his brow in frustration, prompting him to wave his hand, causing both miniature versions of Barn to dissipate into thin air. Sigh. Barn exhaled and rose from his bed, his hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of a knife. Outside, Tiger was engaged in a fierce battle against the naval admiral who had come to apprehend him. This admiral, wearing a notably tall hat and possessing a stoic demeanor, was a bearded man rumored to have an exceptionally elongated skull, a former student of the notorious Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, now serving as Rear Admiral Stalaberry. Though Tiger was formidable, he was merely strong, on par with the likes of Leonard and Onamaki. At that moment, he was locked in a grueling confrontation with Stalaberry. However, the Navy consisted of more than just Stalaberry. Several brigadiers joined the assault against Tiger. Meanwhile, Tiger's own admiral was entangled with another naval admiral, Basit, who donned a massive iron mask and wielded a colossal blade known as the Shark Slayer, rendering him unable to assist Tiger. As Tiger defended against Stalaberry, the brigadiers seized the opportunity to strike, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. With each drop of blood, his strength began to wane. Tiger, Big Brother, Arlong, and Jinbi witnessed their captain succumbing to the severity of his injuries and excessive blood loss, realizing he could no longer contend with Stalaberry. Just as Tiger was struck again by a brigadier's blade, Arlong and Jinbi launched a desperate counterattack, forcing Basit to stagger back. Arlong took the chance to rush to Tiger's side, but the captain was now grievously wounded and unable to fight. Arlong, quickly take Tiger to the captain's quarters. We'll handle this. Indeed, it was Kruby and the octopus, Jinbi, who had swiftly dispatched their own foes and arrived to provide support. Arlong nodded at them and shielded Tiger as they made their way to the captain's quarters. Haha, you must be Jinbi, the tiger shark fishman. Perfect timing to test my shark slayer. As the blade sliced through the air towards him, Jinbi's expression turned grave. With a clenched fist, Jinbi prepared to retaliate. But his technique was interrupted by a voice proclaiming, Azura, evil light slash. A colossal white slash cleaved through one corner of Basit's iron mask, continuing its momentum toward the naval fleet. After severing 5 or 6 warships, the immense strike finally dissipated. Lord Barn, Jinbi exclaimed in delight. Go check on your captain. These two are in my care. Understood. Thank you, Lord Barn. Jinbi, reassured by Barn's prowess, wasted no time and dashed toward the captain's quarters. Barn finally turned his head, while Fitz flapped his wings and landed atop it. At that moment, within the perspective of the Heart's Eye, another figure appeared alongside the Bastille. It was none other than the recently arrived General Stolleberry. With an expressionless demeanor, he remarked, I never expected to encounter you here. The escaped convict, or should I say, Azura? Barn shrugged indifferently and remarked, now that we have met, what words do you wish to share? Zephyr is my mentor. Barn raised an eyebrow and inquired, oh, who might you be? I am Stolleberry, and this beside me is Bastide. Stolleberry, however, refrained from further speech, silently placing his hands upon the hilts of two daggers at his waist. The previously silent Bastide was now poised for action, gripping the formidable Shark Slayer blade tightly. Oh, I see. When the older generation falters, they send the younger ones to settle scores. How amusing that even your navy indulges in such practices. In the face of Stolleberry and Bastide's stern expressions, Barn merely nodded and chuckled. He continued, if I wished to fell you, I would require but 2 strokes. I now grant you 3 seconds to depart. It is still not too late. 3. Your words are rather presumptuous, are they not? Stolleberry replied coldly, his expression unyielding. 2. Yet, seeing that Barn showed no sign of halting his countdown, Stolleberry exchanged a glance with Bastide, and they both nodded in silent accord before drawing their blades. Meanwhile, Barn stood in the dining hall, continuing his countdown, his fingers now displaying 3, albeit marred by the presence of Bastide's Shark Slayer and Stolleberry's 2 daggers. 1. Just as the 3 blades were about to strike Barn, he completed his countdown, a smile gracing his face. You truly have not departed. You have not disappointed me. However, suddenly, Barn's demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve, his voice chilling as he declared, this is of your own making. Draw your blades. The second-generation Onakiri at Barnes's waist swiftly unsheathed, a flash of crimson light slicing through the air. Time seemed to come to an abrupt halt, every moment frozen in the brilliance of that fleeting blade. When reality resumed, Barnes's Onakiri was already returned to its sheath, as if nothing had transpired. Only then did Barnes slowly turn his head and utter, I apologize for not mentioning earlier, but I had already employed my first strike against the battleship. This technique will suffice for you. At the very moment Barnes completed his statement, 2 immense gashes appeared at the waists of Bastille and General Stolleberry, suspended in the air, blood gushing down like a torrential rain as they collapsed onto the deck. These wounds were the direct result of Barnes's lethal slash. As they descended, they were caught by their accompanying brigadiers, yet their injuries were grave, causing them to lose consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, the brigadiers proceeded to the remaining intact battleship, raising anchor and setting sail back to the naval headquarters. As the 2 generals were carried away, all of this unfolded within Barnes's mind's eye. He neither intervened nor wished to intervene. Once the naval vessel bearing them gradually faded from his sight, Barnes sheathed his Onakiri and made his way toward the captain's cabin. As Barn had just entered the captain's quarters, the door swung open, revealing Fisher Teague, assisted by the ship's doctor, Aladdin. At that moment, Teague bore only minor bandages. Thanks to Barnes' timely intervention, which had prevented any severe injury, aided by the swift support of Jean Bey and Arlong, Aladdin helped Teague to stand before Barn, who, without further ado, pressed his fist against Barnes' chest and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Barn. Upon hearing Tiger's expression of gratitude, Barnes merely smiled and shook his head, responding, it's nothing, we are friends. Upon hearing Barnes' words, a glimmer of light appeared in Tiger's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished, perhaps due to the weight of Barnes' identity. Having recently been betrayed by humanity, Tiger's heart must be quite fragile at this moment. Friend, you know, Barnes, Before Tiger could complete his sentence, an alarm rang in Barnes' mind. Danger! A laser shot towards Tiger. Barnes' body instinctively reacted, pushing Tiger aside. However, the laser still struck Tiger, narrowly avoiding a fatal wound due to Barnes' intervention, yet it pierced through Tiger's right chest. Tiger let out a pained scream as his body sank down, his gaze directed towards the source of the laser, voicing his fury. Borsellino. Upon hearing Tiger's words and recognizing the familiar style of the previous attack, Barnes discerned the identity of the assailant. It was none other than the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Borsellino. As Borsellino leisurely adjusted his gloves, he strolled towards Barnes and the others, speaking in a tone laced with amusement. The villagers you just visited were aware that some chaos might ensue here and had informed us in advance. At this revelation, Tiger, supported by Aladdin, trembled. Meanwhile, Borsellino's gaze emerged from beneath his hat, landing squarely on Tiger. Oh dear, did I miss? Borsellino, noticing the ashen-faced Barn standing beside Tiger, chose to overlook him, continuing to speak to Tiger with that infuriatingly playful tone. As a condition for our leniency regarding that little girl belonging to the celestial dragons, Borsellino paused, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Tiger's face. Captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, you stand accused of 2 charges, of which you are surely aware: assault and escaping. Borsellino continued to speak to himself, while Tiger's body quivered increasingly. At the moment Borsellino finished his statement, Tiger, who had barely maintained his balance with Aladdin's support, disregarded the grievous wound in his right chest and surged forward, fists clenched, charging at Borsellino. Observing Tiger's seemingly formidable, yet ultimately feeble assault, Borsellino merely shrugged and extended a finger towards Tiger, maintaining that vexatious tone. Oh dear, you are courting death, Fisher Tiger. An energy sphere coalesced at the tip of Borsellino's outstretched finger, erupting into a laser aimed at Tiger. The speed of the laser was astonishing, rendering it nearly impossible for Tiger, who lacked mastery of observation hockey, to evade, especially in his current weakened state. However, at that moment, Tiger was not alone. As the laser was about to pierce through Tiger, Barn moved swiftly. In an instant, the second-generation Guha emerged from its sheath, a flash of red light illuminating the scene. The blade positioned itself directly in the path of the laser, while Barn shielded Tiger with his own body. Barn, step aside. I shall end him, Tiger bellowed, his eyes filled with fury. Tiger, you are powerless in this moment. Aladdin, take him away. Barn called out in a voice no less commanding than that of Tiger, causing Tiger's body to freeze. Indeed, he thought, at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Ah, yes. Mr. Barn, the ship's doctor, Aladdin, assisted the severely injured Tiger away, and only then did Barn shift his focus to Borsellino. It has been quite some time, Borsellino. Oh dear. I had no idea you were here. My apologies for not noticing sooner. Borsellino replied in his typically irksome tone. Is that so? What a pity. For I have been quite aware of your presence for some time now. I heard every word you uttered, Borsellino. Well, I have my duties as a Navy officer, and I must adhere to them. Therefore, Barn, I request that you hand over Fisher Tiger and all possessions belonging to those celestial dragons. Barn chuckled at Borsellino's words. All possessions? How absurd. Since when did the great Navy become the property of those swine? Borsellino was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in discontent. It was laughable that those who trafficked in slavery roamed free, while liberating slaves had become a crime. Was this the so-called justice the Navy preached daily? Enough. Borsellino could no longer endure Barn's words, yet found himself unable to retort. Indeed, it is enough. Without allowing Borsellino to continue, Barn interrupted him assertively. You've said quite enough. Borsellino, you may leave now. You. What? Do you wish for me to share the taste of darkness with you? Borsellino challenged, but Barn met his bravado with unwavering resolve. This time, however, Borsellino refrained from retorting. He had not anticipated Barn's unexpected presence within the Sun Pirates, which somewhat explained why Stolo and Bastille had suffered such a complete defeat. Alone, he was no match for Barn. A thought emerged from the depths of his mind, especially after Barn's words had rekindled terrifying memories of darkness and impel down. With a mere scoff, Borsellino departed, not even daring to leave a parting threat. It was only after Borsellino exited Barn's line of sight that Barn felt a sense of relief and proceeded into the captain's quarters. Sir Barn, it is dire. Tiger's injuries are severe, and he has lost a significant amount of blood. We must replenish his blood supply, but his blood type is quite rare, and none aboard possess it. As soon as he entered, Aladdin blocked his path, explaining Tiger's condition. Barn's brow furrowed deeply. In the original narrative, Tiger had perished from excessive blood loss due to his refusal to accept human blood. Grasping Aladdin's shoulders firmly, he instructed, do not panic. First, prepare to go to the Navy ship outside. There should be a blood supply there. Try my blood and see if it might suffice. Barn's proposal ignited a spark of hope in Aladdin's eyes. Indeed, the Navy must have a reserve of blood. Aladdin contemplated this and promptly ordered preparations to board the Navy's vessel, while he took a sample of blood from Barn's arm for a blood type examination. Unfortunately, Barn's blood type did not match Tiger's, though this outcome was anticipated by Barn. Soon, Tiger was swiftly transferred to the medical room aboard the Navy ship. At this point, Tiger had regained consciousness and listened as Aladdin recounted his current physical condition. True to the narrative, Tiger vehemently opposed receiving transfusions of human blood. even in the face of death. What transpired between you and humans? Aaron inquired, perplexed as to why his usually compassionate elder brother would exhibit such profound disdain for humanity, even surpassing his own feelings. Indeed, much has transpired. I was imprisoned in Mariewa for several years, Tiger choked out, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He slowly moved his hand to the sun emblem on his chest, stating, I actually. Just as Tiger was on the verge of revealing the truth, a knife suddenly emerged, its blade adorned with crimson flames, denoting its identity, Nidame Kitcher. The back of the blade struck Tiger's neck, rendering him unconscious before he could divulge the truth. What are you doing, you bastard? Aaron erupted in fury upon witnessing his leader fall. He shouted at Barn. However, the response he received was Barn's fist, which connected with Aaron's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Barn then admonished, what are you shouting about? Do you wish to see your leader perish? Aladdin, hurry and transfuse blood into Tiger. But Jinbei hesitated, extending his hand hesitantly. Enough, Jinbei. I understand your concerns. When Tiger awakens, you can tell him that it was my blood that was transfused. For now, let us focus on saving him. Upon hearing Barn's words, Jinbei nodded, and Aladdin busied himself attending to Tiger. Regardless of the outcome, at least Tiger's life was secured for the time being. Barn sat at the entrance of the infirmary, idly toying with the fits atop his head, while Tiger felt an unsettling numbness enveloping his body. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with impenetrable darkness. Is this the underworld? Tiger pondered. However, after a brief moment, his vision gradually returned, revealing the familiar ceiling of the captain's quarters. How peculiar. I should have succumbed to blood loss. Why am I here? Instinctively, Tiger placed his hand upon his body, feeling the layers of bandages that enveloped him. Could it be? A realization dawned upon him, prompting him to leap from the bed and push open the door to the captain's quarters. Aladdin. Just as Tiger was about to call for Aladdin to inquire about the situation, he noticed Barn, with the fits upon his head and a knife cradled in his arms, leaning against the mast, intently gazing at him. You're awake? Barn asked softly. What exactly have I injected you with? Upon hearing Barn's inquiry, Tiger simply nodded, preparing to respond, but was abruptly silenced by Barn's next statement. What? The impact of Barn's words struck Tiger as if he had encountered something utterly shocking, his eyes widening like two brass bells. Why? I had clearly stated, I do not need this. In a fit of agitation, Tiger even drew a dagger from behind his waist, poised to plunge it into his own heart. However, Barn, who had risen unbeknownst to him, swiftly grasped the hand that held the knife. Barn smiled at Tiger, yet in Tiger's eyes, that smile appeared utterly detestable. Tiger's hand, still gripping the knife with intensity, found its efforts thwarted by the greater strength of Barn's grasp. Do not waste your energy, it is not so simple to meet your end in my presence. Barn still uttered these words with a smile. Tiger raised his head to gaze at Barn's face, his eyes wide open, scrutinizing for quite some time. However, in the end, his gaze became evasive, unable to meet Barn's eyes, which had long ceased to perceive the world. Indeed, before Barn, even death had become a formidable challenge for me. How ironic. Tiger chuckled at his own predicament. Barn clearly perceived Tiger's emotional fluctuations. Although he could not see them, his intuition revealed Tiger's psychological state with remarkable clarity. Initially, when Barn grasped Tiger's hand, there was an unmistakable aura of hostility surrounding him. However, that intensity has now become intermittent. Barn understood that Tiger was wavering. Barn sensed that the grip of Tiger's hand on the knife was gradually loosening, and for the moment, the thoughts of suicide had dissipated. Consequently, he released his hold on Tiger's hand. With a clatter, the knife fell to the ground, and Tiger's hand hung limply at his side. His head bowed deeply as if engulfed in profound disappointment. Barn rested his hand upon Tiger's shoulder and retrieved a flask of wine from his pocket, saying, Well, shall we converse? I have some wine. Tiger, feeling a tumultuous mix of emotions and in need of someone to confide in, did not decline Barn's invitation and nodded in assent. The two made their way to the bow of the Sun Pirate ship, where Barn handed the flask to Tiger and leaned over the railing, gazing into the darkened expanse of the night sky. Tiger took the flask from Barn, said nothing further, and gulped down a generous swig, slamming the flask against the railing and casting a puzzled glance at Barn. My first captain used to revel in the simple pleasure of observing the night sky, Barn continued. Even though I cannot see, in moments like this, I find it easy to contemplate certain thoughts or reflect upon certain individuals. Barn took the wine jar from beside him, took a sip, and said, Oh, Barn, you ought to know. Tiger was about to speak, but was interrupted by Barn. Barn extended the wine jar towards Tiger, then spoke, I understand. Pray, share your reasons. For a moment, Tiger remained silent upon hearing Barnes' inquiry. He accepted the jar, tilted his head back, and consumed its entire contents in one go. Only after draining the last drop did he cast the empty vessel forcefully into the sea, collapsing against the ship's railing. He stole a glance at Barnes beside him, then turned his gaze toward the tumultuous waves, tears streaming down the cheeks of this robust man. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, "And Fishman Island. I held the title of an adventurer, yet during my final expedition, I was captured shortly after setting sail." His voice faltered as he glanced at the expressionless Barnes. Continuing to speak through choked sobs, "I was imprisoned in Mariewa for several years." Once more, his words trailed off, his head drooping deeply, resting against his chest. His hand clutched the sun emblem on his chest tightly, and in a whisper, he confessed, "I was once a slave." Upon uttering this, Tiger could no longer contain his tears, which flowed freely down his face. He fought to maintain composure as he continued, "There, I witnessed the madness of humanity. Though I managed to escape, I could not turn a blind eye to those slaves around me facing death. Thus, you sought me out." Barnes remained stoically gazing ahead as he uttered these words devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Barnes' voice, Tiger nodded and then spoke of the uproar we caused in Mary Geos. As he articulated this, Tiger straightened his posture, exhaling deeply before continuing. "I had always lived without restraint, which severely disrupted Princess Odoheim. She was indeed right. Every individual yearns for peace, of that there is no doubt. However, the true agents of change for the islands are the innocent next generation, like Kara." The visage of Kara's smile seemed to materialize before Tiger as he pressed on. "Therefore, I implore you, Barnes, do not discuss these matters with the children of Fishman Island, and also advise the members of the Sun Pirates to remain silent, whether it pertains to the tragedies we have endured or our ire towards humanity. There are still many kind-hearted humans in this world. We have merely encountered a minuscule fraction of extremists, of that I am acutely aware. Yet, the departed, those who have vanished, leave behind only hatred in this world. Which is truly absurd." Tiger chuckled, but his laughter was laced with irony and resignation. "Though my mind comprehends this, my heart has been swayed by demons. My body instinctively rejects this blood. This is tainted blood, the blood of those humans who have perpetually discriminated against our fishman race. I refuse to accept such a so-called favor. I shall not submit to humanity." Tiger continued to face the sea, almost shouting these words. Yet he turned to Barnes with a bitter smile, tears streaming down his face as he sorrowfully declared, "Barnes, I can no longer love humanity." Barnes did not respond to Tiger. He remained fixated on the darkness before him. After a considerable time, he let out a prolonged sigh. He withdrew his hands from the ship's railing, turned to face Tiger, and wore a mask-like smile as he spoke. "Have you finished?" Tiger's tears had long since dried. And upon hearing Barnes' words, he replied with a faint, "Ah," as an acknowledgement. Barnes nodded with a smile at Tiger's response, but his next action took Tiger by surprise. Barnes swung his fist towards Tiger, and Tiger was immediately toppled by the immense force of Barnes' blow. Barnes gradually approached Tiger, straddling him, and landed a punch on his face. "Tiger, regardless of the circumstances, to all the liberated slaves, you are a lifelong benefactor. A great hero of the fishmen who have accomplished remarkable feats." After uttering these words, Barnes struck Tiger's face again, exclaiming, "What of human blood? Are you not living just fine? Once dead, there is nothing left." Another punch followed. "No matter how much you reject this blood, is it not through it that you were able to voice those very words?" A punch. "Consider this. If you were to perish, what would become of the members of the Sun Pirates? You are their pillar." A punch. "And what of Kara? She only holds you in high regard, to her. I am merely a peculiar old man who enjoys fishing but never catches anything. The next generation must witness this with their own eyes." A punch. However, after delivering that final blow, Barnes collapsed onto Tiger, weeping, and choked out, "Tiger, I am also human." At this moment, Tiger's face was bruised and battered from Barnes' relentless attacks, yet he did not retaliate, allowing Barnes to continue until the last punch was thrown. Finally, Tiger understood Barnes, too, was human, and he was his friend. He recalled the words he had spoken to Jinbi when he had defeated him and taken over Fishman Street. "You are still far from it. Your punches lack strength. Such fists cannot protect anyone." Tiger smiled, instinctively clenching his fist. Remembering the words of Princess Odoheim, Tiger finally realized that he had been mistaken. He patted Barnes' back, sat up, and said to him, "Thank you, Barnes. I understand now. I was wrong." Barnes, upon seeing Tiger's realization, felt an immense joy. Yet his expression suddenly shifted to one of unwavering determination as he declared, "No, Tiger, you are not at fault. The true error lies with the world government and the systems it has imposed." He then smiled and added, "Would you care to join me in toppling it, Tiger?" Tiger gazed at Barn, noticing the fiery passion burning within his unfocused eyes, and he gradually felt himself being inspired, nodding in agreement. "Would you care to join me in toppling it, Tiger?" As he beheld the flames of conviction flickering in Barnes' unfocused gaze, Tiger found himself nodding once more. However, Barnes suddenly turned his face back, gazing once more at the night sky, which remained shrouded in darkness in his eyes. "Tiger, I believe it would be better for you to be dead for a while. Of course, I do not mean it literally. I think it is time for you to vanish from the Navy's sight for some time." As Barnes uttered these words, he turned back, gazing earnestly at Tiger. "Why?" Tiger was taken aback by the serious expression on Barnes' face, perplexed that after finally coming to terms with the human blood coursing through his veins, he was now confronted with the notion of death. "What is your perspective on the relationship between humans and mermen, Tiger?" Barnes' seemingly nonsensical question plunged Tiger into deep contemplation. "Indeed. How do I perceive the relationship between humans and fishmen? Personally, I find it difficult to trust humans again in the short term. Yet, Princess Odoheim on Fishman Island tirelessly endeavors to foster acceptance of humans among her people. I recognize her righteousness, but Tiger found himself torn, uncertain of his own stance. This dilemma left him in a state of inner turmoil. He yearned to engage with humans, to draw closer to them, yet recent events had left him disheartened, ensnaring him in a cognitive dissonance that obscured his position. We encounter only a small fraction of extremists. The majority of humans are, in fact, benevolent, Tiger remarked, echoing one of Princess Odoheim's most frequently cited sentiments when advocating for harmony between humans and fishmen. However, before he could finish, Barn interrupted, "Is that truly how you feel, Tiger?" Barn discerned the tremor in Tiger's voice as he responded, pressing him with relentless inquiries. I observed the rare sharpness in Barnes' gaze, while Tiger's eyes dimmed. He remained silent, perhaps unable to respond, for even he himself was at a loss. Barn had already realized, during Tiger's hesitation, that he would not find the answer he sought from him. Barn let out a long sigh into the air, turning his body back, facing away from Tiger, his gaze directed towards the dark expanse of the night sky. He spoke softly, "In my view, the relationship between humans and the fishmen is nearly irreconcilable." Upon hearing these words, Tiger was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that such a sentiment would escape the lips of Barn, a being of humanity. He had always believed that only a few, like Aaron, harbored such radical thoughts. "Why?" Tiger inquired, yearning for an answer, unwilling to let Princess Eegee's efforts be in vain. Barn chuckled softly, addressing the surrounding darkness as he spoke to himself. "TYG, do you recall the words Clara shared while still aboard the ship?" TYG was uncertain about which specific phrase Barn was referring to. When Jinbei had inquired why humanity treated the fishmen in such a manner, she had remarked, "It is because they know nothing of you. The initial emotion humanity expresses towards all that is unknown is fear, not curiosity. Curiosity is a sentiment reserved for that which is assuredly devoid of danger." Barn continued to speak, lost in his own thoughts, and with each word he uttered, Tiger's gaze dimmed a little more. To illustrate a simple point, if one were to suddenly cast a person, or a merfolk, into a pitch-black abyss, what would cross their mind? "Fear," Tiger replied in a low voice. "Precisely, but what if that person were me?" Tiger fell silent. After acclimatization, all unknowns become less daunting. "I have long since grown accustomed to the darkness, thus I do not react as others might." Princess Yuki's contention is indeed valid. Allowing merfolk to engage with humans is essential. However, Tiger turned his gaze towards Barn, only to hear him continue, "What difference is there if one were to suddenly transport a merfolk from the depths of the ocean, 10,000 meters below sea level, to the surface? Is it not akin to placing a person abruptly into darkness?" Barn suddenly turned back, locking eyes with Tiger. Although darkness still lingered in his gaze, Tiger could perceive the emotions he sought to convey. To the mermen, humans were an enigma, a source of terror, much like that pervasive darkness. Yet, to humans, weren't the mermen equally daunting? Tiger swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and he silently nodded. "You are right, Tiger." Barn turned away once more, no longer observing Tiger. The true force capable of transforming the relationship between humans and fishmen lies within the untainted generation, like Kara. However, have you ever pondered what thoughts Kara, having been immersed in the belief that fishmen are benevolent during her time on the ship, will carry back to Foshard Island? Human children, in such an environment, are perpetually indoctrinated with the extreme notion that fishmen are inferior, reminiscent of how, in your earlier days, fishmen viewed humans as a lesser race. Those human children will inevitably grow into adults who harbor disdain for fishmen, while fishmen raised under the belief that humans are inferior will evolve into beings like Arlong, who harbor extreme animosity towards humanity. Am I not correct, Tiger? Tiger swallowed hard once again. If what Barn asserts is true, then the efforts of Princess Odoheim will ultimately prove futile, and the dream of fishmen coexisting with humans in equality and harmony under the sun will remain just that, a dream. What am I to do? Tiger had never contemplated such depths. It was Barn who awakened him, or rather, roused him from his slumber. The root of this predicament does not lie with you, nor the Navy, nor those children, but rather in the flawed systems established by this world. Since the inception of the world government by the 20 kings 8 centuries ago, when Mary Geos was designated as Holy Land, a rigid hierarchy has been imposed. The relationship between humans and fishmen mirrors that of the celestial dragons and humanity. To truly resolve this issue, one must address it at its core. Tiger swallowed yet again, unable to count how many times Barn had shocked him since he awoke this evening. Do you recall what I asked you earlier? Tiger, would you like to join me in overturning it? Barn suddenly turned back, covering Tiger's mouth with his hand and wrapping his arms around his neck. He whispered softly in Tiger's ear. Tiger fell silent, though only for a brief moment. Soon after, he nodded emphatically. Barn released him and turned his head towards the darkness of the night sky, laughing softly. But why must I feign death? A question lingered in Tiger's mind. Currently, there exists a delicate equilibrium between Fishman Island and the world government, and the recent naval actions against you indicate that the Navy, or rather the world government, has taken notice of your existence. Should they discover that you are still alive, they would undoubtedly intensify their efforts to capture you, which would, in turn, escalate the pressure exerted by the world government on Fishman Island. I understand. Where shall I go now? Tiger inquired. I have established a guild in the East Blue through my apprentice Adam, as you are aware. This guild serves as the nascent form of an organization I envision for the future. I would like you to stay there for a while. Subsequently, I believe you shall find a suitable place for yourself. Trust me, Tiger. I trust you, Barn, for you are my friend, Tiger said earnestly. His brow furrowed as he gazed at Barn. I am honored to be the first human to step into the heart of a fishman. Ha ha, Tiger laughed. A genuine laughter that resonated from within. However, I advise you not to disclose this matter to anyone aboard the ship. If possible, confide only in Aladdin, as we require his assistance in keeping this a secret from others. Indeed, Tiger recognized the gravity of the situation and solemnly nodded in agreement. Very well, Tiger. I am pleased to inform you that you are, in fact, dead. Barn gently patted Tiger's shoulder and spoke. Informed of the truth, Aladdin agreed to conceal the matter of Tiger's false death at the request of Tiger and Barn. That night, rain began to fall. Aladdin gathered the crew on deck while he stood before the captain's quarters, delivering the heart-wrenching news. Men, Captain Tiger is dead. What? Impossible. Aladdin, this just is in poor taste. Did we not just transfuse human blood into him? Indeed. How could our elder brother, who received the blood, possibly die? The deck echoed with cries of disbelief led by Arlong and Jean Bay, who could not fathom that their pillar, Tiger, could succumb so easily. In the face of their skepticism, Aladdin had prepared a response. He covered his face with his hand, speaking with apparent agony. After awakening, Captain Tiger realized that the blood flowing in his veins was human, and he took his own life. Aladdin's performance was so convincing that even Barn, if unaware, might have been deceived. Of course, one could not overlook Aladdin's hand pressed firmly against the wound. Barn stood atop the railing, activating his inner sight and observing the crew. It was undeniable that Tiger was held in high regard. Upon hearing of his demise, the crew was struck dumb, and with Aladdin's heartfelt performance, they were moved to tears, wailing upon the deck. Ah, Brother Tiger! Ugh! Elder brother! Captain Tiger! Boss! As the cries of sorrow reached a crescendo, Aladdin produced a piece of paper that had been folded numerous times, declaring it Tiger's will, a final message to them. Crew, by the time you read this letter, I will have passed. Over the years, I have lived freely, which has severely disrupted Princess Odoheim. She is correct. Everyone yearns for peace, that is certain. However, it is the pure next generation, like Kara, that can truly change the island. Therefore, I implore you, do not speak of our tragedies or harbor hatred against humanity towards the people of Fishman Island. There are still many kind-hearted individuals in this world. Of that I am certain. Yet, for those who have perished, only hatred remains. Although I understand this in my mind, my heart has been swayed by demons. My body instinctively rejects the tainted blood of those who have long discriminated against our kind. I will not accept their so-called favor, even if it costs me my life. However, I do not wish for you to seek revenge on my behalf. The Sun Pirates stand for liberation and freedom. This is not vengeance against our history of discrimination. If we, driven by hatred, pursue revenge against humanity, we will only invite tragedy as they retaliate against us. Therefore, for my sake, for Fishman Island, do not seek vengeance on my behalf. Aladdin's tearful recitation of this fabricated will, concocted with Tiger and Barn, sent the cries of the crew into a new height. Yet, amidst the throng on deck, there was one exception, Arlong, whose expression was dark, water streaming down his face, indistinguishable whether it was rain or tears. His fists were clenched, veins bulging in his arms. Unlike the other weeping pirates, he was seething with anger, unmistakably furious. Enough, Arlong shouted, silencing the sobs on the deck. Jinbei looked at his younger brother, who had grown up with him on Fishman Street, with a complex expression. Seek revenge against humanity? Humph. Arlong sneered and continued. We simply need to eradicate them, make them incapable of revenge. We must become even more ruthless. Let humanity tremble in fear. Only then will they abandon thoughts of vengeance against us. They are simply unaware of the strength and terror of fishmen. We need only engrave that fear deeply in their hearts. As Arlong spoke, his entire body trembled, whether from rage or excitement was unclear, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jinbei's fist. Ah, that hurts. What are you doing, brother? Jinbei clenched his fist, his expression grave, allowing the rain to wash down his face. He spoke in a low, serious tone. Arlong, did you not hear Brother Tiger's instructions? When did you stop heeding his words? Brother Tiger said not to seek revenge for a reason. Elder brother is dead. At that moment, Arlong could not absorb Jinbei's words. He howled in a frenzied manner. Yet, his tone softened as he knelt on the ground, whispering, Elder brother is dead. Jinbei looked at Arlong, who was kneeling and weeping on the deck, with compassion. He wanted to comfort him with a hand on his shoulder, but Arlong violently shrugged him off. Suddenly, Arlong stood up and shouted at Jinbei, why must we spare humanity? Sympathy for those scoundrels leads to this. Elder brother is such a fool. I will kill all those humans who betrayed him, including that informant on the island. After uttering those words, Arlong wiped his eyes and walked away without a backward glance. Arlong. Jinbei reached out toward his departing figure. Even Shachi attempted to restrain Arlong with all 6 of his hands, but Arlong struck him down. Arlong reached the stern of the ship, where he saw Barn, arms crossed. He had overheard the earlier exchange and understood that the already disdainful Arlong had gone mad upon hearing of Tiger's death. Upon seeing Barn blocking his path, a look of disgust crossed Arlong's face as he spat. Get out of my way, human. Arlong referred to Barn as human. Previously, even when the other pirates held a modicum of respect by addressing him as Mr. Barn, Arlong had simply called him by name. Yet now, he labeled Barn as human. His rage had escalated to such an extent. Barn pondered, recalling that in his previous life, Aaron bore another title, the Wrath of the Fishman Tribe. Noticing that Barn did not respond to his call, Aaron's expression darkened with disdain, and he exclaimed, Human, did you not hear me? I commanded you to leave. In a surprising move, Aaron reached out, intending to shove Barn aside. However, Barn was not about to grant him such an opportunity. He deftly blocked Aaron's hand with the hilt of his knife. As Aaron felt his hand hindered, he strained against the resistance, his veins bulging on his forearm. Yet Barn remained steadfast and unmoved. Barn wore a grim expression, seemingly devoid of any intention to speak. He was deep in thought, recalling that in the original narrative, Aaron had also severed ties with the Sun Pirates at this moment. He believed he should not disrupt this sequence, for at least it would lend an air of authenticity to Tiger's death. Observing that his efforts to sway Barn were futile, Aaron ceased his attempts, spat disdainfully, and leapt from the edge of the ship. At that very moment, the newly arrived Shaba witnessed this scene unfold. Shaba extended his hand toward the sea, calling out helplessly, Brother Aaron. Meanwhile, at the shores of Fowl's Heart Island, 4 naval warships lay anchored. Suddenly, one of them erupted in an explosion. A figure shot forth from the depths. It was none other than Aaron. I will never forgive you. Brace yourselves, scoundrels, he declared, striking down one naval soldier after another. As the Navy personnel surged forward in an attempt to capture him, Aaron deflected their formation and leapt into the air. While contemplating how to deal with the incoming Navy, a voice laced with annoyance broke through the chaos. It's unbearably noisy. A laser beam struck Aaron, who was still airborne and unable to evade the attack. The hit sent him crashing onto Fowl's Heart Island, where he encountered the elementalized Admiral Borsellino, the future Marine Admiral known as Kizaru. You must be Aaron, Borsellino remarked, casually producing a cigarette from his pocket. By the time he reached Aaron, the cigarette was already lit. With one foot planted on Aaron's chest, a disdainful gaze emanated from beneath his hat as he drawled, "What brings you to sneak back here? I intend to kill all those who betrayed my brother, including that scoundrel who tipped you off," Aaron exclaimed, his fervor evident even when restrained by the far more powerful Kazara. Yet, Kazara remained unfazed. Continuing with an air of derision, "Do you seek revenge?" His tone intertwined with mockery only fueled Aaron's fury, tears welling in his eyes as he shouted, "Indeed. Fisher Tiger is dead, killed by your inferior kind." "Oh, really? He is dead, is he?" Kazara replied, maintaining his frivolous tone, as if the matter was of little consequence. "Nevertheless, you'll be accompanying me." Ignoring the topic of Fisher Tiger's demise, Borsellino returned to his previous line of questioning, pressing his finger against Aaron's forehead. In the confines of the Navy's interrogation room, the surveillance snail on the wall widened its eyes, anxious not to miss any of Aaron's misdeeds. At this moment, Aaron had lost the imposing aura he once carried upon escaping the Sun Pirates, now shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs to a chair. Before him sat two Navy officers, one conducting the interrogation and the other taking notes. "If you do not refuse, you may still live," one officer suggested. "If only there had been fishman blood. Fisher Tiger would not have perished. It is you. You humans drove him to his death." Meanwhile, within Laboon's belly, Tiger sat on the threshold of a small room, observing Barn fishing in the acid sea. "All right, I admit this scene is peculiar," Tiger mused to himself. "How could there possibly be fish in an acid sea? There wouldn't even be fish bones." Silently scoffing, he turned to Barn, asking, "Are we heading to the East Blue now?" "Perhaps," Barn replied. Barn leaned against the fishing rod with one hand while propping his face with the other, nonchalantly responding. Fitz was preoccupied with brazenly stealing bait, paying no attention to Tiger. Observing the unreliable duo of man and bird before him, Tiger couldn't help but rub his forehead, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of having encountered unworthy companions. He leaned back, gazing at the painted sky and seabirds on the wall of the lab, muttering to himself, "I wonder how Jinbei and Alone are faring this time." Barn heard him, yet he did not turn around. He merely adjusted his fishing posture and coldly remarked, "Do not concern yourself with that for now. Remember, Fisher Tiger is no more. You are now a member of the Mercenary Guild FFF, known as Tiger Hunt." Barn's words utterly extinguished Tiger's good spirits. Although he understood that Barn meant well, he simply couldn't find happiness, his grievances manifesting as a long sigh. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Barn spoke up. "You needn't be overly anxious. Once we reach the East Sea, you'll learn of their news." Tiger silently nodded in acknowledgement. At the moment Aladdin announced Tiger's death, Barn felt a renewed barrier between himself and the crew. Perhaps it was due to his humanity, or perhaps this sentiment had always existed, merely suppressed by Tiger. Coupled with the incident involving Arlong, Barn realized he was no longer suited to remain with the Sun Pirate crew, and thus he fled with Tiger, who had long been hiding in Laboon's belly. On the ship of the Sun Pirates, Jinbei was reading a newspaper. Due to humanity's refusal to donate blood, the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, has died. While the gist was accurate, Jinbei closed the newspaper and remarked, "If we are to discuss the reason, it ultimately points back to humanity." The ship's doctor, Aladdin, who had been leaning against the mast in silence, now spoke, fully embracing his role. "Did Arlong lie to the Navy?" Jinbei pondered his words before responding. "The truth is far more brutal. Hero Tiger was betrayed by humanity. In his hatred, he refused human blood and chose to take his own life." Aladdin crossed his arms, leaning against the mast as he continued, "If this were to become known, it would tarnish Tiger's reputation, and Arlong would never divulge such a truth." Upon hearing Aladdin's words, Jinbei closed his eyes and nodded. "Captain Jinbei, enemy ships sighted ahead," shouted Chao-Chu from the lookout at the top of the mast. Jinbei opened his eyes, tossed the newspaper into the air, and clenched his fist, declaring, "Now that Brother Tiger has passed, we cannot turn back. Prepare for battle. We must not kill anyone." Thus, Jinbei, reclaiming the mantle of the Sea Knight, continued to immerse himself in the ceaseless struggle as the new captain of the Sun Pirate crew. In the depths of the ocean, 10,000 meters below sea level, within the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island, the sea god, Neptune, and his wife, Queen Otoheim, also encountered the report. Tiger could only choose this way of survival. Holding the newspaper, Neptune's mind drifted back to the day he parted with Tiger, recalling the resolute expression on his face. "I finally understand the inner turmoil he faced that day." Queen Otoheim covered her mouth with her hand, unable to stem the flow of tears from her eyes. After a moment, she smiled and said, "I'm fine. I won't be defeated. It was unclear if she spoke to herself or to Tiger. At the bow of the whale-shaped ship of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin was conversing with a crewmate while sipping wine. My family remains on Fishman Island, my children and wife. I hope they are well. One day you will return to them. That has something to be grateful for, the fishman replied. Aladdin, feeling disheartened, took a sip of his drink and lamented, if the truth of my past as a slave were to be discovered, it would spell my doom. Whether I wish to or not, I must remain aboard the ship until I die. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. The fishman hurried to clarify, fearing Aladdin might misunderstand. Unbeknownst to them, Jinbei, hidden behind the mast, had overheard everything and sighed quietly. Is your injury healing? At Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Kazara looked at Stallo Berry, whose long head was wrapped in bandages. What terrible luck, Stallo Berry replied, his expression unchanged. You were injured to such an extent. Kazara noted, Stallo Berry's greatest strengths lie not just in his two blades, but also in his iron head technique. After all, it was that Barn, Kazara thought, sighing inwardly. Recently imprisoned in the deep-sea prison were Arlong and his crew, mere footnotes compared to the true threat that was Jinbei and Barn. However, Barn had likely not joined the Sun Pirates, as recent intelligence on them made no mention of him. His presence that day was perhaps merely coincidental. To let someone as powerful as Jinbei go unchecked was perilously unwise. Stallo Berry, devoid of emotion, reported to Kizaru, who listened intently. With his signature tone laced with intrigue, Kizaru remarked, glancing at the bold characters affixed to the wall behind him. Ambiguous justice. A black bat flew from the whale-shaped ship of the Sun Pirates, leaving behind a message, an invitation for me to become a warlord of the sea? The world government seeks to recruit pirates based on their status, strength, and influence to join the warlords of the sea. These warlords, known for their formidable might and reputation, are generally regarded as the world government's pawns. Aside from being subject to the government's compulsory summons and required to pay a portion of their earnings, they enjoy relative freedom of action, unimpeded by government interference. Upon becoming a warlord, their previous bounties are halted, and the government absolves them of past transgressions. Even acts of piracy are often tacitly permitted, although they must pay tribute if discovered. Moreover, the government, wishing to maintain a cooperative relationship with the warlords, often grants them individual requests. Jinbei sat on the deck, contemplating the note in his hand. Nearby, Maculo, who had been polishing his gun, responded to Jinbei's words, your current bounty stands at 250 million berries. They surely believe your capabilities exceed that. You may soon pose a greater threat to the government. They are finally recognizing your prowess. Ignore them, Captain Jinbei. Let our infamy continue to rise, chimed in a nearby long-nosed fishman. It was evident that the crew of the Sun Pirates was pleased with their new Captain Jinbei receiving the invitation to become a warlord, although they were not in favor of him accepting it. However, Jinbei's next words surprised them all. No, I intend to accept this invitation. You finally returned, Jinbei. I've heard about your becoming a warlord. Beneath the ocean's surface, a mere 10,000 meters from sea level, within the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island, the colossal fishman known as Neptune, adorned with a lengthy brown beard, addressed a figure seated upon the floor, shrouded in a black cloak, who held a water pipe. This figure was Jinbei, the current captain of the Sun Pirates and a member of the notorious Shichibukai, recognized by the Navy. Upon hearing Neptune's words, Jinbei inhaled deeply from his pipe, closed his eyes, and nodded solemnly, asserting that his acceptance into the Shichibukai would lead to the government granting amnesty to Aladdin and others. Furthermore, it would liberate those fishmen who wished to abandon piracy from the threat of persecution, allowing them to return to their homeland and reunite with their families. Jinbei recalled a conversation he had overheard at the ship's stern between Aladdin and another fishman, which likely influenced his decision to join the Shichibukai. He felt a profound sadness, knowing that his revered elder brother, Fisher Tiger, fell victim to the Navy's hands. And now he would be seen as a pawn of the very force that had caused such grief. Taking another deep puff from his pipe, Jinbei opened his eyes to gaze at Neptune, articulating that attaining this position would foster a closer relationship between Fishman Island and the world government. He acknowledged the chaos he had caused for Princess Odoheim in the past, viewing this as a form of compensation. Jinbei's earnestness did not go unnoticed by Neptune, who closed his eyes and expressed heartfelt gratitude, reflecting on the distress Princess Odoheim had endured in recent days. She had lamented how the very pirates she saved had shown no gratitude, robbing her of treasures and fleeing Fishman Island, with the blame unjustly placed upon her kind heart. Watching the list of signatures she had painstakingly gathered vanish one by one, and hearing the islanders express their disdain for her speeches, Odoheim fell ill. Now, weakened by her ailments, she recuperated in the Dragon Palace, accompanied by her children. Jinbei's voice faltered, trembling as he spoke of his late brother Tiger's aspirations for the liberation and freedom of their people. However, he expressed concerns about the potential unrest that might accompany the amnesty. Meanwhile, on the 13th island of Sabaody Archipelago, adjacent to Rayleigh's establishment, a grand structure had risen, rivaling the auction house under the Celestial Dragons. This was the branch of the mercenary guild FF, led by Adam, the proud disciple of Ba'an, who was gaining notoriety across the Grand Line. Accompanying Adam was Ba'an's young apprentice, the little blacksmith Leah. It is important to note that the FFF guild publicly declared Adam as its leader, concealing Ba'an, a fugitive with a bounty of 990 million. From the Navy's scrutiny, the guild's existence proved advantageous to the Navy, which frequently allocated funds to commission the FFF mercenaries for tasks aimed at eradicating pirates. Additionally, the guild accepted various civilian tasks, ranging from locating lost pets to eliminating sea kings, with varying rewards based on the nature of the assignment. In the East Blue, the residents' trust in the FFF guild surpassed that of the Navy. Currently presiding over the East Blue headquarters was Leonard, known as Ascalon, who had escaped alongside Ba'an and the Golden Lion. Compared to Ba'an's guild, the scale of the establishment run by the Herbaceous Bar was considerably smaller, yet both were bustling with activity. Enthusiastic bounty hunters sought to join, while guild members eagerly accepted tasks from the bulletin board. Formerly seafaring bounty hunters, they now had the opportunity to choose assignments, receiving invaluable information and rewards, greatly enhancing their convenience. Meanwhile, the bar was alive with chatter from those who had just completed tasks and those unwilling to accept new ones, all lamenting the high prices of drinks while persistently calling for the barmaid. Above the bar, Ba'an and Tiger engaged in casual conversation over drinks. What? You ask where Rayleigh has gone. Lately, he has taken a fancy to infiltrating the auction house, not to bid on items, but to await being bid upon himself, all while robbing his pitiful master to quench his thirst. It was a curious behavior, reminiscent of Ba'an's own fishing endeavors, despite the absence of catches. Just then, Tiger sneezed, inadvertently spraying his drink all over Ba'an. Someone must be speaking ill of you. Barn, while wiping the alcohol off his body, glared fiercely at Tiger and remarked, "Do not forget, I am now a dead man. Even if they reminisce about me, how could they possibly speak ill of me?" Tiger poured himself another glass of wine, nonchalantly responding, "Damn it, Master, Uncle Tiger, here is today's newspaper." Adam approached, holding the newspaper in hand. Recently, Adam had been honing his swordsmanship under Barn's guidance. Barn had always held GSD in the highest esteem. Now, with the opportunity at hand, he indulged himself by instructing Adam in the art of swordsmanship for an extended period. The teachings were derived from the skills of the Blade Master in his past life within DNF. However, in this realm, there were no lightsabers. So Adam was trained by Barn to become a bare-handed practitioner of the great sword style. Although Adam lacked the ghost hand strength, which set him apart significantly from Barn, his prowess was still formidable. Barn took the newspaper from Adam's hands and handed it directly to Tiger, as he could not see it anyway. Tiger received the newspaper, glanced at it, and his brows knitted tightly together. "Jinbei has become one of the 7 warlords," Tiger said in a deep voice, while Barn, seated opposite him, seemed oblivious, lost in his own thoughts as he sipped his drink. Meanwhile, Jinbei, utilizing the privileges of the 7 warlords, had granted amnesty to many, including Arlong, who had been imprisoned and impelled down. However, upon his release, Arlong confronted Jinbei with hostility. Jinbei's brow furrowed deeply, his teeth clenched as he spoke in a low voice. "If you have something to say, then say it directly, Arlong." Arlong, on the other hand, adopted a more arrogant demeanor, adjusting the hat atop his head as he proclaimed loudly, yet with a hint of provocation in his tone, "So, you've become one of the 7 warlords, Jinbei. You've become a lapdog for those human government officials." Fury ignited within Jinbei at Arlong's taunts, his brows furrowing even further, yet he restrained himself and replied, "Have you forgotten what Brother Tiger said? Do not let yourself be consumed by hatred and anger." Arlong, however, remained unmoved by Jinbei's counsel and retorted dismissively, "TCH. You've become even more pathetic, brother. If I were to obediently serve as your subordinate, I could have entered the realm of safety, right?" His tone shifted then. "But I have no intention of doing so. My elder brother is dead, and I intend to reclaim the identity of the Arlong gang. I will lead my brothers away. Let us part ways here." Jinbei's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of ferocity. "You scoundrel, Arlong. If you insist on obstructing me, then kill me here and now." Arlong shouted defiantly, or rather, threatened, while the anxious octopus Hachi voiced his concern. "If you can't do it, then I will be free. I am the wrath of the fishmen." Jinbei maintained his cold gaze upon Arlong, aware that his words had stirred something within him. "Do not let your arrogance blind you." Jinbei unleashed two powerful punches upon Arlong, who was sent reeling, momentarily losing consciousness. "Brother Jinbei," Hachi cried out once more. Yet, Arlong struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "Humph, just as I wished." With that, Arlong charged forward, but he was no match for Jinbei, who quickly subdued him to the ground. Jinbei mounted Arlong, delivering blow after blow to his face. "Brother Jinbei, please stop," Hachi pleaded, and Jinbei eventually ceased his assault, slowly rising to his feet, while Arlong lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Take him away," Jinbei commanded. He had become one of the 7 warlords. Tiger clutched the newspaper tightly, his brow deeply furrowed as he spoke solemnly. Barn was wholly focused on the rum in his hand. "Duong, this is merely an onomatopoeia. I hold a deep admiration for Jackie Chan and would never speak ill of him." Tiger, in a fit of anger, slammed his fist onto the table, discarding the newspaper that had previously occupied his hand, causing the rum upon the table to tremble under the force of his powerful blow. As Barnes' glass was completely emptied, he nonchalantly extended his hand to catch the flying decanter midair. Silently, he poured himself another glass, took a sip, and remarked, "You just mentioned that, didn't you?" Upon hearing Barnes' words, Tiger inquired with a tone of curiosity. Barnes took a small sip and said, "You are now a dead man. Your current identity is that of a member of my mercenary guild, FFF, known as Tiger Hunt." Barnes' tone was remarkably light, as if nothing had transpired moments prior. He silently placed the rum flask upon the table and took a small sip. However, Tiger's mind remained ensnared in confusion. He could not comprehend why, in Jinbei's perception, he was killed by humanity. He was at a loss as to why Jinbei would return to become a warlord of the sea, acting as a mere pawn for humans. Surely, Jinbei was doing this for Princess Otoheim and those enslaved souls. Barnes set down his wine glass, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin as he spoke. Tiger, perplexed by Barnes' words, inquired aloud. "The Navy will grant certain privileges to the pirates who agree to accept the invitation of the 7 warlords." Barnes extended a finger towards Tiger and inquired, "Privilege?" Tiger, observing Barnes' gesture, questioned him, as he was eager to understand the rationale behind his dear brother Jinbei's agreement to become one of the 7 warlords. The Navy would grant those who consented to join the 7 warlords a dedicated island, along with the legitimacy of privateering. Most importantly, what you all require the most is. Barnes deliberately elongated his tone, while Tiger directed his gaze towards Barnes. The Navy would grant amnesty to the members of that pirate crew. Barnes slowly articulated these words. Tiger took a seat, lit a cigarette for himself, exhaled a large cloud of smoke, and let out a deep sigh. Barnes understood that Tiger was deeply conflicted at that moment. Tiger earnestly wished for the fulfillment of Princess Otoheim's desire. Peace was a longing shared by all, himself included. He yearned for the former slaves among the fishmen to regain their freedom, as he, having once been a slave himself, fully comprehended the anguish they endured. However, he could not accept that his brother Jinbei would submit to humanity, even becoming their lackey. It was crucial to recognize that, had it not been for his own existence, Tiger might have succumbed to his obsessive mindset and perished on the decks of a Navy warship. Thus, he understood that Tiger would not easily find resolution. Aware of the emotional turmoil that plagued Tiger, Barnes let out a quiet sigh and spoke, "Tiger Hunt." Barnes referred to it as Tiger Hunt, rather than Tiger. Tiger understood that Barnes had urgent matters to discuss. He lifted his gaze towards Barnes. "I plan to establish a branch of the guild in the West Sea, but there is no one to manage it. I entrust it to you. Seek Adam's assistance in selecting a few individuals." At this moment, Tiger felt as though he were a ghost. His current identity was Tiger Hunt. He recognized this reality and showed no inclination to refuse Barnes' request. He promptly stood up and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, Barnes called out to him, "Make haste to the West Sea, Tiger." Upon hearing Barnes' address, a subtle smile formed on Tiger's jagged-toothed mouth. He nodded and exited the bar. Left in the room, Barnes shook his head with a wry smile and poured himself a glass of rum. Time had passed significantly. The sun had dipped halfway below the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the entire coastline, which was illuminated by the fading light of dusk. On the shore, 2 figures stood, one seated and the other beside him. They were none other than the current captain of the Sun Pirates and the ship's doctor, Aladdin. Recently revived from being knocked unconscious by Jinbei, Arlong insisted on leaving the Sun Pirates to return to his former identity as Arlong's gang. Jinbei and Aladdin attempted to persuade him, but their efforts bore little fruit. Jinbei sat alone on the shore, brooding, while Aladdin approached to offer consolation. Do not fret, Jinbei. After all, he's your brother who grew up with you in Fishman Street. No matter how many reasons there may be, you cannot bring yourself to kill him. Aladdin, arms crossed, gazed into the distance at the setting sun, speaking softly. Why can't that fool comprehend Tiger's intentions? Jinbei lamented, raking his fingers through his hair, expressing his frustration in a tone of disappointment. The world is vast. Wherever he may wander, should he act recklessly, the Navy will undoubtedly take action. Even if that were not the case, if the situation becomes dire, we will personally intervene to stop him. We certainly will. Aladdin continued to fix his gaze on the sun, which was gradually vanishing below the horizon, speaking in a solemn tone. At that moment, the annoying voice of Makuro interrupted. Oh dear, we are free to do as we please once again, Captain Jinbei. Makuro stood among the departing group with Arlong, not turning back as he spoke with a hint of amusement. Among them were also members of the Sun Pirates who chose to remain on the ship. Makuro, you scoundrel! A fisherman supporting Jinbei shouted. Let them be. Jinbei did not glance in their direction, merely gazing quietly at his reflection in the water, stating farewell. Makuro waved his hand, facing away from Jinbei and the others. At the forefront of the group was Arlong, who was being assisted by someone. His wounds had yet to heal. He spat on the ground, grimacing as he muttered, Damn that brute. At the rear of the procession was Octopus Little Eight, who kept glancing back at the Sun Pirates. No, he sighed helplessly. Let's go, Little Eight, urged a fisherman with a towering hairstyle. Before long, Arlong's gang had completely departed, leaving behind only those who supported Jinbei. The ship of the Sun Pirates, adorned with a black flag bearing a red sun, continued to flutter in the wind. However, the Sun Pirates had undergone significant changes, splitting into 3 factions, each pursuing different paths. Beneath the surface of Fishman Island, more than 10,000 meters deep, the whale-shaped vessel of the Sun Pirates rested at the shore. Today, Jinbei and his crew returned to Fishman Island. We're back, shouted a sea urchin fisherman with a spiky hairstyle. It's hard to believe this day has truly arrived. A blue-skinned fisherman wearing a cowboy hat remarked. Yes. When we were treated as slaves by the celestial dragons, we were filled with despair and hatred for those scoundrels. Thanks to Captain Tiger, we escaped the clutches of the celestial dragons. But ultimately, we were still criminals. We once thought we would only ever be pirates in our lifetimes. A black-skinned eel fisherman expressed with relief. But starting today, we can be reborn. We're back in our homeland. We are free. Oh, they had once been slaves. And it was Tiger who rescued them from the depths of hell. Now, they celebrated beneath the Sun Pirates flag, reveling in their newfound freedom. Captain. No, Brother Jinbei. We will forever be grateful for your kindness. A fisherman with a gun at his waist looked up at Jinbei, who stood by the ship's railing, while others around him nodded in agreement. Such words are too extravagant, Jinbei replied with a calm demeanor. No, we are well aware. To regain our freedom, we need the government's pardon, the black eel fisherman stated. That is why you became a warlord of the sea, my brother. You certainly did not do it out of desire, the gun-bearing fisherman added. Jinbei's calm expression faltered as his brows furrowed slightly. Enough of this chatter. Return to your families quickly. Look, they are already growing impatient. He gestured towards the coral mounds behind the fishmen. It turned out that their families had arrived early to welcome them. At the forefront was an older female fisherman and a small fish boy. Husband, daddy, they murmured, gazing at a fisherman in the crowd. Son. Perhaps sensing their presence, the fisherman looked towards them, feeling a mix of excitement and hesitation at seeing his long-lost son. All right. Go. Encouraged by the fisherman beside him, he nodded and called out as he rushed towards his wife and child. Son, daddy, husband. The family reunited, and the others could no longer contain their emotions. The small port erupted with joyous reunions everywhere. Aladdin, you are in the same situation as them. You can finally disembark, Jinbei said, observing the heartwarming scene below, his brows gradually relaxing into a smile as he spoke to Aladdin. Jinbei. Aladdin did not express much joy but instead called Jinbei's name solemnly, leaving Jinbei puzzled and prompting him to ask, What is it? We are no longer slaves, hunted down. We can live peacefully with our families, Aladdin said, looking at the fishmen reuniting below with a smile. However, the smile faded quickly, replaced by a grave expression. He slowly placed his hand on the emblem of the Sun Pirates at his waist, speaking in a low voice. It is akin to the mark of the celestial dragons. which, once imprinted, will never fade. As slaves who have endured inhumane treatment, our hatred for humanity is an indelible mark upon our souls. Aladdin, leaning against the ship's railing, flipped over while still speaking. I empathized deeply with the true intentions of Brother Tiger. Although Aladdin knew that Tiger was not dead, the intentions he had at that moment left him astounded. Collaborating with humans? Yet, even after disembarking, Aladdin uttered those words, only to have the latter half swallowed by silence. As Aladdin departed, Jinbi furrowed his brow deeply at his retreating figure. Meanwhile, in the distance, 3 individuals observed the scene at the harbor. Brother Jinbi has chosen to serve the world government, becoming a subordinate to humanity, one fisherman remarked with a scowl. Indeed. Has he forgotten who it was that drove Brother Tiger to his demise? Another lamented, I misjudged you, Brother Jinbi, although they were far away and could not be heard. Jinbi had anticipated such sentiments long ago. I am well aware of the discontent among the islanders regarding my position as a warlord, Jinbi stated before retreating into the empty ship's cabin. At that moment, in Fishman Island, Princess Odoheim stood before the colossal throne of the sea god Poseidon, arms outstretched in joy. Thanks to Jinbi's monumental decision, a connection has been established between the Fishman race and the world government. I shall seize this opportunity to further the amicable relations between fishmen and humans. Sitting upon the grand throne, Poseidon, worry etched across his face as he stroked his tangled brown beard, remarked, however, while it is noble to rescue comrades, Jinbi bears a considerable burden. Should the world government issue commands, he will have no choice but to engage in battles, even if he finds them unsatisfactory. Sometimes, he may even have to bleed and sacrifice himself. Princess Odoheim, still smiling and gazing up at Poseidon, responded, I shall not betray Jinbi's intentions. I too shall strive to make a difference. Poseidon looked down at the petite Odoheim from his throne, affectionately warning, but do not overexert yourself. If you indulge in drink once more, I shall truly be at my wit's end. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Odoheim shyly covered her face with her hands. Recalling the foolishness of her drunken escapades, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Well, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, they both erupted into laughter. Fishman Island. Fishman Island. This is the border patrol. A massive distress ship requests immediate entry. Just as Poseidon was conversing with Princess Odoheim, a situation arose. A gigantic ship bearing the insignia of the world government sent a distress signal to Fishman Island. The report reached Poseidon's right minister, a seahorse fishman. What are you doing? We must allow them entry at once. However, the soldier on the other end of the transponder suddenly sounded alarmed, exclaiming, Is this a mistake? Celestial dragons are aboard. The news shocked the celestial dragons, who could hardly believe their ears. What? The right minister was equally stunned by the soldier's revelation and hurried to Fishman Island to report to Poseidon and Princess Odoheim. You say celestial dragons? The colossal fishman seated on the throne furrowed his brow, gazing at the panicked right minister below. Hurry and let them in. Unlike Poseidon's hesitation, his wife, Princess Odoheim, acted with decisiveness, instructing the right minister and swiftly swimming towards the exit of Fishman Island. Dispatch rescue teams to the coast. I shall make haste, she commanded urgently, accelerating her pace. As Poseidon watched Odoheim's hasty departure, his brow furrowed even more tightly. Why have the celestial dragons come to this underwater realm? Meanwhile, at the coast, a massive warship adorned with the world government's emblem lay askew on the shore, its bow capped with a golden ornament resembling a smiling fox, which lent an air of opulence to the otherwise dilapidated vessel. It was the ship of the distressed celestial dragons. Not far from the shore, numerous fishermen stood, pointing at the grand ship and seemingly engaged in conversation. A celestial dragon ship? It appears to have been attacked by sea creatures. Why do these disdainful celestial dragons wander in such deep waters? As the island's residents pointed at the vessel, a celestial dragon with a deep green onion-shaped hairstyle, blood streaming from his forehead, awakened. His foolish eyes and runny nose seemed to emblazon him with the label of fool, and indeed, he appeared quite the simpleton. Upon regaining consciousness, his first action was not to call for help, but to draw a small golden pistol from his pocket. He aimed the weapon at the island's inhabitants, barking, Hurry up with your movements. Damn it, those useless fools are all dead. The celestial dragon uttered this line in a remarkably indifferent tone, as if the deceased bore no significance to him. Give me a mask, you fish. This place reeks of fishy odor. It's suffocating. Seeing his commands yield no response, the celestial dragon shouted once again. On the other hand, the fishmen of Fishman Island merely regarded the celestial dragon with cold indifference, unfazed by his demands. What arrogance! Is this how one seeks assistance? At that moment, some soldiers from Fishman Island arrived. Upon witnessing the celestial dragon's outcry, one even pulled the trigger of his pistol. Doctor. Quick. Someone get a doctor. Hearing the celestial dragon's requests, the fishermen soldiers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Whereas the medical team? One asked. Though they were present, they hesitated on how to handle the situation. We should kill him. He's the world's foremost garbage. It was at this moment that Hody Jones, still with the border patrol, voiced his opinion. Meanwhile, on Fishman Street, a small boat freshly coated with a layer of film had just traversed the water layers, entering Fishman Island. Brother Tiger, why are we here? I admit the scenery is beautiful, but aren't we in a hurry to the West Sea to receive the branch? A young man, donning a cap, gazed curiously at the figure known as Hunter. The man referred to as Hunter wore an oversized hood, shrouding his entire face in darkness. He chuckled softly and addressed the young man. Haha, Harrison, believe me, you will come to love it here. Hunter surveyed his surroundings. This was Fisherman Street, the place he had called home since childhood, every aspect resonating with familiarity. With arms wide open, he greedily inhaled the nostalgic air of Fisherman Island. Though the noise emanating from the coast was somewhat unwelcoming, Hunter seized Harrison's cap, tossing it playfully in the air before inquiring, "It seems a distressed ship has arrived at Fisherman Island." Harrison replied earnestly. Hunter, pondering briefly while stroking his chin, declared, "Come, Harrison, let us take a look." Not far from them, a celestial dragon, sprawled before a colossal vessel, lamented the foolishness of his actions. The fishman's slaves have returned to Fisherman Island? Why, father? Memories of his last conversation with his father before departing Marihua flooded back. Indeed, my son, a fishman named Jinbei has become one of the 7 warlords. Nearby, a corpulent man resembling the celestial dragon lounged, indulged by several beautiful women, who was none other than the father of the fallen celestial dragon. Jinbei? The celestial dragon, unfamiliar with the name, sought clarification. The slaves who fled to the Sun Pirates have received amnesty from the world government, absolving them of their crimes and allowing their return, my son. He stated while glancing at a newspaper. This surely includes the slaves who escaped from my household, father. The plump celestial dragon slammed his fist on the chair, exclaiming, "Indeed. The mere thought of them living freely infuriates me." At that moment, he noticed his father's enraged expression and added, "In that case, I shall not retrieve them, father. They were my prized fisherman collectibles." Hearing this, the father felt a flicker of intelligence in his son. Even the incessant snot dangling from the son's nose seemed less bothersome. However, it was evident that this excursion had taken an unexpected turn. How detestable. I had no idea the depths of the sea could be so terrifying. The celestial dragon lamented, pounding the ground in frustration. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. Hey, what do you intend to do? A group of robust fishmen emerged from the throng, each brandishing a firearm, marked by a blood-red sun, signifying their recent freedom as members of the Sun Pirates. They approached the celestial dragon, gazing down upon him. "Long time no see," mused Galdo. The celestial dragon bristled with anger, but, upon observing their imposing presence, retorted, "Oh, you are my slaves. Return home at once. Who granted you the freedom to return, you fish?" In a distant corner, a towering figure trembled, his fists clenched tightly. Beside him, the young man in the cap inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Hunter?" Hunter's grip tightened, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Muse Galdo, visibly struggling to suppress his burgeoning rage. "Hold me tight, Harrison, or I may just charge and slay that foolish pig." Though Harrison was perplexed by Hunter's animosity towards the celestial dragons, he nonetheless clutched Hunter's arm firmly. At that moment, the fishmen surrounding Muse Galdo drew their weapons, aiming directly at the prostrate celestial dragon. The ominous gun barrels were silently poised against Muse Galdo, the fishman's heartbeats quickening, uncertain whether out of fear or exhilaration. "Stop. He's a celestial dragon. If you harm him, your amnesty will be revoked." The surrounding fishmen shouted, realizing the gravity of their actions. Whether it was the shouts of the crowd that emboldened Muse Galdo, or the inherent arrogance of his lineage, he faced the threatening weapons without pleading for mercy, even exhibiting a semblance of his dwindling nobility. "Fools, stand down. Do you comprehend who I am?" However, before Muse Galdo could finish, the leading fishman interrupted coldly. "Initially, there may have been hesitation among us, but now there is only resolve. Your arrogance has solidified our determination to end you. To dare offend a celestial dragon on the ground means the Navy will swiftly intervene. That is why you fear me." A disquieting premonition suddenly surged within Muse Galdo, who prided himself on his absolute sense of racial honor. Yet, here on Fisherman Island, should the islanders remain silent, any encounter could be dismissed as a mere maritime misfortune. The leading fisherman's calm voice pierced the tension, causing cracks to form in Muse Galdo's unyielding pride, leaving him in a state of panic. Indeed, I shall not speak. Neither will I. The islanders, fueled by their long-suppressed grievances against the celestial dragons who had labeled them as mere fish, were now ready to unleash their pent-up resentment. Fire. In a distant corner, the massive figure of Tiger, gripped tightly by Harrison, felt the veins on his forehead bulge, his eyes concealed in the shadows of his hood. Through gritted teeth, he uttered those words, his body trembling, caught in a whirlwind of excitement, and something else entirely. Harrison, clutching Tiger, found himself utterly bewildered by Tiger's sudden proclamation. In the enveloping darkness, he cast a perplexed glance at the imposing masked man before him. Brother Tiger surveyed the agitated islanders surrounding him, and Muse Galdo, once so eloquent about the supreme wisdom attributed to the celestial dragons, now found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the unparalleled sense of racial pride ingrained in his very being compelled him to exclaim, "Why? I am indeed quite magnificent." In the distance, Tiger, upon hearing this statement, exerted even greater force to break free, causing Harrison to struggle to maintain his grip. What immense strength! The fisherman at the forefront, clutching a firearm, trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He was consumed by the anticipation of vengeance and the subsequent thrill it would bring. Memories of his time as a slave in Muse Galdo's household flooded his mind, particularly the mocking grin on the face of this foolish celestial dragon as he gunned down his comrades. In a quavering voice, he declared, "I may forgive others, but I shall never forgive you." His finger tightened on the trigger, shaking even more violently. "Stop. Cease this at once." The naive celestial dragon, Muse Galdo's saint, was now thoroughly panicked, his limited intellect recognizing the murderous intent emanating from the former slave he had once subjugated. He began to plead for mercy. "Hurry. Finish him off." Meanwhile, the surrounding fishmen were still aflame with fervor, eager to witness the downfall of the one responsible for their people's plight, even if he was merely one among many. At that moment, a magnificently attired fisherman rushed forth, inadvertently catching Tiger's attention, who was hiding nearby. The veins on Tiger's body bulged as he struggled with renewed vigor, rendering Harrison unable to hold him back. "Hey, Brother Tiger, I can't hold on any longer. Quick, we need more people." The mercenaries accompanying Tiger heard Harrison's call and rushed forward, pinning Tiger to the ground. "Stop, foolish fishfolk." Bang, bang, bang. Muse Galdo roared in fury, but his cries were drowned out by a barrage of gunfire, and Tiger ceased his struggles under the weight of several individuals. The entire port fell silent, as everyone awaited the outcome. Yet, who could have anticipated that at the very moment they opened fire, a regal fishwoman would charge into the fray? It was Princess Oihon. The exquisitely clad fishwoman intervened to shield the celestial dragon from the bullets, her left arm bleeding profusely. The princess has been shot. In the eyes of the islanders, Oihon held a revered status, and now that she was injured, the previously fervent crowd began to panic. Those fishmen who had aimed their weapons at the celestial dragon were now gripped by fear, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows, their chests heaving with anxiety. "Princess Oihon," the leading fishman inquired, his voice trembling with concern. Oihon clutched her wounded arm, while the celestial dragon beneath her gasped for breath, unconcerned about any lingering scent of fish in the air. Oihon calmly instructed, "Everyone, drop your weapons. The children are watching." The fishmen paused, momentarily stunned. "Aladdin, what has become of the distressed celestial dragon?" Jinbei, clad in wooden clogs, raced towards the port and encountered Aladdin, who was also hastening in that direction. "I just arrived." Jinbei, mother hastily left the city. Coming from the opposite direction were the Crown Prince Sharkstar, his brother, and the youngest, yet largest, Princess Whitestar. "What did you say? Brother, who are the celestial dragons?" Whitestar asked innocently, her voice bright. "They are humans, Whitestar." "Humans?" It was evident that the young princess was unfamiliar with the term. The Crown Prince Sharkstar gazed anxiously towards the port, voicing his concern. "A small faction among the multitude of humans are malevolent individuals. I believe I just heard gunfire. We must hurry." "Indeed." Aladdin, furrowing his brow, looked at Jinbei, who promptly agreed to rush towards the port. Meanwhile, at the port, the leading fishman spoke again, his tone laced with apprehension. "It's merely a scratch. Why do you protect him? Are you not aware of what this man has done to us? To him, we are worth less than slaves, even less than livestock. I empathize with the cries within your hearts." Oihon, clutching her wound, rose to her feet, gazing sternly at the fishmen who had fired their weapons. "Though it is excruciating, we must not transfer our anger and hatred towards humans onto the children. They will have their own experiences and thoughts. Everyone fell into contemplative silence. The newly arrived Jinbei and Aladdin witnessed this scene, and seeing Oiheim in such a state reminded Jinbei of Tiger's final wish. Please, say nothing to the fish folk about the tragedies that have befallen us, nor about our anger towards humans. Simultaneously, the fishmen began to lower their weapons. Their faces etched with reluctance. Danger! Mother! Suddenly, chaos erupted. Musgaldo, who had fallen behind Oiheim, seized a gun from the ground and took her hostage. Haha, don't move. Musgaldo aimed the firearm at Oiheim's temple, reveling in his audacity. This is bad. Princess Oiheim. Mother. The crowd was caught off guard by Musgaldo's sudden action, while Tiger, who had ceased his struggles, clenched his fist once more. The situation spiraled out of control. The port of Fishman Island was teeming with people. Yet it felt as if they were all choking on their own words, each fishman covering their mouths in shock or terror, their eyes betraying their fear and concern. The vast port echoed only with the taunts of the despicable celestial dragon, brandishing a golden gun at his hostage. Now, the little nobility he possessed was utterly obliterated. Scoundrel! In the face of the celestial dragon who had taken their queen hostage, the fishmen could only mutter this curse within their hearts. He, don't move. The celestial dragon with the green onion-shaped hair brazenly threatened the fishmen before him, the gun that had nearly claimed his life, now seeming less menacing. Mother! In the distance, the three princes of the Dragon Palace and their sister, Bai Xing, anxiously gazed at the unfolding scene, tears welling in Bai Xing's eyes. What a joke. The notion of a princess. In the eyes of a noble celestial dragon like myself, there is no distinction between the princess of the fish kingdom and the common folk. No, they are even beneath the commoners. Muses Galder brazenly promoted his so-called noble theory, oblivious to the taint upon his face, laughing exaggeratedly as if this moment was his true glorious time. A behavior perhaps misconstrued by his kind as bravery. In a corner, Tig, pinned down by Minnie, felt his muscles on his back and arms swell again. A surge of greater strength rising within him, yearning to shake off the weight upon him. Harrison clung tightly to a stone slab that had long sunk into the mud, even managing to lift one corner. Brother Who, don't go. Yes, we can't hold on much longer. Captain, what a vile wretch. The surrounding islanders' disdain for Muses Galder deepened, already at an unprecedented level, yet his actions further shattered their understanding of evil as inhabitants of the deep sea. Bai Xing remained worried and sorrowful, her gaze fixed on her mother. Unbeknownst to her, a terrifying force was brewing beneath the sea outside the port. Fools! What are you waiting for? Quickly bring me a mask and a doctor. Muses Galder reveled in the panic of the fishmen who had just threatened his noble life, roaring his demands once more. Yet the fishmen before him remained unmoved, prompting a disdainful curl of his lip from Galder, which soon transformed into a subtle smirk. He pressed his finger on the trigger, adjusting the gun's muzzle against Princess EG's head. I wager this pampered fool, who has been served for over 20 years, has never experienced such dark delight, not even when toying with the most exquisite of his numerous slaves. His eyes nearly rolled back in ecstasy as he chortled. Heh, or else his wrist twitched again. But at that moment, young Bai Xing witnessed everything, including the instant Muses Galder nudged Princess EG's head with the gun's muzzle. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her upper teeth biting down on her lower lip. And finally, she was on the verge of an explosion. Mother! Bai Xing's cry seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space, echoing across the ocean, and simultaneously, the previously tranquil sea began to roil. Bai Xing's cries continued, the surface of the ocean growing increasingly turbulent, even shaking the entirety of Fishman Island. What is happening? Even the usually composed Jinbei noticed the anomaly, a bead of cold sweat tracing down his forehead as he glanced around in alarm. Some timid fishmen crouched on the ground, covering their ears with their hands. In the distance, Tig stared in astonishment, feeling the tumult, momentarily forgetting to struggle. Princess EG also bore a look of fear. Her expression had remained relatively unchanged despite the hostage situation, but now she was moved. Muses Galder, the pampered celestial dragon, was equally stunned by the unfolding chaos around him. He felt the tremors beneath his feet, and the arrogance on his face evaporated. He could see his shadow being gradually engulfed by a larger one. Realization dawned upon him as he sensed something amiss with the colossal waves crashing behind him. His hands, still numbly clutching Princess EG, slowly turned. Yet what lay before him brought an even greater shock, or rather, fear. He saw a ship being lifted by the surging waves, debris swirling amongst them. But that was not the most terrifying sight. As the waters receded, revealing 2 rows of massive fangs embedded in his vessel and 4 enormous heads, Muses Galder, The unfortunate celestial dragon finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Sea Kings. Not just Muses Galder, but the fishmen at the port, including Jean Bay and Tig in the corner, were equally dumbfounded, utterly bewildered as to why such enormous Sea Kings had suddenly appeared. The four colossal heads of the Sea Kings regarded Muses Galder as if he were no more significant than a mere insect. Galder, now petrified, sat on the ground, forgetting his hostage, mouth agape in a desperate scream, allowing tears and snot to flow freely. The Sea King, clutching the massive ship, shifted its gaze towards Bai Xing, seemingly confirming her safety, before turning back to the sea and retreating to the depths with the other three Sea Kings, not sparing Galder even a fleeting glance. At that moment, Muses Galder ceased his wailing, his eyes losing focus, collapsing onto the ground. He had lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Princess Iji, now out of danger, stared in astonishment at the retreating Sea Kings. Tig, too, was similarly struck by the spectacle. While others might remain unaware, Iji, adventurer Tig, and the vigilant Punitin in the Dragon Palace were acutely aware of the secret belonging to Fishman Island. The Sea King, Poseidon. The waves stirred by the arrival of the Sea Kings formed a localized downpour. Jean Bay, still in shock from the recent events, disregarded the heavy rain, his eyes bulging as he seemed to forget his identity as a hammerhead shark fisherman. What was that? It didn't seem coincidental. He slowly turned his head, gazing at the sobbing Bai Xing, comforted by her three brothers. At the port, Princess Iji and Tig also directed their attention towards Bai Xing. Bai Xing, are you all right? Just then, on the 14th island of the Chambered Archipelago, Rayleigh looked at the suddenly still Barn, who had halted his drinking, with a puzzled expression. Barn shook his head, smiled, and took another sip of his drink, saying, "It's nothing, just suddenly felt something." Oh. Rayleigh, somewhat puzzled, took a sip as well. By the way, Rayleigh, you mentioned a few days ago that a newcomer would be passing through here in a couple of days? Barn placed the empty wine glass on the table and smiled at Riley, saying, "Ha ha, do you really take my words to heart?" "Indeed. It has been a couple of days. I have been keeping a close watch on him lately." Barn was pouring wine from a bottle into his glass when he heard Rayleigh's words, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "Oh, the person who piques your interest. Rayleigh must surely be someone of significance." His tone was laced with curiosity. The tumult at Fishman Island's port had subsided. The colossal waves that had surged forth were now retreating back into the sea, and the previously sporadic rain had ceased entirely. Princess Odoheim, with the support of her children, struggled to maintain her footing. Her frail constitution had endured severe injuries, and it was a daunting task for her to remain upright. Particularly considering her delicate nature, she was capable of fracturing her wrist with a mere slap. Surrounded by the islanders of Fishman Island, Princess Odoheim found herself at the center of a silent crowd, their gazes fixed on the world nobleman before them, whose chest heaved with labored breaths yet remained unconscious. At that moment, a figure emerged from the throng, wielding a massive steel fork. It was Aladdin, the former ship's doctor of the Sun Pirates. He gazed upon the fallen Muse Galdo, the once mighty noble who had mercilessly insulted him during his days as a slave. Yet, rather than exhibiting the anticipated hatred or fury, Aladdin's expression was one of disbelief, fear, and a trace of concern. "I will tend to him," Aladdin proclaimed, ignoring the beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he clenched his teeth to utter those words. Princess Odoheim could not fail to perceive the restraint, or perhaps the unwillingness, in his voice, but she was unable to offer him solace. The celestial dragon who had recently held her captive now required saving. "I implore you," she beseeched him. Aladdin slowly turned his sweat-drenched face toward her, hesitating as he spoke. "Please, Princess Odoheim." In the distance, Tiger, unable to catch Aladdin's words, sighed softly and murmured, "Harrison, come down. It is no longer necessary. We shall depart." "Eh? Brother Tiger?" The scene shifted to the Sabaody archipelago. At this moment, on the 14th island of the Sabaody archipelago, Barn and his apprentice had been residing there for some time. The FFF Mercenary Guild's branch had been established on the islands. And although they had signed a combat readiness agreement with the stationed Navy commander, they had at least managed to secure a foothold beneath the Navy's watchful eyes. Notably, it was Barn's apprentice, now a prominent figure in the Grand Line, who had represented them, Adam, the publicly recognized leader of the FFF Mercenary Guild, known as White Hand. It is worth mentioning that during Barn's time teaching on Sabaody Archipelago, Adam had mastered the techniques of the sword so ingrained in Barn's memories. Although Barn's abilities stemmed from the incomplete DNF system that had accompanied his journey through dimensions, years of training and combat had honed him into a competent, if not exceptional, swordsman. In the world of One Piece, such individuals were referred to as sword masters, while in terms of swordsmanship, Barn may not rival the youthful future sword god, Mihawk. He was certainly not far behind. He possessed the credentials to educate disciples. Adam remained busy at the branch of the FFF Mercenary Guild, while Barn relaxed at a nearby tavern, chatting and drinking with Rayleigh. Gulp. Haha, Rayleigh, the newcomer you mentioned a few days ago must be arriving soon, right? After taking a swig of rum, Barn turned to Riley and remarked that, aside from its rather steep price, the wine crafted by Xiaoya was quite delightful. Barn had a fondness for it, despite never contributing financially. Well, today, I have already sent Baz to fetch him, he added. Riley sipped his drink and smiled, believing that the wine made by his wife deserved to be savored, unlike Barn's rather hasty consumption that seemed wasteful. You old rascal. You seem quite at ease utilizing my guild members. How about it? Interested in joining me as a vice president, or something along those lines? Barn, upon hearing Riley's words, chuckled as he placed his cup upon the table and jested, Alas, it seems I can no longer keep up. Age has taken its toll, and my mind is dulled. I truly envy you, for despite being of similar age, you appear as youthful as my son. Riley, too, set his cup down on the table, intertwining his fingers behind his head, and replied with a playful tone. Upon hearing the news, Barnes' expression instantly soured, a furrow forming upon his brow. He remained silent as the second-generation Kichiro unsheathed his blade, striking towards Riley, who had just moments ago been joyfully sharing a drink with him. With a casual flick, Riley caught the descending weapon with his hand, continuing to speak in that infuriating tone that Barn detested. What's the matter? Are you embarrassed? Shut up, you old bastard, he retorted, laughter escaping him. Meanwhile, Basby squatted at the harbor, a tender blade of grass clenched between his teeth, idly gazing at the coastline. He was perplexed as to why Riley had summoned him to meet an obscure newcomer. Little did he know that this Riley was none other than the legendary king of the underworld. All he understood was the importance of not offending the seemingly affable elder. For that neighborly uncle was a friend of his remarkably talented master, who exuded an almost youthful exuberance. He spat the chewed remnants of the 32nd blade of grass onto the ground, clearly having waited for quite some time. Basby is a man of impatience. He has never comprehended Barnes' behavior of languishing by the seaside with a fishing rod for an entire day. It was only when he spat out the 32nd blade of grass onto the ground that the surface of the sea finally stirred, revealing the black pirate flag described so meticulously by Riley before their departure. Captain, we have arrived, exclaimed a pirate resembling a sailor, addressing a tall man at the bow of the ship. Ah, responded the towering figure, then turned his body to face the crew diligently preparing to dock, shouting a command. Lads, the busy pirates ceased their tasks, turning their attention to their captain, their eyes gleaming with hope and admiration. Ahem. Ha. The tall man cleared his throat, eliciting laughter from the crew. We have reached the threshold of the New World, the most prosperous locale of the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago. The pirates instinctively turned their heads towards the vibrant island before them. After we procure supplies, where shall we go? The New World. Indeed. What is our dream? To conquer the seas. Precisely. Ha. The tall man bellowed once more, and the crew responded with fervent enthusiasm. As they celebrated, Basby gradually approached, catching the tall man's attention, prompting him to leap off the ship and stride towards Basby. Basby scrutinized the tall, peculiarly formed man before him and remarked, You are Moria? Moria. Momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, replied, I am. How did you? I am here to escort you. Come with me, for my esteemed elder wishes to meet you. Several weeks had passed since the Celestial Dragon incident at Fishman Island's port. Under Aladdin's exceptional medical care, Moria's wounds had completely healed. Out of respect, or perhaps more appropriately, trepidation, for the Celestial Dragons, the people of Fishman Island held a grand farewell ceremony for him. Even King Neptune of Ryugu Kingdom personally attended. A long pathway lined with soldiers from Ryugu Kingdom led to the ship provided by the Fishman Island authorities, upon which Moria walked. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to his former pitiful self, adorned instead in a pristine celestial dragon ensemble, complete with the iconic mask that signified his detachment from mortal concerns. Yet, he still issued threats. Mark my words, the great being of noble lineage shall not tolerate the various indignities he has endured. Fishmen, you shall regret this. The surrounding soldiers bowed their heads, as if clearing a path for this world aristocrat was an affront to their dignity. He was saved from peril. Yet why must he repay kindness with enmity? The vessel and crew for his return were provided by our kingdom, and yet he dares to speak such brazen words. It is outrageous. We should never have allowed such a person to return, for he will bring calamity upon Fishman Island. If not for Princess Odoheim, please wait. It was Princess Odoheim. She emerged from the crowd, halting Moria as he was about to board the ship, saying, "You have more to say, do you not? If so, I shall accompany you to the surface." Moria was not the only one astonished. The citizens of Fishman Island were equally incredulous at the thought of their esteemed princess venturing to the surface with a celestial dragon. To them, it was not merely a risk, but a gamble with her very life. To the surface? How reckless. Odoheim. Mother. Hold on a moment, Odoheim. You must not act on your own. If a noble must accompany him, let it be me. King Neptune could no longer remain silent. He was acutely aware of the severe racial discrimination that awaited Odoheim on the surface. However, she remained undeterred, tilting her head slightly to gaze calmly at Neptune, stating, "If it is a king of a nation who is also a great knight, there is no need to fear being captured by humans. Therefore, let me go." Neptune was about to insist that Odoheim return, but was interrupted by her. "No, your strength serves no purpose in this case." Neptune clearly did not comprehend her reasoning. Even if a weaker individual were to accompany him and return safely, it would demonstrate to our people that the world and the surface are indeed safe. Thus, it is my frail self who must go, for it carries significance. With that, Princess Odoheim boarded the ship destined for the land. Standing on the vessel, she looked down at her husband, children, and subjects, smiling as she said, "Trust me, believe in your chosen wife and humankind." Amidst the touching farewells and please to stay, an unwelcome presence often looms behind the beauty, much like Moria, who stood behind Odoheim with a disdainful expression, observing the smiling princess waving goodbye, muttering, "A mere fishwoman princess. How arrogant." Perhaps it was the contrast between the islanders' pleas for Odoheim and their lowered heads as he departed that once more pricked his fragile pride. Nevertheless, Odoheim left, seated aboard the ship bound for the surface. Meanwhile, at the port, Jean Bey and Aladdin stood quietly, watching the ship fade into the distance. No one can stop Princess Odoheim. We can only trust her and await her safe return. In a distant corner, a tall man shrouded in a massive black cloak gazed at the departing ship, sighing. Princess Odoheim's vessel sailed further away, nearly vanishing from sight, leaving only the blessings of the fishmen of Fishman Island behind. "My lady, you must return safely. You say you are here to escort me?" Moria remarked, pointing at himself, for it was his first time on this island, and he had no acquaintances here. Naturally, he remained wary of the suddenly appearing Basby, who beckoned him to follow. Basby had long grown weary of the tall man before him, who, in his eyes, was merely peculiar in appearance, yet no different from anyone else. He could not fathom why his esteemed elder, Riley, wished to meet with him. All he knew was that, for the sake of this individual, he had gnawed through 32 roots of grass, and thus, he was not inclined to offer him a cordial demeanor. Basby offered no explanation to Moria, merely casting a glance of incredulity in his direction. This reaction was understandable, considering the recent rise to prominence of the FFF Mercenary Guild. As a member, albeit from a subsidiary, he still possessed a sense of pride in this minor collective honor. He tugged at the sleeve of his left arm, revealing an emblem consisting of 3 interwoven Fs, a design crafted by Barnes' young apprentice, Leah. Pointing to the emblem, Basby addressed Moria, stating, "I am a member of the FFF Mercenary Guild's branch in the Shambadi Archipelago. My esteemed elder wishes to meet you. Do you have any further inquiries?" Basby spoke with formidable authority, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Although Moria could endure it, his subordinates could not tolerate the provocation any longer and immediately shouted from the ship, "Hey, you there. You stand before the most formidable pirate of the West Sea, the renowned Moonlight Moria. Indeed, our captain boasts a bounty of 200 million. You better scram, or you won't be able to leave soon." "Exactly. Haha." In response to the raucous jeers of Moria's crew, Basby remained unfazed, apathetically digging into his ear with his pinky finger, casting a look of disdain akin to that one would reserve for a fool upon the shouting crew. He continued to dig at his ear, while his other hand retrieved a flintlock pistol from his coat. "How utterly tiresome. Are your crew members nothing but flies?" Basby did not address the clamoring crew, but turned his attention to Moria. In his view, those petty minions were beneath his notice. "Your words are rather excessive, are they not?" Moria clenched his right fist, gradually enveloping it in a dark mist as he utilized his devil fruit ability to imbue his shadow upon his hand. "Oh?" Basby's keen perception could not overlook Moria's actions. He merely raised an eyebrow, as if Moria's intentions warranted little more than a subtle shift in his demeanor. "Are you certain you wish to strike at me?" Basby regarded Moria with an expression that appeared earnest, yet his tone carried a hint of amusement. Captain, strike him. Yes. Captain, show him what you're made of. Moria remained silent, silently channeling power into his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Basby before him. Captain, what are you hesitating for? Indeed. Captain, hit him. I found him displeasing for quite some time. Ah, truly a bothersome swarm of flies. Basby's brow furrowed slightly as he once more aimed his pistol at the crew aboard Moria's fearsome three-masted ship. At that moment, Moria made his move, his fist infused with the dense energy of shadows, gripping the barrel of the gun. With a subtle smirk curling at the corners of Basby's lips, he tightened his grip and aimed the gun directly at Moria. Despite Moria's firm grasp on the gun's muzzle, his strength paled in comparison to Basby's. In that same tone, Basby addressed Moria, "Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Moria furrowed his brow, yet steeled his resolve to contest Basby's move. Unexpectedly, Basby pivoted the gun and pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed past Moria's ear, narrowly missing him, although it left no scar upon Moria's visage. He felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Haki. Moria's shadow fruit possessed a unique characteristic, rendering it the only ability within the Paramecia category capable of elementalization. Ordinary physical attacks could not inflict harm upon him, yet at that moment, his instincts as a formidable warrior sensed a threat within the bullet. Consequently, he immediately recalled the legendary ability he had only heard whispers of but had never witnessed. Haki. The power that could challenge the capabilities of his fruit. Basby's abilities are indeed formidable, rivaling those of Leonard and Kinnaman. In recent years, he has frequently frequented the bar run by Peony, not merely for the allure of her concoctions, but rather because he has reaped the benefits of training under Rayleigh. He has mastered the application of armament Haki, and one could say that he is, in a sense, a half-disciple of the Dark King Rayleigh. Busby paid no heed to the bewildered Mariah and the crew aboard the fearsome three-masted ship. Instead, he nonchalantly stowed his firearm, resting his hands comfortably behind his head, and strolled leisurely back, a 33rd blade of grass inexplicably gripped between his teeth. "Wake up. We're leaving. The old man is still waiting for you." Mariah finally snapped back to reality and hastily followed suit. "What is your name?" The shock Basby experienced moments ago was no less than that of encountering any pirate in the West Sea. In his eyes, such a figure must undoubtedly be a person of great significance. I am Basby, an inconsequential individual. You may refer to me by another name, Fire Sovereign." "Hello, Rayleigh?" Orn gently tapped Riley, who was lost in thought, and Riley turned to him with a puzzled expression, despite his inability to see. Baz had returned, accompanied by someone who was likely the newcomer you mentioned. "Oh, how did you know that? Are you unable to see?" In response to Riley's inquiry, Orn offered a mysterious smile, taking another sip of rum before he spoke. "I heard their footsteps. Here we are. This is our FFF guild, nestled in the Shambadi archipelago. Allow me to introduce you to the old man. Cheers." Before Basby could finish his words, a thunderous roar erupted from the second floor of the nearby bar. Accompanying the sound was a man clad in a loose-fitting white coat, his eyes obscured by a black satin band, and his long white hair cascading down. He leaped down, brandishing a knife adorned with an eerie crimson flame motif, none other than Baon and his second-generation demon blade, Kitchu. The second-generation Kitchu landed squarely upon Moria, but fortunately, Moria transformed into a bat just in time, evading any substantial harm. Was that a mere feint? In another instant, countless bats morphed back into Moria's form. Standing at a considerable distance from Baon, though beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. At that moment, a man with a wry smile emerged from the bar's entrance. It was Rayleigh. "So, you are Moria? Quite an impressive ability. What do you say? Would you care to exchange a few blows with me?" Warren tilted his head and addressed Moria. Moria was utterly bewildered by the peculiar events of the day. First, Basby had insisted on following him without any preamble, and now this young man approached him, brandishing a knife. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Barn. Barn Bahat." Barn seemed to suddenly recall something, scratching his head as he spoke. Moria was bewildered by the abrupt shift in demeanor of the man who had just moments ago wielded a knife with lethal intent and was now introducing himself. The name sounded somewhat familiar. "Oh, you may also call me Ashura. Now, little ghost, shall we exchange a few moves?" What? Did he just call me little ghost? Moria, confused by the youthfulness of the individual claiming to be the legendary pirate Ashura, turned to look at Rayleigh, who stood behind Barn. To Moria, this seemingly older and dashing gentleman fit his internal image of a true powerhouse. Little did he know, Rayleigh wore a wry smile, shaking his head helplessly at Moria. I'm afraid he is indeed the Ashura you know, though he appears somewhat younger. He has consumed the life fruit, Rayleigh explained. Before Moria could fully process this revelation, Barnes' blade came slicing toward him once more, but this time he wielded it without exerting his full strength, merely to greet him. Countless bats coalesced before Barn, forming the silhouette of Moria once again, who had just been struck. Stop dawdling. Do you wish to fight or not, little ghost? With a mocking expression, Barn addressed Moria. Infuriated, Moria slowly rose to his feet, a tempest of rage brewing within him. From the outset, he had endured enough provocation from Bazzi, and now here he was, being called little brat by a seemingly youthful boss. I am the mightiest pirate of the West Sea. In his past, Moria had a defined jawline and a slender physique, his face bearing the fierce visage of a demon, exuding an aura of dominance that starkly contrasted with his later, more rotund appearance. Before his defeat at the hands of the Yonko Kaido, he had been a formidable pirate, possessing both ambition and power. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to confront Kaido. However, after his defeat, with his crew slain and his spirit crushed, he found himself confined to a small island, forced to assume the title of Warlord of the Sea. Yet, even now, he retained a semblance of dignity as a formidable being. As Moria's furious roar echoed, he transformed into a swarm of black bats, darkening the sky above island number 14. Though this did little to intimidate Barn, who had always thrived in pure darkness, he could still sense Moria's imposing presence. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips, and the second-generation sword, Ouchitu, seemed to resonate with its master's renewed interest, its blade flickering with a crimson glow. Now, this was more like it. As Barn spoke, the second-generation ghost cleaved through the air, poised to counter the impending assault from Moria. Shadowbox! Moria bellowed, and the bats, which had previously flitted about aimlessly like headless flies, suddenly appeared to find their direction, all rushing towards Barn on the ground. The bats spiraled and intertwined in a frenetic dance until Barn was ensnared within a vast, pitch-black box. HM? Barn could not see. Yet he sensed that he was enveloped by something. Barn understood that this was Moria's signature skill. The shadow box technique entraps enemies within shadows. However, he chuckled, such a level of darkness is merely insufficient. I have always dwelled in the purest abyss. The darkness you comprehend and the darkness I perceive exist on entirely different planes. With a sly grin curling at the corner of his mouth, Barn's wicked smile contrasted sharply with the relentless motion of his blade. In a swift, fluid movement, he slid his foot, transferring the knife to his right hand, and in an instant, stood before Moria. So swift, Moria was taken aback, never imagining that Barn could so effortlessly breach his shadow box and reach him in such a fleeting moment. Barn had no intention of allowing Moria a moment to react. With a swift motion, he wielded the second-generation Anaheim, unleashing a gleaming arc of white light, the moonlight shadow substitute. Fortunately, Moria promptly exchanged positions with a shadow, evading Barn's strike. Had he not, he would have surely been struck. What a narrow escape. Is this the true power of 900 million? Meanwhile, Barn felt an indescribable sensation as he gripped the second-generation Anaheim, loosening and tightening his hold, as if savoring the fleeting moment of his previous attempt. Did he miss again? Barn gradually straightened his body, shifting the knife to his left hand. His gaze slowly moved to Moria as he spoke. Missing 3 consecutive strikes, even without opening my mind's eye, is quite a rarity. However, the sensation of striking nothingness is truly disheartening. Be cautious now. This time, it is no jest. Hiki. Bon. With his eyes concealed by a black satin ribbon, radiated a glimmer of brilliance, and in that fleeting moment, his inner sight awakened. Moria, in that instant, found himself ensnared by Bon's piercing gaze. Still coming? A chill coursed down Moria's spine, feeling the palpable shift in Bon's aura, which was strikingly different from before. The shadow revolution. The previously scattered black bats converged upon Moria, and as each bat melded into his being, his form began to transform incrementally. His horns and fists grew larger, and the already demonic visage of his face morphed into that of a true demon in that very moment. It was evident that he had unleashed his trump card. However, he chuckled. Not quite enough. Barn still wore that wicked grin as he approached swiftly, wielding the second-generation ghost cutlass. As night fell, the crew of Moria's ominous 3-masted ship had crowded into Peony's quaint bar, mingling with the members of the neighboring FFF group. The place was ablaze with light and disorder, resembling a scene of delightful chaos. Meanwhile, 3 individuals sought refuge in the harbor of island number 14, enjoying their leisurely respite. Why not simply allow me to strike a few blows without resistance, instead of enduring the countless cuts I could inflict? Barn took a sip of the rum in his hand and remarked with a hint of amusement, while Riley beside him shook his head in exasperation. Moria, wrapped in bandages, covered his wounds with one hand and held the rum with the other. After struggling to take a swig, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Only you would get riled up about a scuffle between a seasoned veteran and a mere newcomer. What? Wasn't I tender enough with you just now, brat?" Moria had barely finished his sentence when Barnes' expressionless face loomed closer, his voice laced with a threatening yet playful tone. However, that very tone sent a chill down Moria's spine. The memory of Barnes' madness was still fresh, and his scars had yet to heal, making it impossible to easily forget the pain. No, you misheard. Seeing Moria relent, Barnes ceased his teasing, returning to his seat and taking another sip, gazing into the still dark sky. After a while, Barnes suddenly broke the silence. Moria. Moria looked at Barnes with bleary eyes, having succumbed to a bit of inebriation under the influence of the two heavy drinkers. Barnes and Riley. Why did you venture out to sea? Barnes inquired, setting sail. Moria, seemingly invigorated by the question as though it were an inquiry into a source of pride, set down his goblet, rose to his feet, and with arms outstretched, gazed skyward, proclaiming, for dreams, for freedom, to become the Pirate King. Moria's drunken antics momentarily left Barnes taken aback, his unfocused eyes gradually clouding over as if recollections began to surface. He was reminded of the very first person he encountered upon entering the world of the Pirate King, Captain York of the Rumbar Pirates. Barnes, let us pursue freedom together. York's beaming smile from the moment he first invited Barnes aboard resurfaced in his mind, and gradually, a sheen of moisture welled in his eyes. Moria, perplexed that his boisterous declaration had not elicited the anticipated furor, turned to glance at Barnes and Rayleigh with a look of confusion. Barnes had already risen, clutching his rum. Leaving behind a single remark, "Fool," he departed from the port, while Moria looked at Rayleigh with a puzzled expression, and Rayleigh mirrored that confusion as he gazed at Barnes' retreating figure. Moria had lingered at Sabaody Archipelago for several days, during which Rayleigh had coated his terrifying three-masted ship and offered guidance on the use of hockey. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was time to part ways. Throughout his stay at Sabaody, Moria had not encountered Barnes, as if the latter were deliberately avoiding him. Farewell, if you ever find yourself in the New World. Do remember to visit us. And I shall return for your fine wine. Goodbye, Uncle Rayleigh. Moria observed his crew and members of the FFF group bidding their farewells. The brief days spent together had fostered a bond of friendship among them. However, his gaze repeatedly searched the crowd for a particular individual Barnes. Moria pondered whether he had inadvertently offended Barnes, causing him to shy away from his presence. Just then, amidst the throng, the very person he longed to see appeared to bid him farewell, Barnes. At that moment, Barnes had brought along a reluctant Basby to stand before the fearsome three-masted ship. Moria, I've arranged for Basby to accompany you for a while. With that, he left the unwilling Basby behind and turned away. Mr. Barnes. Moria, upon seeing Barnes present him with such a formidable companion, instinctively wished to call out and express his gratitude. Yet Barnes did not turn back. He merely raised a hand slightly and said, "I have faith in you." Moria was so moved that he found himself at a loss for words. What could be more delightful than the acknowledgement of someone he deeply respected? However, Barnes' words were not yet complete, and what he said next caused Moria to cast aside all his gratitude. Little brat. A colossal crossroads appeared on Moria's forehead. Is that how it is? Riley inquired, observing Barnes, who was leaning on the balcony, gazing towards the sea. In any case, I can't see it, so it makes little difference whether I go or not. To be honest, you have quite an eye, Riley. I find myself somewhat admiring that little brat as well. Barnes gazed out at the sea, his mind drifting to the myriad memories of his time with the Rumbar pirates. Captain York, you must think quite highly of this lad as well, don't you? He mused. Hey, Adam, have you received any intelligence from Harrison? At that moment, within the dimly lit confines of the FFF Guild's branch on island number 14 of the Sabaody Archipelago, Barnes quietly polished his blade in a shadowy corner. The sinister second-generation ghost, Tetsu, emitted an eerie red glow in the faint light. It seems the reports indicate that Princess Odoheim from Fishman Island has arrived on the mainland alongside the celestial dragons, Adam remarked lazily, leaning against the windowsill, his half-closed eyes meeting the not-so-intense sunlight as he waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing Adam's words, Barnes ceased her motions of polishing the blade, discarding the cloth aside, and instead began to caress the weapon with her hand. What intentions did she harbor? Barn inquired softly. I don't know, Harrison replied. She came alone. Adam maintained his languid tone, yet turned his head to focus on Barn, noticing that his master had become quite peculiar since that demon-faced individual departed. Alone, you say? Barn spoke in a tone of quiet assertion. He was well aware of Princess Yuki's intentions and turned to Adam, perhaps merely seeking confirmation. Barn said nothing else. He raised the second-generation Goeter, positioning it against the sunlight streaming through the window. Slowly, he opened his eyes, yet all he beheld was an abyss of darkness. He could not perceive the increasingly enchanting crimson glow of the second-generation Goeter under the sun's rays. Having rested for an extended period, it was time to stretch and move. Barn gradually sheathed his blade, the sound of steel gliding against the scabbard resonating in the air. With a calm demeanor, he spoke softly. Adam, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and sighed, inquiring, How long will this take? I cannot say, Barn replied. Your presence here suffices for now. My identity must remain concealed, at least for the time being. Barn gradually rose to his feet and directed his gaze towards Adam. Do not let Leah worry about you. Adam observed the not-so-tall figure of his master and replied, Summon Leonard. I wish to meet an old friend. Adam acknowledged with a nod before leaping down from the windowsill and making his way towards the door. However, upon reaching the threshold, he paused without turning back and uttered a single phrase. I have always been curious to know which is sharper, my demon moon or your ghost cleaver. Adam's tone was rather indifferent, yet the underlying tension was palpable. Upon hearing this, Barn was not angered. Instead, he chuckled lightly and remarked, The night before I departed, she came to see me. Adam also smiled, saying, Haha, I will definitely be there. With that, he stepped out the door. Many days have passed since Princess Odoheim boarded the ship bound for the land of the celestial dragons, having staked the fate of Fishman Island on her voyage. We can scarcely imagine the feelings of the Neptune royal family, yet the sentiments of the islanders are palpable. The nights and days shrouded in anxiety have weighed heavily upon Ryugu Kingdom. They could only silently pray for Princess Odoheim's safe return. The prolonged silence only heightened their unease. In the very spot where Princess Odoheim had previously addressed the people, a few individuals remained, hands clasped in prayer, yearning to hear her voice once more. Please, come back alive. A group of children gathered around Jinbi, gazing out at the sea from the harbor, as if waiting for Princess Odoheim's safe return. Hey, Jinbi, when will Princess Odoheim come back? Asked a young fishman, tugging at Jinbi's clothing. Indeed, when will Her Highness return? Jinbi's gaze remained fixed on the ocean, awaiting news of Princess Odoheim, yet all he could do was wait. He spoke solemnly, Trust in her, we must endure. She embarked on this journey for your future. Looking at the child who pulled at his garment, Jinbi turned his gaze back to the distant sea, silently wishing, Princess, you must return safely. At that moment in the sea forest, seated before the colossal treasure tree Adam, was a figure clad in a grand black robe, remaining silent and motionless. It was only when a fishman wielding a trident appeared behind him that he sighed. Brother Tai. The newcomer was Aladdin, the ship's doctor from the former Sun Pirates. And before him sat Tiger. Hearing Aladdin's words, Tiger raised his hand slightly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Fisher Tiger is dead. I am now called Tiger Hunt. Aladdin remained silent, quietly sitting beside Tiger as they both gazed at the immense treasure tree Adam. After a long pause, Aladdin spoke, You are also worried about Princess Odoheim, aren't you? Tiger did not answer, merely sighing and closing his eyes. Another week passed, each day feeling like an eternity, until at last, a massive sailing ship emerged from the thick fog over Fishman Island. The islanders halted their tasks and rushed to the harbor, yet their expressions were grave, fearing that the long-awaited news could be the death of Princess Odoheim. The ship's silhouette loomed larger through the mist, and the islanders watched with anxious anticipation. Just then, they spotted Princess Odoheim standing at the bow, waving enthusiastically. The somber expressions on their faces melted away, replaced by joyous cheers as they embraced one another. For Princess Odoheim had returned safely. Wonderful! Princess Odoheim, we are so glad you have returned safely. After days of persuasion, Princess Odoheim had finally quelled the wrath of the domineering celestial dragons and returned with a letter, a correspondence from the celestial dragons to Fishman Island. This was indeed a glimmer of hope for Fishman Island. The next day, in the Joan Cold Square of Fishman Island, before nearly all the islanders, Princess Odoheim began her speech. Ladies and gentlemen, a word from the world nobles carries significant weight at the meetings of kings and the world government. As she spoke, she raised the letter she had brought back. This is a letter from the world nobles. It read, For the harmonious coexistence of fishmen and humans, I also support the proposed signatures. In other words, when we present a substantial number of signatures at the World Government Meeting, this letter can empower us with tangible influence. Resettlement is certainly possible. We can breathe under the true sun. The news of the Celestial Dragon's letter, just read by Princess Odoheim, caused quite a stir among the crowd. Yet more whispers of doubt and speculation filled the air. Hey, did you hear? Princess Odoheim just said the Celestial Dragons sent a letter to Fishman Island. Yes. They said they would support our signatures. Could it be that the Celestial Dragons would support our signatures? The murmurs continued among the fishmen, while Princess Odoheim, standing on the podium, observed their reactions attentively. Yet, having reached this point, how could she turn back? In her eyes, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to realize her dream of allowing the islanders of Fishman Island to live under the true sun, free from prejudice and discrimination. Despite her complex emotions, Princess Odoheim raised the letter from the Celestial Dragons once more, declaring, "Thus, what we need now is more signatures. I can only wait quietly for your decision. Therefore, I implore you to express your will to coexist with humans and your desire for resettlement." Her fervent appeal resonated as she opened her arms wide, calling out loudly. Silence fell, a deathly stillness devoid of the urgency Princess Odoheim had anticipated. There were no shouts of readiness or clamors of support, only an uncomfortable silence that eroded her confidence. With arms still raised in hope, her expression gradually hardened and faltered. The once enthusiastic smile now replaced by embarrassment. "Please, everyone, sign your names." Princess Odoheim knelt, pleading, a sight difficult to fathom for one of royal lineage. Yet she did so. Even as the response remained cold, a profound sense of powerlessness surged within her, and she sank to the ground in disappointment. At that moment, small hands began to deposit signatures into the large wooden box before her. Hiki. It was a group of children, striving to present her with bright smiles. "Children, you won't let me down now, will you? You still need to take me back later." The past events had cast a considerable shadow over Princess Odoheim, leaving her in trepidation, yet the children continued to present her with wider smiles, saying, "No, our mom said she would sign too." "Yes, yes. My mom said she would sign as well." The rustling sound echoed, akin to paper slicing through the air. Princess Yahim gazed at the ever-growing list of signatures within the wooden box, her eyes brimming with disbelief and uncontainable joy. Slowly, she lifted her head, and what met her gaze was the very scene she had yearned to witness prior to her speech. "Your Highness Yahim, this small box is insufficient. Do you know how many people reside in our nation?" Tears had long since moistened Yahim's eyes, swirling within their confines. She clasped her hands over her mouth, striving to suppress her emotions. In that moment, she finally felt that her efforts had not been in vain. She recognized that all she had done was indeed worthwhile. "Excellent. Let us now switch to this. Those who support the princess's fervent wish, please cast your signatures here." The left minister raised a colossal box in the square, prompting the people to eagerly deposit their names within. Princess Yahim, covering her mouth with both hands, felt the tears accumulating further in her eyes until they finally overflowed. And she wept aloud, tears of joy cascading down her cheeks. The weeping princess was escorted away by the smiling right minister, while even a stalwart knight of the sea, like Puniton, shed tears of happiness in that moment. The history between merfolk and humans, fraught with discrimination, had often gone unacknowledged, yet with the step taken by the princess, a glimmer of hope emerged anew. If only a few more signatures could be collected, perhaps the future of Fishman Island could indeed change. If one could understand Princess Yahim's unwavering conviction, perhaps even along could find salvation. "I wish to show this scene to Brother Tai," thought Ji-Bei, who held a signature list himself, watching the princess joyfully respond to the children's inquiries. Meanwhile, in the forest of the sea, Aladdin leaned again on his trident, finding Tai still seated as if he had not moved at all. "Are you not going to take a look?" Aladdin asked the tree-like figure of Adam, staring blankly. However, Tai offered no reply, remaining transfixed by the immense tree roots before him. Sighing, Aladdin departed. Signatures continued to flow in, although the islanders remained skeptical of humans. They also looked forward to a new era dawning. Princess Yahim. Several children dashed over, excitement radiating from them. "I signed again," they exclaimed, proudly displaying their signature list before her. "That is cheating. One may only sign once." Princess Yahim feigned seriousness in her admonition. Sorry. The children wilted like frostbitten eggplants. But the princess soon donned a bright smile, saying, "I appreciate your heartfelt intentions, truly. Thank you." "At last, the hard work has borne fruit," remarked the left minister. observing the scene. Yet suddenly, chaos erupted. Fire. Everyone, stand back. A fire has broken out. What caused the signature box to ignite? The once orderly square became a frenzy as the massive signature box blazed with flames. In the midst of the turmoil, an elegant figure awkwardly approached the stage, carrying a bucket of water. Yahim, quickly, extinguish the flames and protect the signatures. Princess Yahim poured the entire bucket of water over herself and, without hesitation, plunged into the inferno. Princess Yahim, clutching the nearly charred signatures, she disregarded her severely burned hands and held them close, declaring, "These signatures are of utmost importance. They must be safeguarded. We cannot allow everyone's efforts to be in vain, for they embody our dreams and are crucial to the future of Fishman Island." The soldiers around her were moved by her determination. "Yes, we will do everything in our power to save the signatures. You must flee. Leave the rest to us." Princess Yahim slowly stood, still cradling the scorched signatures, unaware that danger lurked silently nearby. In a shadowy corner, a dark gun barrel had already taken aim at her. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Princess Yahim fell, struck in the chest, her gaze fixed on the signatures turning to ash in the air as she collapsed into the flames. Ah! Princess Yahim has been shot? Doctor! Call for a doctor. The previously chaotic square erupted into utter pandemonium. Mother! The three princes of Dragon Palace, upon witnessing their mother shot and lying in a pool of blood, disregarded the flames before them and rushed to her side. The square remained in turmoil. To the denizens of Fishman Island, Princess Yahim was akin to their spiritual cornerstone, and now, with her perilous state, their foundation was crumbling. They forgot to flee. Forgot to extinguish the flames, standing instead in the square, calling out to the figure amidst the flames. Princess Yahim, Ji-Bei, Aladdin, and the former members of the Fishman Pirates sought the assailant, following the sound of the shot. At the opposite end of the square stood a figure cloaked in an oversized hood, Tai, accompanied by several shorter members of the FFF team. Tai's face was entirely obscured, revealing only his trembling arms and heaving chest. Who was it? Tai could no longer contain himself, roaring in fury, though his voice was drowned amidst the square's greater clamor. Its intensity was evident from the FFF team members who covered their ears behind him. Tai was consumed by rage. He could not bear the thought of his kin being slain, especially the noble Princess Yahim. Yet he was unaware of the identity of her assailant. Whether they were human or merfolk, Tai hunched over, struggling either to contain his anguish or to suppress the impulse to charge forward. His body continued to tremble, and an internal battle raged within him until Harrison pressed a hand on his shoulder. "Brother Tiger, your phone." Harrison presented a small snail. Its eyes tightly shut and its mouth curled downward, yet its expression bore an unusual seriousness. "Tai, remember, right now you are a dead man." The voice belonged to Ba'an, resonating with unyielding authority through the small snail. "But, Ba'an, that scoundrel shot Princess Yahim." Tai bellowed at the snail, the force of his voice causing the creature's eyes to roll back. The snail paused in silence before Ba'an's voice emerged once more. "And then? Do you wish to escalate the trouble further?" On this occasion, Ba'an's tone was unexpectedly calm, as though he were recounting a trivial matter. Yet, his words struck Tiger like a deflated balloon, causing cold sweat to cascade down his body. It was not out of fear, but rather a sense of helplessness. Tiger was acutely aware that Ba'an spoke the truth, should this once-deceased pirate re-emerge before the world. It was highly probable that the world government would once again exert pressure on Fishman Island, and even those former slaves who had regained their freedom might be affected. While Tiger's mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, his fist clenched tightly, only to relax helplessly moments later. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, the transponder snail once again conveyed Ba'an's voice. "All right, Tiger, it is time for you to head to the West Sea, where the branch has accumulated numerous matters to address. Trust me, there will be an explanation." Although the gravity of his message sounded somewhat comical coming from the transponder snail, Tiger harbored no doubts regarding Ba'an's sincerity. Ultimately, it all traced back to the celestial dragons. With a deep sigh, Tiger silently ended the call and turned his gaze once more towards the chaotic square. His body not trembling with agitation, but 2 lines of tears escaped from the corners of his eyes, a testament to the Iron Man's tenderness. These tears perhaps encapsulated all of Tiger's mourning and guilt for Princess Odoheim. Harrison quietly took the transponder snail from Tiger's hand and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Tiger, it's all right. Prepare yourself. We are about to leave." Tiger wiped his face with his arm and turned to Harrison. "Huh? Leave? Where to?" Harrison was left bewildered, struggling to reconcile this with the ferocious Tiger he had just witnessed. The West Sea. was all Tiger said as he strode past the members of the FFF group. Hey, wait for me, brother Tiger. At that moment, on the Sabaody archipelago, Barn had just hung up the phone and picked up the second-generation Ghost Slayer resting beside him, silently polishing it. However, the lack of focus in his eyes betrayed a palpable aura of menace. Upon hearing Harrison's report, Adam instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. Observing his master's current demeanor, even someone with an IQ below 60 could discern that Barn was in a foul mood. Master, Adam addressed him with an unusual seriousness, refraining from the usual casual titles, despite the fact that Barn appeared to be of a similar age. Yet, Barn offered no response to Adam's earnestness. His hand, which had been diligently polishing the blade, halted abruptly, and in a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. A flash of crimson light erupted as a colossal arc of red energy sliced through the air, narrowly missing Adam and cleaving through the entire guild, continuing across the sea outside until it eventually vanished. The strike nearly split the guild in two, silencing the previously raucous chatter on the first floor. Every individual present was stunned into silence, some even forgetting to lower their glasses. Adam gulped in horror. The magnitude of that strike illuminated the vast chasm between himself and Barn, evoking a sense of regret for the challenge he had issued days prior. Leonard and the others must be arriving soon. Barn quietly sharpened his knife, speaking in a chilling tone, yet the murderous intent in his eyes had diminished somewhat. Yes, it should be within these few days. Barn nodded faintly, running his hand along the blade of the second-generation sword, then remarked, Go fetch that old man Rayleigh from next door. I'm still quite displeased. Adam, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, darted out, realizing that this was the first time he had encountered such a master. Perhaps in the future, he would think twice before provoking Barn. Meanwhile, in a basement somewhere in the holy land of Mary Geos, a visitor arrived. The spacious basement was illuminated only by a desk lamp atop a solitary table, where a figure was bent over, engrossed in some task, seemingly oblivious to the stranger who had suddenly entered. The sound of the stranger's footsteps echoed softly in the eerie silence. The individual at the table ceased their actions but remained fixated on the small object in their hands, casually uttering, What brings you here, Admiral Sengoku? Sengoku halted, straightening his tie as he responded, I merely came to see how things were progressing, Dr. Vegapunk. His voice, robust and resonant, reverberated through the unsettling quiet of the basement. Though it was not loud, it carried an echo. He, came the reply, a slightly hoarse voice belonging to the nominal owner of the basement. The renowned scientist of the Navy headquarters, Vegapunk, whose intellect was said to surpass humanity by 5 centuries. Vegapunk ambled to a corner of the vast basement, fumbling in the darkness until he pressed a button. Sengoku had likely grown accustomed to these eccentric behaviors, for Vegapunk was a genius whose thoughts transcended contemporary understanding. The moment Vegapunk's finger pressed down, a tremendous noise filled the basement, sharp and piercing. Although Vegapunk displayed no sign of surprise, Sengoku instinctively covered his ears. Accompanying the shrill sound, a colossal apparatus emerged from the shadows, igniting the previously pitch-black basement with a blinding light. If Barn were present, he would surely recognize the massive device as the enhancement machine he had tinkered with aboard Whitebeard's ship, though, even if he were here, he might not identify it. Vegapunk continued his peculiar antics, moving behind the enormous enhancement machine, wielding tools that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, and pried off the machine's rear casing. He extracted a hexagonal device the size of a soccer ball. Since earlier, Vegapunk had not answered Sengoku's inquiry, only emitting his trademark laughter while engrossed in his baffling task. Now, as he juggled the mysterious device, he uttered his first words of the evening. This is truly a remarkable object. The last time you brought me this, I found it quite puzzling. Yes, it was discovered at a base in the Chambord Islands prior to the Navy's bounty on Azurebarn. The Navy and government have been closely monitoring this, but regrettably, the site has nearly turned to ashes. We only recovered this item you now hold, Sengoku replied, adjusting his glasses with a finger, speaking with measured clarity. No, this item is sufficient, Vegapunk said, shaking a finger at Sengoku. He then returned to the enhancement machine, performing a series of operations before reinstalling the device. He subsequently rummaged through a cluttered area, retrieving a handgun. Oh, Admiral. Come take a look, Vegapunk beckoned, and Sengoku obliged, stepping behind him to observe as Vegapunk tossed the handgun into the enhancement machine. He then produced a red stone from his pocket, dropping it into a small window labeled feed opening, and finally pressed a red button. The machine emitted a tremendous sound, Unlike the previous sharp noise, this one was thick and reminiscent of a turbine as were. A wave of heat radiated from the device, prompting Sengoku to discreetly loosen his tie. Ding! This was likely Vegapunk's more user-friendly design. The cacophony and heat gradually subsided, and Vegapunk slowly extended his slender hand into the enhancement machine. "Behold the enhanced handgun," he announced, retrieving the weapon, which now shimmered faintly with an imperceptible white light. Sengoku's eyes, concealed behind thick lenses, gleamed with interest. This is the enhanced equipment," Vegapunk preemptively answered Sengoku's anticipated question, then ambled over to a massive boulder marred with knife scars and bullet holes. "This is indeed a marvelous invention," he reiterated for the second time. Pointing the gun at the boulder, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet embedded itself into the stone, astonishingly achieving what was expected yet still surprising. It possesses the ability to alter the molecular structure of matter, thereby enhancing the weapon's potency. Vegapunk stated, his words resonating like a grand revelation to Sengoku's ears. Sengoku tightened his tie once more, his eagerness palpable as he inquired, "When can we commence large-scale production?" "Well, at least not at the moment. As I mentioned, it alters the molecular structure of matter, but each material has its limits. Take this gun, for instance." As Vegapunk spoke, his pinky finger recoiled, causing the previously impressive weapon to plummet towards the ground. Thud. Contrary to Sengoku's expectations of shattering, it disintegrated into dust. What? Sengoku was left flabbergasted, his aspirations of bolstering the Navy's strength through this technology dissolving along with the handgun. This gun is merely a failure. Its success rate is rather low, relying heavily on chance. Of course, it may also be due to my incomplete restoration of it, Vegapunk remarked with a shrug, though his words sparked a flicker of hope in Sengoku's heart. How long until it can be perfected? Sengoku pressed eagerly once more. However, Vegapunk did not respond immediately. Instead, he rummaged in his pocket for another piece of redstone, weighing it in his hand as he noted, "We're running low on this material." Upon hearing these words, Sengoku's expression suddenly turned serious. He straightened his posture and adjusted his tie once more, stating, "I understand. I will promptly fulfill your request, Dr. Vegapunk." After saying this, Sengoku strode directly toward the exit of the basement. "This truly is a remarkable invention," Vegapunk reiterated. "If possible, I would very much like to meet the individual who devised this contraption, the fugitive known as Barnes." Vegapunk's words caused Sengoku to pause again. Yet he did not turn around. He merely adjusted his glasses and left a parting remark. "Rest assured, you shall meet him soon, though it may require you to venture into the city." With that, Sengoku pushed open the door and exited. The basement fell silent once more, and Vegapunk returned to his workstation, continuing to manipulate the small redstone in his hands, murmuring to himself, "If you can indeed accomplish this, I wouldn't mind embarking on that journey, hehehe." Meanwhile, in a certain maritime expanse of the New World, the colossal Moby Dick was gliding slowly through the waters. At the bow, Marco, who had not made an appearance for quite some time, was leisurely napping, a substantial bubble of mucus dangling from his nose. Pop. The sound of the bubble bursting roused Marco, yet his expression bore no signs of the satisfaction typically associated with awakening. Instead, he wore a serious demeanor. "What troubles you?" inquired Vista, a friend of Marco, noticing his grave countenance. "I don't know. I can't shake the feeling that I am being watched," Marco replied, resting his head in his hand. On an uncharted island, a massive figure was surrounded by a throng of people, gazing intently at the surface of the sea. There, 3 naval warships were engaged in combat against a vessel carrying celestial dragons. The enormous figure donned a helmet that was supposed to have 2 prominent horns, though one had been broken off. Perched upon his shoulder was a frail, elderly man wearing a similarly horned helmet, albeit with one horn missing. Were Barnes present, he would immediately recognize this imposing figure as the notorious pirate world destroyer Bartholomew Warlord, who had once escaped from the deep-sea prison alongside him and Shiki the Golden Lion. Warlord cast a dark gaze upon the clashing naval vessels, his face betraying no trace of emotion. Suddenly, he coldly inquired, "Biojack, how long has it been since they commenced their assault?" Biojack, trembling, fumbled a pocket watch from his breast pocket and replied, 8 minutes, cough cough." His frail body struggled even with such a simple task, resulting in a prolonged fit of coughs. However, Warlord appeared oblivious to the frail state of the man he once held in high regard. His ominous gaze fixed upon the vessels as he remarked, 3 warships and a pleasure yacht. It is far too slow. While that may be true, those are the comrades you painstakingly gathered while you were absent. Biojack interjected, sensing the underlying tone of Warlord's words, only to be cut off abruptly. Gathering numbers is not enough, Warlord retorted, shifting his attention elsewhere. Nanding, Jeelam, Sebastian, you have 1 minute to show them what you can do. From the shadows emerged 3 figures who responded in unison. Understood. I am eager to demonstrate. Moonlight illuminated their forms, revealing one exceptionally large individual. Bearing many traits not typical of humans, this was Odin, a hybrid of merfolk and giant from Warlord's crew. Accompanying him were a man with square-shaped hair, Jeelam the shipwright, and a tall woman marked by subtle wrinkles, Nanding the ship's doctor. With a swift leap, the immense Sebastian dove into the ocean, exposing only his back, while Nanding and Jeelam followed suit, landing upon Sebastian's back. Sebastian swiftly swam toward the naval vessels, inevitably drawing their attention. What is happening? They are gliding across the water. However, the trio had no intention of allowing the Navy time to react. They leapt directly onto one of the warships. Nanding positioned herself at the bow, surveying the gathered Navy, and proclaimed, "Hehehe, there are so many of you, but today you shall all remain here. Confronting martial arts. Release the dispersal." Nanding transformed into a brown whirlwind, sweeping the Navy before her into the sea. Ah, that is Warlord's ship's doctor, Nanding of Hanfang Martial Arts. A few aboard recognized her, recalling her association with the man who once stood alongside Whitebeard. Yet he could utter no more. No matter how many times I look, your ships are still too mundane. Allow me to reassemble them. Cube Chaos. Jeelam, the shipwright of Warlord's crew, utilized his powers to disassemble the ship into cubes, ejecting the Navy members from its confines. Sebastian leaped high into the air, gripping his spiked hammer tightly. Enough with the chatter, let us finish this. He swung the hammer forcefully against the ship's mast. Watching as the vessel succumbed to the sea amidst clouds of dust and flames, Warlord observed this scene from a distance, smirking. It seems that if one wishes to achieve something, it can indeed be done. However, it is still too slow. Allow me to take over. I will require only 50 seconds. Wait, Warlord. Biojack shouted, but Warlord paid no heed to his cries. With a series of moonwalks combined with the powers of his Momo fruit, he swiftly approached the pleasure yacht protected by the warships. On board, the presence of the world's aristocracy would undoubtedly incite panic amongst the naval personnel. A brave soldier raised his weapon, aiming at Warlord. Yet, in an instant, Warlord appeared before him. May I borrow this? He commanded, seizing the soldier's dual pistols, and, with a fist enveloped in haki, sent him flying. After executing these actions, Warlord raised his arms, aiming the dual pistols at the flanking warships. Momo, 100-fold cannon. 2 unremarkable bullet holes released the most ordinary of projectiles. However, the size and velocity of those bullets surged dramatically until they transformed into formidable cannonballs, crashing resoundingly against the flanks of the warships. The air was filled with agonizing cries. These were not only from the Navy, but also from the new recruits of the Vardo pirate crew. How infuriating it was to sacrifice companions. One must admit, there are still men of justice within the Navy, at least aboard this foreign vessel, who disapprove of Vardo's actions. A Navy soldier charged forward, brandishing a sickle. Vardo had always been sensitive to the term companion, especially when uttered by an enemy. The outcome was grim. The soldier met a dreadful end. His weapon appropriated by Vardo. Momo, 100-fold slash. The sickle in Vardo's grasp magnified relentlessly until he cleaved the massive foreign vessel in 2 with a single stroke. Utilizing his moonwalk and fruit abilities, Vardo successfully returned to the island. His first utterance upon landing was, "How is that, Biojack?" Exactly 50 seconds. Hearing this, a cruel smile crept onto Vardo's lips. The massive foreign vessel blazed upon the sea, flames intertwined with desperate screams and pleas for help. Not far from the burning ship, a giant fishman held 2 humans, observing the scene with expressions devoid of sympathy, replaced instead with excitement. They were core members of the Vardo pirate crew, shipwright Garam, ship's doctor Nanding, and combatant Sebastian. Vardo truly is remarkable, Garam remarked, his glasses reflecting the flames, obscuring his true expression. Meanwhile, Nanding adjusted his glasses with his pinky and chimed in. His combat prowess hasn't waned at all. It seems Vardo has not regressed during his 10 years in the deep-sea prison. Sebastian's expression was much simpler. A mix of awe and admiration, tinged with a hint of excitement. However, on the shore, the new members of the Vardo pirate crew looked at the robust man and the distant burning ship, their expressions betraying not admiration but sheer terror. Overwhelmingly, it was too chaotic. He had even sent companions flying. At this moment, Vardo turned his gaze towards these new recruits, delivering his inaugural address as captain. Newbies, listen up. Anyone who disobeys my orders meets this fate. Remember it well. Vardo's tone was firm, yet among the newbies, one dared to retort, Aren't they fighting fiercely for you, obeying your commands? Why do you? They're too slow. Vardo seemed to regard it as an inconsequential matter, casually pulling out a few walnuts to fiddle within his hands. He continued, My orders allow not a moment's delay. Those who are tardy, I shall personally send them on their way. With that, he crushed the walnuts in his grip, the shells shattering instantly. A colder expression spread across Vardo's face as he spat forth ruthless declarations. Fight for me. If you lack the resolve to die for me at any moment, vanish from my sight now, immediately. He then tossed the crushed walnut shells into his mouth. Observing Vardo's somber countenance, which seemed capable of condensing water droplets, cold sweat trickled down the brows of the newbies. This man, devoid of compassion, was beyond their comprehension. He had gone mad. 3 new recruits concluded that Vardo had indeed lost his sanity, fleeing in a frenzy while shouting in panic. Vardo, observing their retreat, casually spat out the walnut shells he had just consumed, which, at that moment, transformed into projectiles, piercing through the bodies of the 3 fleeing individuals with lethal force. Let us eliminate those attempting to escape, Vardo exclaimed, as if relishing a delightful task, erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. His squinted eyes failed to notice the terror-stricken faces of the new recruits or the disbelief etched on Biojack's face as he perched upon Vardo's shoulder. At this moment, Vardo exuded an eerie strangeness to Biojack. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku sat at the center of a large desk, feeding his pet goat while surrounded by stacks of documents. Across from him, 2 sofas accommodated Carp, engrossed in devouring Senbei, and Akainu, whose expression was grave. On the other side, Akiji had donned his eye patch and appeared to be comfortably asleep, while Kizaru lounged with crossed legs, leisurely perusing a newspaper. TSK, TSK, TSK. He resembles a mad dog, slaughtering anyone who crosses his path, nobility, the Navy, even pirates. Kizaru remarked with a hint of amusement. Akainu, in contrast, spoke in a more measured tone. The government believes this. Following the assassination of the world nobles, they summoned the 7 warlords and dispatched a pigeon 3 days ago. Sengoku paused, furrowing his brow, and questioned, They bypassed us? Just then, a woman with some wrinkles graced the doorway, a former beauty still discernible. Her presence even halted Carp's voracious consumption of senbei. Tsuru? Sengoku called out. The woman, known as Tsuru, paid little heed to their reactions, and continued. This is a necessary assembly to address Vardo's assault, incorporating the 7 warlords into our sphere of influence to prevent any collusion with Vardo. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. 10 years ago, that man, dubbed the World Destroyer, left a path of ruin in his wake. The government has always viewed him as a significant threat. Not only the populace, but even other pirates regard him with trepidation. Before Sengoku could finish, Tsuru interjected, Thus, a decade ago, the world government secretly convened many pirates harboring animosity towards him to collaborate with the Navy in a campaign to eliminate Vardo. As she spoke, Admiral Tsuru's gaze swept across the trio of Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji before she continued. At that time, you were all newcomers, do you remember? Kizaru, seated on the sofa, folded his newspaper, his eyes slightly raised as he replied, Indeed. During our fierce battle against the pirate coalition led by Waldo, we only cornered him when he was on the verge of retreat. However, it was actually due to the infiltration of government spies that the tide turned, leading to the disintegration of the formidable Waldo pirates. At this moment, Akiji, who had been roused from his slumber, had caught some of Admiral Tsuru's words and inquired, Why has that man only now made an appearance? Sengoku, upon hearing this, interlocked his fingers beneath his chin and replied calmly, Previously, Bandy Waldo had been kept in a state of frozen death within the depths of the underwater prison. It was only during the recent jailbreak orchestrated by Ashur Barnabas and Golden Lion Shiki that he was freed, alongside the renowned swordsman Oni Kiki from the New World, and Ascalon Leonard, who had once served the world government's intelligence agency. Leonard? I recall he was the one who covertly directed the spies to infiltrate the Waldo pirates, Tsuru remarked, astonished. She could not fathom why someone who had once rendered great service to the government would find himself in the depths of the underwater prison. Nor could she understand why he would ultimately ally with the so-called enemy Waldo. Sengoku merely nodded solemnly in response to Tsuru's concerns. He has been released, an exceedingly dangerous individual. Akainu stated flatly. That man is a user of the Momo fruit, capable of exponentially enhancing the speed and size of objects he touches for his assaults. The title Destroyer of Worlds is not mere rhetoric. Kizaru then interjected. You mentioned that the world government summoned the 7 warlords of the sea? Who is the nearest warlord to Waldo at present? Without hesitation, Kizaru replied, Waldo and his crew currently reside in the Calm Belt. And the closest warlord should be the newly appointed king of Amazon Lily, who has just accepted the invitation. However, the former king passed away from a mysterious illness, leaving the current regent, the elderly Giroliosa, and the next king is merely a child in his teens, caught in a transitional phase. Kizaru's unusually lengthy and serious discourse prompted Sengoku to rise from his enormous desk without delay, declaring, "To confront Waldo, we will need some assistance. Gather the warlords of the sea and prepare to encircle Waldo. Based on our intelligence of his movements, we know he is lurking in the surrounding waters. Dispatch orders immediately to prepare the warships." Yes. The personnel in the office swiftly exited, leaving only Carp and Sengoku, along with the sound of Carp crunching on some bay. Suddenly, a colossal cannonball, propelled at an extraordinary velocity, sliced across the tranquil surface of the Calm Belt, sending waves rippling across the usually placid sea. The massive projectile struck a small island directly. Boom. In the distance, on what appeared to be a gargantuan fortress resembling an island, a massive cannon was mounted, alongside which Waldo rested his hand, gazing at the now dust-like remnants of the island. "Well done, Garam." Waldo's tone was infused with excitement, yet when he uttered Garam's name, there was no hint of warmth, as if he were merely referencing a tool. Is this a joke? It only took one shot for that small island to. The astonishment of the Waldo pirates' new recruits was palpable, their mouths agape in disbelief, as if questioning, "Is this truly the cannonball we just loaded?" In contrast to their astonishment, Garam, the shipwright responsible for this achievement, remained remarkably composed, hands on his hips. Though a flicker of disappointment crossed his face as he remarked, "What a letdown. I've been anticipating your revival for the past decade, Waldo." In his eyes, Waldo was still a comrade, and his efforts were selfless, perhaps deserving of mere praise. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Waldo he once knew had transformed. At this moment, Nanding chimed in. "We too have been eagerly awaiting this. You know how much effort Sebastian and I expended to gather the materials for this vessel? Don't you dare take all the credit." Nanding's words indicated his displeasure at Garam's earlier boastful behavior, and even the usually reticent Sebastian chimed in with a smirk, echoing, "Indeed." Garam appeared somewhat agitated, raising his voice, "Walululu." Their quarrel was interrupted by Waldo's laughter as he leapt down from the massive cannon, landing before Garam and the others. "No need for disputes. I am sincerely grateful to you all," Waldo professed, though his expression revealed little sincerity. Nevertheless, Garam and Nanding felt a surge of joy, believing their decade-long efforts had not been in vain. Afterward, Waldo slowly turned, surveying the immense fortress with arms outstretched, proclaiming, "This is the ship we dreamed of a decade ago. At last, it has come to fruition." His voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement as his gaze shifted to the colossal cannon that had just obliterated an island. And this colossal cannonball, its already formidable power will be amplified 100-fold by my Momo ability. With this, not even the world government's Mariewa could withstand our assault. With that, he turned his attention to Garam, Nanding, Sebastian, and the cadre of new recruits, declaring, "Everything is now in readiness. Let us deliver a devastating blow." Walululu. However, just as Waldo reveled in his exuberant fantasies of Mariewa reduced to ruins, a feeble voice broke through, belonging to his once trusted older brother, Biojack. Yet this time, he did not come to offer congratulations, but rather to douse Waldo's enthusiasm with cold water. "Waldo, the plan may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated." "What?" Waldo's laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a look of disdain directed at Biojack. "The recent events have alerted the world government to the revival of the former great pirate." "Mandy Waldo," Biojack stated. "Humph, that was precisely the intention. No need for alarm." Waldo, haunted by the events of a decade past, felt a palpable fear of Biojack and chose to turn away, no longer gazing at him. However, the astute individuals among us, ever wary of our assaults, began to summon the 7 warlords of the sea. Biojack continued, "Is that true?" The reactions of Nanding and her companions suggested they had heard something of great significance. Yet, Waldo appeared utterly bewildered and inquired, "The 7 warlords of the sea? What is that?" "Indeed. You have been imprisoned in the depths of the sea for the past 10 years, hence your ignorance," Biojack replied. "Ahem. The 7 warlords are pirates sanctioned by the government to plunder. In times of emergency, they can be called upon as the government's hounds. Although they may be seen as mere lackeys, their might is renowned throughout the world." Biojack spoke slowly, yet Waldo did not receive the answer he sought. "So what?" Biojack reached into his pocket and produced a multitude of small Dinden mushi, proclaiming, "My intelligence-gathering abilities are infallible. The warlords received a summons this morning, and will arrive at the world government within a few days. Thus, your plans will not unfold as smoothly. Before Biojack could elaborate further, Waldo abruptly interrupted him. Wait, was the summons issued this morning? Waldo's sudden question left Biojack momentarily perplexed. Is there a problem with that? He asked. Then we can turn this to our advantage, Waldo suggested. Yet Biojack remained confused, asking, what do you mean? Who is the nearest government lackey? Waldo seemed to pose a question unrelated to their previous discourse, but Biojack answered truthfully, it is the king of the Kuja, who has recently accepted the Navy's invitation to become one of the 7 warlords. Waldo said nothing further, but a smile of cunning, named conspiracy, graced his face. Damn it, master. Why do you keep coming to this place to fish? I simply cannot comprehend why you return here daily despite catching nothing. At that moment, on the 14th island of the Sabaody archipelago, Adam arrived at a dock and spoke irritably to the individual seated before him, none other than Barn. Barn paid no heed to Adam, his unfocused eyes gazing vacantly at the horizon, still clutching the fishing rod that would yield no catch. If you have comprehended everything, then you have become my master. Is there something you wish to convey? Barn spoke softly, inquiring about Leonard's arrival. Adam's response elicited a raised eyebrow from Barn, who silently began to pack up his fishing rod. Gradually rising to his feet, he declared, it is time to stretch a bit. Adam, observing his master shouldering the fishing rod and walking off in his own world, suddenly posed the question. Barn did not glance back, nor did he pause in his stride. He continued to walk, absorbed in his own thoughts, when he uttered, what do you mean? Upon hearing this, Adam let out a wry smile, shrugged his shoulders, and replied, you know precisely what I am referring to, and you are also aware of how I will respond, ha. Come on, Leonard is still waiting for us at the guild. After a while, the two arrived at the branch on Island 14, where beside the branch stood a charming tavern named Peony. At that moment, a handsome gentleman was stationed in front of the tavern, sporting a cheerful smile as he indulged in his own drink. Although Barn could not see him, he could still sense the familiar aura surrounding him. Riley, why did you not go to the auction house to sell yourself today? Barn smiled at Riley, who chuckled softly, raising the flask in his hand. There is still some liquor left, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Barn nodded and continued on his way toward the guild. Are you leaving? Riley inquired, gazing at Barn. Barn remained silent, merely nodding before stepping through the grand entrance of the guild. Riley observed Barn, smiled faintly, and poured himself another sip of wine, then shook his head, muttering to himself, another companion for my drinking escapades has dwindled. The FFF Guild's branch was located on the 2nd floor of the Sabaody archipelago. Adam guided Barn to a doorway and halted at its threshold. Barn pushed the door open, and Adam followed him inside. Chirp, Fitz? Barn exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld his long-lost companion, Fitz. During this period, Fitz had remained at the headquarters in the East Sea, keeping company with the young blacksmith, Leah. However, this time he had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago alongside Leonard. Barn and Fitz had been engrossed in conversation for quite some time. Indeed, they were the earliest of companions, and after such a prolonged separation, there was surely much to discuss. Although the two spoke different languages, this did not hinder their harmonious exchange. Seated at a table in the back was Leonard, who had long since shed the image of a scruffy vagabond that he once was, having escaped from the prison. Now, he donned a sleek black suit, complemented by a perfectly fitted black hat with a white brim. A neatly folded white handkerchief peeked from his breast pocket, and his beard was meticulously groomed into a refined goatee, giving him an air of sophistication reminiscent of his former allegiance to the world government. Leonard smiled as he observed Fitz and Barn until Fitz, feeling spirited, leaped onto Barn's head and began to look around. It was then that Leonard approached Barn, executing a courteous gentleman-esque bow, and said, "It has been a while, esteemed president." Upon hearing this, Barn let out a bitter smile and waved his hand, saying, "You remain unchanged. We have shared the experience of imprisonment as comrades. There is no need for such formality. Moreover, the nominal president of the FFF Guild is Adam. Both you and I are merely inconspicuous figures." Leonard, upon hearing this, also wore a wry smile, dismissively waving his hand, though Barn could not see it. "Is Leah currently in charge over in Donghai?" Barn casually inquired. "Indeed, do not underestimate Miss Leah. She has grown significantly during this time and has blossomed into a beautiful young woman." "Oh," Barn responded with a playful tone, yet his unfocused gaze met Adam's. Instantly, Adam's face flushed crimson as he turned on his heel and retreated to the guild. "Honestly, I can't tell if you're truly blind," Adam mumbled as he departed, leaving Leonard and Barn in a fit of laughter. Fitz, oblivious to the source of their amusement, perhaps found it amusing as well. Chirping excitedly a few times, Leonard retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting one for himself before inquiring, "Pray tell, my esteemed guild leader, what prompted your sudden summons?" Barnes' finger rested beneath Fitz's chin, who wore an expression of utter enjoyment. Rather than directly addressing Leonard's inquiry, he posed a different question. "Where has that fellow, the Golden Lion, been lately? He has been remarkably discreet during this period." Leonard, momentarily taken aback by Barnes' question, eventually responded. "According to Kiramoku, the Golden Lion has found a companion named Dr. Indigo, and they have ventured to a place called Wilmayu." "Wilmayu," Barnes repeated, savoring the seemingly familiar term, and then nodded with an air of unspoken understanding. His fingers continued to playfully tease Fitz, as he added, "I intend to set sail. Life has become too comfortable lately, and my joints are growing rusty." With that, Barnes cooperatively rolled his shoulders, as if to convey to Leonard that his body truly required some movement. Leonard nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired further, "Where do you plan to go?" "To Nine Serpent Island. That is where I shall embark." Barnes spoke with a serious expression. "Nine Snake Island. I recall it being a windless zone. How do we get there?" "Ah, Luffy. Luffy will guide you there." Barnes responded with a smile. Leonard nodded upon hearing this, then extended a finger and inquired, "So, the final question? Why was I summoned? Surely it is not merely to escort Fitz." "Haha, certainly not." Barnes' words elicited laughter from Leonard, but soon the mirth faded. Barnes retrieved a newspaper from his pocket, dated not long ago, and handed it to Leonard. As Leonard took the newspaper, he noticed it contained news about the world destroyer Bandivaldo, who had once escaped from deep-sea penitentiary alongside them. The smile that had graced Leonard's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. He then asked, "What is it that you require of me?" At this moment, the expression on Barnes' face was considerably more casual. He placed his hand upon Fitz's chin and spoke with a tone imbued with subtle significance. "I hold a favorable view of the strength of the Waldo pirate crew. As you are aware, the guild is in a phase of development and requires some formidable new blood. I have heard that the incident from a decade ago is related to you. Would you be willing to share the details with me?" Barnes' tone was peculiar, especially when contrasted with his current appearance. It was hard to believe that such words could emanate from a young man. Leonard also regarded Barnes with a grave expression, as if attempting to glean some insight from his unfocused gaze. However, he soon relinquished this effort, letting out a heavy sigh before speaking. "Well, regarding that incident from a decade ago, I did indeed play a role in it, and I was, in fact, one of its architects." Barnes nodded slightly, gesturing for Leonard to proceed with his discourse. Barnes and Leonard were seated on the second floor of the FFF Guild S branch in the Shambadi archipelago. The only observer present was Fitz, who stood above Barnes. Barnes remained silent, allowing Leonard to speak freely. The matter at hand was not a decision made by the Navy. Rather, it could be asserted that the Navy was merely drawn in unilaterally. The true decision-makers were the world government. Leonard's tone was somber, and had Barnes been able to perceive it, he would surely have noticed a flicker of anguish in Leonard's furrowed brow. "Mr. Barnes, as you are aware, Bandivaldo had already severely disrupted the equilibrium between pirates and the Navy at that time, and, a decade prior, he had committed the heinous act of slaying a celestial dragon." Please continue." Barnes interjected timely, indicating that he understood and gestured for Leonard to continue. Indeed, Barnes had slain celestial dragons before, albeit during a chaotic encounter with Tiger when they stormed Mariawa, leaving him uncertain if the Navy was aware of their actions. At that time, a formidable coalition of Marines and pirates had pursued Bandivaldo and his crew for several days, finally cornering them in a sea of the New World. Yet, both sides found themselves at a stalemate as Leonard recounted these buried memories with considerable storytelling prowess, transporting Barnes back to that fateful night a decade ago. Sengoku, Garp, Bandivaldo, appearing almost the same age as he was now, stood at the bow of his colossal ship, the Valdo, shouting those names amidst a torrential downpour. At that moment, the Marine Admiral was still Steelbone Kong, and Garp and Sengoku were merely generals, summoned to participate in that extermination battle. Valdo's imposing figure roared defiantly, "You too. What do you truly desire? I have misjudged you." On another warship, Garp and Sengoku stood shoulder to shoulder, Garp's fist clenched tightly, while Sengoku, known for his strategic mind, wiped sweat from his brow. If he continues to speak, Garp's expression darkened. Indeed, it was perhaps as he claimed. Never had Sengoku's demeanor been so grave. "Valdo, what is happening?" Biojack, seated upon Valdo's shoulder, inquired as Valdo descended from the ship's bow. Slightly tilting his head, Valdo replied, "Those scoundrels formed a pirate alliance to defeat us. What did you say? Nanding seemed incredulous. However, Valdo merely snorted before asserting. The world government is orchestrating this from the shadows. What shall we do, Valdo? A concerned crewman from the Valdo pirate ship asked. The dire situation, rather than dampening Bandivaldo's spirit, elicited a chilling laughter from him. As usual, we shall eliminate anyone who obstructs our path. Right, Sebastian? The towering fighter, Sebastian, inspired by Valdo's fervor, responded with renewed zeal. Indeed. Ha. Valdo erupted into maniacal laughter, yet neither he, nor Nanding, Guy Lamb, Sebastian, nor even Biojack noticed the myriad expressions of the sailors around them. The two sides continued exchanging cannon fire relentlessly. Even while surrounded, the Valdo pirate crew showcased formidable combat prowess. Amidst the cannonade, Sengoku remarked grimly, "It seems this is more complicated than anticipated. Our losses are substantial. Let me face him one-on-one. We shall determine a victor." Garp roared, his face contorted in rage. However, a sudden voice interrupted him, ominous yet self-assured. "There is no need." Garp and Sengoku turned to find a figure clad in a black suit, his expression obscured beneath a dark hat. "Why are Cypherpole agents here?" Garp queried. But the figure offered no direct response, his eyes glimmering with a hint of conspiracy, before coldly stating, "The situation is about to undergo a drastic change." Boom. Boom. After unleashing their final two cannonballs, the Valdo pirate crew ceased fire, plunging the sea into an eerie silence, save for the howling winds and crashing waves. Within the Valdo pirate crew, a transformation was underway. Huh? Why? Bandivaldo, bewildered, looked at the equally perplexed Biojack. Why have we stopped firing? But the answer came in the form of a barrage of gunfire. Bandivaldo stared in disbelief at former comrades now aimed their guns at him, blood oozing from numerous bullet wounds. "What do you want?" The ship's doctor, Nanding, exclaimed in terror. The gunman bore expressions of dark resolve tinged with fear. "To oppose the world government is clearly impossible. I no longer wish to follow you. If you surrender now, you should not face retribution, correct? Who is behind this? Have you been bribed by the world government?" Guy Lamb and Nanding shared looks of incredulity. Yet, amidst the tension, another voice ignited the powder keg of the situation. "Not just us. You are the same. Surely you haven't been deceived by their sweet words." Biojack exclaimed from his perch on Valdo's shoulder. But he was roughly cast aside as Valdo leaped towards the group of former allies, now adversaries. "Valdo." Biojack attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The enigmatic figure in black observed the turmoil aboard the Valdo with a telescope. A cold detachment in his voice as he remarked, "It has begun. Commence the full-scale assault." The cannonade erupted. A unilateral barrage from the world government raining down upon the Valdo pirate ship, engulfing the vessel in flames. Formerly rebellious members of the Valdo crew lay slain at Valdo's feet, gasping for breath, not from the toll of battle or the gunshot wounds, but from overwhelming disappointment. This once mighty man was undone. "Are you not my comrades?" Valdo lamented, gazing at the lifeless forms before him. "Indeed, Captain," the same sudden voice echoed, cold and methodical, as the black-suited figures closed in. Biojack, eyes wide with fear, questioned, "You cannot be Cypherpole agents, can you?" "What is that?" Valdo inquired, eyeing those surrounding him. "The world government's secret intelligence agency," Biojack answered. "Precisely. Though we briefly regarded you as allies, it was merely a matter of duty. This is where it ends." Each word from the black-clad agent struck Valdo like a hammer, culminating in one of them piercing Valdo's chest with an armament-coated finger. Waldo collapsed, and this battle not only shattered his body but also obliterated his beliefs. He had truly fallen. Witnessing all of this, BJRK made a painful decision, gritting his teeth as he dragged his frail body to run. "Halt. Don't let him escape. Nandin, Gollum, everyone, flee at once." Waldo's consciousness had not yet faded, and he naturally heard BJRK's words. "BJRK, what are you saying?" "But Captain," "He will. I know, but this will only lead to needless death. As the acting captain, I command you to survive." "What is happening?" "I understand, Captain. I'm sorry." "Stop. Sebastian, for heaven's sake. Let them escape." "Humph. They are injured anyway. They won't last long." A series of dialogues echoed in Waldo's ears as his consciousness gradually dissipated, before it vanished completely. Only one thought remained in his mind. Those scoundrels dared to betray me. Leonard sat atop Lab, a cheap cigarette pinched between his right index and middle fingers, gazing contentedly at the tranquil sea. Lab moved swiftly, and Barn and the others had already entered the doldrums. At this moment, Barn sat atop Barn's head, his hand loosely gripping an old fishing rod, while beside him, Fitz unabashedly indulged in the bait he relished, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. Clearly, Barn was attempting to catch a fish that was beyond his reach. Breathing in the salty air that filled his nostrils, Barn, though unable to see, reveled in the pleasure of deep breaths. Chirp, chirp. As if understanding his master's innermost thoughts, Fitz joyfully chirped a few times. Fitz, you must miss this way of life. Chirp, chirp. Barn inquired, and Fitz chirped in response. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Barn's soulless eyes gazed into the distance. And the scene of his first arrival at Nine Snake Island 2 decades ago once again emerged in the unfocused depths of his gaze. Barn reached into his collar and retrieved the serpent tooth necklace, a symbol of his bond with Nine Snake Island, and began to murmur nostalgically to himself. After an indeterminate passage of time, Leonard, who had been gazing intently at the horizon of the tranquil sea, finally discerned the outline of an island materializing at the water's edge. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand, approached Barn from behind, leaned down, and spoke softly, Mr. Barn. Yes, it is approaching. Barn also sensed the familiar aura of Nine Snake Island. He patted Labu on the shoulder and spoke to Fitz, saying, Welcome back, Fitz. Cheep cheep. Barn is finally nearing Nine Snake Island, the place where he was reborn. However, unbeknownst to him, others harbor ulterior motives regarding the island. The frail and diminutive figure of Bijak stands upon the watchtower of the newly constructed fortress of the Waldo pirates, gazing serenely at the calm sea outside the window. The once azure waters have now succumbed to an ominous darkness, as if enchanted, drawing Bijak's gaze. He stares at the moon's reflection on the inky surface, his eyes gradually becoming hollow. In this peculiar locale, a sudden voice shatters the eerie silence. Waldo has arrived. The sound of his polished shoes echoing on the stairs announces his presence as he steps onto the watchtower. Bijak acknowledges Waldo's arrival, albeit with a tone of inquiry. Are you truly set on heading to Marineford? He coughs, his voice tinged with disbelief. Waldo, unfazed, seems to have anticipated Bijak's question. He inquires nonchalantly, Are you concerned? Before Bijak can respond, Waldo continues, But you need not worry. It is precisely for this reason that we must abduct the Empress of Nine Snake Island. If we use the women summoned by the government as a shield, we can reach Marineford without a hitch. Wherever we are, we can aim that colossal cannon at Mariehua and fire. As he speaks, Waldo's demeanor grows increasingly frenzied, his arms outstretched. His face contorted into a grotesque smile as he cruelly exclaims, Imagine Mariehua being blown away. The panicked Marines. The world nobles fleeing in terror. It would be an extraordinary spectacle. He bursts into maniacal laughter, as if the scene he describes has already unfolded before his eyes. A palpable thrill of vengeance envelopes him, and it is evident he is ensnared in its grasp. However, the frail Bijak interrupts Waldo's daydreaming. Trembling, he turns with great effort, his frail and aged visage now adorned with an unwavering resolve. I oppose this plan. He coughs vehemently, as if the exertion has drained his strength. Waldo, dismissive of his brother's condition, raises an eyebrow and questions, Oppose? The tone drips with disdain. Yet Bijak, undeterred, maintains his steadfast gaze and declares, Isn't this cannon and ship a symbol of our freedom? That is why we must strike against the world government. Waldo abruptly interjects, They are the true enemies of freedom. His agitation is palpable, veins throbbing on his forehead. In the face of Waldo's outburst, Bijak's expression dims slightly as he lowers his gaze, admitting, Perhaps you are right. You need only to obey my orders. Waldo's eyes darken with dissatisfaction, his face contorted in a menacing scowl. My commands are absolute, even if you are my elder brother. Should you defy me, I will not hesitate to deal with you. With that, Waldo disregards the stunned Bijak and descends the watchtower without a backward glance. Captain, we have spotted Nine Snake Island and are approaching, a voice from the telephone snail below announces, revealing the presence of Garum. Upon hearing this, Waldo's lips curl into a cruel smile. At last, let us proceed, brother. Bijak remains silent, his gaze still fixed upon the darkened ocean, now shrouded in clouds that obscure the moon, plunging the sea into complete darkness. 10 years prior, in the Waldo ship's conference room, Waldo, Bijak, Garum, Nanding, and Sebastian were deep in discussion. A submarine? Garum inquired suddenly. Indeed, only as a last resort should we submerge, thus avoiding unnecessary conflict. With our growing numbers, we require a larger vessel, Nanding added, looking at Waldo. What about armaments? Sebastian, ever the warrior, focused on what he deemed essential. Waldo, with a simple gesture, replied, I desire a cannon, a truly massive one. He exaggeratedly gestured, recalling a colossal artillery piece in his mind. Bijak, however, expressed skepticism. Why such a thing? If we aim to evade needless battles. Walu, brother, you're mistaken. Displaying an unbeatable cannon here will deter those aware of my Momo abilities, thereby preventing conflict. Oh, I see. It was clear that Waldo's perspective had garnered the group's approval. Understood. Leave it all to me. Garam exclaimed with enthusiasm. Our ideal ship shall symbolize our freedom. Bijak gazed at Waldo with hope, a faint blush gracing his aged cheeks. That is quite extravagant, Bijak, Waldo chuckled. Haha, Waldo. You have changed. After Waldo's departure, the once silent watchtower was filled with the sound of soft weeping. 9 Serpent Island. A nation isolated from the world and situated in the doldrums, is surrounded by mountains on all sides. At the northernmost peak lies a palace, hewn by human hands, which, once a symbol of solemnity and grandeur, now feels oppressively stifling. Within the vast palace, only one person occupies the throne, an elderly figure with a face etched by time. The former king of 9 Serpent Island, Giroliosa. At this moment, she wore a grave expression, holding a document emblazoned with the emblem of a seagull. A symbol of the Navy, which served as a decree for her as the ruler of 9 Serpent Island. You left too soon, leaving behind a multitude of troubles. You should have known that you and Roger were never meant to be. Why were you so foolish? Giroliosa murmured, her eyes tightly shut, her fingers incessantly rubbing her brow. The current situation on 9 Serpent Island was precarious. The reigning emperor had succumbed to a legendary ailment, leaving the nation without a king. The previous ruler, Giroliosa, was aging. And the next in line was merely a 9-year-old child, plunging 9 Serpent Island into an awkward transitional phase. To seek refuge. They had reluctantly accepted an invitation from the Navy's 7 warlords, intending to navigate this turbulent period quietly, however, with Waldo's escape. The Navy demanded 9 Serpent Island's assistance in capturing the prison breaker, the world destroyer Bandavaldo. In her hand, Giroliosa held the summons from the Navy for the 7 warlords. Giroliosa had no intention of deploying troops, for against a pirate of Waldo's caliber, no number of soldiers would suffice. With 9 Serpent Island lacking any formidable military strength. As queen, she could not send her subjects to their doom, yet she could not disregard the Navy's orders. In moments of helplessness, one often reminisces about old friends. And Giroliosa was no exception. She found herself murmuring, Aishi, if only you were here. Just as Giroliosa felt overwhelmed, a small figure burst into the palace. Upon entering, the little one did not immediately speak, but instead gasped for breath. Giroliosa, seated upon her throne, did not scold the intruder for barging in. Rather, a look of fondness graced her features. Smiling down at the small figure, she inquired, What is it? What has happened? Little Hancock, why do you appear so flustered? Granny, our hero, Lord Barnbod has returned. What? Giroliosa appeared incredulous, the document slipping from her grasp, though her astonishment quickly gave way to joy. Quick, bring him here. It was no wonder Giroliosa was so exhilarated. Barnes' arrival signified a turning point in their plight. Upon hearing her command, the still breathless little Hancock dashed out once more. Giroliosa anxiously fidgeted with her fingers until, chirp, 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 Fitz. Now, Fitz had grown to the size of an eagle, standing out prominently atop Barnes' head. Birds, after all, travel faster than humans, and Fitz flapped his wings, rushing towards Giroliosa, while Barn followed at a leisurely pace. Barn, she exclaimed. It has been so long since we last met. Although Barn could not see, he could perceive the subtle changes in the aura of Giroliosa and the raspiness in her voice. He understood, after all, not everyone possesses the immunity to the ravages of time as he does. Time is merciless, at least it has been so for Giroliosa. The vibrant, youthful Giroliosa from 30 years ago is a mere memory, replaced by the aging woman before him. How envious I am of you. It seems that time has left no trace upon you. Indeed, you have aged. Ha. Yes, not everyone is as fortunate as you. Barnes shook his head with a wry smile and turned to Leonard. Leonard, why don't you take a stroll outside? I wish to converse with an old friend. Leonard maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, offering a courteous bow before departing from the palace. So, my old friend, shall we engage in a conversation? Barnes gazed at Gloria with his hollow yet profoundly expressive eyes, uttering, as you wish. Gloria, radiating a gentle smile, replied in kind. Behind the palace of the 9 serpents, there looms a great mountain adorned with 9 colossal serpent heads, serving as both a symbol of 9 Serpent Island and a totem of sorts. Typically, few would dare to tread upon this sacred ground. However, at this moment, Barn and the former king of 9 Serpent Island found themselves in this very place. Barn sat cross-legged atop one of the colossal serpent heads, with an abyss stretching infinitely below him. Yet, he remained unfazed, playfully teasing Fitz, who had grown to the size of an eagle, perched above him. Meanwhile, Giroliosa stood silently behind Barn. Barn's deep voice suddenly resonated. And although he continued to tease Fitz atop his head, the smile on his face had vanished. Aisling succumbed to the plague 2 years ago, Gloria replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Compared to Barn, her sentiments towards Aisling ran deeper, and thus, the loss had inflicted upon her a greater wound. It is truly unexpected that such a person would meet such a fate. Barn pressed his hand against his forehead, sighing repeatedly as he spoke. Ashy is merely human. Without consuming any fruit of life, they too can fall ill and ultimately face death. Such is the fate ordained by the heavens. Behind him, the silent figure of Girolio approached, gently placing a hand upon Barn's shoulder and speaking softly. Barn seized the hand of Girolio's resting upon his shoulder. Yet what he felt was not the slickness of the palm he remembered, but rather a parched and calloused grip. Time has inscribed its marks upon every individual. The white beards of Rayleigh and Roger bear witness to this indelible passage. Even though Roger has departed from this world, the only constant remains myself. A mere consequence of consuming this so-called fruit of life. Indeed, it is a most nefarious fruit. Barn gently rubbed his gnarled hand, reflecting on the peculiar expression of longing adorning the face of its owner, which he could not see. Perhaps sensing the unusual tension from Gloria, Barn awkwardly released her hand, discreetly wiping it on his trousers. Ahem, let us turn our attention to the current state of Amazon Lily. Gloria, previously lost in the reverie of her long-lost first love, was jolted back to reality by Barn's words. After casting him a glance filled with unspoken sorrow, she proceeded to discuss matters of importance. The Navy has requested that the King of Amazon Lily assume the title of Warlord of the Sea. Gloria's tone was grave, perhaps even solemn. What? This is a positive development. Your island will benefit from it. In stark contrast to Gloria's serious demeanor, Barn raised an eyebrow and replied, of course. If the Navy merely wishes for us to join the warlords, it wouldn't be an issue. However, do you realize that the recent calm belt has been anything but tranquil? Gloria remarked with a hint of significance. What about Waldo? Barn clasped his hands together, resting them on his nose as he spoke. His perception of Valdo, this so-called friend who had shared the experience of escaping prison with him, was far from positive. He constantly sensed an undercurrent of exclusion emanating from Valdo, as if, in Valdo's universe, he was the sole inhabitant. I believe anyone would find such a sentiment deeply unsettling. However, Barn was unique. He understood that Valdo's transformation was not without cause. There had been interference from the Navy and betrayal from companions. Yet, Barn held on to the belief that there was still hope for Valdo. Otherwise, he would not have journeyed such a great distance to bring Leonard to this desolate, windless expanse. Most importantly, Valdo's prowess was significant. As Barn had long yearned for the stronghold that belonged to Valdo in his memories, which held great importance for his plans. What demands has the Navy made of you? Barn maintained his previous posture and inquired, the Navy has requested us to intercept the wanted criminal world destroyer band of Valdo on behalf of the Navy. You are aware, Barn, that our current situation on Nine Snake Island is rather dire, and even if we weren't in such a predicament, I would never permit the warriors of Nine Snake Island to make a futile sacrifice for this reason. Barn nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed in thought. Fitz, curious, pecked at Barn's brow, sensing that he was contemplating something significant. Meanwhile, not far from Barn and Giroliosa, behind a large boulder atop the giant serpent's head, a young girl clad in the distinctive attire of Nine Snake Island observed them with a furrowed brow. How peculiar, she mused. What could Lord Barn be discussing with Granny? They just held hands. The book stated that men and women should not casually hold hands. Could it be that Lord Barn has feelings for Granny? The girl, having momentarily entertained this fanciful notion, vigorously shook her head. No. Their relationship cannot be that intimate. It simply cannot be. Yet, her hands clenched into fists against her chest once more. But I heard that Lord Barn and Granny are old acquaintances. Could it really be? Her anxiety escalated. But she quickly resumed shaking her head. No, it cannot be. Granny is so elderly while Lord Barn appears so youthful. They are not a suitable match. Indeed. The only one worthy is a girl like me. This young girl was none other than Boa Hancock, the future queen of Nine Snake Island. However, at this moment, she bore no resemblance to the regal queen she would become 2 decades hence. Instead, she tugged at her clothing nervously, her expression betraying youthful infatuation. If Giroliosa were present, she would undoubtedly recognize the similarity to her own previous demeanor. Unbeknownst to the love-struck young Hancock, danger was stealthily approaching. Valdo and Bijou Jack had quietly landed on Nine Snake Island, taking refuge behind a large rock not far from Hancock. Valdo, observing Barn conversing with Guroliosa atop the serpent's head, wore a grave expression. Why has he come here? Valdo pondered. Hey, Bijou Jack, which one is the king of Nine Snake Island? Valdo inquired coldly. I just received news that the king of Nine Snake Island passed away not long ago. What? This is truly futile. It was evident that Valdo was displeased with the lack of satisfactory information, as he had no desire for a fruitless journey. No. I haven't finished speaking, Valdo. Bijou Jack, perched on Valdo's shoulder, hastily waved his hands, knowing his frail form could not withstand Valdo's wrath. Upon hearing Bijou Jack's words, Valdo managed to suppress his anger, though his gaze remained icy as he awaited further commentary. Bijou Jack pointed in Hancock's direction and said, that little girl must be the next ruler of Nine Snake Island. Boa Hancock. She is destined to inherit the position of Warlord of the Sea. Valdo followed Bijou Jack's gesture and spotted the radiant Hancock, hidden behind the rock. A cruel smile crept onto Valdo's lips. Let us proceed, brother. With that, Valdo swiftly approached Hancock's side. You are Hancock? Still lost in her dreams of the future. Hancock remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, responding almost instinctively. Yes, I am Hancock. Valdo smirked. Well then, come with me. Come? Where? At this moment. Hancock finally regained her senses, but her first sight was of an imposing figure. Yet before she could utter a sound, Valdo covered her mouth. Meanwhile, Barn had sensed the looming threat. Although it seemed directed elsewhere, he recognized the familiar presence of Valdo, which shattered his calm demeanor. He swiftly brought Guroliosa before Valdo. That is little Hancock. Release her at once. Upon witnessing Hancock's predicament, Guroliosa's anxiety peaked, and she called out urgently. However, the individuals present appeared to tacitly disregard her. With the exception of Hancock, whose misty eyes were fixed on Guroliosa, Valdo and Barn continued their cold stare-off. That is the infamous pirate, Ashura Barn Bahat, a dual devil fruit user. Bijou Jack exclaimed, his voice quivering with fear at Barn and Guroliosa's sudden appearance, for his intelligence-gathering skills had made him well acquainted with Barn. Yet, unexpectedly, Barn and Valdo shared a history as old friends. Valdo, it has been a long time, Barn spoke first, eager to engage with Valdo under such peculiar circumstances. Indeed, Barn. It has been quite a while. I am uncertain why you are here, but I hope you will not interfere with my affairs. Without further pleasantries, Valdo's tone remained frosty. Momo, tenfold acceleration. With that, Valdo vanished from Barn's sight at an astonishing speed. Hancock. Guroliosa attempted to pursue, but Barn raised a hand to halt her. Guroliosa, visibly distressed and perplexed by Barn's somber expression, looked on. Guroliosa, I believe you may need to acquiesce to the Navy's demands. However, rest assured, the representative of Nine Snake Island will not be any of its warriors, but rather, I. Let me go. Let me go, you big bad guy. Hancock, trapped under Valdo's arm, continued to shout, her small feet kicking wildly. Yet Valdo remained unfazed, utilizing his devil fruit powers to soar through the air. Realizing that her commotion failed to distract Valdo, Hancock bit down hard on his arm. Valdo merely frowned, undeterred in his speed, even accelerating further. Little Hancock, still clinging to Valdo's arm, kept her eyes shut, trying to convey her determination. However, Valdo remained indifferent until a massive fortress under construction came into view. Shocked, Hancock momentarily ceased her struggle and slowly released her grip. Before her lay a colossal structure resembling an island, its surface strewn with rectangular stones, manipulated by a figure wielding a massive hammer, though he appeared rather aged. Most striking were the enormous black pipes stacked on the island's open ground, the spiraled engravings within hinting at their purpose. Cannon barrels. This was a gargantuan cannon, one that would instill fear even in the future Empress, Hancock. What on earth does this man intend to do with such a colossal cannon? Hancock slightly raised her head, gazing at the inexplicable figure who had come to take her away. Thanks to the powers bestowed by the Momo fruit, Valdo swiftly transported Hancock to their colossal fortress, the Grossel, located in the Calm Belt. As soon as Valdo landed, a figure emerged from a concealed door within the fortress. It was a woman, appearing to be in her 40s. Although her face bore some wrinkles, it was evident that she must have been a beauty in her youth. Yet, Valdo did not spare her a second glance, treating her as if she were a stranger. Take care of her, Nanding, he uttered succinctly before casting Hancock into the arms of the woman named Nanding, departing without a backward glance. Hey, Captain. Nanding glanced at Valdo after receiving Hancock, seemingly on the verge of voicing something, yet ultimately refrained, silently observing Valdo's retreating figure. Let me go. Release me. You scoundrels. The vast fortress echoed solely with Hancock's cries. At the Navy headquarters, in the expansive conference room, Sengoku sat at the center of the desk, diligently sifting through documents, while Carp sat on a nearby sofa, engrossed in demolishing snacks. On the other side, Akiji remained in slumber, and Kizaru appeared to be frowning at a newspaper. The only notable absence was Akaino. Report. At the entrance stood a naval soldier, his posture impeccably military, clearly bearing fresh news. Come in, Sengoku replied without lifting his gaze, maintaining his work efficiency. Yes. The soldier marched into the conference room with precision. Admiral, Akaino has just sent word. Moria and Jinbei from the Seven Warlords have refused the Navy's summons. And Don Quixote da Flamingo is engaged with other matters. The only warlords available for mobilization are the newly inducted swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, and the King of Amazon Lily. Admiral Akaino is concerned about insufficient manpower and requests the headquarters to assign Admiral Kizaru for support. The soldier delivered his report with an impassive demeanor, yet it was Kizaru, observing the newspaper, who first interjected with a sigh. What a rare moment of relaxation. Send Akiji instead. Kizaru's already tight features formed a more pronounced frown as he glanced at Akiji. Akiji, still asleep, remained oblivious. Kizaru, in frustration, shielded his eyes with his hand and said, Fine, I'll go. Sengoku observed everything, his hands continuing to shuffle through documents as he muttered, then let Kizaru. Wait, Sengoku, Carp interrupted. You old codger, Carp. What are you up to? My snacks are with you. Sengoku's command was abruptly cut off by Carp. With a crunch, Carp finished off the last of his snacks and stood up. Let me go. It's perfect timing since Kizaru seeks a break. While I've been resting too long and wish to stretch my legs. Sengoku paused, tilting his head to regard Carp. Carp, you haha. Carp chuckled. Leaning closer to Sengoku to whisper, we both know Vardo's strength. Relying solely on Akainu is insufficient. Moreover, I can't shake off that incident from a decade ago. I wish to clarify matters with him directly. Carp's smile faded, replaced by a serious tone, tinged with gravity. Carp, you Sengoku's brow furrowed. Recalling that incident from 10 years prior, a significant blemish not just for them, but for the Navy as a whole. They had allied with pirates to eradicate other pirates. Sengoku sighed and nodded. All right. Haha. Carp laughed heartily, rising from his lean, a new bag of snacks in hand. Sengoku, didn't you say they were all gone? What is this? He waved the snacks teasingly at Sengoku. Sengoku's forehead throbbed with tension. Sighing, as an old friend of Carp's. Sengoku had grown accustomed to his antics and chose to ignore him, opting instead to issue a command. Thus, the Navy headquarters will dispatch Vice Admiral Carp with 4 warships to support Admiral Akainu. Understood. The soldier, having received the order, saluted and exited promptly to relay the news to his superior, Admiral Akainu. Meanwhile, Carp performed a mock salute, albeit comically exaggerated due to his still chewing cheeks. I'm off. Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's irritation deepened as he waved dismissively. Hurry along. Haha. Carp stuffed his cheeks with another generous handful of snacks before departing. Just then, Akiji finally awakened. Looking around in confusion. What is happening? Nothing, just go back to sleep, Kizaru replied nonchalantly, shaking his newspaper. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Amazon Lily, Gloriosa sat upon the throne, hands clasped in concern as she gazed anxiously at Barn. Although Barn is unseen, one can discern from the tone of Gloriosa her earnest appeal. Rest assured, Gloriosa, we have been steadfast friends for many years. Trust me, I shall certainly return Hancock in her entirety. Barn cast a slight smile towards the direction of the throne and spoke. Gloriosa, however, nodded in reassurance. Barn elegantly tossed his cloak behind him and strode out of the palace. Farewell, Fitz. Chirp chirp. Barn sat atop lap, while Fitz excitedly circled in the air until the colossal fortress came into view. Tweet. Barn raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly as he inquired, Have we arrived? The whale, Labu, had grown significantly in size. Perhaps it was due to the newfound companionship that had eased its heart. It was now considerably larger than depicted in the original narrative, nearly matching the size of an adult island whale. Labu carried Barn, Leonard, and Fitz to the fortress belonging to Valdo. With a call, Labu summoned Fitz, who then descended from the sky to land atop Barn's head. Barn smiled, gently stroking the eagle-sized Fitz atop his head, and with a graceful leap, he landed on the still unfinished fortress. Leonard also made a nimble jump, alighting on the stronghold. Lab, please wait for me a moment. Barn turned his head towards the sea, where Lab was situated, and Fitz chirped a few sounds in response. Lab, in turn, gave a loud snort before diving beneath the surface of the water. Barn placed his foot upon the ground to take in the sensation. Leonard, on the other hand, squatted down to touch the surface and remarked, "Steel?" From Leonard's words, Barn discerned that he was no longer on solid earth. He was likely aboard the formidable fortress. The gross. So where might one seek out Valdo? Barn placed his hand gently upon Fitz's wing, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed nearby. "Who are you?" Emerged a voice belonging to a colossal merman, his azure skin contrasting sharply with the enormous black sunglasses perched upon his nose. The snug vest he wore failed to convey any semblance of gentlemanly grace. Perhaps it was the formidable spiked club in his grasp that revealed his fierce nature, rendering even his somewhat endearing visage grotesque. This was an Odin. Clearly, this imposing figure did not capture Leonard's particular attention. Leonard, absorbed in his own thoughts, retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket, deftly tapping it against his palm before placing a cigarette between his lips. With a stylish flick of his lighter, he set the cigarette alight, the crisp sound of ignition punctuating his practiced movements, coupled with Leonard's already handsome features. It was easy to speculate how many hearts might flutter at the sight. Odin? Though Barn remained unseen, he could distinctly sense the presence of the formidable being before him, whose aura was markedly different from that of an ordinary person, faintly tinged with a hint of fishiness. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, Leonard spoke. "You are a hybrid of a fishman and a giant, possessing traits of both the giant and the merfolk. You must be Sebastian, the combatant of the former Waldo pirate crew." Leonard gestured towards Sebastian with the hand that held his cigarette. "Ha ha ha, it seems you are familiar with me. You wish to see the captain, do you?" "Allow me to guide you," Sebastian replied with a grin, even as he brandished his spiked club menacingly. "Descend into hell," he roared. "You are rather overestimating yourself," Leonard remarked, discarding his cigarette and extinguishing it with his foot, while his right leg transformed into a shade of black. "Armament hockey." "Wait a moment, Leonard, it would be troublesome if you injure him," Barn interjected, stepping in front of Leonard just as he was poised to strike. Having remained silent until now, Barn used one hand to block Leonard while his other hand grasped the hilt of the second-generation Gueche at his waist. Swish, swish, swish. Barn had long since set his sights on the towering figure before him. With a subtle push of his thumb against the hilt, the blade was swiftly drawn. Barn's movements were so swift that even Leonard could merely catch a glimpse of 3 fleeting flashes in the air, before the second-generation Kitch, glowing with an eerie crimson light, had already returned to its sheath. Sebastian, being blind, could hardly discern Barn's actions. All he sensed were 3 fierce gusts from the blades, followed by a sudden lightness in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of Sebastian's massive wolf fang club shattering into 3 pieces upon striking the ground resonated, echoing its substantial weight. Infuriated, Sebastian bellowed, "Damn it. Fishman karate. Water strike." Aware that his weapon had been destroyed, he clenched his left fist, his veins bulging, exuding an impression of formidable strength. However, it was unfortunate that Barn was blind. In a fleeting moment before Sebastian could throw his punch, Barn had already closed the distance, arriving at Sebastian's chest and exerting a powerful force with his foot. Boom. Sebastian was sent crashing down. As Barn stood atop his chest, the blade poised at Sebastian's throat. The second-generation Kitch, adorned with fiery red patterns, radiating an uncanny glow. Barn smiled with a seemingly innocuous grin gracing his face. "You mentioned that you would guide us, did you not? Then, we appreciate your assistance." As Barn uttered these words, the blade inched closer to Sebastian's neck, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. Despite the seemingly innocuous smile adorning his face, beneath his sunglasses, Sebastian's unfocused eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation, his throat betraying an abnormal motion. Meanwhile, in the command room at the heart of the grocer, Valdo and BJ Rukek, perched upon his shoulder, beheld this unsettling scene through the monitor. Concern etched on BJ Rukek's face, he gazed at the image of Sebastian, subdued beneath Barn's foot, before turning to Valdo, as though seeking to comprehend how Valdo had provoked the individual known as Azura. In stark contrast to BJ Rukek's apprehension, Valdo appeared unperturbed about Sebastian's fate. Instead, his expression radiated gravity as he focused intently on the man looming over Sebastian's chest. "You have indeed arrived, Barnbahad," Valdo remarked coldly, selecting one of the myriad communication devices on the console. "What a wretched fool you are, though it is not entirely your fault. You are no match for him. Bring him to the central hall, Sebastian." Almost simultaneously, a similar command echoed from the pocket of Sebastian's vest. Barn raised an eyebrow and retrieved a small telephone bug from the pocket of Sebastian's chest. "How have you been, Waldo? I have come to reminisce with you." "My old friend." Barn smiled as he spoke. Haha, I will have Sebastian bring you here. On the other end of the phone, Waldo laughed heartily as well. But after hanging up, his previously cheerful expression darkened. You had better not interfere with me, Barn. Barn's smile faded in response. Just wait for me, Waldo. Admiral Karp. We have discovered Admiral Akainu's warship ahead. Karp stood at the bow of a Navy vessel, gazing at the calm sea, his brow furrowed, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. Lost in thought until the scout's report jolted him back to reality. Karp took the binoculars from the scout and peered ahead, spotting 6 warships anchored on the water. Adjusting the focus, he finally caught sight of Akainu at the bow of one warship, a large cigar clamped between his teeth. This was expected. But behind Akainu stood 2 young men Karp did not recognize. Full speed ahead to rendezvous with Akainu and the others, Karp ordered the soldiers on board. Dismissing the unknowns for now. Understood. Admiral Karp, we've been waiting for you, came a voice as Karp stepped onto a wide plank connecting 2 adjacent warships. Where he and Akainu stood. Haha, Akainu, this isn't your first solo mission, and you're already missing me? Akainu remained silent, his face as impassive as ever. The only noticeable change being the accelerated burn of the cigar in his mouth. Noticing Akainu's unchanging expression, Karp lost interest in pursuing conversation and turned his attention to the 2 unfamiliar young men behind Akainu. Both were quite young. One wore a white shirt with a puff collar, his neat short hair complemented by wine-red, gold-trimmed tight pants. A massive black sword, nearly as tall as he was, hung from his back, and his eyes resembled those of an eagle, seemingly capable of drawing one's gaze into their depths. The other sported tousled golden hair inclined to one side, his broad forehead adorned with elegant script, gold earrings dangling from his right ear, and a worn deep blue jacket over a white shirt emblazoned with 3 large letters F. The only incongruity was the 3 short tubes hanging from his waist. Who are these 2? Karp inquired. Akainu turned slightly to introduce them. This is Dracul Mihawk, the young swordsman who has just accepted the Navy's invitation to become a warlord of the sea. Karp's gaze shifted to Mihawk, who met his eyes with a glint of combativeness. Karp nodded with a smile. And this is, Akainu began, but Karp interrupted, stepping closer to the other young man and pointing at his forehead. I know this one, Alaric Ross, right? The young man with golden hair smiled and extended his hand, shaking Karp's. Indeed, I am Alaric Ross, Hero Karp. I greatly admire you. You can just call me Alar. Haha, you dare to write your name on your forehead? Quite audacious, I like it. Karp boomed with laughter. Not bad, right? Alaric grinned, instinctively patting his forehead, evidently pleased with it. Alar is an intelligence officer from the FFF Guild, contracted by the Navy to assist us. He is known as brake pad in these waters, Akainu added. Karp nodded at Alar with a smile and remarked, not bad, lad. Interested in joining the Navy and rolling with me? Haha, thank you, Admiral Karp. But I'm quite happy in the Guild. I don't wish to change jobs, Alaric replied, surprisingly declining the offer. That's fine, if you're not interested. Just know that I've got your back on this ship, Karp said, ever magnanimous. Well then, I appreciate it, Admiral Karp, Alaric responded, aware of when to choose his words wisely. However, he failed to notice Akainu's lips twitching slightly at his refusal. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Karp. We have reached the location of the Celestial Dragon's assault as indicated in the intel. Akainu nodded at the soldier's report and instructed, proceed. Understood. Sebastian walked through the corridors of the grocer, looking like a defeated rooster, lacking his previous bravado, trailed by Barn, Leonard, and a chattering bird. Fitz. Hey, Gaiaram. Sebastian led them to a wall, and as Fitz was about to peck at Sebastian's forehead for leading them to a dead end, Sebastian shouted. Suddenly, the wall appeared to disassemble, shifting into square stones that revealed a figure with a similarly square hairstyle, the shipwright of the Waldo pirates and the architect of the formidable fortress. Gaiaram. Who are they, Sebastian? Gaiaram inquired. The captain wishes to see them. Gaiaram scanned Barn and his companions with suspicion before his gaze landed on the dejected Sebastian. You lost? Sebastian's shoulders visibly slumped, and he replied glumly, yes. Gaiaram, receiving the answer, said nothing more, not even glancing back at Barn and the others. He pressed a hand against the wall behind him, which appeared to part with precise cuts, transforming into countless stones that slowly opened into an endless tunnel. Go ahead. The captain is at the very end, just keep walking. The most curious Fitz chirped and flew directly inside. Meanwhile, Leonard cast a worried glance at Barn, as if doubting whether this was a trap. Although Barn could not see, he sensed Leonard's intentions, merely smiling and shaking his head before following Fitz's call into the tunnel. Sigh. Observing Barn and Fitz, Leonard no longer insisted, lighting a cigarette before entering as well. Gilam would naturally not lay a trap for them. Sebastian's strength surpassed his own. And since he had already been defeated, there was no reason to seek further hardship. The darkness enveloped them. Leonard continuously flicked his lighter, as it was only natural. After all, he was a healthy individual, and adjusting to complete darkness immediately was no simple task. In contrast to Leonard, Born wore a faint smile. Not out of delight at having adapted to the pitch-black environment, but rather in anticipation of meeting Waldo. Ah, and there was Fitz, perched atop Barn's head, silent. Wings neatly folded against his body. He required no adjustment to this environment, for he had his trusty steed, Barn. One could only wonder how Barn would react if he knew Fitz thought this way. Ah, there's a light ahead. Perhaps due to having traversed the darkness for too long, Leonard had become acutely sensitive to light, quickly spotting a faint glow ahead. Just as he extinguished his lighter, preparing to dash out of the tunnel, the ground quaked. To be precise, it was only the stone beneath Leonard and Barn's feet that moved, swiftly shifting. In an instant, the trio was propelled out of the tunnel. "Captain, I have brought the person." Gilam's voice suddenly resonated in the space. Waldo responded with a nonchalant him suddenly. A blinding light pierced through, causing Leonard's eyes to sting, yet Barn remained unfazed, still wearing that gentle smile, his unfocused gaze staring ahead at none other than Waldo. "Long time no see, Waldo?" Barn smiled and spoke. However, Valdo did not respond immediately to Barn's words. He merely acknowledged with a faint sound before suddenly leaping down from the command platform to stand beside Barn. Almost simultaneously, Barn turned his head, and his unfocused eyes once again accurately locked onto Valdo. "Indeed, it has been a while," Barn bawed. "Oh, and the insufferable Leonard is here as well." Valdo's already unwelcoming expression grew colder upon seeing Leonard. "What did you say?" Leonard, just recovering from the blinding light, was ready to erupt at Valdo's remark. Yet, once more, Barn intervened. Observing Barn's outstretched hand before him, Leonard straightened up, his myriad grievances reduced to a mere cold snort. Valdo, gazing into Barn's eyes that met his with unwavering precision, seemed to wish to tear away the dark band obscuring Barn's vision to discern the truth. He maintained his gaze for a considerable time before finally speaking. "I truly cannot tell whether you are genuinely blind. Come with me." Barn merely smiled faintly before following suit. With Leonard and Fitz naturally not lagging behind, Valdo led Barn and the others to an exceedingly spacious area, where an expansive expanse was occupied solely by a solitary table at its center. Upon closer inspection, one would discern the spikes embedded in the walls, lurking in the shadows surrounding them. Valdo took his seat at one end of the elongated table and gestured for Barn and the others to sit at the opposite end. Barn also took a seat, with Leonard beside him. Suddenly, the previously tranquil venue was pierced by peculiar sounds. While Valdo remained impassive, Leonard glanced upwards. Before them loomed a massive iron cage, within which a small face could be faintly disowned. It was the little girl Hancock, whom they had encountered earlier on Nine Snake Island. Leonard cautiously nudged Barn with his elbow, signaling him to look above. Barn, however, did not act immediately. Instead, he merely nodded lightly. Hancock, whose mouth was sealed within the iron cage, was desperately calling for help, but alas, it seemed as though those below were oblivious to her presence, showing no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, a person arrived bearing 2 cups of tea, carefully placing one before Waldo and then approaching Barn. "There is a scent of herbs about you." Barn's nose twitched slightly, and then he addressed the individual before him. "I am Nanding, the ship's doctor of the Waldo pirate crew." "Greetings, Lord Azura." Barn accepted the tea from Nanding's hand, took a sip, and nodded in acknowledgement. "The tea is exquisite. Your taste is truly commendable. This is fresh longing." Upon hearing Barn's words, Nanding eagerly opened up, speaking with enthusiasm. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Valdo. "Ahem, that's enough, Nanding. You may leave now." Having said that, Valdo directed his gaze back to Barn, disregarding Nanding entirely. A flicker of disappointment crossed Nanding's eyes, yet he complied with the command and exited the room. "What brings you here, Barn? If I recall correctly, we are not close enough for casual visits." Valdo's right fingers rhythmically tapped the table as he spoke calmly. "Well, it's true that one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause. I do indeed have a few matters to discuss with you today," Barn replied with a smile. Valdo raised an eyebrow and slightly pursed his lips, indicating for Barn to continue. "My purpose for coming here is twofold. One is to thwart your plans, and the other is to rescue the young Hancock you have captured." The moment Barn articulated his first objective, the faint smile on Valdo's face vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. However, it quickly dissipated, as if nothing had transpired, and he spoke with a smile. What are you talking about, Barn? I have no plans whatsoever. As for that little girl, if you wish to take her away, then by all means, do so. In light of our simultaneous escape, I shall extend you this courtesy. Upon hearing Valdo's words, Barn cast a pale-eyed glance at Leonard beside him, his expression still bearing a smile. Leonard immediately signaled and leapt into the air. Gale strike. Leonard silently chanted, and a fierce gust erupted from his leg, severing the colossal iron cage that confined Hancock. Boom. The massive base of the cage crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound as Leonard cradled Hancock and gently descended. Well, as soon as Hancock touched the ground, she ran into Barn's embrace, leaving Leonard momentarily stunned. There, do not be afraid. I have come to rescue you. Barn gently cradled Hancock, his hand softly caressing the back of her head, offering her solace until her tears gradually subsided. So, is there anything else? Barn inquired. Valdo cast a cold gaze upon Barn and Hancock, his voice laced with iciness as he questioned, You should first go to Uncle Leonard. Barn patted Hancock on the back of her head, instructing her to proceed to Leonard, then turned his gaze toward Waldo. Hancock dashed to Leonard's side, her small hands clutching tightly to his clothing, anxiously and eagerly glancing at Barn. I have already stated my intention to thwart your plans. Barn continued to smile as he addressed Waldo, asserting, I have already stated that I possess no such plans as you suggest. Perhaps it was Barn's demeanor that irked Waldo, for his tone turned icy. Just as Barn was about to speak further, another voice interrupted. Enough. Waldo, this is not what we desire. Upon hearing this voice, Waldo narrowed his eyes and turned toward its source. Jorkek, frail and seemingly on the verge of collapse, grasped the forestand with both hands, uttering in a subdued tone. Yet, despite the apparent calmness of his words, both Jorkek and Barn could discern the underlying intent in Waldo's speech, which hinted at a veiled threat towards Jorkek. Jorkek, perceptive as he was, recognized Waldo's insinuations, yet he leaned on the stand and stepped forward resolutely before Barn, addressing Waldo with a weak yet unwavering voice. What we sought before was nothing like this, entirely different. The last remnants of a smile vanished from Waldo's face, his previously placid tone now morphing into one that was nearly merciless. Waldo's gaze shifted towards Jorkek, transforming into that of a stranger, tinged with a hint of hostility. Barn could naturally perceive the shift in Waldo's tone, a realization shared by Biojek, who had always relied on his intellect to secure his position within the Valdo pirate crew. Despite his frail health, he earned the respect of the formidable pirate crew not merely due to his identity as Valdo's elder brother, but primarily because of his sharp mind. However, even the typically composed Biojek found beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, for this was the first time he had openly opposed Valdo. Valdo's voice trembled, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast as he addressed Biojek. Do you remember what we desired most at the beginning? Valdo, with his cold eyes, regarded Biojek, seemingly urging him to cease his discourse. Nevertheless, Biojek turned his back to Valdo, lost in nostalgia, and continued, a faint smile gracing his face. What we wanted. That was 30 years ago, on an uncharted sea, on an obscure island, where the young Valdo was most accustomed to clinging to his elder brother, Biojek, who seemed to understand everything. One day, while sitting on the familiar shore, Valdo quietly watched Biojek and said, Look, Valdo, as he pointed towards the boundless sea. This vast expanse connects us to countless islands and nations we've yet to behold. Isn't it astonishing? The young Valdo, filled with yearning for the unknown, smiled back at his brother, Biojek. Indeed, one day, the two of us. Yet before Valdo could finish, Biojek erupted into a fit of coughs, interrupting his younger brother's words. Are you all right, brother? Valdo's previously cheerful expression turned to one of concern, his brows knitting together. Biojek suffered from a condition akin to premature aging. Despite being of similar age to Valdo, his appearance and physical vitality resembled that of a man in his 50s. The youthful Biojek, merely in his teens, bore the frailty of someone much older. Don't worry about me, Biojek managed to smile through his discomfort. Yet, Valdo's worry persisted as he gazed intently at his brother. Turning once more to the endless ocean, Biojek proclaimed, Valdo, one day you will set sail. At the horizon of this vast sea, unimaginable adventures await you. His words were uplifting, yet tinged with a hint of sadness and resignation. Brother, aren't you coming? Young Valdo sensed something amiss in his brother's tone, asking innocently. Biojek coughed again, prompting Valdo to leap to his feet in alarm. Are you all right, brother? I'm fine, Valdo, he reassured, turning his gaze back to the ocean. His back to Valdo. I have always been this way. It is beyond my control. Don't say that, Valdo exclaimed, standing tall before Biojek. Are you truly content to remain on this isolated island for a lifetime? Take my place and venture into the world. Live splendidly. Biojack's tone grew impassioned. Driven by his own limitations that kept him from the sea, yet he harbored the heart of a sailor yearning for the ocean. Unwilling to let his brother languish on an uncharted isle for eternity, his voice carried a mix of frustration, anger, and disappointment towards Valdo. However, Valdo looked resolutely at Biojack, affirming, "Brother, I want to go with you. Let's journey around the world. You wish to come too, don't you?" His voice was fervent, and his hands clenched into determined fists. Biojack, moved by Valdo's passion, found himself swayed but still hesitated. Valdo, sensing his brother's apprehension, declared, "It's all right. I will protect you. Let us embark together." Biojack, Valdo's name trembled from his lips, tears brimming in his eyes. "Don't cry. We are brothers," Valdo reassured. And in that moment, Biojack's eyes also glistened with unshed tears, softening Valdo's gaze, which lost its former harshness. Years later, they departed from the island, embarking on what was supposed to be an adventurous journey around the world. But that marked the beginning of their tumultuous fate. A devastating tsunami shattered their fragile vessel, casting the newly formed Bandy brothers onto a desolate island. Upon regaining consciousness, Biojack found Valdo engaged in a brawl at a bar with a group of ruffians. He leaped to his feet, clasping Valdo's waist, shouting, "Valdo, stop. You'll get killed." Valdo glanced at his brother clinging to him, and then surveyed the unconscious foes around them before halting his actions. "We are the Bandy brothers. Remember that," he proclaimed, pulling Biojack close and laughing heartily. His laughter resonated for years, until he established the Valdo pirate crew, gathering many companions. In jubilant revelry, Valdo laughed heartily, surrounded by Nanding, Garum, Sebastian, and other crew members. Yet, in moments of relaxation, calamities often lurked, as was the case now. A crew member stumbled into the celebration, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Captain, Vice Captain Biojack, what?" Valdo's demeanor shifted instantly. Biojack has been captured by the enemies of the Valdo pirate crew. Upon receiving the news, Valdo swiftly commandeered the ship, charging forth. In an instant, the once tranquil waters erupted with the sound of cannon fire, waves crashing against debris and remnants of ships littering the sea. The outcome was inevitable. The formidable Valdo pirate crew swiftly vanquished the audacious rival crew. They discovered the bound Biojack tied to the mast of the enemy ship. Fortunately, he bore no serious injuries, save for a broken corner of his helmet, possibly from the recent cannon fire or during his abduction. Valdo's expression darkened as he regarded Biojack. Eyes fixated on the broken helmet, his countenance grave enough to seem as though it could weep. Approaching the defeated pirate captain, Valdo seized the lavishly adorned ivory helmet and forcefully broke its remaining corner before donning it himself. He then lifted Biojack onto his shoulder, declaring, "No one will ever abduct you again." And so, the laughter of Valdo echoed once more. Once again, jubilant cheers echoed aboard the ship. The visage of Valdo, captured mid-celebration, had become a wanted poster with a staggering bounty of 200 million berries affixed to it. Biojack glanced back, reminiscing about the helmet that had adorned Valdo's head for decades, a symbol of nostalgia. Subsequently, the Valdo pirate crew experienced exponential growth, engaging in countless skirmishes. And Valdo underwent a subtle transformation. "Anyone who obstructs our path shall be cast aside." This declaration became the guiding principle and ethos of the Valdo pirate ship. However, everything changed after Valdo led his crew to assault a vessel belonging to the world government. Even Valdo's wanted poster morphed into a menacing visage. "Our journey should be one in pursuit of freedom, yet to others, we are merely pirates, soon to be hunted by the Navy and the world government." Unwittingly transforming into harbingers of destruction, Biojack lamented, his expression fraught with anguish as he clutched his heart, as if all his suffering coalesced there. "Do you remember the ship?" "The grocer," he exclaimed, arms outstretched, turning in a circle. "This is the ideal we yearned for a decade ago. We built the grocer not to await your return to dismantle the world government." His tone regained its resolve, tinged with determination as he gazed steadfastly at Valdo. "Brother, you still speak such words?" If Valdo's countenance had softened before, it now returned to its former coldness. He regarded Biojack with an icy demeanor, retorting, "You shall witness the outcome here. You are a nuisance. Do not engage in such foolishness. I am no longer the same as I was 10 years ago." Biojack, witnessing Valdo's renewed frostiness, appeared deeply pained. "Valdo, that incident was a misunderstanding. At that time, he attempted to explain, but was abruptly silenced by Valdo's harsh interruption." "I know, but it no longer matters," Valdo declared, his words leaving no room for negotiation. Overwhelmed by despair, Biojack sank to the ground, coughing violently while Valdo seemed indifferent, striding away into the pale light. Yet, they appeared to overlook a few individuals. Biojack, clearly with more to say, suddenly recalled another voice. "So, you intend to remain obstinate?" It was Barn. "And what of it? I warned you not to impede me. Take your people and leave at once." Valdo roared, having long since lost his prior composure. Biojack continued to cough in agony, yet Barn, undeterred, pressed on. "I mentioned I had two purposes for coming here. One has been fulfilled, but the other is to thwart your plans." Barn's tone remained nonchalant, as if he were discussing a matter wholly unrelated to himself, yet none doubted his capability. "It is indeed you who is obstinately deluded." A vein throbbed on Valdo's forehead, his hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth and spoke. "In truth, it was a decade-old affair," Leonard interjected, for he was a principal participant in that incident 10 years prior. However, Valdo was acutely aware of Leonard's background as a former Navy man, whether viewed through the lens of his past as a pirate or the events of a decade ago. Valdo's perception of Leonard could hardly be favorable. Previously restrained by Barnes' presence, he had been teetering on the brink, and Leonard's comment ultimately triggered his outburst. He charged forward with a fist imbued with the power of hockey. Momo, at 50 times the speed, contrary to the anticipated scene of Leonard being sent flying. There was not even a sound, only the sharp, metallic clang of impact. To disregard me so utterly, Valdo thought, as Barn held the second-generation sword, Enma, firmly against Valdo's fist. Barn swiftly removed the black band from his face, gradually opening his pallid eyes to fixate on Waldo. Yet, from the lifeless gaze of Barn, Waldo discerned a multitude of emotions: anger, regret, and, notably, compassion. "Do not regard me with such eyes," exclaimed Waldo, filled with indignation. In a flash, he retreated and produced a small stone from his pocket. Casting it forth, the stone surged through the air, rapidly enlarging to a size 100 times greater than before. Barn opened his third eye. A crimson blade of light flashed through the air, and the enormous cannonball, enveloped in the armor of hockey, momentarily halted in midair before splitting into two, soaring away from Barn's sides, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. The second-generation ghost cutter twirled in Barn's hand before returning to its sheath. He emerged slowly from the dust and stood a short distance before Waldo, stating, "It seems that only after a battle can we engage in a proper conversation." Waldo responded, as Barn gradually widened his stance and lowered his body, his left hand, imbued with the power of deities, grasping the hilt of the second-generation ghost cutter. "Well then, let us proceed." Waldo, filled with fighting spirit, had already thrust his broad hand into his cloak. The battle was on the verge of erupting. "Barn, before we commence, I have a question for you," Waldo said, retrieving several round bullets from within his cloak, tossing them playfully in his hand. Upon hearing this, Barn instinctively inquired, "How swift can your blade be?" "Tenfold shotgun." Although Valdo posed the question, he afforded Barn no time to respond, immediately launching the stone he held. While its size remained unchanged, its velocity surged dramatically, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds as it sliced through the air. Barn's gaze remained fixed upon Waldo, meticulously observing his every move. The moment Waldo hurled a stone, Barn sprang into action as the projectile struck the surrounding walls. However, Waldo's assault was far from simplistic. He swiftly scooped up a handful of debris from the ground. At that moment, the once solid concrete appeared to transform into a soft mound of sand, allowing Waldo to easily tear apart the surface. He gathered a few small stones in his grasp and leapt to a height surpassing Barn's own. Armed, the hand clutching the stones morphed instantaneously into a dark iron fist, brimming with power, and it hurtled towards Barn with tremendous force. Clang! Barn was unable to alter his trajectory in midair, rendering him incapable of evading Waldo's sudden iron fist. In a moment of panic, he could only shield himself with his blade. However, with the resounding clash of metal, Barn was forcibly brought to the ground. Momo unleashed a barrage of 50-fold projectiles. As Barn fell to the ground, struggling to regain his footing, he was met with an even more intense barrage of slicing sounds. Whoosh! A flurry of crimson blades sliced through the air, accompanied by the piercing sound of their passage, seemingly forming a scarlet curtain before him. The swiftly moving projectiles failed to strike Barn. Instead, they shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground, some cleaved by a single stroke, others by 2 or even 3. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, Barn brandished the second-generation Guache in the air, then slightly turned his head. His ghostly pale eyes fixated on Waldo as he softly remarked, "You could be a tad quicker. If you manage to evade all my strikes, I might not be so astonished. Are you truly blind?" Waldo observed Barn with a hint of amusement in his gaze. Barn offered a faint smile, gesturing towards his ear with his other empty hand. Oh. Waldo raised an eyebrow in disbelief. However, this reaction was quite understandable, as Waldo's belief in the superiority of observation hockey over auditory senses was well-founded. In truth, Barn had deceived him. His perception was enhanced by advanced observation hockey, yet he chose to keep this knowledge to himself. Waldo then scooped up a handful of pebbles from the ground, holding them in his hand as he declared, I can indeed accelerate further, Momo hundredfold. In an instant, Waldo appeared at a certain height above Barn. Momo hundredfold scatter, he exclaimed as the pebbles in his grasp hurtled towards Barn with terrifying velocity. Barn instinctively swung his blade to intercept. However, Vardo swiftly returned to the ground, grasped the earth momentarily, and then transitioned to another position, launching another stone with remarkable speed. But that was not the end. Vardo re-emerged from the ground and ascended once more into the air. His velocity escalated to such heights that his previous silhouette had yet to dissipate before he appeared in a new location. A barrage of relentless assaults ensued for an entire minute. Given Vardo's pace, one could only imagine the sheer number of strikes he unleashed within that time frame. Perhaps it is difficult to quantify, yet a vast crater emerged in the center of the arena. Marks of stone impacts were evident. But even more pronounced were the imprints left by Vardo's hands as they clawed at the ground. As the smoke in the arena gradually dissipated, Barn materialized from within. His body bore numerous abrasions, yet no severe wounds. Despite Barn's swift blade and acute perceptive abilities, he could not entirely evade the ferocious onslaught that had come from all directions. My Lord Barn, Sir Barn, Fitz and Hancock Leonard anxiously inquired from the other side. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. Barn was indeed fatigued. The recent assault had also taken a toll on Vardo's stamina. However, the strain on Barn, who had borne the brunt of the defense in the interim, was far greater. Barn uttered a single phrase before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. While the wounds on his body healed at a visibly rapid pace, Lord Barn, Hancock freed herself from Leonard's grasp and leaped into the massive pit, rushing towards Barn. Valdo did not intervene. In his eyes, Barn no longer posed a threat. Jorkjack stared in shock at the gasping figure of Barn, instinctively swallowing hard. But at that moment, the entire grocer shook violently. What is happening? Garum! Valdo shouted loudly after regaining his balance. Captain, it's the sea. Garum's voice suddenly broke in. But it quickly turned into static and soon vanished entirely. Meanwhile, in the waters beside the grocer, 7 warships were gathered, with Carp standing at the bow, peering through his telescope at the grocer, issuing commands. Continue firing. Yes. All ships, continue to bombard. On another warship, Akina's hands had transformed into molten lava, with drops igniting the deck. Lava. A fiery eruption. Then, Akina swung his arms skyward, unleashing colossal fire punches, one of which struck the very spot where Barn and his companions stood. The once dark ceiling melted away, allowing sunlight to stream in. Jorkjack, astonished by the breach, exclaimed, This is the power of Admiral Akainu's magma fruit. How could the Navy appear here? Valdo, however, remained calm, excitement igniting in his eyes. The Navy? Just in time. Valdo exclaimed with exhilaration. The Navy has delivered themselves right to my doorstep. Jorkjack, put that down. I intend to send the Navy flying. Hurry and prepare. His face beamed with enthusiasm. Valdo, what are you saying? If you release that at such close range, our ship will sink from the impact. Jorkjack replied, astonished. Yet Valdo coldly retorted, Don't worry about it. Just prepare. Though Jorkjack attempted to reason with Valdo, he was interrupted by Valdo's mocking tone and disdainful gaze. A symbol of freedom, is it? This tone twisted Jorkjack's expression further. A symbol of freedom, indeed? What? Jorkjack's face was etched with disbelief, his eyes filled with unfamiliarity. As if the Valdo he once knew was no longer present. Indeed, the Valdo before him was no longer the same as he had been 10 years ago. While Valdo's earlier words had gripped Jorkjack's fragile heart, his subsequent declaration crushed it entirely. How ludicrous. Ships and cannons are merely tools. A cold smirk adorned Valdo's face. I do not know your intentions, but since I escaped from Impel Down, I resolved to utilize the ship to fulfill my ambitions. Valdo surveyed the grocer, continuing. Everything has been orchestrated perfectly. A conspiratorial grin spread across Valdo's face, which sent chills down Jorkjack's spine. Despite everything, Jorkjack still harbored a flicker of hope, asking, Is your goal to take revenge on the world government? His tone was filled with anger, disappointment, and the sorrow of being used by a companion. He questioned with all his might, but Valdo did not answer directly, instead gazing coldly at Jorkjack. I could not care less what happens to the ship or to you. But what about Garum? Nanding, Sebastian, and the others. Are they not your comrades? Valdo's words struck deep into Bjorkjak's heart, yet he sought confirmation once more. Even if the answer would be more painful. Comrades? I never trusted you or them from the beginning. Valdo looked down at Bjorkjak, his gaze more akin to that of an object than a person. I do not need comrades. You're lying. You're not that kind of person. Even when faced with the harsh reality, Bjorkjak refused to believe, his mind clouded with confusion, yet he continued to mutter those words. You are just like the ship. Merely tools. Valdo slowly approached the massive pit, grasping a handful of rubble, stating, Valdo. Tears welled in Bjorkjak's eyes, filled with regret. Even at this moment, he bore no resentment towards Valdo. I do not require anyone who does not follow my commands. A murderous intent finally seeped into Valdo's voice. At that moment, he hurled the stones in his hand towards Bjorkjak. Yet, Bjorkjak remained oblivious, still repeating his previous words, showing no intent to dodge. You're lying. You're not like this. Just as the stones were about to strike Bjorkjak, 3 beams of red light flashed past. You claim to treat comrades as mere tools? You say you do not need them? It was Barn. He saved Bjorkjak, slicing Valdo's projectiles to the ground. He had recovered from his earlier weakness, though his face was now a stormy shade of fury. Memories of his early days upon arriving in the world flooded his mind, recalling the Rumbar pirate crew, Captain York, Brooke, Blong, Mondo, Seiko. Familiar faces emerged, intensifying his disdain for Valdo. Do not go too far. The second-generation Katetsu, enveloped in an eerie red glow, surged towards Valdo. Sure evil light slash. Valdo sensed the terrifying energy of the colossal strike and swiftly enveloped his body in armament hockey. But it was futile. Valdo crossed his arms in defense, yet the immense evil light slash pushed him backward until he collided with the spiked wall, shattering the hard spikes upon impact. Before the attack finally ceased, Valdo slid down the wall, dragging debris with him, and as he landed, he spat out blood. As expected, Ashura. Then, with effort, he sat up. Barn's strike had inflicted considerable damage, even with his timely activation of armament hockey. He slowly turned his head towards Bjorkjak, his tone more subdued than before. It was indeed wrong of me to deceive you, but you too have betrayed me. At this juncture, Valdo closed his eyes, his eyeballs incessantly rolling beneath his eyelids, as if he harbored a multitude of words he yearned to express, yet remained unspoken. He softly uttered, So it seems you still harbor resentment from that incident a decade ago, Valdo. However, this sentiment was interrupted by BJRK, whose eyes brimmed with unshed tears as he gazed at Valdo. It has remained locked away in my heart. To me, it feels as if everything transpired just yesterday. I shall not forget, nor is it possible for me to do so. While articulating these sentiments, Valdo kept his eyes firmly shut, a poignant recollection for one as formidable as he. Upon concluding his thoughts, Valdo opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards Barn, where a glimmer of clarity and relief emerged. He then implored, Grant me a swift resolution, Barn. I have no desire to fall into the clutches of that naval crew. Barn, however, slowly returned the second-generation sword, Guiche, to its sheath before approaching Valdo and taking a seat beside him. I do not wish to harm you, but it seems this is the only way for us to engage in a proper conversation. Barn lamented, Leonard, come here. Barn beckoned to Leonard behind him. Yes, Mr. Barn. What exactly do you wish to convey? Wald, puzzled, gazed at the seemingly unperturbed Barn before him and inquired. The events from a decade ago were indeed a misunderstanding, Leonard. You should elucidate this to him. Barn's face was etched with seriousness. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Leonard, Lord Waldo's former superior at the Navy's intelligence agency, CP9. What? The mere mention of CP9 ignited a fury within Waldo, especially upon hearing it related to his former commanding officer. In that moment, Waldo struggled to rise, only to be restrained by Barn's hand on his shoulder, who calmly said, Waldo, remain composed. Leonard is no longer affiliated with CP9. He is now under my command. Upon hearing Barn's words, Waldo finally settled down, though his gaze remained fiercely directed at Leonard. Noticing Waldo's emotional state had stabilized, Leonard continued. The truth of the matter from a decade ago is as follows. Admiral Akainu is now prepared to disembark. A Navy soldier approached the brooding Akainu, who was fixated on the grocer. Akainu maintained his stoic expression, offering nothing but a cool nod in response. It was Karp, standing nearby, who spoke up. Hey, Akainu. There are no significant targets here. I don't even see Waldo. Let us leave these few to Ali and my hawk. You and I need not disembark. Akainu did not oppose, merely nodding in agreement, earning himself an eye roll from Karp. Ollie, Carp called out loudly. Yes. Coming, coming. What do you need, Master Carp? The blonde-haired boy rushed over, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hey, why are you so excited? Go summon my hawk and prepare to land. Oh, I'm on it. Meanwhile, Akainu finally spoke to the Navy soldier who had reported to him earlier. All personnel, disembark and prepare for battle. Yes, sir. Leonard remained seated before Waldo, calmly recounting the truth of 10 years past. Throughout his narration, Waldo's expression shifted continuously from indifference to calmness, then icy coldness, culminating in disbelief and rage upon hearing that CP9 had dispatched spies into his pirate crew. Are you saying that those who betrayed me were spies planted by the Navy on my ship? Waldo's tone still held a trace of incredulity, which was understandable, as this revelation had been festering in his heart for a decade. Accepting this starkly contrasting reality in such a brief moment seemed nearly impossible. Yet, Leonard gazed earnestly at Waldo, gently nodding in affirmation. Waldo turned his gaze to Biojack, still filled with questions. Were you also swayed by those spies? No. Biojack immediately retorted. It was I who advocated for our retreat 10 years ago, as you had already sustained injuries. We faced not only the assembled Navy and pirates but also the world government. Remaining there would have been tantamount to a death sentence. Over the past decade, we have tirelessly gathered materials to construct this grocer, all in anticipation of your return, Waldo. Upon hearing Biojack's words, Waldo was engulfed in fury, humiliation, and the sting of betrayal. He shot a fierce glare at Leonard, his eyes brimming with a palpable intent to kill. Barn naturally sensed the shift in Waldo's emotions and spoke up. Hey, Waldo, do not forget that Leonard is now a member of my FFF guild, and he is no longer the commander of CP9. Upon hearing Barnes' words, Waldo's gaze toward Leonard softened slightly, yet traces of fury still lingered in his eyes. The Navy! The Navy! The Navy! With that exclamation, Waldo leapt from the spot that Akainu's fiery onslaught had dissolved. This is bad. Waldo is about to lose his sanity. Biojack, trembling as he leaned on his drip stand, looked anxiously at the gaping hole, worry etched on his face. He quickly turned his gaze to Barn. Lord Ashura, please hurry and restrain Waldo. He has become deranged, bloodthirsty. Lord Ashura, please stop him. Biojack was in a state of panic and urgency, his previous calm demeanor seemingly vanished. Just then, a figure was hurled through that gap, clad in naval attire, coughing up blood incessantly. Hey, pull yourself together. What happened? Leonard rushed over, inspecting the soldier's wounds. Cough, cough, destroyer of worlds, Waldo. The soldier uttered but a single phrase before collapsing into unconsciousness. Waldo Biojack gazed at the fallen soldier, silently reflecting, but then, as if awakening from a dream, he turned to Barn. Lord Barn, please, you must act swiftly to stop Waldo. If Barn had been hesitant before, the plight of this naval soldier solidified his resolve. He was well aware that outside awaited the formidable naval admiral Akainu, who was on par with Waldo's strength. Moreover, through Barn's perceptive awareness, he detected another presence, even mightier than Akainu. He could not allow someone he had nearly persuaded, 80% convinced, to return to that abyssal prison. Leonard, stay here and tend to Hancock. I will venture out to assess the situation. Barn turned back to Leonard, who readily agreed. Meanwhile, Hancock cried out, expressing his desire to accompany Barn. As Barn stepped outside, he beheld the frenzied Waldo, who, in that moment, appeared to be consumed by a crimson rage. Waldo darted amidst the Navy, his form drenched in blood, as if he had transformed into a demon of the blood-soaked night. Waldo, Barn shouted loudly. And on the blade of the second-generation ghost cutter, energy began to coalesce. Evil light slash? Barn had no intention of harming Waldo. He merely sought to thwart Waldo's continued aggression. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, engaged in combat with Sebastian, caught sight of Barn's movements. Abandoning his fight with Sebastian, he charged towards Barn, wielding a massive black blade. With a swift motion, he cleaved the air, unleashing a tremendous emerald green strike aimed at Barn's dark light slash. The clash resounded. After a brief contest, Hawkeye's blow pierced through Barn's dark light slash, yet, upon breaking through, it did not travel far before dissipating. Step, step. You must be Ashura. Barn bawed. Was that truly the dark light slash? I sensed no intent to kill within it. At that moment, Waldo seized the opportunity to flee into another formation of the Navy, preparing to continue his rampage, only to be confronted by a young man with golden hair. With a whistle, the young man glanced back at his previous position and declared, Thank you, Admiral Bastille. Please hold off those two. I shall deal with Waldo. Haha. Go ahead, Ollie. I shall handle these two without leaving any for you. Bastille is an old subordinate of Carp, and since Ollie shares a good relationship with Carp, it is only natural that Bastide would extend his care towards him. Now, it is just the two of us, my friends. Barn recognized the individual who obstructed Waldo. It was Aliklos, a distinguished junior member whom Adam had specifically introduced within the guild, primarily responsible for diplomacy and intelligence. This fellow truly has his name emblazoned upon his forehead. What a self-absorbed character he is. Barn shook his head with a light chuckle, yet he felt a sense of relief. If Adam deemed someone worthy, then they must indeed be commendable. At the very least, there would be no peril in facing Waldo. Thus, he could begin to contemplate the troubles that lay before him. Barn thought to himself and turned his head towards Hawkeye. Indeed, I am Barn. And you are the illustrious warlord of the sea, Hawkeye Myhawk, who has garnered much attention in recent years. Throughout their encounter, Hawkeye maintained his focus on Barn, or rather, more on the second-generation sword, Ace, that Barn held in his grasp. He merely nodded lightly before uttering, "Allow me to witness your true dark blade." Upon finishing this statement, Myhawk gripped the colossal black sword, Yura, that rested upon his back. In an instant, the battle intent emanating from him intensified dramatically. Barn understood that once Hawkeye uttered those words, the battle was inevitable. With a resigned nod, he placed his hand upon the hilt of the second-generation Guetu. "Very well. Draw your blade," he conceded, recognizing his duty as a senior to guide his junior. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, revealing a flicker of excitement deep within. The spirit of combat sword. Guide the junior, you say? Myhawk's eagle-like eyes remained fixed on Barn. One should not speak too soon. Would it not be a poor spectacle if I, as the junior, were to strike him down? With this thought, Hawkeye directed his black blade towards Barn. Barn shook his head with a faint smile. "Young man, do not speak so confidently." Naturally, Myhawk was not pleased to be referred to as a young man by Barn. Although he understood that Barn had consumed the fruit of life and would not age, he appeared even younger than Myhawk. A slight frown creased Myhawk's brow, and a flicker of irritation flashed in his eyes. Enough of this nonsense. With that, Myhawk ceased his words. The massive black blade spun in his hands before being firmly grasped, and with a sudden, forceful strike, he cleaved. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous emerald green slash hurtled toward Barn. The fierce blade's wind rushed toward Barn's face, prompting him to tilt his head slightly, leap into the air, and grip the second-generation Katetsa tightly to meet that fearsome attack. HM? Barn was momentarily taken aback. This time it was not a duel of two aerial slashes, but rather a direct reception of the blow by the second-generation Guetian. Upon feeling the immense force transmitted through the second-generation Guetian, Barn experienced a slight astonishment. Considering that the current Eagle Eye is still quite young, Barn did not hesitate. Indeed, he had no time for hesitation. He adjusted his posture midair, pressing down on the second-generation Gueche as he spun around. The crimson arc of the blade pierced through the eagle-eyed strike. Yet, it was not over. As he completed another loop, Barn had amassed a substantial amount of energy into the second-generation Gueche. However, it was still insufficient. Barn spun in the air once more, the power coalescing upon his blade becoming ever more formidable. Azure Evil Light Slash. The second-generation Guete swung fiercely in midair, unleashing a white slash that cleaved through the heavens. While Barn's Evil Light Slash was now interwoven with the crimson radiance. This terrifying energy, coupled with the fierce blade's wind, rendered Myhawk unable to open his eyes. Yet, there was no hesitation in Myhawk's sword, nor any trace of fear. With a shout, Myhawk did not evade. Instead, he gripped the massive black blade tightly. Facing Barn's strike head-on, he unleashed a flurry of powerful slashes, each one resonating with the same magnitude as before, yet all were severed by Barn's Evil Light Slash. The malevolent light slash unleashed by Barn surged forward, relentlessly advancing until it confronted Myhawk directly. With great effort, Myhawk raised his black blade to meet the oncoming strike, which still brimmed with immense energy. Even after having diminished part of its force with his previous strikes, Barn's dark slash continued to push him back. Myhawk was forced to retreat significantly, the energy of the malevolent strike seemingly boundless. Ultimately, just as Myhawk's strength faltered, the dark slash repelled his blade, leaving his chest completely exposed to the terrifying onslaught. Myhawk, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes, for he knew he had lost, and death awaited him. With his eyes shut and arms outstretched, he still clutched his black sword tightly, yet he relinquished any notion of resistance, ready to embrace his demise with a smile, as if he accepted this as his final destiny. However, in an instant, a flash of red light erupted, shattering the once formidable malevolent slash into countless shards, resembling broken glass, which vanished into the ether. At that moment, Barn reached out and caught the faltering Myhawk. What was this? An act of compassion? Myhawk slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet, and fixed his gaze upon Bon, inquiring, "Is this merely a moment of regret for a talent wasted? Your blade is indeed remarkable." Barn shook his head and spoke. Myhawk remained silent, quietly sheathing his sword once more and proceeding towards the dock. "I exerted all my strength with that blade," Barn stated softly, remaining still behind Myhawk, yet his words caused Myhawk to falter momentarily. "In 10 years, I shall return to challenge you again." With that, he turned without a backward glance and departed. Barn turned his head towards Myhawk's silhouette, as if gazing upon him. Muttering to himself, "Your future knows no bounds." Myhawk returned to the warship, seated himself beneath the mast, uttering not a word, closing his eyes. And soon a faint snoring sound emerged. "Hey, you're done, Ghost Spider. If it were you, it might even be worse," he remarked, facing Barn. Carp, who had been observing everything through his binoculars, intervened to halt the Ghost Spider from reprimanding Hawkeye. Upon hearing Barn's name, the Ghost Spider fell silent, the weight of past experiences casting a deep shadow upon him. What a failure! Carp shot a glance at the Ghost Spider, pushing the binoculars into his hands, before removing the Justice Cloak from his back and stretching his shoulders. "I'm off. This is not someone you can handle. By the way, inform that Braddock that Barn's appearance caught even me by surprise." With that, Carp leaped from the warship, charging directly towards Barn. "Wow, the boss's master is indeed formidable," a certain yellow-haired individual remarked, stroking his chin. "Momo, tenfold scattershot. Shave. Hey, old man, why do you enjoy ambushing so much?" Ollie evaded Waldo's attack using Shave. Leonard had not been idle these past years. The training methods of the 6 forms circulated within the FFF group. Ollie, being of his caliber, naturally had the opportunity to learn and excelled among them. Hey, Carp is here too. I can't play around anymore. It's time to get serious," Ollie declared with a sudden seriousness upon spotting Carp's arrival. "Momo, tenfold scattershot." Waldo's raspy voice echoed once more. "Hey, are you addicted to ambushing?" Moonwalk. Ollie skillfully evaded Waldo's attack midair, landing firmly on the ground, his hands resting upon the 3 iron rods at his waist. "What is this? Not running away?" Waldo sneered, regarding Ollie with a mocking smile. "Run? Are you talking about me? Have you mistaken something? Who am I?" "I am Ollie," Ollie proclaimed, one hand clutching the 3 iron rods while the other pointed dramatically at his forehead where his name was inscribed. "You talk too much, little fellow," Waldo spat dismissively. "You truly lack patience, old man," Ollie retorted, his hands still in motion. He slowly unscrewed the caps from the 3 iron rods, gradually inverting them, allowing a fine black sand-like substance to flow out. He let the black material spill onto the ground before twisting the rods together into a single staff. Striking a pose, he gestured towards Waldo. "Humph, have you finally finished toying around, little one?" Waldo remarked, still unimpressed. "Hiki, you'll find out soon enough, old man," Ollie replied, the name on his forehead bobbing playfully as if taunting. "Little fellow, who gave you such audacity?" Waldo queried, pulling a handful of bullets from his pocket. A look of scorn plastered across his face as he regarded Ollie. "Because I am a member of the FFF Guild." "No, I mean, old man, are you going to fight or not?" "Enough with the dilly-dallying," Ollie shouted, pointing at the name on his forehead before abandoning his battle stance to express his grievances. Upon hearing this, Waldo's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as he coldly replied, "Kid, this is your own rush to death." Momo, 50-fold scattershot. Having gauged that 10-fold speed was insufficient to strike Ollie, Waldo opted for a direct 50-fold increase. "Damn, old man, you truly enjoy ambushing. Have you no shame?" Ollie reacted swiftly, using his staff to flick the black sand on the ground as Waldo launched his attack. "Stop right there," Ollie commanded, pointing his staff forward with a fierce shout. Waldo's mouth curled into a disdainful smile, but it quickly vanished, replaced by disbelief. For before him, an unimaginable sight unfolded. The rapidly approaching bullets had halted mid-air, suspended at a distance from Ollie. "What is happening?" Waldo exclaimed loudly. "This is my ability." Ollie sighed in relief upon seeing the bullets suspended before him, then spun his staff with flair, adding, "Oh, I have another nickname. Though you may not have heard of it. Brake Pad?" Ollie provocatively pointed at the name on his forehead once more. Waldo, irritated by Ollie's arrogance, bent down to scoop up a handful of stones from the ground. "I wonder if anyone has informed you that before certain things, all fruit abilities are rendered useless." "Huh?" Ollie furrowed his brow, a look of confusion washing over his face. "That would be hockey. Armed, Momo, 50-fold scattershot." Waldo hurled the stones towards Ollie with ferocious speed. the once gray rocks transforming into a deep black as they hurtled towards him. Huh? This move again? Ali appeared unfazed, pushing forward with his hands as the air before him momentarily flickered before settling back into calmness. Magnetic field, Ali whispered, but the expected outcome did not materialize. The stones enveloped in hockey pierced through his magnetic field. What? Though he reacted in time, Ali still felt a sting on his cheek. Ah, my face. Ali wiped his hand across his face, his expression contorting into one of rage. I am angry now. Oh, if it were Barn who was angry, I might be somewhat wary, but you? What will happen? Will you cry? Waldo guffawed, viewing Ali as a mere child. However, he was unaware that this child clutched a pistol in his hand. By the time Waldo realized, Ali had already pulled the trigger. Sand iron assault. Ali stomped the ground fiercely, the black sand beneath him seemingly gaining a will of its own, propelled by his ability, accelerating rapidly from all directions towards Waldo. Competing with me in speed? Waldo sneered at the approaching sand with increasing velocity. Momo, 50-fold speed. Shave. Waldo appeared to vanish, evading Ali's onslaught. Nevertheless, Ali's gaze remained fixed on Waldo, a smirk playing on his lips as he shouted, "Explode." It was the very bullets that Waldo had initially fired at Ali. Ali had attached iron sand to the bullets. What? Waldo was caught off guard by Ali's unexpected maneuver and suffered a setback. The bullets, laden with iron sand, resembled grenades. Under the explosive force, the iron sand scattered in all directions. Iron sand assault. Under Ali's command, the vast amount of iron sand transformed into a colossal black dagger, thrusting towards Waldo. Clang. What? Ali was taken aback. The anticipated sound of blades piercing flesh was absent, replaced instead by the clashing of metal. I have stated before, the powers of a fruit do not signify everything. In the face of absolute strength, all else is but mere illusion. Waldo reappeared before Ali, his entire form now enveloped in a dark iron hue. This is the armament hockey, Waldo remarked calmly. Momentum at 100-fold. Rain of bullets. Once again, he unleashed this technique, which had previously left Barn utterly exhausted. Magnetic field. Iron sand barrier. Ali deployed his most potent iron sand barrier, pushing his fruit abilities to their utmost limit. While it managed to thwart some of Waldo's assaults, a significant portion of the projectile successfully breached Ali's iron sand barrier. The onslaught persisted for a full minute. As the smoke dissipated, Ali maintained his defensive stance, yet the surrounding iron sand had fallen unrestrained to the ground. Ali had lost consciousness. Waldo slowly approached Ali, retrieving several bullets from his coat. If you survive, you may pose a problem for me, so this is where it ends. If you were to continue, I too would face complications. After all, he is one of our Navy's hired men. A voice echoed from an unknown source, halting Waldo's actions. Who are you? Waldo inquired, turning towards the origin of the voice. Oh, right. 10 years ago, I was merely a recruit. You likely do not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sakazuki, though they prefer to call me by another name, Akainu. As Akainu ignited his cigar, he spoke with a casual indifference. Oh, you are the Admiral of the Navy, then. If you refer to me, then indeed, that is correct. Akainu's tone carried a rare hint of amusement. However, Waldo's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Are you prepared to face my wrath? It has been a long time, Garp. Martin spoke to his old friend standing before him. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Cap replied with a hint of indifference, That young man is quite remarkable, isn't he? Martin suddenly uttered what seemed to be an irrelevant remark, directing his gaze towards the young man who had lost consciousness yet maintained a defensive posture. Indeed, Cap also turned his attention to the young man, who was none other than Ali. He then spoke earnestly. He is a member of the rapidly advancing FFF Guild, which I initially thought was developing too swiftly, potentially leading to an awkward gap in strength. However, it now appears that my concerns were unfounded. This is the very foundation of the FFF Guild's confidence. Cap's tone was serious, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. Upon hearing this, Bourne subtly smiled and then turned his head towards Carp, as if gazing at him, and said, Well, Akainu has also arrived. He has confronted Waldo. And you have sought me out. We must engage in a battle, after all. Carp, however, offered a faint wry smile and replied, To be frank, had I known you were here, I would have certainly refrained from coming. Fighting you is simply too arduous. Nevertheless, despite his words, Carp maintained a cheerful expression as he began to stretch his shoulders. It had been quite some time since he last moved them. His body felt as though it were on the verge of rusting. As Carp stretched, the joints emitted a series of crackling sounds. Barn remained motionless, his focus entirely fixated on Carp. He felt no need for warm-up, though fatigue weighed upon him, His previous encounters with Waldo and Mihawk had drained much of his energy. Carp was acutely aware of this, and it was precisely this knowledge that prompted him to take action. As a contemporary, Barnes' prowess stood on par with that of Whitebeard. In terms of raw strength and hockey, Carp feared no one. However, when it came to the utilization of their devil fruit abilities, Barn, Whitebeard, and even Sengoku presented a formidable challenge, leaving Carp to contend with a precarious balance of power, particularly concerning Barnes' exhausting devil fruit capabilities. Barnes' life essence continues to passively mend his body, yet this process necessitates the expenditure of energy. Let us proceed. Barn uttered no more words. His initially dull eyes grew even colder. Carp's face lost its playful demeanor. He understood the gravity of this battle and knew he had to take it seriously. Carp also refrained from further conversation, merely responding with a slight acknowledgement. Almost simultaneously, both figures vanished from their original positions. Clang! The iron fist, enveloped in hockey, collided with the blade, radiating an eerie red light in midair. At our age, your fists are still remarkably hard, Barn remarked casually amidst the tense standoff. You merely appear younger. We belong to the same era, Carp retorted without yielding. The two separated in the air, only to clash repeatedly once more. Their speeds were astonishing, and onlookers could only catch fleeting glimpses of the sparks igniting from their fierce exchanges. Haha, Barn, take my next move, the Iron Fist of Love, Carp declared. Retreating momentarily before recharging his strength, the dark iron hue on his arm deepening. All right, prepare to receive my ghostly pearl. Barn refrained from employing the malevolent light slash, as the energy required for such a technique was excessively taxing. Should this maneuver fail to resolve the situation, he could find himself ensnared in a rather awkward predicament. Thus, he opted to utilize the Ghost Seal Pearl, which, although demanding a significant portion of his energy, was bolstered by the fluctuations of the seal and possessed formidable power. The energy coalesced from the second-generation Ghost Cutter began to swirl and condense upon his form, gradually gliding along the blade until a luminous white energy sphere materialized at the tip. With a decisive motion, Barn hurled it forth. The moment the white energy sphere departed from the blade, it suddenly expanded, revealing countless energy tendrils radiating from the central orb, as if it had unexpectedly multiplied in size. Kapu, now airborne, found himself with no path of retreat. He was left with no alternative but to brace himself for the impending attack. Armament. In midair, Kapu enveloped his entire being in the armor of hockey, transforming into a figure resembling iron, as though he were a man forged from steel. Yet, at the instant Kapu's fist made contact with the Ghost Seal Pearl, a smirk, one that bore the essence of conspiracy, curled upon Barn's lips. Darkness descended. The eyes of the dark sky wavered ominously. Barn deliberately controlled the range of awakening, specifically extending it to encompass Carp and, on the other side, Akainu and Wald. What is happening? A question echoed in the minds of Carp, Akainu, and Wald, who found themselves utterly deprived of sight, engulfed in absolute darkness. This was not merely a descent into obscurity, it was a tyrannical stripping away of their vision. It was reminiscent of that time, having withstood Barn's notorious attack. The ghostly pearl, through the adept use of hockey, Carp finally recalled its nature. In the past, when Barn found himself at a disadvantage against both him and Sengoku, it was this very technique that led to their mutual destruction. Akainu, Carp shouted, fully aware of the dire situation. Being taken down one by one was the most terrifying prospect. However, the moment Carp's voice rang out, he realized something was amiss. His hearing had also been snatched away. Meanwhile, Akainu, locked in confrontation with Wald, found himself ensnared in a similar predicament, furiously launching molten punches in all directions. Wald too experienced a loss of sensation. Beads of cold sweat adorned his face, and his throat moved involuntarily. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Wald had been tightly clutching a stone, and in an instant, he reacted. Momo hundredfold disperse. It is I, Wald. The voice of Barnes suddenly materialized within Valdo's mind. Indeed, it appeared directly in his consciousness, bypassing his auditory perception entirely. What is happening? Barn, just how many trump cards do you possess? Valdo shouted in frustration. Though he himself could not hear his own voice, it resonated clearly in Barnes' ears. I will explain later. For now, do not move. I must deal with those two rascals. The words of Barnes once again resonated directly within Waldo's mind. What a terrifying individual. Waldo found himself beset by fear. Just as Carp and Akainu succumbed to panic, a singular eye abruptly opened within the shroud above them. The immense eyeball, veined with crimson, appeared exceedingly eerie beneath the vast darkness, yet Carp and Akainu remained oblivious to its presence. It has been quite some time, Carp. You have aged considerably. The words of Barn suddenly echoed in the minds of Akainu and Karp, who, initially fraught with anxiety, found themselves enveloped in an unexpected calm. Damn it. Barn, where are you? Show yourself. Akainu roared with his rasping voice, yet Karp could not even discern his own words. Only the presence of Barn resonated within the silence. However, Barn paid no heed to his outcry. In contrast to Akainu's fervor, Karp maintained a notably composed demeanor. You have not rushed to strike. Do you have something to convey? Karp spoke softly into the darkness. I harbor no intention of opposing you, the Navy. I have come merely to retrieve an old friend of mine. I hope you will refrain from further interference. Now let us part ways. The name Barn echoed in the minds of Akainu and Garp, yet upon hearing it, Akainu felt a profound insult, shouting vehemently, You must be dreaming. Barn, you shall forever remain a despicable pirate, destined to face the retribution of justice. Garp, too, furrowed his brow and coldly addressed the darkness. This predicament places me in a difficult position, Barn. He chuckled softly. You are aware of the power I possess once the shadows are shattered. Perhaps you might endure. But do you truly have such confidence in your Navy's admiral? This time, Barn's words were not directed at Akainu, but were solely intended for Garp. How would we know unless we try? Garp's frown deepened, yet he maintained his composure as he replied, Heh. Barn left a smile laden with profound significance and ceased to speak. After a moment, Karp heard the roar of Akainu. This is my hearing, Akainu, Karp called out, yet received no reply. It appeared that Barn had merely restored Karp's auditory senses. However, Karp soon heard Akainu's anguished cry. Ah, a blade, enveloped in the armor of Haki, unexpectedly emerged and struck Akainu. He instinctively swung a punch but missed entirely. Ah, the blade changed position and struck Akainu once more. Barn, you scoundrel, have the audacity to face me in a fair fight. Though unseen, Karp could discern Barn's actions from Akainu's voice. His brow furrowed deeply, a bead of cold sweat tracing down his forehead. Barn, you are a shameless rogue. Stand and duel me. Akainu had already endured countless strikes from Barn, having relinquished his cries of pain in favor of vehement curses, even as Barn's assaults only intensified. Meanwhile, Karp, having regained his hearing, wore a grim expression, his features seemingly consumed by the shadows of his countenance. Enough, Barn. What is the point of tormenting someone who cannot retaliate? Karp spoke coldly. Rest assured, these are merely superficial wounds. However, my time is limited. If you have not yet made a decision, I cannot guarantee that my strikes will not become more severe. A voice laced with a hint of amusement echoed in Karp's mind, belonging to Barn. Following closely was the furious outcry of Akainu, challenging him to come forth. Come on. Barn, bring it on. Karp's brow, already tightly knit, twitched at the memory of Barn's prior words. I do not wish to oppose your Navy. I am here merely to retrieve my old friend. I hope you will refrain from further interference. Let us depart. Reflecting on Barn's presence since he had entered the sphere of Karp and the Navy, Karp acknowledged that aside from his actions at Sabeti Archipelago, Barn had indeed not committed any egregious acts. Akainu's relentless shouts continued to resonate in his ears, but gradually, Karp's furrowed brow began to relax, albeit his expression remained somber. I promise you, Barn, Karp uttered those words with a sense of resignation, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Heh, Karp, you have made a wise choice, was Barn's parting remark in Karp's mind. Waldo, let us proceed. Barn suddenly appeared behind Waldo, speaking softly. Waldo refrained from elaborating. He had come to realize that he was no match for Barn. Perhaps Barn had intentionally drawn him into the dark curtain when it was first unveiled, merely to instill a sense of dread. The enormous eye at the center of the curtain gradually closed, until it was completely engulfed by darkness. The vast curtain began to fracture from the point where the eye vanished, breaking into countless black shards that diminished in size before dissolving into the air. From within, Akainu and Garp emerged, slowly regaining their senses as the unexpected sunlight compelled them to shield their eyes. Akainu, adjusting to the brightness, opened his eyes to find Barn standing across from Waldo, smiling and waving as if bidding them farewell. Damn it, Barn! Akainu exclaimed, his hands transforming into molten lava, dripping onto the ground. Enough, Akainu! Garp, who had been some distance away, swiftly used Shave to reach Akainu's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. His countenance remained grim as he coldly stated, We must leave. However, Akainu was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. His pride would not allow such a retreat. But we are not his match, and you witnessed his earlier attack, Garp replied, frustration evident on his face. Akainu fell silent, glaring at Barn from across the way. He retracted his powers, hoisted the unconscious Ollie onto his shoulders, and began to stride toward the warship. Both Garp and Akaina bore expressions of deep resentment, compounded by the unconscious Ollie as they traversed in silence. Upon their return to the warship, Garp's transponder snail began to ring. Bip, bip, bip. Hello? Sengoku. The round-eyed transponder snail emitted a voice. What? Saipan? Do you need me and Akaina for this? That territory belongs to Whitebeard. Sengoku offered no further explanation, abruptly silencing any objections Garp might have made. Why must we seize Saipan? Garp inquired. It is rich in magma carbon. The term magma carbon was not foreign to Garp. Given his status, he was aware of the Navy's current research endeavors. Without further elaboration from Sengoku, he understood the strategic significance of Saipan. Suddenly, a pressing thought crossed Garp's mind. By the way, Sengoku, there has been an unexpected development in the pursuit of Waldo. Garp's tone turned somber as he spoke. Sengoku was keen to know what could possibly hinder Garp. Barn is here. Sengoku fell silent, clearly taken aback by Barn's unexpected appearance. Noticing Sengoku's quiet contemplation, Garp quietly ended the call, his expression growing even more grave. Whitebeard? Truly a tumultuous season. At that moment, Akainu approached, observing Garp's troubled demeanor with curiosity. What did Admiral Sengoku say? Garp did not respond immediately. Instead, he patted Akainu's shoulder. Prepare the soldiers. We are setting out. Where to? Akainu asked. We are preparing to enter the new world from the comm belt, with Saipan as our target. A battle far greater than this one awaits us. Meanwhile, in the operational conference room at Navy headquarters, Sengoku remained holding the transponder snail that Garp had just hung up, seemingly lost in thought, while reflecting on numerous matters. A nearby individual observed the expression on Sengoku's face. This person, a balding man clad in an oversized white kimono and wearing thick glasses, bore deep wrinkles on his forehead and several age spots. He cradled a massive sword, from which some black mist resembling flames emanated. Although the sword seemed suited for a robust individual, the elderly man's frail frame was evident beneath his open kimono. What has transpired, Sengoku? He inquired, his tone calm and unperturbed. Barn may participate in the imminent battle for Saipan. Garp cannot face him alone, Sengoku replied gravely, setting down the transponder snail. Barn? The bald elder questioned, perplexed. He is the inventor of the enhanced devil fruit currently under Navy investigation, as well as a notorious pirate. He was the one who escaped from Impel Down with the likes of Shiki. He is also the only known dual devil fruit user. While the earlier details may not have captured the elder's attention, the mention of dual devil fruit user caused him to open his eyes. A dual devil fruit user? He inquired, his voice still flat. Yes, an unknown fruit and the life fruit, Sengoku explained. Is that so? The elder stroked his bald head thoughtfully before stating. In that case, Sengoku, you remain here. I shall go. What? Are you serious? Sengoku stammered, his voice trembling. Indeed. The elder slowly stood and, with a nod, made his way toward the door. Sengoku suddenly rose, bowing deeply to the elder's departing figure with utmost respect. Thank you immensely. It is truly a burden. Barn. As Akainu and Garp departed, Leonard emerged from the captain's quarters, holding Hancock, followed closely by the trembling Biojack. Lord Barn, are you all right? Upon sighting Barn, the previously composed Hancock broke free from Leonard's embrace and dashed toward him. I'm fine. As Barn expressed his thoughts, Hancock had already leaped into Barn's sorrow, wrapping her small hands around his neck. Lord Barn, I am truly concerned for you. Upon hearing Hancock's words, Barnes felt a shiver run down his spine. What a situation. Although I hold a certain admiration for the Empress, I am merely a 9-year-old child, wholly devoid of any interest in such matters. How absurd. As Barnes pondered, several dark lines appeared on his forehead. At that moment, Leonard hurried over from behind, and upon witnessing the harmonious exchange between Barnes and Hancock, he offered a subtle smile. Had Barnes been able to see Leonard's expression, it would surely have incited his ire, for the smile bore a profound significance. With Akainu and Garp having departed, the surrounding skirmishes naturally ceased. Sebastian had sustained a wound from Bastille, and Nanding was diligently tending to him, while Gaiaram, having endured a fierce battle, appeared somewhat disheveled. Captain. Gaiaram and his two companions approached, addressing the figure standing beside Barnes, Waldo, with respect. Waldo cast a glance at them. His gaze was no longer as frigid, and there was a hint of remorse, albeit subtle and not easily discernible. Leonard, it is fortunate you did not emerge earlier. It seems Adam has performed admirably. as the FFF Guild remains largely concealed from the scrutiny of the Navy. Bourne said to Leonard, Lord Adam has always placed great emphasis on this matter. At least for now, the Navy remains unaware of your connection to the FFF Guild. Bourne nodded slightly, having realized that people were gathering around him, indicating that this was no longer a suitable place for conversation. Little Hancock, Brother Bourne needs to discuss something with them. Could you please come down for a moment? Bourne's hand rested on Hancock's arm, which was encircling his neck, as he smiled and said, No. Naturally, Hancock would not acquiesce, and the grip on his arm tightened slightly more than before. The dark line on Bourne's forehead has become more pronounced. Is this charming little girl the one named Hancock? Am I perhaps misunderstanding the situation? Bourne pondered this, a faint bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he helplessly remarked, If you continue like this, Brother Bourne will grow to dislike you. Indeed, those words had their effect. Hancock obediently leapt down from Bourne's back, responding, Very well, but you must return swiftly. Understood, came the reply. Bourne, with a sense of resignation, shook his head. As he passed Leonard, his expression turned serious, and he spoke in a measured tone. Leonard, Vardo, and Biojack, please come with me. Leonard simply nodded and followed Bourne towards the captain's command room. Vardo raised an eyebrow and then instructed those around him. You all wait here for me, and do not move. With that, he hoisted Biojack onto his shoulder and followed suit. What did you say? Form an alliance? Vardo's voice suddenly echoed in the spacious command room. Ahem, Vardo, please calm down and listen to what Lord Azura has to say. Biojack quickly interjected, blocking Vardo. Bourne appeared remarkably composed, his expression unchanged as he calmly stated, My objectives are quite similar to yours. In Bourne's seemingly mundane words, there lingered a hint of earnestness. And indeed, the essence of his statement captivated Waldo. What is my intention, do you know? Upon finishing his query, Waldo averted his gaze, as if he held little interest in Bourne's proposition. Perhaps our objectives diverge slightly. However, we share a common adversary, the world government. Bourne remained as serene as ever. Yet Valdo found himself unable to maintain his composure. He turned his gaze towards Bourne, observing him intently, as if seeking some revelation within his pale eyes. However, disappointment washed over him once more. With a heavy sigh, Valdo spoke. What do you intend to do? Perched on Valdo's shoulder, Biojack felt his heart leap into his throat at the prospect of opposing the world government. He was not inclined to let Valdo take such risks. Biojack. As you well know, it is the world government that has ensnared us in our current predicament. Do you intend to endure this indefinitely? Valdo brusquely interrupted Biojack's impending words, fixing his gaze upon him. Valdo's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. Within it, Biojack discerned anger, hatred, and guilt. Witnessing Valdo's turmoil, Biojack shut his eyes in anguish, comprehending both Valdo's intentions and his suffering. Noticing Biojack's silence, Valdo shifted his focus back to Bourne. Perhaps sensing Valdo's scrutiny, Bourne calmly replied, You are aware that I am the actual master of the FFF Guild, which has established strongholds across the 4 seas in the Grand Line. Valdo raised an eyebrow in surprise, while Biojack gasped in astonishment. I am a seeker of freedom, yearning for a life unbound by constraints. This desire may align with your original intentions, yet as I have gained more experience, I have also witnessed an increasing number of injustices. My disillusionment with the world's systems grows ever more profound, Valdo. Bourne spoke, locking eyes with Waldo. Yet, my strength remains insufficient to confront the world government. Our adversaries extend beyond the Navy, encompassing the celestial dragons and numerous foes we remain unaware of. Bourne suddenly leaned forward, his nose almost touching Waldo's, his wide eyes, although lacking focus, radiated determination. I need your assistance, Waldo, he stated earnestly, maintaining intense eye contact at such close proximity, as if influenced by Bourne's fervor. The long-dormant heart of Waldo appeared to stir, becoming fervent yet still retaining a hint of composure. On what basis should I place my trust in you? Waldo inquired coolly. Bourne suddenly sat back, crossing his arms and resting them upon his stacked legs. The Golden Lion, the Whitebeard, and the Dark King Rayleigh, along with myself, was that sufficient? Bourne said lightly, yet his tone carried an unmistakable air of authority that brooked no refusal. We need to confer with the other crew members. BJRK interjected at an opportune moment, and Valdo nodded in agreement. Bourne extended his hand with a smile. Please, he said, as BJRK, Jack, and Waldo departed. Bourne continued to wear a cheerful expression. It was then that Leonard, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Mr. Bourne, I must express my disagreement with your efforts to win over Waldo. You are aware that his disdain for the world government surpasses our understanding, and we may find it quite challenging to manage him. As Leonard voiced this concern, his brow furrowed, betraying a palpable sense of worry. Bourne's smile deepened upon hearing Leonard's words. Leonard, I am indeed aware of what you say. However, you must understand that as a strategist, one must exercise caution yet cannot remain stagnant. Bourne's voice suddenly deepened, yet it was imbued with profound significance. Bourne, I have agreed to our alliance, Valdo calmly stated as he approached Bourne. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Bourne's face as he willingly grasped Valdo's hand and declared, You shall take pride in your decision, Valdo. Humph, let us hope so, Valdo retorted with a haughty demeanor, though he did not withdraw his hand from Bourne's grasp. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air, emanating from Fitz. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Leonard glanced over to see a bird engulfed in blue flames. Yet it appeared wounded and was plummeting from the sky. A bird ablaze with blue flames? Could that not be Marco? Bourne suddenly recalled Leonard's words. Fitz, hasten to accompany Leonard and bring Marco back. Bourne anxiously exclaimed, All right, I shall attend to it immediately. Chirp, chirp. Leonard could undoubtedly perceive the urgency in Bourne's words. Cradling Fitz, he hastened away. By the time Marco awoke, it was already evening. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Fitz standing beside him, curiously gazing with his small, bright eyes. Despite Fitz having matured considerably over the years, Marco still recognized him. A profound sigh escaped Marco's lips, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Fitz, quickly summoned Mr. Bourne. Something has happened, Marco weakly urged. Chirp, chirp. Fitz, possessing a keen intellect, understood Marco's intent and immediately called out loudly. Almost simultaneously, a figure rushed in from outside, a man clad in a black vest. His white shirt dust-stained, his hair disheveled, unmistakably Leonard, who had remained vigil outside since rescuing Marco. You are awake, Leonard exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Marco with palpable urgency. Marco managed a faint smile before weakly responding, Please, help me call Mr. Bourne. Something has occurred. Oh, wait for me. I shall return at once. Leonard, having grasped Marco's words, dashed out and soon returned with a similarly anxious Bourne. Mr. Bourne. Upon seeing Bourne, Marco struggled to sit up but was gently restrained by Leonard. You must not rise just yet, Leonard calmly insisted. Perhaps due to exhaustion, or perhaps finding solace in Bourne's presence, Marco drifted into a hazy slumber once more. At that moment, Bourne approached the bedside. Although he could not see, he sensed Marco's breath was faint and turned to Leonard with concern. How is he? Leonard, aware of Bourne's blindness, replied, Marco's left arm is completely fractured. Marco's left arm was grotesquely broken into 3 segments, twisted at a horrifying angle, with bone protruding ominously through the flesh. Bourne furrowed his brows tightly. Can you tell who did it? Bourne inquired coldly, his tone icy yet unmistakably infused with anger. Leonard gradually lifted Marco's injured left hand and spoke slowly. This does not appear to be caused by a blunt object or human hands. Rather, it bears a resemblance to Leonard's words trailed off as he paused. To what? Dragon. Leonard hesitated before finally articulating the word. Dragon? Bourne exclaimed in astonishment. Leonard, however, nodded calmly and remarked, It must be a rare ancient type from the Zoan fruit. When Marco was injured, he likely activated his fruit's abilities. Yet, despite this, he sustained such severe injuries. The individual who harmed him is undoubtedly proficient in hockey, particularly the armament type. If Marco had not maintained his powers, which mitigated the wound's deterioration, he might not have made it here at all. Do you know this person? Bourne's tone had grown colder, as if infused with a penetrating chill. Leonard nodded, rising to his feet, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, expressing his concern. The only individual capable of such a feat, to my knowledge, is an elder from the militant faction of the Celestial Dragons, a rare Zoan-type ancient species known as the rampaging dragon fruit user, Caprius Saint. But why would he target Marco? Just then, Marco, who had recently succumbed to slumber, awoke. His gaze fixed on Bourne at his bedside. With his eyes suddenly widening, he exclaimed, Mr. Bourne, hurry and save father. Marco clarified the events to Bourne. And as night fell, both Bourne and Leonard found themselves seated at the mouth of the colossal cannon of the grocer. Fitz, on the other hand, was currently keeping Marco company in slumber. Perhaps it was due to Marco's fruit abilities that Fitz felt particularly close to him. You must be going, Leonard remarked, sitting there with an unlit cigarette held delicately between his fingers. Indeed, it is all my doing. I had asked Nugoite to help me guard Saipan. Bourne gazed ahead, calmly speaking, though all he could perceive was darkness. Mr. Bourne, have you ever contemplated why the Navy has set its sights on Saipan Island? Leonard remarked. taking another drag from his cigarette. I previously constructed an enhancement device, stationed at a stronghold before the Shambadi archipelago. I trust Leah has informed you of this. I suspect that the incomplete destruction of that device yielded something of interest to the Navy. Leonard nodded, casting the remnant of his cigarette into the sea, and addressed Barn. That must be the case. The Navy has a scientist at its headquarters, possessing a mind that is 5 centuries ahead of the world. It appears he has also developed the enhancement device you mentioned. Indeed, this is why Saipan Island holds such significance. The haste with which Akainu and Garp departed leads me to believe they have already received intelligence. Barn's expression grew serious, and he spoke with a grave tone. The naval vessels, employing the unique technology of the marine lithosphere, can significantly accelerate their navigation through the seas. Even if you were to set sail now, they would undoubtedly reach their destination before you. Should the guild intervene? Leonard rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward the abyssal depths of the ocean as he spoke. Barn shook his head and addressed Leonard. Now is not the opportune moment. The guild still requires development and must remain concealed from the gaze of the Navy and the world government. Once I have settled Vardo tomorrow, I shall set forth alone. You are to escort Hancock back to Nine Snake Island, then return with Fitz to the Sabaody archipelago to seek out Adam and devise a means to contact Shiki. The Navy is unaware of Shiki's affiliation with our guild, and his abilities could prove invaluable in this conflict. Leonard nodded thoughtfully. Very well, it is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Barn also rose to his feet, leaving behind a memorable phrase as he made his way towards the cabin prepared for him by Biojek. Soldiers, we are about to embark on our journey to the New World, where a fierce battle awaits us. The esteemed celestial dragon, Caprillius, has already led our comrades from the G5 base into this war, yet we must now face Whitebeard, the most ruthless of men. Furthermore, we have just received intelligence that another notorious fugitive, known as Ashura Barnbashet, will also partake in this conflict. For our victory, for our justice, we shall go to aid Caprillius and our compatriots at G5. Oh, in the square of Mariehua, the current fleet Admiral Sengoku stood passionately on a platform, delivering an impassioned speech that garnered the fervent support of thousands of naval personnel below. Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Raccoon, Damai Chang, John Jander, you are to lead the troops to rendezvous with Caprillius. Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Karp, Oni Spider, and Bastille are already en route to Saipan Island. This battle for Saipan must not falter. Sengoku raised his arm high, shouting with fervor. Yes, the ensuing roar from the Navy echoed with intensity, reflecting their unwavering morale. Amidst their cheers, Sengoku discreetly glanced at a figure concealed in the shadows, clutching a massive blade, and nodded. He then turned back, raising his voice once more. Expeditionary Force, set sail. Vista. How is Marco faring? The Moby Dick had just arrived at Saipan, and Marco, who had previously been stationed there, sent word that the Navy had attacked Saipan, leaving him gravely injured. Vista, with a worried expression, informed Whitebeard, Marco is severely hurt. Upon landing yesterday, his crew reported that his left hand was shattered into 3 pieces, allegedly by the Celestial Dragons. Whitebeard's brow furrowed at the mention of the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons? It seems this time they are not the typical fools we have faced before. They may very well be elders of their kind. His expression turned grave. For the fact that Celestial Dragons could survive from the time of the 20 Kings until now suggested that mere status was insufficient for their survival. The elders among them must be formidable indeed. By the way, Vista, where is Marco now? Whitebeard inquired once more. Marco is utilizing his devil fruit abilities to sustain his left hand. He has gone to seek Mr. Barn, Vista replied. Seeking Barn? That fellow is still in Sabaody archipelago. Marco may find it overwhelming, Whitebeard remarked with a frown of discontent. No, old man. Mr. Barn is currently in the Combelt, not far from here. Vista quickly corrected. The Combelt? How did he end up there? Wasn't he supposed to be in Sabaody archipelago enjoying retirement? Ha ha ha. Perhaps hearing that Barn was in the Combelt eased Marco's burden, or perhaps the prospect of reuniting with an old friend sparked some anticipation. Whitebeard's mood lightened considerably, and the tension in his face relaxed. With Marco reaching Barn, I need not worry further. Old man, the G5 Navy has arrived. Sachi rushed into the captain's quarters in a flurry. What's all the fuss about? Ha ha ha. In contrast to Sachi's panic, Whitebeard appeared remarkably composed. Standing tall and laughing heartily, he slung his massive nodachi over his shoulder and stepped out of the captain's quarters, heading straight to the dining hall of the Moby Dick, where the crew was engaged in revelry and feasting. With a mighty hand gripping the enormous weapon, Whitebeard bellowed, Lads, Put down your cups and follow me into battle. Oh. The timid Navy approaches. In a few days, our old friend Barn will return. Let us fight splendidly and not give him the opportunity to laugh at us. Oh. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the G-5 Navy was steadily approaching Saipan Island, a line of 7 warships, with the central vessel resembling a luxurious cruiser. Within its opulent interior sat a robust elder, surrounded by 4 veiled beauties attending to him with leg massages and one dedicated to pouring wine. All signs indicated that this stout elder was indeed a member of the world aristocracy, despite the absence of the ostentatious helmet typically worn. The Great Caprillius. Our naval reinforcements may arrive today. Seated nearby was a man with a buzz cut and an alluring beard, complemented by oversized sunglasses, exuding a distinct masculinity. Though a spoon inexplicably stuck to his face rendered him somewhat comical. Oh, Virgo, could you please remove that revolting spoon from your face before you speak? After relishing a fine wine served by one of the beauties, Caprillius directed a disdainful gaze towards Virgo. Oh, my sincerest apologies, it may have inadvertently stuck during my meal. Perhaps seeing Virgo remove the spoon lightened Caprillius's mood. His expression softened as he slowly rose to his feet, declaring, I am the glorious and esteemed celestial dragon. Such trivial matters do not require assistance from those filthy beings. You are correct. The Admiral merely worries for your safety, fearing you might be harmed, Virgo responded respectfully. Despite his disdain for the celestial dragon's characteristic arrogance, Caprillius, oblivious to any underlying tension, waved away the beauty attendants and turned his back to Virgo, casually inquiring, how is that young lad Mingo faring? Upon hearing this, Virgo's demeanor stiffened, and a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. Thanks to your blessings. Young master is doing quite well. His head hung low, concealing his expression, while Caprillius nodded indifferently. After all, he and I share a bond, rest assured. Tell him that I will intercede on his behalf with the celestial dragons. While a full restoration of his status may be unlikely, he will at least receive certain privileges. Caprillius mused nostalgically, perhaps revealing one of the few human emotions other than arrogance to grace the celestial dragon's countenance. That would be most appreciated, esteemed Caprillius. Virgo remarked at the opportune moment, gratifying Caprillius's pride. Now, let us prepare for battle. I wish to witness Whitebeard's true strength. Yes, Virgo respectfully withdrew. Emerging from the vessel transformed, shedding his previous obsequiousness to reclaim the commanding presence befitting a vice admiral. All ships, set sail. Yes. Vice Admiral Virgo. You have a fork on your face. Old man, the Navy's warships have arrived. Indeed. Whitebeard slowly rose, his massive Nodachi standing upright beside him. He bellowed. Which old friend is arriving? The voice that answered him was not that of any of his friends, but rather a thunderous roar. Caprius directly utilized his fruit power, transforming his left hand into a dragon's claw, adorned with dark green scales and streaks of crimson. Subtle dragon scales began to emerge on other parts of his body. But the most striking change was in his teeth, which morphed from smooth enamel into jagged fangs. With a sudden leap from the outer ship, Caprius employed the moonwalk technique. Landing before Whitebeard. Are you the so-called strongest man in the world? Caprius sneered, looking disdainfully at the towering figure before him. Caprius, not lacking in stature himself, met Whitebeard's gaze. Standing on the shore like 2 colossal titans. Clang. Caprius's dragon claw fiercely struck Whitebeard's naginata. The muscles in the claw writhed, seemingly amplifying the force directed into it, while the veins on Whitebeard's forehead bulged ominously. However, Whitebeard merely laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Wah, if you are referring to Whitebeard, then that is indeed me." With his other hand, he conjured a sphere of white energy, an embodiment of the Tremor Fruit's power. Boom. Whitebeard's fist landed solidly against the dragon claw that gripped his naginata. Roar. Caprius' claw was forced open, relinquishing its hold on Whitebeard's weapon. Subsequently, the power of the beast dragon fruit was retracted, returning Caprius to his human form. Though his left wrist, struck by the blow, was left slightly swollen. As Caprius flexed his wrist, he remarked to Whitebeard with a grin, "Not bad." But almost instantly, he transformed again, his entire upper body adopting a draconic appearance, with fierce dark green scales covering his muscular form. His head morphed into that of the beast dragon, with massive, sharp fangs glistening ominously, and his clawed feet tightened into a formidable grip. With a sudden surge of strength in his legs, he lunged forward. This level of power is insufficient. Yet, it was his previously struck hand that now surged with immense force, enveloped in dense armament hockey. Whitebeard, undeterred, clenched his left fist, also shrouded in potent armament hockey, and met the challenge head-on. Boom. Their fists collided with unyielding force, and no one could discern the victor of this clash. Suddenly, the air shifted dramatically, transforming into a tempest, as if a storm erupted from the point of contact between their fists, shattering the previously unbroken expanse of white clouds above. Conqueror's Haki. The two remained locked in their struggle, yet Whitebeard's right hand had already raised his Naginata high. The weapon, now infused with the power of the Tremor fruit, sliced through the air with a white arc aimed directly at Caprius. Realizing the imminent danger, Caprius enveloped himself in dense Haki, combined with the dragon scales, granting him extraordinary defense, such that Whitebeard's strike left no mark upon him. Yet Whitebeard's smile was chilling. His left arm flexed once more, joints cracking ominously. Whitebeard yelled, unleashing a force that sent Caprius hurtling away. Despite his formidable defenses, Caprius found himself spitting blood mid-air. Whitebeard, brandishing his weapon, gazed down at the grounded Caprius, declaring, even if your defenses can withstand my slashes, they cannot withstand my vibrations. Not even your armament Haki. In that moment, the sky seemed to collapse, the atmospheric pressure intensifying, causing pirates and Navy personnel alike to faint from the oppressive force. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Whitebeard watched in astonishment as the celestial dragon before him struggled to rise. The formerly pristine bubble-collared shirt had become tattered, revealing a torso transformed into that of the beast dragon, while his black trousers strained against his form, showing signs of tearing. His exposed calves had turned dark green, now adorned with fearsome dragon scales. Caprius wiped the blood from his mouth with a grin. I am the illustrious world noble. You may call me the esteemed Saint Caprius, or by my other favorite title, the Tyrant King. The Tremor fruit, renowned as the mightiest of Paramecia types, could easily be countered by Zoan-type users, especially those like Caprius, whose defenses were astonishing. The most formidable aspect of the Tremor fruit was its ability to inflict internal damage through the enemy's body, yet at a certain level. Zoan-type users could enhance their internal organs to withstand such tremors. At that moment, Caprius had transformed into a dragon-human hybrid, with his bones and organs greatly enhanced. It could be said that Caprius now stood fearless against Whitebeard's abilities. Though he might still sustain some damage, it was of little consequence. The ensuing battle would be a mere contest of raw power. Both Whitebeard and Caprius unleashed their utmost strength against one another. The atmospheric pressure surged once more. On the other side, the G5 members left aboard the warship observed the fierce confrontation on the shore, turning to Virgo with concern. Vice Admiral Virgo, are the celestial dragons truly this powerful? They can match Whitebeard blow for blow. Virgo merely smiled, responding nonchalantly. Saint Caprius has yet to unleash his full power. Once more, the G5 members gazed at the Dragon Man clashing with Whitebeard, swallowing hard. Report. An intelligence officer rushed over from the warship. Speak. We have just received word from Admiral Akainu. He and Vice Admiral Smoker have arrived in the current sea region. Understood, Virgo replied coolly, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced towards Saipan Island. Boom. Whitebeard and Caprius collided once again. Yet, at that moment, the sky underwent a transformation, as the temperature of the entire sea area seemed to rise. Meteor volcano. A booming voice echoed above the waters, and suddenly, it was as if meteors were plummeting from the sky, fiery molten rocks raining down. However, their target was not Whitebeard, who was engaged with Caprius, but rather the other members of Whitebeard's crew on Saipan Island. Curse be this. Whitebeard immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, forcefully pushing Caprius away. In that instant, he seized the air with both hands as if grasping a tangible entity. Just then, the alert Caprius attempted to intervene, but was unexpectedly struck aside by another figure. Old man, continue your fight. I will hold off this old lizard. It is Diamond Jaws. At this moment, he has completely transformed into a being of diamond, forcefully breaking through Caprius. No matter how great your strength, you cannot shatter my bones. Come on, old lizard. Jaws shouted loudly at Caprius, whom he had just pushed aside. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, without a moment's hesitation, called out the name of his technique. Great shockwave. In an instant, it was as if time had frozen, transforming into a still image, before suddenly shattering. Tsunami. Earthquake. A colossal disaster swept across the scene, tearing apart the terrifying rain of molten meteorites in the sky. Akainu's attack was neutralized by Whitebeard. Yet on a distant warship, Akainu, with lava dripping from his hands, wore a smirk of triumph. Vice Admiral Garp, aren't you going to join us? The smile on Akainu's face lingered as he turned to Garp. However, Garp appeared disinterested, which was peculiar. Usually, he would charge forward upon witnessing a formidable opponent like Whitebeard. But now, he remained motionless, leaning against the mast, feigning sleepiness. Akainu chose not to press further and leaped off the mast. He understood Garp's reluctance. It seemed Garp held disdain for their assault on Whitebeard. Yet, Akainu was indifferent to this. Justice, or rather truth, always lay in the hands of those who laugh last. Once you possess justice, who would dare question the means by which it was obtained? To him, justice was inherently ambiguous, yet he would stop at nothing to achieve it. Watching Akainu depart, Garp discreetly opened one eye, sighed silently, and then closed it again. Kid, what is your name? Capria's attack was once more thwarted by Jaws. While Whitebeard utilized his power to shatter the meteor volcano unleashed by Akainu, causing a tsunami that overturned 2 warships. I am Jaws, the strongest shield of Dad. And you? Do not call me kid, old man. Jaws boasted, waving his diamond arm at Caprias. Damn it, filthy mortal. I cannot crush you, but I can send you flying. In his dragon form, Caprias once again charged at Jaws with his arm enveloped in dense haki. Dad. Akainu is in the sky. Vista spotted Akainu approaching with moonwalk and rushed forward with dual swords. Hey, Vista. Whitebeard glanced at Vista with concern, but Vista had already dashed ahead. As soon as Akainu landed, he saw Vista charging towards him. Akainu, your opponent is me. Do not interfere with Dad. Vista pointed with his chin, his signature mustache twitching defiantly. Flower Sword Vista, I am quite interested in battling you, but unfortunately, I am rather busy right now. Akainu's smile did not fade. His tone laced with amusement and disdain, which irked Vista, prompting him to twirl his swords and charge forward. Great fire. Akainu's fist transformed into lava, hurtling towards Vista. The searing heat wave swept across Vista's face, making him feel as though his proud mustache was on the brink of incineration. Despite being enveloped in haki, Vista's swords did not melt under Akainu's lava, but were nonetheless knocked away by Akainu's tremendous force. However, Akainu did not capitalize on this apparent opening. Instead, he utilized Jeppo to distance himself from Vista, reappearing atop the left flank of Saipan Island's volcano. Haha, Whitebeard. Absolute justice will not be shamed by you. Meteor volcano. Akainu stood at the volcano's mouth, laughing maniacally, completely shedding his previously cold demeanor. This time, the vast eruption targeted the scattered members of the Whitebeard pirates across Saipan Island. Dad. It's coming. Run. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Unleash your fury, Whitebeard. Akainu continued to provoke, standing at the volcano's edge, roaring like a madman. Watching the fleeing pirates below, his laughter growing louder and more frenzied. Damn it, Sakazuki. You little brat. Whitebeard shouted, hurling his Naginata at the volcano-bound Akainu. The long blade pierced through swathes of forest, reaching Akainu. Yet, Akainu did not evade or flinch. He even maintained his laughter as he elementalized, allowing the Naginata to pierce through his head. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, with a tremor in his shoulder, discarded his large hat, bent his powerful frame, crossed his arms before his chest, and then grasped fiercely at the void. Time itself seemed to freeze at his grasp. The waves ceased their motion, leaves caught in the wind stilled, warships halted their rocking. While Akainu retained his uproarious laughter, and Whitebeard's massive Naginata had not yet completely exited Akainu's form, everything became motionless, as if frozen in a tableau. However, a fissure emerged in this tableau, and almost instantaneously, countless such breaches appeared, the scene fracturing as if a shattered mirror, those gaps slowly connecting until the scene collapsed. Disaster. Indeed, behind the shattered image lay a cataclysm of immense proportions. Tsunami. Enormous waves overturned all the warships brought by the G5 base. Earthquake. The entirety of Saipan Island seemed to transform into a small boat amidst a storm, shaking violently. Even someone of Capria's stature was forced to the ground by the tremendous tremors. Then, the long-dormant Saipan volcano erupted. A torrent of volcanic ash and lava gushed forth from the volcano's mouth, some shooting into the clouds, while others flowed into the forest and oceans. Forests were engulfed in flames, and the scalding lava that poured into the ocean instantly generated vast clouds of steam, transforming into blackened rock. The once idyllic Saipan Island morphed into a hellish landscape in an instant. Nevertheless, the volcano did not continue its eruption. Instead, Akainu's voice resonated from the volcano's mouth. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, this is your own doing. Your demise is at hand. At that moment, Akainu had vanished, leaping into the volcano as it erupted. The voice emerging from the volcano grew heavier, and upon hearing it, Whitebeard's expression turned grave, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Uncertain whether it was from the heat of the eruption or the fear of an impending unknown, suddenly an anomaly occurred. From the massive mouth of the Saipan volcano, a gigantic hand composed of molten rock emerged. It was Akainu. At this moment, Akainu had transformed completely, no longer resembling his former self, but rather embodying a colossal being of molten lava. or more aptly described as a lava beast. His immense form reached into the sky, shrouded in volcanic ash, leaving in its wake only the image of his continuously burning, fiery body. Whitebeard, it is truly thanks to you that all of this has come to pass. Akainu's voice reverberated through the ash-laden sky. Quick! Jump into the sea! Jump into the sea! Hurry and leave this perilous island! After swallowing hard, Whitebeard shouted loudly, directing his crew to flee from the treacherous isle. However, the subsequent voice sent his heart plummeting. Ice Age. Despair. Ice Age. Several warships emerged from behind the massive volcano of Saipan, and a towering figure loomed not far off the coast, adorned with a light green eye patch. His dreamy eyes reminiscent of a grizzly bear awakening from hibernation. With outstretched hands, his fingers dipped slightly below the water's surface, and emotionless words escaped his lips, exuding a frigid aura. The sea began to crystallize around his fingertips, slowly at first, but the vastness of the ocean belied the rapidity of the ice's spread. Land on the island. Quickly. We're going to freeze. Hurry to the shore. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, who had just plunged into the sea to evade the lava, were once again engulfed by panic, thrashing wildly in the water. Despite their frantic movements, many were ensnared by the encroaching ice, the chills seeping through their respiratory tracts, freezing their innards, and ultimately claiming their lives. This is dire. Vista observed his comrades trapped upon the ice, glancing back at the seething lava giant, swallowing hard as he spoke bitterly. Great fire. Before the crew could even secure their footing on the island, Akainu's assault followed suit, a colossal fire fist crashing toward them like a wall. Having lost his Naginata, Whitebeard fortified his left arm with haki and the power of his fruit, bracing himself to meet the blow with his formidable strength. Akainu's fist, akin to a wall, collided with what felt like a mirror, halting abruptly before suddenly exploding outward, molten rock splattering around Whitebeard. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Whitebeard's forehead. The intensity of Akainu's attack had exceeded his expectations, and with the ever-watchful presence of Akiji and Caprarius looming behind him, even someone as powerful as Whitebeard found himself momentarily taken aback. Old man, what should we do now? Sachi, gripping his longsword, cautiously approached Whitebeard's rear, keeping an eye on their surroundings, and whispered his inquiry. Get on the ice. I will handle Akainu and Akiji. Whitebeard declared, his fists clenched, his tone grave. Whitebeard, do not be so arrogant. I'm here too. Caprarius, in his dragonman form, leaped forth, roaring as he charged at Whitebeard. Old lizard, deal with me before you concern yourself with him. Injured yet resolute, Jozo once again propelled Caprarius away. You little brat, how are you still alive? Caprarius, having crawled from the ruins countless times, glared impatiently at Jozo. Humph, even in death, I shall not perish. Jozo retorted defiantly, his voice robust despite his battered body, which bore numerous wounds, his diamond skin marred with bite-like marks. Damn it, you insolent brat. Caprarius charged once more, and Jozo met him head-on. Caprarius was momentarily detained by Jozo. You all, hurry and descend the ice. Sachi commanded urgently as the pirates on the island leaped onto the ice, only to find it already occupied by those awaiting their arrival. It was the members of G5, previously toppled into the sea by a tsunami. Admiral Virgo, why is Caprarius being held back by a mere captain under Whitebeard? He is someone who can contend with Whitebeard himself. A drenched member of G5 questioned the equally soaked Virgo. After all, Jozo's fruit is quite troublesome. Caprarius is at a loss for how to deal with him at present. He cannot exert his full strength, or we shall all suffer, Virgo replied darkly. Oh, Virgo, you have something strange stuck to your face again, remarked the G5 member. Virgo touched his face, removed a piece of hamburger meat that had adhered, swallowed it, and then addressed the pirates who were still leaping onto the ice. All right, our guests have arrived. You lot, arm yourselves and prepare to greet them. Oh, and us too. Bastille, the ghost spider, the great Dalmatians, the flying squirrel. Injana the giant clan leapt from the warship, their eyes glinting with predatory intent as they surveyed the members of the Whitebeard pirates. What should we do? The pirates turned to their captain for guidance. What should we do? Naturally, we charge in and fight, Vista declared, brandishing his twin swords and stroking his beard. Alas, it seems we have no choice, Sachi replied with a wry smile. On the other side, the water buffalo Atmos was far more irritable, brandishing his massive axe as he charged forward. A towering figure among the pirates adorned with claws bellowed, "Let us go." Hey, Teach, wait for us. Charge. An intense battle erupted on the icy surface. While on Sabati Island, Caprias was being dragged by Jozu. Whitebeard slowly rose to his full height, gazing at the half-frozen Akiji and the magma beast Akainu, who had just leapt down from the volcano, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Now it's my turn to deal with you two youngsters. Violent mouth of youth. Dog bite Red Lotus. Akiji's right hand amassed a tremendous chill, encrusting half of his body in frost. As a colossal icy bird formed from a visible wave of cold and hurtled towards Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Akainu hurled his entire right arm, which transformed into a gigantic lava hyena, roaring as it charged at Whitebeard. As Akainu's right arm regenerated, he observed the beleaguered Whitebeard with a smirk. Great shockwave. With no escape in sight, Whitebeard resolved to face the onslaught head-on, grasping the very fabric of space once again, unleashing his technique. The space shattered anew, causing the ice bird and the lava hyena to disintegrate, yet the vast ice surface trembled violently, fissures appearing beneath the strain. Whitebeard, are you certain you want to use that technique? Are you unconcerned about your sons on the ice? Akainu's deep voice reverberated from the maw of the colossal magma beast, dripping with arrogance. Akiji, standing beside him, furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at Akainu. Unbeknownst to them, Whitebeard's most formidable technique, the Great Shockwave, was effectively sealed. Damn it! Curse Marines! Father, catch my axe! Atmos, having regained his footing, shouted in fury upon witnessing his father's plight, and he hurled his massive axe toward Whitebeard. Good! Whitebeard bellowed, catching the axe with ease. While Atmos required both hands to wield the massive weapon, Whitebeard seized it with a single hand, transforming it into a hand axe. Almost instantaneously upon receiving the axe, Whitebeard enveloped himself in armament hockey, the pressure rising dramatically, as if the sky itself were drawn closer. Conqueror's hockey. With a swift motion, Whitebeard swung the hand axe, producing a sound that cut through the air. His expression was grim as he regarded Akainu and Akiji. Come again. The aura of a king radiated from him. Come again. Whitebeard, you shall regret your arrogance. Akainu's hoarse voice emerged from the lava beast, accompanied by the crackling sound of lava burning through rock, creating a cacophony. Dog bite Red Lotus. Akainu detached both of his molten arms, which reshaped in midair, and charged forth, summoning two slightly smaller hyenas from the soil of Sabati Island, which lunged fiercely at Whitebeard. While Akainu's arms were formed from the lava, his assault far from over. Great Fire Blast. The lava giant Akainu suddenly expelled scorching flames from his shoulder. His massive form lurched forward, accompanied by the force of his fist. Whitebeard wielded the axe in both hands, swinging it fiercely twice, unleashing two colossal white slashes that tore towards the ravenous hyenas. One of the white slashes cleaved a hyena in half. The other, witnessing its companion's demise, lunged at the slash, only to be bisected as well. However, just as Whitebeard dealt with this threat, he noticed Akainu barreling toward him. The immense force behind Akainu's punch was formidable. Yet it appeared that Whitebeard's comparatively smaller frame contained even greater power. The muscles in Whitebeard's left arm bulged, trembling with energy and with a swift motion. He unleashed the concentrated force, meeting Akainu's colossal fist head-on. What? As Akainu felt the overwhelming power coursing through the layers of lava, he was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated Whitebeard. The force imbued with the power of the tremor fruit caused Akainu's massive lava arm to twist and ultimately disintegrate in midair. In that moment, the lava beast that was Akainu lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Ice Blade. Before Whitebeard could revel in his triumph over the colossal creature, a chilling voice laced with death's essence whispered in his ear. Akiji. Akiji appeared silently behind Whitebeard, exhaling frigid air that coalesced into a sharp ice dagger in his right hand, aimed directly at Whitebeard's neck. Whitebeard, having survived countless battles over the years, relied on his experience, skill, and most importantly, his formidable physique. In an instant, he reacted, bringing his armament hockey-covered axe blade to meet the ice dagger. Yet this was not the end. As the axe cleaved through the icy blade, poised to strike Akiji's chest, Akiji transformed into his elemental form just in time. The fallen ice figure retained Akiji's visage, the cut resembling a mirror's reflection. A gust of cold wind swept past, and Akiji reappeared before Whitebeard, but this time, Whitebeard would not allow them to take the initiative. His figure flickered as he vanished from sight, instantly reappearing above the still recovering Akainu. With fingers splayed, a massive white pressure dome materialized in the air, visibly contracting at an alarming speed. Not good. Although Akiji was uncertain of the impending events within the white pressure dome, a strong sense of foreboding gripped him. Time freeze capsule. A white capsule emanating cold was launched from Akiji's right hand, targeting none other than Whitebeard. With one hand controlling the pressure dome enveloping Akainu, Whitebeard had no choice but to relinquish his weapon once more, hurling Atmos' massive axe fiercely toward the capsule. While the white pressure dome continued to shrink at a rapid pace, Akainu found it exceedingly challenging to rise, as the immense atmospheric pressure forcefully pinned him to the ground. He desperately called out for Akiji's assistance, yet his pleas were stifled by the oppressive barriers surrounding him, rendering them inaudible. Atomos' colossal axe spun rapidly through the air until it made contact with the capsule, only to be abruptly halted, maintaining the angle at which it struck. And then it plummeted straight downwards. It gradually froze on the ground, engulfed in flames, starting from the exterior and working inward. Meanwhile, the overwhelming pressure had completely enveloped Akainu, who had transformed into a monstrous being of molten lava. Resembling food sealed in plastic at a supermarket, he was firmly pressed to the ground. Whitebeard, on the other hand, retracted one of his hands and, harnessing the power of the tremor fruit, struck the hand that was trapped within the pressure barrier. With a resounding explosion, Whitebeard bellowed and swiftly distanced himself. As he did, the pressure barrier, which had once been nearly flush against Akainu, suddenly expanded, protrusions reminiscent of spikes emerging from its surface. Akainu emitted a harrowing scream through the gaping maw of his lava form, accompanied by the sounds of his rocky exterior crumbling and disintegrating under the relentless pressure. Though all these sounds were muffled beneath the immense barrier, for a full minute, the turbulent winds wreaked havoc, during which Whitebeard tirelessly defended against Akiji's incessant attacks. Finally, with a sharp crack, the barrier shattered, revealing Akainu, battered and ragged, his once massive form reduced to scattered stones and debris around him. Akiji swung his ice blade again at Whitebeard, but the latter's hand, enveloped in his armament haki, seized Akiji with force. Extracting his hand, Whitebeard cast a glance at the disheveled Akainu and remarked with a grin, "Young man, remember, do not speak too grandly." Upon finishing his words, Whitebeard unleashed a devastating blow to Akiji's abdomen using the tremor fruit's power. The impact resounded with a powerful shockwave. After delivering his warning, Whitebeard released his grip on Akiji, allowing him to twist and tumble through the air at various angles. Akiji was sent crashing down beside Akainu, convulsing momentarily before blood surged from his mouth. Coughing, Akiji struggled to turn over, facing the sky, albeit with bloodshot eyes that painted a grim scene. Akainu slowly rose, assisting Akiji to his feet. His voice laced with venom as he declared, "Even if I cannot kill him here, I will ensure he is gravely weakened." He turned to Akiji, saying, "His sons are on that ice surface. Soon, I will shatter the ice with a meteor volcano, and they will all plummet into the sea. Even if they possess powers, it will be futile. Then you can encase them in ice once more." Akainu's eyes gleamed with fervor, while Akiji hesitated, responding, "But there are our Navy soldiers up there. For the sake of justice, some sacrifices are necessary. They will feel honored by their sacrifice." With that, Akainu released Akiji and swiftly appeared at the now quiet summit of the Saipan volcano. Though Akainu spoke with noble intentions, Akiji discerned the underlying cruelty in his words. Just then, Akainu's manic roar echoed in his ears. "Ha ha ha. I told you, you will regret your arrogance." Meteor volcano. A preposterously large cluster of molten meteors suddenly emerged, trailing numerous streams of black smoke as they surged toward the vast ice surface. "This is bad." Whitebeard's heart raced at the sight of the descending meteors. Watching them hurtle past, his heart bled for the impending tragedy. It was the meteor volcano of Admiral Akainu. What was he planning? "It's coming. He intends to annihilate us all. Quick, flee." The Navy soldiers on the ice, witnessing the meteors cloaked in thick black smoke advancing towards them, were engulfed in panic, scattering in large numbers and leaping into the sea. Even the vice admirals at headquarters were at a loss, instinctively grasping Akainu's intentions, their throats tightening with dread. "Captain." Meanwhile, the members of the Whitebeard pirates also caught sight of the roaring meteors, anxiously glancing at their captain. Yet, the captains remained resolute, not turning back. Sachi slowly loosened the collar wrapped around his neck, affirming, "We must trust Dad. He will find a way. Even if not, we cannot become a burden." Sachi wiped the blood from his blade with his collar, then secured the weapon to his hand, leaning forward into a sprint, calmly stating, "So, let us kill." With that, he charged forward. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates mirrored his actions, their targets set on the fleeing Navy soldiers. "Oh, kill. We believe in Dad," they cried, rallying together, raising their weapons and following their captains into the fray. The only sounds left behind were their cries and tears, having accepted the ensuing battle as their farewell. Whitebeard, listening to the cries of battle on the ice, felt his features contort with anguish, tears streaming down his face. Yet, in an instant, he wiped his eyes fiercely. His bloodshot gaze locking onto Akainu. "Go forth, my dear sons. Dad will avenge you." With that, Whitebeard bent his arms, his muscles and joints thrumming with pent-up energy. Charging madly toward Akainu. "Akainu, I will bring about your demise." Whitebeard's voice roared with unrestrained malice, his focus unwaveringly set on Akainu. "Ha! Come at me, Whitebeard. Even if you kill me, it will be in vain. I have your sons to accompany me to the grave." Ha! However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ajura demonic light slash. This familiar voice resonated, accompanied by a colossal white slash infused with red lightning, sweeping toward the falling meteors. The once howling meteors, which threatened to wreak havoc, were obliterated into dust by the overwhelming energy of the demonic slash. Even the ash-laden sky, shrouded in darkness, was torn open, revealing the azure heavens beyond. Is that Ajura? Ajura has arrived. It's the Ajura who escaped from the deep-sea prison. Flee. In a single move. He had dismantled Akainu's meteor volcano. Was this individual truly human? Run. Recognizing the iconic massive slash, the Navy soldiers immediately identified Ba'an, plunging into a state of panic. The soldiers on the ice fled wildly, leaving the vice admirals at a loss for what to do. On the other side, the pirates who had regarded this battle as a farewell confrontation, upon realizing that their worries had been alleviated, were instantly filled with an overwhelming fighting spirit. "It is Mr. Barn. Mr. Barn has come to our rescue. Aha! Let us fight. We must not allow Mr. Barn to underestimate us. Fight. Annihilate those cowardly souls who are trembling in fear." The previously tense situation of the battle underwent a dramatic transformation with Barn's arrival. Labu emerged from behind Saipan Island, carrying Barn and the injured Marco, gradually making his way to the shore. Barn supported the injured Marco as they ascended the island, then turned to Rab and said, "Rab, you must return to the Shambadi archipelago to find Adam. Shortly, Shiki will come to escort me." Rab, of course, was unwilling to comply and called out as he emerged above the surface of the sea, "Rab, obey me. I shall return safely." Barn, feeling helpless, could only feign anger as he spoke. Upon witnessing Barn's apparent fury, Lab recalled that Barn had never deceived him, and thus nodded before swimming back. As he departed, he called out a warning for Barn to be cautious. Barn smiled, gently supporting Marco as they approached Whitebeard. "Father," Marco said, looking at Whitebeard with a sense of guilt. Whitebeard, with tears welling in his eyes, placed his hands on Marco's shoulders and trembled as he spoke. "It's all right. It's just fine." He then turned his gaze towards Barn, who, sensing the weight of Whitebeard's look, apologized. "I'm sorry, Newgate, for my tardiness." Whitebeard chose not to elaborate further, merely delivering a light punch to Barn's chest. It was evident that he did not exert any real force, for after receiving the playful blow, Barn erupted into laughter. Among friends, often, words are superfluous. "What is the current state of affairs?" Barn inquired. Whitebeard surveyed the surroundings and then responded to Barn. "The Navy has exerted considerable effort this time. Akainu and Akiji are engaged with me, and a formidable celestial dragon named Caprius has also joined the fray. He is currently entangled with Jozu. On the ice, there are vice admirals from both the main headquarters and the G5 division, and Wildcarp has arrived. He remains aboard the warship without taking action. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that a terrifying figure lurks among that fleet of ships." Whitebeard directed his gaze towards the distant naval vessels resting upon the sea. As Whitebeard continued to speak, Barn extended his perception, discerning Akainu, Akiji, and the seemingly asleep Carp with his eyes wide open aboard the warship, along with a dangerously ominous red silhouette concealed within the fleet. However, there was little time for Barn to ponder further. Amidst his conversation with Whitebeard, a figure came hurtling from the side. It was Jozu. Whitebeard immediately recognized him. But Jozu appeared to be in a dire state, his body battered, and even the diamond covering his left arm cracked. It was a bite mark. Whitebeard observed the wounds and calmly remarked, "Cough, cough, I apologize, old man, Mr. Barn, I couldn't hold him back." At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the dissipating smoke, revealing a monstrous creature with tusks. "Ugh, you really are tough. My teeth are cracking. But this time you won't be able to move." It was Caprius. "You bastard!" Whitebeard exclaimed, anger boiling as he prepared to charge at the injured Jozu, only to be restrained by Barn. Barn silently crouched down, placing his hand upon Josh's chest, and spoke, "You have performed admirably. Now allow me to take over. You should retreat with Marco for the time being. With that, Barn gradually rose to his feet, the second generation of his katana, Jiketsu, unconsciously unsheathed. Its eerie crimson flames emanating an unsettling aura in the air. You are injured. Leave this to me while you confront Akainu and Akiji. After uttering these words, he brandished his blade and advanced towards Caprius. Whitebeard, well aware of Barn's formidable prowess, acknowledged his own injuries and refrained from interference, simply advising, be careful. As Barn approached with his weapon drawn, Caprius raised an eyebrow and inquired, and who might you be, little brat? Barn stood still a short distance away from Caprius without responding. Are you the one who injured Jaws and Marco? Barn inquired calmly, indeed. I am the esteemed and magnificent Saint Caprilius. You should leave, little one. You are no match for me. Yet, Barn did not respond. Instead, he silently directed the tip of his blade toward Caprius and, with an icy tone, remarked, I merely fear killing the wrong person. Moreover, do not hastily judge by appearances. I am no mere child. I am Barn Bod. Of course, you may also refer to me as Ashura. Ah, Ashura? Caprius exclaimed, raising an eyebrow and adopting an exaggerated expression as he dug at his ear with his pinky finger. Naturally, Barn could not see this. Otherwise, he might have swung his knife in that direction. Oh, I recall now. That is the notorious pirate who has been famous for decades, isn't it? You seem rather young, Caprius said, his hand stroking his chin as he scrutinized the young man before him with skepticism. You can't possibly be his son, can you? The seriousness in Caprius's tone suggested he was not jesting, yet Barn did not share the same sentiment. Barn did not even attempt to refute. He merely swung the second-generation Gueche with decisive force. The crimson blade flashed through the air, swiftly approaching Caprius's throat. However, Caprius's reaction was astonishingly swift. His body instinctively responded, enveloping one of his dragon fingers with haki to block Barn's strike. Yet, he nonchalantly remarked, Hey, I'm an elderly man. Do not approach so suddenly. Furthermore, who permitted you, this filthy mortal, to come so close to me? As soon as he uttered these words, Caprius exerted force through that finger, forcefully deflecting Barn's blade. Although it was merely a finger, the power transmitted from it was not to be underestimated, and Barn, in this brief encounter, had gained a rough understanding of the celestial dragon's strength. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. In his mind, Barn contemplated while his hands continued their relentless motion. Utilizing the momentum from Caprius, he propelled himself, spiraling through the air with increased force before delivering another formidable strike. Caprius met the blow head-on with one of his powerful arms, the dark dragon scales imbued with haki shimmering brilliantly. Nevertheless, Barn intensified his assault once more. Though taken aback, Caprius swiftly raised his other arm to absorb the impact. He chuckled, as a youth, your strength indeed astonishes me. It surpasses that of my human form. Yet, it remains insufficient. Despite the ferocity of Barn's strike, Caprius maintained a casual demeanor, and as his tone shifted at the end of his statement, the muscles beneath his dragon scales surged with sudden vigor, ready to unleash their own might. Barn was flung away. Surely, your father's strength surpasses mine. I truly wish to engage him in a contest. Caprius, oblivious to Barn, who had been sent sprawling, remained in place, stretching his shoulders as he spoke. Barn has now realized that he truly does not recognize himself. However, despite his understanding, Caprius's words have incited a profound anger within him. The wicked light cleaves. Barn had no time to respond to Caprius. He directly unleashed a slicing strike. I told you, you are not worthy of my attention. Caprius intended to mock Barn, planning to withstand the seemingly unimposing strike, but upon contact, his subsequent words were rendered mute. The force was unexpected. Caprius thought to himself as he was pushed back a step by Barn's sinister light slash. Yet, Barn's assault was far from over. The moment Caprius was intercepted by the sinister light slash, Barn unleashed his next move, a strike imbued with even greater power. The Shura sinister light slash. A colossal white strike, much larger than the previous one, infused with red flashes, surged towards Caprius. With his arms crossed defensively across his chest, Caprius could only passively absorb the impact of the ensuing strike, which propelled him backward for several dozen meters. Something was amiss. A peculiar sensation crept into Caprius's mind. The power Barn exhibited was starkly disproportionate to his appearance. The dragon scales enveloped Caprius completely, and he intensified the abilities granted by his fruit, his strength multiplying geometrically. The muscles on his shoulders and arms swelled and convulsed. Then, in an explosive surge, he unleashed a terrifyingly potent strike that cleaved through the massive attack. Gradually, It shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. However, through the vast void, Caprius glimpsed something even more terrifying. The immutable king, accompanied by Barnes' emotionless words. A colossal purple-black sphere materialized in midair, its immense gravitational pull altering the surrounding airflow, even drawing in the debris below, which began to orbit the massive sphere. Despite his utmost resistance, Caprius found himself uncontrollably drawn toward the enormous purple-black sphere. Yet, Barnes' subsequent action pushed him further toward the abyss. Barnes propelled the enormous sphere with all his might. Ultimately, Caprius was entirely engulfed by the colossal orb. In that fleeting moment, the immense black sphere began to collapse with alarming rapidity. Shortly thereafter, the anguished cries of Caprius echoed forth. Once it had contracted to a certain volume, the sphere commenced a rapid rotation, and what awaited Caprius was an imminent explosion. The detonation, infused with tremendous energy, unleashed a vast cloud of dust, concealing Caprius within its midst. At this moment, Barnes seemed to transform into an observer, standing outside the swirling dust and gazing coldly at the unfolding scene. After a considerable time, the haze dissipated, revealing a vast pit and the fallen form of Caprillas at its center. Caprillas, however, was no longer the figure he once was. He was drenched in blood, with numerous dark green dragon scales scattered around him. Even the scales, renowned for their formidable defense, could not entirely withstand the ferocious assault he had endured. "Who are you, truly?" Caprillas struggled to rise, his eyes, obscured by blood, peering at Barnes. His gaze as tranquil as a still pond, starkly contrasting with his disheveled appearance. "I have already stated, I am Barnes. I have consumed the fruit of life, which allows me to retain my youthful visage." A similarly calm tone emerged from Barnes' lips. When Barnes uttered these words, the individual who had been concealed within the warship finally opened his eyes. Caprillius, with a slight nod, remarked, "Regardless of your identity, how dare you inflict such grave wounds upon my esteemed self? You have successfully provoked my ire. Are you prepared to face the wrath that follows?" Barnes remained silent, merely raising his knife. "Virgo, take your men and leave. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences." Caprius bellowed unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Virgo immediately commanded the Navy to retreat, still engaged in battle with the Whitebeard pirates on the ice. Meanwhile, Whitebeard continued to press the assault against Akainu and Akiji. And as Caprius spoke, Carp also appeared on the scene. "Whitebeard, enough. I intend to take these two with me. As compensation, I offer you a piece of advice. Leave quickly." Carp arrived in haste, uttering only this brief statement before departing the battlefield with the weakened Akainu and Akiji. Whitebeard chose not to pursue, instead remaining behind to ponder Carp's words. Perhaps Whitebeard was unaware, but Barnes' keen perception was fixated on Caprius, and a troubling premonition began to stir within him. For in his mind's eye, the hue of Caprius's red was deepening. "Nugate, there is something amiss. You should leave at once. This place is now under my watch." Barnes immediately addressed Whitebeard. "But, hurry, Barnes." Whitebeard, reluctant to abandon his companion, found Barnes' resolve unyielding. Trusting Barnes, he ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, but take care." At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from Caprius. "What? Are you not fleeing?" Barnes let out a chuckle and remarked, "Do you believe it is truly necessary?" Barnes' calmness only provoked an even more frenzied laughter from Caprillas. "Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems you are prepared to face my wrath. It has been quite some time since I employed this tactic, and you should feel honored that I have chosen such a demise for you, Barnes. I am the Tyrant King, the mightiest celestial dragon." The battlefield echoed with Caprillas' roar. "I am the Tyrant King, the most formidable of the celestial dragons." Caprillas bellowed, his colossal voice resonating like the fury of a dragon, shaking the ash-laden sky above into disarray. The volcanic ash that lay scattered on the ground began to swirl into the air, enveloping Caprillas' form, and though Barnes could not see him, the pervasive scent compelled him to cover his nose. The thick cloud of dust obscured visibility, punctuated only by the persistent sound of fabric tearing under pressure. Though Barnes cannot perceive it with his eyes, in the depths of his heart, he has continuously locked onto Caprius. Barnes can distinctly see the form of Caprius expanding and transforming. Barnes remained ever vigilant, tightly gripping the second-generation Guache in his hand, positioned across his chest. The transformation of Caprius transpired within mere seconds, yet for Barnes, it felt interminable as he maintained a heightened state of readiness. At last, a tremendous roar reverberated from the depths, the intensity of the sound waves dispersing the surrounding dust and debris, causing the very air above Saipan Island to shatter. Caprius's form finally emerged. But it was no longer recognizable as human. Instead, it manifested as an ancient colossal beast. The dark green dragon scales had vanished, replaced by a solid, petrified hide adorned with purple patterns. Its robust neck bore striking blue markings, understated yet accentuating its ferocity. The massive dragon head was a deep crimson, with prominent brow ridges bristling with dark red spines, and its enormous fangs protruded from its lips, dripping with foul saliva. Its immense length occupied a full quarter of Saipan Island, rendering even the towering volcano beside it seemingly diminutive, though Barn could not see it. The formidable figure of Caprius vividly materialized in his mind. Confronted by such a colossal entity, Barn found himself reminiscing about the gigantic serpent deity he had encountered on Nine Snake Island. However, the disparity in their powers was truly astronomical. Could this be what is referred to as an awakened being? The presence of Caprius evoked memories of the formidable prison warden beast he had observed in the depths of the underwater prison. Did he still possess any semblance of reason? Barn harbored a lingering doubt, or perhaps a fantasy. However, he was swiftly met with disillusionment. From the cavernous maw of the colossal dragon emerged the voice of Caprilius. Never before had anyone survived after witnessing my form, yet the great Saint Caprilius is benevolent. I shall grant you a clear demise. Listen closely, young wretch. The power of the devil fruit possesses an elevated tier known as awakening. Though awakening is a rare occurrence, once attained, it bestows unimaginable strength. The awakening of paramecia types can even influence the surrounding environment, yet as a Zoan type, the process is more straightforward. It merely grants catastrophic power. This is my form after awakening, the ancient demon dragon, the tyrant dragon king. Caprilius's final proclamation was a resounding roar, the immense pressure of his voice causing the very ground to sink slightly. Naturally, such devastation is not solely attributed to sound. Caprilius infused it with haki, and specifically, Conqueror's haki, a legendary trait, exceedingly rare among kings. Moreover, even mastery of it does not lend itself to training like armament or observation haki. Rather, it escalates in potency alongside the strength of its possessor. It is a force that commands submission or compels obedience. The tempestuous gales and thunderous roars incessantly whistled past Barn's ears, rendering him as though he were deprived of the very air surrounding him. His complexion turned pallid, and even his lips took on a faint purplish hue. Yet, Barn was resolute in his defiance. He continued to wield the second-generation ghost cutter, now burdened with a weight severfold heavier than usual. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the dark light slash. However, once again, disappointment washed over him as his attack scarcely advanced against Caprius's formidable roar before being utterly shattered. What? At that moment, Caprius's ominous laughter echoed ominously. It appears you are not recognized as worthy, lacking even the qualifications to ascend as king. What grounds do you possess to challenge me? No sooner had he spoken than Caprius charged forth, his powerful hind legs leaving colossal craters upon the ground, naturally providing him with tremendous propulsion. Destructive impact. The savage dragon, embodying Caprius, surged towards Barn with an overwhelming onslaught. Barn observed the reckless charge of Caprius, instinctively aware that this strike was anything but simple. However, under the overwhelming pressure of the formidable conqueror's haki, he found himself unable to react promptly. The second-generation blade, Onet, felt unbearably heavy in his grasp, as if his joints had been filled with lead, rendering him powerless to lift himself, forced instead to be pushed back helplessly by Caprius. Cough. Barn's body was hurled through the air as if he were a mere marionette, his limbs flailing helplessly. However, Caprius would not allow such a simple conclusion. While Barn remained airborne and unable to react, a colossal dragon's tail, accompanied by a thunderous sound of slicing through the air, swung toward him. The sound of shattering bones reverberated as it struck Barn's frame, and he could distinctly hear the ominous crack of his own ribs fracturing. Barn was ruthlessly struck to the ground. The intense pain rendered him almost numb. The sound of trampling echoed as Caprius showed no mercy whatsoever. A chilling voice accompanied the appearance of a clawed foot descending ominously above Barn. The overwhelming pressure, intensified by the sheer weight of that colossal foot plummeting down, pinned Barn firmly to the earth. Is this the sensation of utter helplessness that accompanies the conqueror's haki? Barnfield coughed up a mouthful of blood and spoke, "Indeed. I lack the qualifications, haven't I? Were my previous aspirations merely illusions? I am truly a failed traveler through time, achieving nothing and now facing death. How pitiful. Is this the feeling one experiences at the brink of death? It is truly unbearable." Barn spoke these words, yet countless flashes of light and shadow danced before him. "Barn, let us spread joy together. declared Captain York. Damn it, master, you must return alive, implored Adam. Ha ha ha, Barn, do you wish to become my son? Teased Nugate. Remember to come back and share a drink with me, urged Riley. I entrust my family to you, said Roger. A multitude of faces materialized before Barn. Sacco, Brooke, Blonde, Mundo, Shiki, Waldo, Leonard. The colossal dragon's claw of Caprius continued its relentless descent, but Barn's gaze had transformed. Although his complexion remained as pale as parchment and his eyes devoid of luster, those who dared to look into his eyes would perceive the change within him. No, I cannot die yet. There are things I must protect. I do not wish to perish. Survival, this is humanity's most profound yearning, and in such moments, it can unleash an even greater force. What is this? Caprius first sensed the resistance against his foot's movement, and then, as the enormous dragon took shape, a flicker of astonishment, or perhaps shock, flashed in its eyes. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? I do not wish to die. The roar of Baon erupts. Infused with his desperate yearning for survival, the Conqueror's Haki that belongs to Baon finally awakens. I refuse to perish. Barn bellowed loudly, his Conqueror's Haki surging and expanding, even threatening to surpass that of Caprius. How infuriating. The immense pressure and aura erupted instantaneously, creating a shockwave that nearly toppled Caprius, who had transformed into a colossal dragon. How is this possible? Even if you possess the potential to become a king, this is merely your initial awakening. How could you exude such formidable pressure? Caprius was astounded. As someone who also wielded Conqueror's Haki, he was well acquainted with its nuances, yet the intensity of Barn's awakened Haki exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Barn had ceased his shouting, remaining still on the ground, yet his brow was furrowed in concentration. Although the color had returned to his lips, the anguish etched on his face showed no signs of abating. Within Barn's being, an unknown force was quietly awakening. You have arrived. How detestable. You should perish. Caprius raised his colossal foot once more, aiming to crush the still-prone Barn. He had recognized the terrifying potential harbored within Barn and understood the significant disadvantage it posed to himself if Barn were to survive. But Caprius' foot was halted mid-air as a blood-red Haki shield materialized around Barn, effectively blocking Caprius. What is this? Caprius hesitated, pondering what could possibly impede him, when suddenly, a roar akin to that of a demon reverberated from beneath him. The surge erupted. This was Barn's skill, yet he remained on the ground, motionless. This time, the eruption was greater than any previous release Barn had manifested, and it radiated a bizarre, crimson hue. What on earth is happening? Caprius looked uncertainly at the still-prone Barn, hesitant to make a move. You have arrived. The same phrase echoed once more in Barn's consciousness, delivered in a raspy tone. Who are you? Who is it? Barn found himself within the sea of consciousness, yet all around him was an impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Amidst the enigmatic sounds emanating from an unknown source, Barn could only call out helplessly within this abyss. At that moment, from the depths of the surrounding gloom, a silhouette gradually emerged. Initially translucent, it slowly took on a more defined form. This figure was a robust man, his long golden hair cascading to his waist, obscured beneath a helmet adorned with numerous grooves. His shoulders bore the weight of battered pauldrons, which exhibited gaping wounds from countless battles. At his waist hung two throwing axes, and in his hand, he wielded an enormous, formidable longsword inscribed with cryptic and arcane runes. This weapon, a sword of slaughter, was marred with the scars of warfare, even its guard replaced by sharp axe blades. Yet, it was not these formidable attributes that rendered him unforgettable, it was the man's eyes. They were a pair suffused with murderous intent, and from those crimson orbs, one could perceive nothing but the essence of carnage. Although Barn cannot see, he can sense the presence of the owner of that mysterious voice appearing before him. Who are you? With a grave expression, Barn inquired, never having considered that another unknown entity resided within his own being. Who am I? He mused, laughter echoing in his voice. Indeed, it has been far too long. Have I truly been forgotten by the world? It seems the pain I have inflicted upon you is still insufficient, not deep enough. Upon hearing Barn's question, the robust man erupted into maniacal laughter. Barn, however, felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Hey, esteemed one, from which realm do you hail? Regardless of your origin, it is improbable that I would be acquainted with you. I am merely a reclusive gamer. Barn inwardly scoffed, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he inquired. Who exactly are you? The man's laughter ceased, and a calmness enveloped him, though the murderous intent in his gaze remained strikingly palpable. I am Kazan, he replied nonchalantly. Yet his words stirred a tempest within Barn's heart. Although Barn had never paid much heed to the lore of the game DNF in his previous life, he was well aware of the curse that plagued every demon swordman, the curse of Kazan. To his astonishment, he realized that this curse truly existed and had followed him into the realm of One Piece. Barn's throat involuntarily convulsed, a realization he had never deemed possible. He had never even donned the so-called suppressor, and now the overwhelming shock rendered him momentarily speechless. Noticing Barn's silence, Kazan continued unabated. I was once a general of the Pelos Empire. In the days when I still walked as a human, unarmored, with a throwing axe at my side, with an axe in one hand and a dagger in the other, I fought fiercely and relentlessly. Yet, under the folly of a foolish monarch and the treachery of his minions, I was branded a traitor, and my family was slain. I refused the schemes of Ozma and the Grim Reaper Dreyfus, and after having my tendons severed, I was exiled to the far reaches of the Rushtrum Mountains. Subsequently, my dear friend Ozma, transformed into a chaotic demon, claimed my lingering life, rebirthing me as this ludicrous demon of destruction. However, I once again rejected Ozma's plan to annihilate the world, forced to wander this realm in my demonic form. Your left hand is my curse, yet you bring me shame. How could a war god like myself be vanquished by such a wretch? Come now, surrender your body to me. Allow me to deliver a harsh lesson. With that, Kazan descended into madness, his lips curling into a wild grin, his eyes glowing a tangible crimson light. His arms twisted at unnatural angles, and his once smooth golden hair rose as if stirred by an unseen wind. Impossible. My body is mine. Barn would certainly not acquiesce. Such a sense of constraint would bring discontent to anyone. However, Kazan disregarded Barn's sentiments and unleashed a chilling laughter. Ha 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 ha. You claim your body is yours? Do not forget, I have a share as well. With that, Kazan transformed into a swirling mass of darkness and lunged toward Barn. No. Barn wished to resist. Yet Kazan's power and resentment were overwhelmingly immense. Before Barn lost consciousness, the only remnants in his mind were Kazan's final words. When you are insulated from all worldly matters, Kazan shall govern your heart. What does this signify? Capriles beheld Barn gradually rising to his feet, yet crimson smoke incessantly emanated from his body. His arms dangling helplessly at his shoulders as though dislocated. Barn suddenly lifted his head, a grotesque smile twisting his face, and his crimson eyes gleamed with a fervent light. This was the final scene witnessed by Caprilius, for the night had fallen. A profound darkness enveloped the world. A sharp and hoarse dual voice emanated from Barn's mouth. Father, why do I feel that Mr. Barn is somewhat off? On the distant Moby Dick, far from Saipan, Marco approached Whitebeard, who was observing Barn left on the island. Upon hearing Marco's inquiry, Whitebeard furrowed his brow as he gazed at Barn. Barn has awakened the Conqueror's haki, but the sheer pressure he is emitting, coupled with the red smoke continuously rising from him, is rather unsettling. As Whitebeard spoke, he witnessed Barn struggling to rise, alongside the massive, expanding black shroud looming over Saipan. This is bad. Quick. Accelerate. Whitebeard yelled upon seeing the ever-expanding darkness. What's wrong, father? Marco asked with concern. That is Barn's most formidable technique, usually. He can control its range with precision, but this time it nearly envelopes the entire sea. I fear Barn has lost his sanity. We must distance ourselves from this shroud, or we may suffer its repercussions. Understood. Let's accelerate. Marco nodded in agreement, shouting back. The great dark sky, darkness is the color that most easily evokes fear, especially when one is suddenly plunged into absolute blackness. Even someone as formidable as Caprilius became wary. Is it you, you filthy bug? Before Caprilius could adjust to the overwhelming darkness, a gigantic eye appeared upon the vast black canvas. Unlike before, this eye radiated a blood-red light, accompanied by Barn's peculiar voice, now dominated by Kazan. Damn it. Barn, where are you hiding? Come out. Caprilius roared. But Barn, or perhaps it is more fitting to refer to him as Kazan now, did not respond. Instead, he let out a chilling laugh. Heh heh, no worries. You will know soon enough. With Kazan's sinister laughter, he gradually melded into the darkness, re-emerging behind Caprilius. Light wings. Kazan's voice suddenly whispered in Caprilius' ear. Here, Caprilius, possessing vast combat experience, instinctively swept his enormous dragon tail towards Kazan the moment he spoke. However, Kazan intercepted it, revealing a pair of massive wings radiating a brilliant red light extending from his back. Flash spears. Kazan's voice echoed again, as four shimmering red spears materialized before him. Caprilius' hearing had not been dulled by Kazan. Perhaps he found tormenting his opponent more amusing, or perhaps he had simply grown weary of solitude and longed for conversation. Regardless, Caprilius, now on the chopping block, was not in the mood for chit-chat. Though Kazan's light wings had impeded his tail, Caprillius discerned Kazan's location. Almost instantaneously, Caprillius, with his gaping maw, lunged at Kazan. Heh. Under the watchful gaze of the enormous eye in the sky, Kazan chuckled as the massive mouth approached him. Spiked wheel. He raised his second-generation blade, creating a serrated wheel that glowed red, spinning in place before surging forward, targeting Caprillius' wide-open jaws. The spikes clashed against Caprillius' fangs, producing a chilling cacophony. Yet Kazan's assault was far from over. Amaterasu. Kazan bellowed again. Sharp earth spikes surged from behind Caprillius, advancing toward Kazan. With the thrust of the spikes, Caprillius, transformed into a colossal brute dragon, was forced to leave his position, inching closer to Kazan. At this moment, the 4 glimmering red spears that Kazan had previously conjured were finally put to use. Pierce. Roar. The spears struck Caprillius, impaling his hind legs and pinning him to the ground. Unable to evade, he felt a profound sense of helplessness under the control of Amaterasu and the loss of vision. Yet, as a celestial dragon, he was imbued with unparalleled pride and self-esteem. His noble status would not permit him to succumb to this commoner. With a resounding snap, the gigantic brute dragon exerted its immense biting force, shattering the red glowing spikes into fragments, albeit at the cost of blood streaming from his mouth. However, such wounds were trifling in the grand scheme of their battle. Having forcibly crushed the spikes, he unleashed a terrifying roar. Roar. The tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the vast black shroud. This was no ordinary roar. Caprillius infused it with a high density of conqueror's haki. The atmospheric pressure beneath the black curtain surged dramatically. Caprillius struggled to rise, but at that moment, Kazan's piercing dual voice pierced through the air. Have you forgotten my existence? I possess the so-called conqueror's haki as well. Kazan's final words boomed, as a massive red aura, brimming with formidable pressure, forced Caprillius back to the ground. Simultaneously, countless eyes reopened across the colossal black shroud. All fixated on one point, Caprillius. Heh, you filthy bug. Does this sensation feel familiar? I shall make you experience the helplessness of being pinned to the ground. Shatter. Dark Skywave Eye. Feel this final gaze. As if heeding Kazan's command, every eye on the shroud cracked open, and at that moment, the pervasive darkness that filled the space became strikingly fragile, akin to a shattered mirror.